mankind while raising money for freedom to choose. We're going to stay in the courts, folks. We're going to stay in the court system, possibly all the way to the Supreme Court SCOTUS, and we need your help today. Freedom to Choose LA and Freedom to Choose USA, we have the only active vaccine mandate cases, or jab mandates as we call them. We have 3 cases alive and well in the California court system, 5,000 plaintiffs. That's right. We have 5,000 plaintiffs that have participated along the way, in over 100 defendants, including Governor Gavin Newsom. He's got a new name. He's no longer Gavin Newsom. He's Gavin Newsom. Former Mayor of LA, Eric Garcetti. All the health officials and administrators, especially those that willingly administered the jabs. Now, we mean business today. It's time to hold the perpetrators accountable for their evil deeds directed by Satan himself. We all know this is a spiritual war. Above all, it's good versus evil, God versus Satan, and we, the people, versus a tyrannical government, deep state cabal. We're so glad you're here with us to help us raise funds. Now, our lawyer, Sonny, is a freedom fighter, a warrior, and a patriot. She's fought from the beginning through illness, hardship, and corrupt judges, all without any close to even adequate compensation and only some expenses. We need your help today to step up and hold these people and their system accountable. Throughout the day, please pray on this and ask yourself, can I spare $1, $5, $100, even $1,000? We'll pray together for success today, and we need you to join with us, heart and soul. We hope you can find 2 minutes today to donate. We'll be giving the address out throughout the day, and I believe there's a donate button on the page below. Please donate today throughout the day and join our freedom fighting posse. Well, welcome to all of you watching today, especially the 5,000 plaintiffs that have fought this case from the beginning in 2021, our board of directors, our supporting cast, the Sovereign Radio Army, the Grassroots Warrior Network, and even our freedom fighting friends. That's right, we have freedom fighting friends around the world tuning in from Romania, Australia, Canada, South Africa, and Colombia. We have a great lineup of co-hosts and speakers. We know you're going to receive great information, interesting stories around the COVID and the jab and other freedom fighter tales today. And we hope you'll learn a thing or two as you watch. Listen for that golden nugget today, that one big takeaway that makes your time worthwhile and compels you to donate. I guarantee there'll be lots of golden nuggets today from people like G. Edward Griffin, S.G. Anon, Dave Hodges, Sarah Westall, Patriot Street Fighter Scott McKay, and many other valued hosts and guests. We'll get to the lineup in just a bit. First, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring in somebody very near and dear to our broadcast today. She is one of the founders, co-founders of Freedom to Choose USA, and her and her husband, Neil, made this all possible. Kimberly, good morning.
Good morning, Scotty. How are you?
I am doing good. It's an exciting day, and we've been working on this for a couple of months now, and the day is here, and none of this would have happened without you and Neil. Now, later we're going to watch a video, Kim, that I did. It's about 9 minutes. It's really insightful. It's kind of the overview of how this all started and where we're going. But, I want you to open today with a prayer. Say a few words to the audience, welcome them, and then let's start with a prayer today.
Wow, I'm so honored to be here, Scotty. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone who's jumped on this morning, and who's going to be here throughout the day. We're just so humbled for just to have the camaraderie, to know that we're not alone, to know that regardless of which sector we're coming from across this great nation and around our world, that we are all standing for freedom, and we call ourselves freedom fighters, and we're here united today saying never again. So bow your heads. Let's just commit the day to the Lord. Father, we just thank you. We give you praise. We give you honor. We know that you are King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and we invite you into this telethon today. Father, we ask that you would go before us, that you would comfort every single freedom fighter that we're going to have on the telethon today, Lord, that you would be with every guest, that you would cover all of the technological stuff so that we can be completely shielded from any assault to steal, kill, or destroy what we're attempting to do this morning, Father, in your name. Lord, we thank you that the battle is yours. We thank you that this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. So we just give you praise and glory in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Kimberly. You know, Kimberly, it's been a 4-year battle. You started this thing in 2021, and we'll talk about that as the day goes on. But as we approach this day that we've been planning for a couple months, what stands out most on your mind about this whole experience? You've been in court 4 years now fighting the jabs, and I see it, you're fighting for the world now. You know, we are the only cases active in California. I can't find any. I've searched other states' dockets, can't find any active jab cases. We could be the only case alive in the United States. What stands out most above all as we sit here today?
I think just tenacity, Scotty, just really, truly understanding that, you know, first of all, the wheels of justice are slow. We've seen everything that they've done to completely derail our great president. And, you know, we know that we have to endure. We know that the verse that comes to mind right this minute is out of the book of James in the New Testament. And it says, when you encounter various trials, consider it joy, right? Knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance. Let endurance have its perfect result, that you might be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. And that just talks about the attitude for battle, for trials, literally. And freedom to choose has been in multiple trials. We continue to really consider it joy to still be in the courts. And we know that ultimately the battle is the Lord. So that's really our attitude, Scotty.
Kimberly, I love you. I love you and Neil. You guys have made this all possible. You've had to dig down deep in your faith, and I don't want to jump ahead, but we'll talk about your son's accident that happened prior to this. You guys have been funding this from the beginning and no help. So that's why I really thought we needed to do this today. You guys need some help, and we can't get to the Supreme Court without big bucks. So we're going to get at it, Kimberly. Stick around. I'm going to bring in Brett Rayo and Cordy Williams. Kimberly, feel free to stick around. Thank you. Cordy Williams, the Megaphone Marine, is joining us. He's our first host today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 12 guest hosts today, one each hour. Cordy happens to be the first, the Megaphone Marine. Now, I met Cordy touring with Sasha Stone, Scott McKay, Lee Dundas, Cordy. Who else was on that tour? Robert David Steele before he flew the coop on us. But Cordy, I was emceeing an event, and I had never met you. And I introduced you on stage. You know, a little preamble, gave your background, which I'm going to let you give. And I said, and here he comes now, the Megaphone Marine. And you jumped on stage and gave me a bear hug that only my father gave me. And you know why it was like my father's? Because he was a United States Marine, fought in the Korean War. You guys, you Marines have your own breed of hugging other guys, don't you?
Absolutely. And, you know, so our viewers know, you're just such a class act and such a sweet man and amazing man. So, you know, you really have a a loving energy about you, even though you're a butt kicker and you don't like communism and you punch somebody in the face to defend America. You have a big heart. And those are people I think that God naturally kind of certainly brings into my world. And so I think it was kind of divine that we met that day, the way we met for sure. And yeah, you do not mess around with your introductions, especially on stage, man. You were like, I was like, who's this guy? Never met this guy. What an intro. So, but no,
Yeah.
I'm honored to be on the program today, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thanks. We're going to pause a minute. I have a gentleman waiting. He's a Christian recording artist. I wanted us to sing the national anthem this morning, and I thought about who best to do this. I thought nobody better than Brett Rayo. Brett is a up-and-coming Christian recording artist. I met Brett at a Reawaken America tour, and he sat down for an interview at my media table, and he exuded nothing, as you said, Cordy. People exude love. You can feel it. Actually, everybody coming on today exudes love and energy, and we're all freedom fighters. But Brett, welcome to our
How's it going?
Freedom to Choose Never Again Telethon. Thank you for coming in. You'll be back later today, this afternoon, to do a song. But this morning, we wanted you to come in and sing the national anthem. So take it away, Brett.
Amen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow.
Praise Jesus.
Wow. That was beautiful.
Brett, you have a lot of heart and soul, brother. You know how to belt out a tune, and we're looking forward to seeing you later. I don't know what you got up your sleeve, but I know it's going to be good, because when you sing and the music flows, everybody around you gets going. So we'll see you later, my friend. Thank you.
Look, see you then. God.
Now I'm going to bring in Cordy. We've got our first guest. I don't know if you know Steve Stern. Do you know him, Cordy?
I do. I know Steve Stern really well, actually. Yeah, absolutely.
I saw Steve Stern on Steve Bannon's War Room. Probably it was a couple years ago, and you're pretty inspirational when you meet an 82-year-old guy that gets up at 6 a.m. and bangs the phones till 6 p.m. And the only reason he stops is his wife makes him, by the way. She cuts him off at 6 Eastern. Steve is a workhorse for the Republican Party. He's known best for his work with election integrity and his implementation of something known as the precinct strategy. We'll let him tell us a little about that. He is probably responsible, I bet he is responsible, for bringing in more people into the Republican Party than anybody in America. So please welcome a patriarchal, I call him a patriarchal patriot, 82 years young, Steve Stern. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing good. Well, next month I'm going to be 84, so we missed a year back there.
I missed a year. All right. Well, last time I interviewed you were 82. I forgot a year's passed. So good morning, Steve.
Glad very fast. You know what I mean? And one of the things that I want to tell you is, you talked about Steve Bannon. About a year and a half ago, a girl named Tina Saline from California called me. She saw me on Steve's program, and she said, "Can you help turn California red?" And I said, "Well, look, I'm good, but I'm not that good, but let's try." So we're working with about 10,000 people in California. Every day I get calls from California, and it's sensational. And we're going to talk about something very important. The first thing I want to say is I am going to be the first person to donate today. So I will send you a check as soon as you text me the address and how to make it out. So that's your first person to donate today, hopefully. And
Old school. You're old school sending checks, huh?
only send checks. That way I remember. It's a funny thing because sometimes they don't get there. You know what I mean? That's the problem. The post office, free to choose. We got to choose a new post office because those people, they sway the election. We've worked with a lot of people in California about the election. And one of the guys, Dr. Robert Epstein, I want to talk about him a second because, he's so important in this country because he's not a Republican. He's actually a Democrat. And I saw him on Cleta Mitchell's Zoom meeting one time. And what he did for the country was unbelievable. He lost his wife. They killed her because of what he's doing. So what he's doing, he has stopped Google from swaying the election. And that's part of the way we won. There was many different ways we won the election. We did lose the down ballot. So we're going to go into a couple of things. But the most important thing that I've done over the last 20 days is we had a Zoom meeting on Thursday for Tina Peters. And if people don't know who Tina Peters is, I want to just let everybody know I sent you a little text. She's in jail for 9 years. She's 70 years old. Last night, I got a text from her friend who went to visit her in jail. 70 years old. They have her washing dishes and cleaning trays from 7 in the morning to 10 at night. Her back is killing her. She's a Gold Star mom. And what we did was we had a huge election security call, half election security, half for Tina Peters. Now, all your listeners, and through the day, we should go over this, even though I'm not going to be here. I sent you a little video, which he was on the call from prison, talking about what she did. And so I don't want to really go over it, but she's in there for 3 counts of attempting to influence a public official, conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, official misconduct. Now, number one, they wouldn't let her out on bail. Now, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Number two, Mike Lindell went up to see President Trump about 6 weeks ago and asked him to get the Justice Department involved, which he did, and we're working on it. So what we did was, and I want all your people that are listening and that are viewing this to call the governor. I'm going to put this up. We're going for 1 million people to call the governor to ask her for clemency and to get her out. Governor Jared Polis is running for president, so it's probably in his best interest to do this. So the phone number to call is 303-866-2471, and hopefully you'll put it up today. Do not call today because they naturally don't answer the phone, but Monday onward. We've had over 100,000 people call so far. Imagine in 3 days, 100,000 people calling him. And how do we know that? We're estimating it because I get emails, texts every day. I called them, and we had plenty of people calling when we were on it. So we did a town hall, and I'm going to tell you who was on there and what happened. Mark Cook did a town hall in Colorado with about 20 people talking about Tina Peters, and it was unbelievable. You needed tissues. We have the Zoom call. If you go to Stern American and then go to Rumble, you'll see it on there. It's 2.5 hours long. There's some sensational people on there. I'm going to tell you what they did. But more important, on May the 14th, we're going to have another election security call, and it's going to be again in honor of Tina Peters to see where we're at. Mike Lindell's going back up to see President Trump. He's going to talk about everything about election security. He's talking about the fraud. He came on the other day, he had vocal cord surgery, so he could hardly talk. But you're talking about a patriot. Whenever you need him, he's there. It's unbelievable, and he answers the phone, so that's super phenomenal. So he talked about 15 minutes, and he told everybody what he spoke to President Trump about and why we should get Tina out of jail. Now, I'm making this a crusade. I've spent 20 days, 200,000 emails my assistants have done, thousands of texts. And the reason is if we have a voice on this one thing, and she's a Gold Star mom, and she has helped our country. And some of the other people that were on there besides her was Kimberly Fletcher, Moms for America. So Moms for America, 500,000 strong, are going to help us to try to free Tina. And then we had Dr. Frank on. Dr. Frank has gone all over the country talking about election security and why we need to free this country from these people who are doing all this fraud. And just to let you know, I'm in Florida. I'm the vice chair of the Broward Republican Executive Committee. So that's what we do about precinct strategy, and we'll talk about that. Now, you would think that Florida is a great Republican area. It is. We have a plus 1,000,001 in Republicans over the last 2 years from a minus 100,000 Democrats. So you would think there was no fraud here. But I got to tell you, there's a big lawsuit right by my hometown, not too far in Palm Beach. Jeff Bongioni is suing because the Department of Elections there have created fraudulent ballots. And also, I'm having Peter Tickton speak at our Western Republican Club, and he's representing a guy in Pinellas Park who is suing because 189,000 ballots on a Sunday all of a sudden were sent out to nobody who requested them. So these are some things, even in Florida, we haven't. And one of the most important people we had on was Greg Stenstrom. Greg Stenstrom is a leader in election security, has many different operations. He's a veteran. He talks about illegal voting in Pennsylvania. He has many lawsuits. One is up at the Supreme Court. So he talked about that and then talked a little bit about Tina. And then one of the most important people that we had on for talking about Tina was Mark Cook, who not only had the particular roundtable there, but also talked a lot about it because he was up there, and also Dr. Frank actually was testifying at our trial. One of the most important people we had on was Joe Hoft. Joe Hoft, he puts out all kinds of articles. He's a corporate guy, host of the Joe Hoft Show, author of many books, and a contributor to Gateway Pundit. So he was very important in what he said. We also had Matt Meck on, who had an 8-hour program with many people for Tina Peters explaining it to. But what I found out that 9 people out of 10 in the United States had no clue who Tina Peters is. So we're going to talk to people, explaining to her exactly what's happening and how we can help her. Now, if you want to see our next one, or if you want to see the old one, we had this on, and a lot of people say, well, Steve, how do you get 8 million people? We probably had more. So I'm going to explain to you what happened. There's a picture behind me with President Trump here. That was 2 days before the last election. And during that meeting, President Trump endorsed 2 of our candidates, which was unbelievable because I'm just a guy, an average guy. I didn't really, I'm not a friend of President Trump, but he did that for me 2 days before the election, one person in Vermont and one person in New Hampshire, which is unbelievable. So he asked me something. What do you think about the 2024 election? And I said to him, well, look, the fraud is still going on. And, I don't know how we're going to win this 2024 election. So he said to me, well, I know you do a precinct strategy call. He said, why don't you move that into, and he actually endorsed precinct strategy. It took a lot to get him endorsed, but we did it. Liz Harrington, Steve Bannon, Dan Schultz all helped me. Now, Dan Schultz, I just want to let everybody know, and you've helped me with this. Precinct strategy, Dan Schultz and Steve Bannon spent 14 years getting people involved. So Dan is really the head of this. I just took it over because I know how to get on, programs. But if you go to www.precinctstrategy.com, you can see how to get involved all over the country. We have 200,000 people involved. We need another 200,000 people. So let's get back to the election security thing.
Steve, before you get back to election security, take a deep breath because I want to bring Cordy in.
Go ahead.
Cordy, Steve's talking about election integrity, how they steal elections. He's talked about Tina Peters. She's a dear friend of all of ours. I had Tina on Sovereign Radio a couple of weeks ago. She's in great spirits, but she's, as Steve said, 70 years old now. She's not doing well. Back hurts, and she feels threatened. She has had threats on her life. All of these things, the jab mandates. Do you see a pattern here with the people we're up against?
Yeah, well, I spoke on this, when I was going all over the country for years, actually, where I met you and how I indirectly met Steve, just the connection of people. I was always talking about the 25 points of the Communist Manifesto and what Cleon Skousen was talking about in 1963. And I think that, if we look at all the political warfare, how the DOJ has been weaponized, they've weaponized the educational system. That's why I'm really happy that, we're getting rid of the Department of Education. But all these are slow intrusions on your freedoms, right? And we saw a lot of that when Trump started to highlight it when he came down the escalator in 2015. You've seen the different areas of warfare move up, the intensity kind of amplify. And, I think one of the problems that we've been talking about for a long time is we haven't had an answer that's equivalent to their offensive aggression. A lot of this stuff, we play nice. It's like in Vietnam, we had rules of engagement and we got our ASS's kicked, right? The other side didn't have rules of engagement. They didn't care about the rules. And I think that's where we need to start to think differently, because when they start to take out leaders like Tina Peters and people stand up and lean in, if they can go after Donald Trump, they can go after anybody. And I think that's a huge concern that, we've resolved it in some ways. But look at what they're doing, to your point at the beginning of the show, with all the injunctions. I heard somebody say it the other day. If you get 267 federal judges they all give injunctions. Oh my God, think about that. And there's no ruling from the higher court on, hey, that this is, we know that it's political malfeasance and that it's an attack on Donald Trump, but nobody from a judge position, right, from a federal judgeship has said that. The Supreme Court hasn't even said that. So, I think we've been in scary times for a while, but I think that some people let off the gas when November 5th happened and when January 20th happened. And I don't think we can afford to do that.
Yeah, it's well said, Cordy. So whether it's forcing workers in California to take a jab or lose their job, or the election integrity that Steve is so involved in, or jailing people, innocent people like Tina Peters. There's another gentleman in a Minnesota prison. He's a triple amputee. His name is Brian Kolfage. You aware of Brian's story, Cordy?
Was Brian connected to the wall?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, and they try to take down Steve and they try to take down Brian over fabrications. All of it seemed to be, anonymous sources say this, one of those deals.
Fabricated, just like Tina's case. Brian Kolfage, working with Steve Bannon and a few others, built a wall approved by the government. They raised $20 million to build a part of the wall in Texas and New Mexico. And of course, they went after Bannon, but Kolfage didn't have the resources, which is why it's so important today that we all are here, because we can't hang in the courts either and make it to SCOTUS if we don't have the money. So, Kolfage, triple amputee, is in prison. I think he got 4 years. He's into his second year maybe. But Steve, it's just a lot of things that we're up against, and you're a little better off there in Florida. But what you do to fight election integrity is important. Why don't you explain precinct strategy to people?
I'm going to do that. I'd like to read something from Tina's friend. I went Friday afternoon and this morning, which was last Friday. We got 2.5 hours each time. We played games. That's what she and I love to do. She looks very tired, wondering how much longer. They put her in the kitchen to rinse trays off from 10 in the morning to 7 at night. Her back is hurting horribly. She has combat boots. She wears so that doesn't, but it doesn't help. Now, I'm getting feedback. Now, the nice thing is we now have people that texted me saying, hey, we got people in the prison that's going to help her. We need to, and we're going to talk about this next time. We're going to get her address. We're going to have people send her cards, letters, everything under the sun, because she needs strength. And when we had our Zoom meeting and she came on and talked about it, she felt the strength that all the people out there were looking. Now, think about this. If you get a voice like you have today and I have, And how did we get the voice? I wanted all this election security and precinct strategy all tied together because they all helped it. So precinct strategy, what is that? That's the Republican Party. And in the country, there's 400,000 slots. If you buy Dan Schultz's book, if you go there and to his website at www.precinctstrategy.com, it shows you how to get involved. And what do you do when you become a precinct committee man and committee woman? The one thing is you attend meetings, of course, you vote, you get candidates elected. That's the most important thing. That's what you're there for, get candidates elected. Now, Broward County is semi-blue. We've got a big thing trying to turn it red, and that's what we're going to try to do. You canvass the neighbors, you do poll watching. Yesterday was a meeting with our clubs. We have 12 clubs around Broward County, and it's the first time in all the years that we're actually making the clubs important. So there's many, many things to do, and it's very important to become a committee man and committee woman. If you know, I always put my email up, sstern1054@gmail. You can email me. I'll get you involved any way you can do that. But going back to the election security and precinct strategy, and we always try to have a podcaster on and also a precinct strategy person on each of our calls. So a lot of people ask me, I was on Steve Gruber and program at one time, and he says to me, well, how did you do this? How did you able to get that? Because he didn't believe we had 8 million people on. And so we have more than 8 million, but I'm going to tell you how it happened. So about 9 months ago, I was on Steve Bannon's show in the morning of one of our election security calls. And I put my email on the bottom of the screen, just like you see the CEO of the flagshirt.com. And he put the flagshirt.com on. He put sstern1054@gmail.com. Now, he normally gives me 5 minutes because, you know, I'm on there a lot and he's got other people, but he gave me 10 or 12 minutes. And as I was talking, you know, you have to find things to talk about. I started telling everybody to come on and what was happening. We got 1,000 people to come on. But then the most outstanding thing happened, which changed the whole election call and changed my thought process. He said to me, Steve, we're going to put this on the War Room Live and we're going to put this on Getter. Well, that was phenomenal. You know, I was an 83-year-old guy then. And I said to myself, you got to learn something new every day. And I did. The next day, Maureen Bannon called me and said, hey, we had 68,000 people on the call. And I could tell because we got a lot of emails, a lot of text, you know, because I put my number up. And we could see what we had to do. So the next day, I called a lot of my friends and said, get me podcasters. So we have now 168 podcasters. Now, General Flynn gave me a list. Other people gave me a list. I've been calling for months. And, you know, I can tell you that in this country, even though we want to do what we want to do, not everybody cooperates. So we have a good slew of people that cooperate, and we keep banging away at it. And we got Cloud Hub to do this, Lindell TV, Stern American, Rumble, Stern American to put this on, which is mine, Facebook, Rumble, OBBM Network, Patriot TV, Yeater, X, everybody's helping us. Rumble, they put us on the front page. So we had 8 million. Now you say, how do you get more? Well, we have a lot of people that put it on that don't know how many people they get it on, so I can't report it. I only report what people tell me. And, you know, what I see on Rumble and what I see on, you know, and they have to be very precise because, and what we do is we have about 9 computers. We have, I'm in one studio. We have another studio. I have a 60,000 foot building, and we have 2 studios. In that studio, we have 11 computers running, along with Raj Diajami in Sarasota, who is putting this on his Zoom, and we're on different networks, and we push this out all over the world. And we have very good people helping us, but we need more because today, if you had 5 million people on, or you had 20 million, we don't know how many are on, the more you're going to have on, the better it's going to be. So by having 8 million people, the voice is out there. And that voice, once we know we get Tina Peters out of jail, and that's why we're doing this round the clock, because that voice, if we do this, will almost help us do anything. Because imagine once you do something that people say, well, how did you do it? They're coming on to watch. And that's the whole key. Because we need people to call the governor. And the more people call the governor, can you imagine if I get 1 million people to call the governor? Now, starting on Monday, I'm going to be on many shows asking people to call. And, I don't know if they call or they don't call, but it's an easy thing. Pick up the freaking phone, call 303-866-2471 on Monday. Ask Governor Jared Polis to do that. Now, Moms for America also asked me to get, which I'm going to do, the Lieutenant Governor, the Secretary of State, anybody in there to start people calling. Now, if she has 500,000 people, and I can't tell you everybody's going to call, and we get Moms for Liberty, we get all the women's organizations, because this is a women's issue. I also got the chairman of the Colorado GOP, and I called every person that was listed on the GOP in Colorado, and a lot of them helped us. And they're coming back with information that we need. So when we get back to precinct strategy and election integrity, it all runs together, because precinct strategy, the Republican Party, are the people that get poll watchers and poll work. And very important for people to know, go to protectthevote.com, become a poll watcher or a poll worker. There's two important governorship races, Virginia and New Jersey, in 2025. And believe it or not, in about another month or so, they're going to sign up poll watchers and poll workers. And people say to me, well, why was that so important? Well, after President Trump won, and we lost down ballots because the Republican Party, the Trump campaign, did not work hard enough on the down ballots. They worked on the Trump campaign because they wanted Trump in. And after the election, they texted me, Susie Wiles, General Flynn, Lindell, Steve Bannon, many people texted me and said what we did. Now, I'm not an expert on any of this. What I do is I bring people together. So what we did for 8 months, we asked people to be poll watchers and poll workers. We got 40,000, which made a difference in the election, because in the 2020 election, we had 100,000. In the 2022 election, we had over 200,000. That makes a difference. And the Republican Party, instead of in 2020, they did you remember they did all lawsuits after the election. In this particular election, they did all the elections before the election. But we have problems in your state, in Orange County. That's where we lost 3 of our House representatives. And how we lose it? Election fraud. And how do we know this? Because the election was done. And then a week later, where we were winning 3 seats, we were up, let's say, 10,000 ballots. A week later, they brought in ballots. We were up 5,000. So they needed more ballots. Second week, they brought in more ballots, and it was tied. The third week, we lost all the elections. Well, how could you bring in ballots 3 weeks after the election? Makes no sense. So we're going after them. Joe Hopt has put up many articles, but he's in Florida. We need the people in California to work on this, and we hope some of them are, because from what we understood, the people who are running didn't even put up a fight after they lost the election. So all these things are going on. We need people to get involved. I know we only have a few minutes long, so I'm glad to answer a couple of questions. And like you said, you did a smart thing. A woman told me once, she said, Steve, go home, get some oxygen, because when you get on your programs for 20 minutes, you don't breathe. So I'm glad you got Cordy on there. It sounds funny, but the energy level that I have, and people also say, hey, what vitamins are you taking and what do you do? I think you're born with this, because I've been in business 71 years. The flagshirt.com is going to present Flag Day on June the 14th, and we're open for speakers. We're going to tape them this year. We run about 4 or 5 hours on this, and to what the flag means to you. So this year, everybody's gung-ho. They're buying a lot of flag shirts, and that's very good. I gave most of the business to my son so I could do this. So while we have a few minutes left, give me a couple of questions, and then we'll let you go on with your program, which I want to thank you so much for doing this, because we need to get the word out. And all these people that get on have something to say that's important, and bring people to get involved. Your listeners, it's great that they listen, but if they don't get involved, it doesn't happen. And I got to thank Charlie Kirk for Turning Point, because let's face it, I'm going to live X amount of years. We need all these young people who you had on this morning. We're getting young people involved. And I just read that the young people are turning from Democrat to Republican. Democrats went down on voting for the young people from 53% Democratic down all the way down to 23%.
Wow.
So you could see how the young people understand what's happening. Now, my granddaughters went to Northwestern University, and these universities, as you see all around the country, are teaching them the devil. And we've got to get him out of there, because all these professors and Sam Sorbo, who's in my state, is working on bringing the attention about what the kids are learning in school, which we don't get enough. We should have an 8-hour program with all the people all over the United States, these parents, understanding. And your state, unfortunately, is the worst in the country, getting taught this stuff, and the transgender stuff and what they're doing to kids are unbelievable. So let me get a couple of questions before I go, so my wife doesn't get aggravated at me for being here on the side.
You know, Steve, when I have you on the radio show, they're pre-recorded and I can edit. This is live, so we just got to cut Steve Stern loose and let him go. Wind him up and watch Steve go. Cordy, questions for Steve?
You know, I guess what I would say is, where are the areas besides California where you guys feel like you have the most need? Is it all blue states, or are there some, you know, counties here maybe that we haven't heard of? We're like, yeah, we only got, you know, 100 people working in that area or whatever.
So I want to give you good news. You're in New York, correct?
Yes, sir. Long Island.
In Queens, over the last 6 months, 6,000 Democrats have turned Republican. A lot of people don't know that. Many more have turned independent. They don't want to say they're Republican because they're afraid of what their friends and their family will say. So New York is the second most important thing. Project Civica, my good friend Steve Gillen has started an organization about, I guess, a year and a half ago. He's doing a sensational job. What he started to do was get people to run in areas where no Republican actually ever run. There was 48, I think, House and Senate people in New York that nobody ran against them. And now that's the thing we're going in the United States to say. Don't let somebody get into office without even a shot. So that's what he did in New York. Illinois, another place. We have a lot of people turning. Because, see, the controls in the blue states are almost impossible to change unless we get people to step up. It's, you know, it's New York, it's Chicago, Illinois, it's California, New Mexico, Delaware. Those are the states you got to know. I'm sure there's Republican areas, and what's happening is Mississippi. They're coming into a lot of the Republicans are moving out of areas that are in the city to the suburbs, and therefore the Democrats are coming in and taking over. And I'll give you a perfect example how people aren't getting involved, and it's necessary. Iowa, which is a big Republican area. Well, the Republicans went to sleep about, I guess it was about 2 years now, you lose track of time. But what happened was there was a race for the school board. And the Republicans have never lost a race in Iowa on the school board. So the people figured, well, we don't have to come out to vote. The Democrats underhandedly, while the Republicans were sleeping, took over the entire school board of Iowa. So think about that, because they didn't come out to vote. And that's part of the thing. So we're getting more people signed up, and many people all over the country are doing this. Now, we need information. There's no way I'm going to know what's going on unless people call me. So if you're in a state and, you know, like it could be North Dakota. I mean, we have states that are Republicans that not only is it the Democrats, but you know as well as I do, there's a lot of rhinos. I mean, just in California alone, a rhino took over the Central Committee because they knocked out people who were going to vote for their opponent and said, you can't vote. So this happens even in the Republican Party. If the Republican Party had all MAGA people, we would wipe this country clean. But we have a lot of people that are Republicans that are fighting President Trump. So it's very important. So hopefully your people that are watching, and hopefully you'll send this out. And even though it's not a recording, record it and send it out, because, you know, we may not have people in California up now. It's 7:45, I think, over by you. It's 10:45 by me. And California has a lot of people, and they are really working hard to change what's going on. I see a lot of people calling me, texting me, and every 2 weeks I get an email to everybody that I have on the list of California. And again, Tina Saline, everybody wants to get a hold of Tina Saline in California. She is a patriot that is getting people together and takes maybe 30, 40, 50 phone calls a day. We need people like that. Elaine Stark, you know, we have the people out there, and they are working very hard. Now, what I did was I spent 6 months working not actually in California, but working there. And I love California because my son played tennis for Cal Irvine, and I used to go out there, and I still do. For 30 years, I went out every Christmas to Newport and also to San Diego. So I know exactly what's going on out there, because Republicans didn't step up in those areas. You know, they they worked from behind, and they didn't want to come out because, you know, a lot of people in California have children who go to school and they don't want to say they're Republican because they ostracize them. So this is happening all over the country. People have no clue what's going on in many states. And like you said, when I talked about Florida, everybody thinks Florida is kosher. We have just as many problems. We have areas in Florida that we have rhinos, Sarasota, Florida, Bradenton, up in Jacksonville area. So we do have areas. We're lucky that we have 1.1 million more Republicans, and we can now get anybody elected we want, pretty much. But there's still little pockets that there are Democrats winning Congress.
Steve,
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I was just going to ask you. I think you brought up a really good point. Do we have like 5 more minutes, Scotty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just going to ask Steve. I think you brought up a great point because, I noticed the whole rhino infusion, and I don't think people realize, like, in these state Republican parties, like, that's really where a lot of the problems exist that I think spill off into Congress, spill off into U.S. Senate, and some probably we'll say the Trump team knows about, President Trump knows about. Some of them they don't. And then there's so much political leverage sometimes where you find that, the president is put in a position where it's like, okay, this guy's a little rhino, or maybe he's not, but, I got to go with this guy or whatever. I guess my question to you would be, how do we revolutionize and change these state parties? Because like in one of my endorsements, it was a $2 million endorsement for me to get endorsed by the California Republican Party. It was rigged. I'm not going to go into detail about that. Somebody paid $45,000 to get the votes to be able to rig the endorsement. And in California, it was a known thing that year in 2022. We offered them $75,000. So if you want the votes, the board of leadership controls the votes because they have a bylaw that says that certain board leadership can get X amount of votes and kind of ghost votes. So I guess my question to you is, to put it simply, this is a problem throughout the United States. Is there any group out there that you know of that's combating this? Or is that what you were kind of mentioning, that precinct strategy is indirectly also working on that as well?
It is, but am I still there?
yeah, you're here, Steve. Go ahead.
So what I think the biggest problem is, and I've talked to General Flynn and many others about it, Lindell, President Trump needs to have a grassroots organization like ours contact his people and sit down one-to-one. They have not done it. What happened was, as soon as the election was over, the RNC and the Trump campaign split up because they no longer needed the Republican Party hierarchy to work on the campaign. If you remember, President Trump took over the Republican Party, basically. Now, what's happened is Laura Trump went on Fox TV. She's no longer involved. Michael Watley, who's the chairman, he responded a little bit to me, but not a lot. And he is working on North Carolina because we forgot our folks who are in North Carolina. And I brought a couple of people on our election security because a lot of those people have nowhere to go, no homes, all that money run out for FEMA. So what we need, and I told Mike Lindell on our show the other day, because when I'm on the show, I interject stuff and everybody can see this. I think everybody needs to go to Stern American Rumble, Stern American, and look at the last election security call that we just had this week. There is so much information on it. But think about this. Let's say it was me. It doesn't have to be me, but let's say I went up and I saw President Trump's election integrity people or precinct strategy people. Who are they? We don't know because nobody is bringing that up to him. And I've asked General Flynn, I've asked President Trump, who are the people we got to talk to? So nobody is given this and nobody knows who they are because President Trump needs to say, okay, this person is in charge of precinct strategy. And then Steve Stern, Dan Schultz go up to this person and we tell them what's going on. This person is in charge of election integrity. Who cares who it is? But now you have a person to speak to. At this point, you got to call the White House. You got to leave messages. I don't give up, but I can tell you it's a struggle because nobody up there is listening. And that's why we have the problem. So if anybody's listening here, you can get it. Now, I've been blocked by the secretaries and everybody else. Not that they block you, but basically we used to have secretaries, so you call them and you go on, including Wayne Root, who knows President Trump. He speaks to him every day. Steve Bannon speaks to President Trump pretty much every day. These people speak to them, but they're not bringing that information that we need. So hopefully we can do that. Now, if we do that, now we got the Trump administration. We have, could be anybody who's in charge. And now we bring all that information up, and President Trump understands it because he's involved in, as you see, in every aspect of what's going on in this country. There's never going to be another man like this because I've spoken to him and sat down in a conference of 21 people, and he goes around the room and he asks everybody what's going on. And 2 years later, he'll still remember what happened at that meeting, because the first time I met him, and there's another picture back here, which I'll turn over. There's a picture of me and him at the auditorium in Broward County. And we took a picture of it with him, and I was with 25 people. And I asked him, do you know what precinct strategy was? And he said, no, but when we go in our conference, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I give everybody 5 minutes and explain it to me. And when I finished what I said, he said, you know what? If I knew about precinct strategy before my last election, I would have won the election. And that's why he tied in with the Republican Party, because he understood what it is. But now, because of all these things he's doing with the war and with the border and everything, it's kind of like not in his wheelhouse to talk about precinct strategy and election integrity. So in answer to your question, that would change things, because then you go from the top down and the bottom up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's a very difficult situation, because if you don't have a chairman of the Republican Party that is going to do this, it's not going to happen. So that's one of the answers. Any other questions before I run?
You know, Steve, I think it's important to note President Trump cannot pardon Tina Peters because she's charged with by the state of Colorado. We have put pressure on Trump. Kim Yeater, myself, and a bunch of people had a campaign before yours, preceding yours, to call the White House, put pressure on Trump to negotiate with Colorado. I guess he gave it to Pam Bondi's office, and her assistant AG said they are reviewing Tina's case. I think it's the most important thing you're working on with election integrity. So why don't you tell people where they can get a hold of you, Steve?
Let me just. Last week there was a case in Colorado with the AG and their AG, and they try to squash it. And the judge says next week we're going to go back over it, and you can't squash it. So the Pam Bondi is definitely there, and they're trying to make that this was not one, that she should get a pardon. Two, she should be let out while she's appealing, because ridiculous, because it's not a huge crime that it was no crime, and they wouldn't even let her out on bail. So that's working on that. And I'm sorry, what was your question? How they can get in touch?
Yeah, how they can get a hold of you.
So you can go to theflagshirt.com. I'm in business 71 years. We have Flag Day coming up, Memorial Day, 4th of July. It's very important. People don't understand how important this flag shirt is. When you go out and you're wearing a flag shirt, they know you're Republican. Show me a Democrat that's wearing a flag shirt, and I'll buy you a dinner. So when the Republicans go out and they get that flag shirt, you can see it just like if you're wearing a Trump hat. And immediately when I go out, they ask me, you must be a Republican, and I give them my card, and I said, hey, you got to get involved. So you can go and call me at 954-318-6902. You can email me at sstern1054@gmail.com. I answer every email, depending on how many emails you get from programs. Most important thing, go to Stern American on X. Follow me there, because we're going to be putting up information about Tina and everything else we're doing on there and how to get involved. So when you have your thing, we put it right up. And, you can put yours up on mine, and I can put yours on yours. And, social media is the most important thing today. It wasn't years ago, but President Trump's son in college got him to go on social media and had him go on podcasts, and that changed the election. So that's why the young people, they were notified by President Trump because of President Trump's son. So all these things are important. And so that's it. I want to thank you so much for having me. I know you're going to do a great job here. This is a great cause. And like I said, send me the address. I will definitely send you a donation, and I'm going to eat lunch.
All right, Steve, your wife's calling, I'm sure. Have a great day. Thank you, sir.
Take care, buddy.
Well, Cordy, I want you to meet Kimberly Stiller. She's still with us here. Kimberly,
Yeah.
meet Cordy, United States Marine, the Megaphone Marine, and he's a healthcare professional. So, Cordy, what are you seeing from your patients that have been jabbed? Is there a difference between someone who's been jabbed and somebody who's jab free? In your practice, do you see a difference?
Yeah, well, and I don't mean this in any way, but it's the only way to say it. I think if they're still alive, yeah, I mean, you definitely notice a difference. I think that just from a health perspective, the people that got jabbed, I'm hearing, yeah, I just got COVID again. I've got, I got it the 5th time, the 6th time, whatever. So their immune system is definitely compromised. Obviously, there's something that we all know is going on at a cellular level. But I think even more than that, you have this false evidence appearing real. The same people that say that everybody needs to get jabbed and that it works and that it's safe and effective are the same people that are double masked. I mean, it's kind of humorous. I have somebody that's wearing, one mask and then they've got a mask over and then they've got, they literally look like Scuba Steve in the Adam Sandler movie. Scuba Steve, I think it was called Big Daddy or something. And they're almost like they're going on a scuba dive. So just even like having to have the mindset of like false evidence appearing real and fear constantly on your brain that you're going to catch something, instead of saying that by his stripes we're all healed. I'm the perfect image of God. I'm healed. I'm clear. I'm safe. All that. I think it's a mind switch more than anything. But yeah, if they're not clotted and dead, they're certainly, immunocompromised, to say the least. And I have noticed that people are jabbed, they're overweight, they're on multiple medications. Just following that medicalized like theory of, listening to, the Ouchie Fauci guy and Scarf Lady. It's crazy. It's a mindset shift that we need in this country of not listening to the people that have controlled you for 30 years. The same people that are in bed with pharma, the same people that are in bed with the healthcare system. It's all one cabal. And I think that takes a critical thinker. And I think they've spent 30 years trying to take the critical thinker out of people.
Yeah, Steve's fighting against election integrity. We're fighting to get Tina out of jail. We're fighting the jabs today. Guess what? All the same people behind it. But have you guys, Kimberly, have you seen some of the embalmer evidence that's coming forward, what they're finding in people? It's unbelievable, 6-foot long blobs of people who have been jabbed. But I think Cordy just spoke your language, Kimberly, talking about putting on the armor of God, right?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we know that God is able to heal even those of us who unwillingly or unknowingly got the jab, because we have a lot of people, with freedom to choose that were equally jabbed or not jabbed. They were just, doing it because, like you said, Cordy, they were totally mind controlled, totally fear-based, totally manipulated or coerced, because they didn't want to lose their jobs. And, we know that God is able to heal them. We know that God is able to completely rewrite our DNA, right? We know the power of the blood of Jesus and the fact that God is able to set us free from all of that stuff. But yeah, it is terrifying. It is absolutely horrific. Some of the stuff that we've seen and heard. And more keeps coming out, right? More and more keeps coming into the public sector, where people are really understanding just how truly nefarious and evil that whole vaccine bioweapon jab was.
Well, yeah, and I think too, Kimberly, which, by the way, thanks for having me on. Thanks for what you're doing and your contribution to the state, the nation, humanity. Very, very grateful. I think that it's, on multiple levels in the last 6 months, even 2 years, you could say, all this, information, white paper research has kind of reinforced what the critical thinkers or the conspiracy theorists, us, right, what we all thought. And now it's reinforcing that, but you're not seeing the fake news publicize those studies that come out where, okay, The COVID jab was deemed ineffective. You don't need it. 99.9% survival rate. You shouldn't have worn masks. I mean, everything that's common sense. Now the white paper research is throwing out and kind of agreeing with all the anti-constitutional crusaders, us, when it was quite the opposite, actually, right? But it's interesting. You're not seeing anybody that is supported by big pharma put that out to the general public, right? And I don't think that's bad for the informational demographic group that's out there that Scotty spoke about. The people watching Joe Rogan, obviously, younger kids under the age of 30, but the people that are already mind controlled, who probably voted for Joe Biden, who probably masked and are still masking, those are the people that it's like, man, how do you get somebody that is that entrenched in to an ideology and a narrative where it's just like a total lack of thinking? And I think the 2024 election and everything before and around that, around the jab, around illegal immigration, pedophilia, transgenderism, all that worked in our favor to turn a lot of lights on. And we're way far above than we were in 2015 and 2020. I think the next thing is how do we move forward and really reach those entrenched Democrats? And maybe there's no hope for the double boosted, the double jabbed, because they are just constantly in that information silo of hearing one narrative. But I don't know. I think that's our next battle.
Yeah, it's true, Cordy. I don't know. There's so many battles that we're fighting, at this time. It's again, the same people that are behind these jabs are behind the imprisonment of people like Tina Peters and Brian Kolfage, Gold Star moms and triple amputees. They're only guilty of one thing: being patriots, freedom fighters, and wanting to make America great again. Kimberly, we're going to see you midday today, so thank you. Great to see you, and we'll have you back in a few hours. Thanks a lot.
Nice to meet you, Kimberly.
Cordy, I'm going to introduce you to somebody. I don't know if you know Sarah Westall. Sarah, do you know Cordy Williams?
I don't.
Hey, Sarah, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
I'm surprised you two have not met. You're both been podcasting a long time, and Cordy is a United States Marine, and he is practicing health and wellness. You're a chiropractor now, Cordy, right?
That's right. I'm in the uncommunist part of New York, right? Long Island.
Sarah's right there with you. She's in the state, the home of Tampon Tim
Yes,
Wallace.
I am.
He's in Minneapolis. So
Woo-hoo.
you guys are the same. Hey, Cordy, thanks a lot. Appreciate all your time today. Thank you for hanging in with me, with Steve.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I appreciate you, man.
He took a little air out of the room, but I love the guy, man. He's so
amazing.
He's so good for this country. We need more 82-year-old, 83. As he said, he's 84 now, I think. So thank you, Cordy. Have a great one, brother.
You too, buddy. God bless you guys. Have a good show. Appreciate you, Sarah.
All right, Sarah.
Hello,
great.
Scotty.
Good to see you. Of course, Sarah is now part of the Sovereign Radio family. She's got a channel on Sovereign Radio, and by third or fourth quarter this year, we will be on radio stations together. We're syndicating Sovereign Radio, and Sarah will be one of the daily hosts on our syndicated radio show. Sarah, you have gone down this rabbit hole of the jab, the vaccine agenda. Nobody does research like you and our good friend Dave. You guys are amazing. You really covered this infinitum throughout the whole plandemic, as we called it. It's not a pandemic, it's a plandemic. You found the same thing. This was planned. How long did they plan this whole plandemic and to jab us, Sarah? How far back do you think they planned this?
Well, it probably was a good 20 years or something. It had to be, right? Because the PrEP Act came in 2016. They were working on mRNA stuff for, over a decade. So it's been a while since they've been planning this. And I think it all ties into their bigger, 2030 agenda. and things. I did a mini documentary right when the pandemic started, based on the World Economic Forum, that showed this website on, it was We Forum. It was part of the World Economic Forum right on the top. And it said they were resetting the world based on COVID. It was this target. COVID was in the middle. And then they had hundreds of levels of deep of this website of how they're going to change everything in the world in every aspect of society. And you drill down and you can see what their plan is for every single aspect of society. And this came out a couple months after COVID hit the scene. So that website, there's no way they could have built that website in a month. So that website was in the works for a long time. And again, it had COVID at the center. They're resetting the entire world based on COVID. And people can't see that of just how big that agenda was and what they were planning. It's pretty incredible.
What would you say to the 5,000 defendants that have hung in there for 4 years in the court cases in California with freedom to choose? What encouragement, advice would you give these people? They've really been hanging in for a long time. We all want to see them get retribution. Kimberly and Neil, I'm going to introduce you to Kimberly in a minute. Kimberly and Neil Stiller have funded this thing up till now. That's why we're here today. By the way, everybody, go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose, givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. If money is tight, we get it. Just pray on it for the day. Pray on it. See if you can afford $1. Look, we'll take $1. We'll take 5, 10, 100, 1,000. Our real hope today, Sarah, is that some big dog, some big fish, some high net worth guy or woman is watching this and they just write us a check for $1 million. So compel them, Sarah Westall, only the way only you can.
Yeah, right.
And compel the 5,000 defendants to hang in there. Why do they need to hang in there? Why is that important?
Well, I think winning these cases are important for the freedom of the entire country, right? We can't have these kind of blatant disregard for who you are and what your own freedom. I mean, if you can't choose over what you put in your own body, it's incredible. You know, the Nuremberg Code after World War II, that was the whole point. We should be able to have informed consent and make a decision for ourselves what we put in our body. And these people arrogance, ignorance. They were just forcing everybody to do what they thought was right. They ended up being wrong. I mean, that's why you don't force people. They were wrong. What they're forcing people to take is killing people. Not only were they wrong, now they're killing people and maiming people for life because they were so arrogant that they thought that they should, force people to do this. And that's important because there's other things that they're forcing people to do that is hurting people. So we need to win these cases. So, I mean, that's what freedom is about. Now we shouldn't go so far as to say you can't ever have a vaccine or you can't have this. They have a right to have that too, but they should have informed consent. You shouldn't put things in these jabs, no matter what it is, that people don't know about. You need to be full disclosure because somebody wants a vaccine, they put it in and there's something in there they didn't know was in it. These are the kind of fights that we need to have because it's basic common sense. I mean, it's like we threw our common sense out, but it's also just our basic human rights. And so these fights are important.
Thank you, Sarah. That's really encouraging. I think I've been telling everybody as they listen to Sovereign Radio, our board of directors here, that we are fighting for not only the country, the world. The world was mandated to take jabs. People in other countries had more pressure than we did in Australia. It was a nationwide mandate. Canada, the shocking thing to me, the country most jab percent to total people, Israel. Are you kidding me? What did you people learn from the Holocaust? And I have friends, family in Israel, and I'm like, what are you guys doing? Didn't you learn anything from being abused? In Germany? Well, they trust their government and their media. That's where we.
Yeah, and the trusting your government and media, you can't be that naive to just blatantly trust others. But it's beyond that. They trusted them, but we should be able to trust that they're not putting things in here that is going to harm people, or that they're not going to be reckless in what they do. That's what they trusted. I don't trust government and media, so I want to have the freedom to put what I want in my body. But still, the people who are choosing to do something, they should be able to, it should be full disclosure. And they weren't. The packaging didn't have anything on it. Remember?
Yeah.
And then the FDA removed, they actually changed their mandates saying that you don't have to give informed consent on something they believe is reasonably safe and effective. They would have classified this as reasonably safe and effective. And now look at how much it's killing and maiming people. That's the problem. We can't, it's human beings, not God isn't doing this. These are human beings with a lot of faults, a lot of biases, a lot of greed. Greed was behind that too. The need to control others. It's amazing how people want to control others. So all these things came into play. That's why you can't be so naive to trust government and media. They're not pure in their intentions.
No, in fact, they come from the 13 bloodlines that believe it's inherent right to have the power and control to run the world. They really believe they have the right to run the world, these people. I want to introduce you to the founder, Freedom to Choose, since she's still here. Kimberly, meet Sarah. If I put you guys in a room together, you wouldn't come out for hours, you two. So have a conversation while I go get some water. Thank you, guys.
Well, excellent. Kimberly, can you help everybody understand what it is that your organization is raising money for and why it's so important?
Sarah, first of all, I just want to say thank you. And we are honored to have you on. I have followed you for years.
Well, thank
in
you.
This freedom fighter mindset that you have. We love you. I love you. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
being here this morning. It is so important that we continue to fund the ability for us to stay in the courts. We have said from the beginning that we just need one win, and that will open the floodgates, not just in California, but across our country. And we know it takes money. It takes money to keep this fight alive. When we started Freedom to Choose, Sarah, we did not make 5,400 plaintiffs pay retainers. We knew that they were under threat. We knew that they were looking at possibly losing their jobs. We wanted them to be able to stand with us. And we believed that this was God's fight, that God had inspired my husband to go and set my people free from the pharaohs in California. And so we believed that God was going to provide the resources, and that's why we set it up as a nonprofit organization. And so every donation that has come in, we are a 501c3, and they can write off their donations, which is absolutely incredible. And so we have to keep the fight alive. And one of the things that I want to say is that over 3,000 individual donations have come in from the moment we started in 2021. Neil and I, yes, we have been, carrying the bulk of the resources to keep the fight alive, but I do not want to miss the opportunity to acknowledge that we've had, very generous donations, and some donors have donated, $5,000 increments. And so it's important. It's important to keep the case alive. It's important to, even when we get obstacles, and even when we hear, that it's tossed out. One of the things that we did is we filed 3 additional lawsuits before we got the 5 different rulings on 5 different appeals that had been, filed when we found out that the judge was just basically going to dismiss us. So we're excited to keep it going. We are grateful for every penny that's coming in, and pretty sure that answers your question, doesn't it, Sarah?
Well, it does. And isn't it remarkable that we even have to fight for this? You keep scratching your head that this fight even needs to occur. But the fact that it does, and we all experience, if I wouldn't have experienced what we experienced over the last 5 years, I would have thought you were crazy to have to fight for this. I thought our freedom was more secure than this, but our very freedom isn't secure, is it?
No. And,
go ahead, Kimberly, you go.
Well, the whole system is corrupt. I mean, we're all here today, every single person on the lineup. We all come from different sectors. We are experiencing the same nefarious obstacles. Some of us know that there's more consistency with the obstacles that we're facing than others realize. But, the judges and the defense attorneys have an agenda to not even allow you to get past the answer phase. They want to do everything that they can to derail you just in the answer phase alone. I mean, what we have witnessed, Sarah, in the courts, the Superior Court of Los Angeles, what we witnessed literally for 3 years was akin of a hamster wheel, round and round and round and round. And they prevailed. They prevailed in literally making it impossible for us to move beyond the answer phase. And that's why you have to keep coming back. And that requires resources. And let me tell you something. I'm not talking about paying our attorney. She is basically working pro bono, and this is just compensating the process of the fees and the incredible expenses of what it takes to file 5 appeals, what it takes to pay for the transcript so that you have proof of what was said and what wasn't said. I mean, it's just insanity. And we can have the conversation about admiralty law versus constitutional law versus common law. We can have all those conversations, and we continue to press in, even though on some cases it feels like we are David running to meet Goliath. It's incredible odds. It seems impossible, but we are relentless and we are not giving up.
Kimberly, I didn't mean to slight the 3,000 people that have donated. I said you and Neil have gone it alone. Of course, we've had help. I think you even mentioned somebody donated $5,000 one time. But, watch this, guys. This is how everything's connected. The Federal Reserve fiat money system has Americans working 2 and 3 jobs. I know someone working 4 jobs because he's got 4 kids. And he couldn't keep his professional career going at 63. They let him go because of his age. So he's got, they're reasonable. They're professional telemarketing, sales, customer service. He works at Home Depot. This guy is working his butt off. And because of the system, they've enslaved us in with taxes and fiat money that just keeps causing inflation. How many Americans are still thinking about what we're talking about today? How many of us are still in the fight saying, never again will we allow these jabs or this kind of death trap to happen where we're forced to choose between vaccine injuries, possibly even death if you're elderly, or take the jab? And that is my concern. Sarah, what do you think? It's hard to put a percentage. How many Americans have just forgotten about all this? I'm afraid too many.
Well, I think there's a fatigue, right? And we just got beat up for so long. It's kind of like just being censored. You get censored for so long. I just put out an article about, do we all have Stockholm syndrome? Because we just get to a point where we accept it. We don't even fight for our freedom anymore. And we just want permission to be able to speak. That's a very dangerous change in attitude in our country. Mm-hmm. That will change the whole spirit of what we're about. And people shouldn't, shrug that off, because not only does it, when you stop having this the spirit of freedom, you stop having this, the spirit of innovation, the spirit of solving problems, the spirit of family and and friendship. All of this stuff is deeply ingrained in us. And when you start killing our soul piece by piece, people shut down. And that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting to reclaim the soul, our freedom.
Yeah, so well said.
You know,
Well, Kimberly, do you have any questions for Sarah? I know you've been following her work. Maybe there's something you've always wanted to ask Sarah Westall. Fire away.
Oh my gosh, Sarah, how did you get started? I know what started Neil and I, right? We were under threat of losing our medical insurance because rumors were coming around that, if you didn't get the vaccine, they were going to change our insurance. And our son had just broken his neck in a motorcycle accident. And so my husband looked at me, came home and said, we got to do something. We got to stand up, call Sonny. And that's what started Freedom to Choose, right? So we were desperate. We had to find a solution, and we knew that we had the bandwidth or the fight to stand for righteousness, really. How did you get started, Sarah?
well, I started this a long time ago, 2014, 2013. I don't know, it was quite a long time ago now. And so it's been about 12 or 13 years that I've been doing this. And so I've been in this world for a while, and I watched freedom in our country. When the internet was free, it is amazing what people were able to learn and see and experience. And we were growing leaps and bounds. And I watched that all get slowly shut down. We're starting to see it reemerge now. The free platforms where you can actually talk are really important. But I was really persecuted and shut down. And so we sued Google. There's a group of us that sued Google because Google took down my website. I had my website taken down. I had my Twitter account taken down. I had my YouTube account taken down. I had my LinkedIn account taken down. I had my Spotify taken down. I had my Patreon taken down. It was like all at once, right? It really an incredible experience of watching everything one by one being just taken down. The only company that didn't take me down was Apple, being honest. Not that I'm going to, not be naive, but Apple took a stance that they are going to look at things as more of a tool. They're going to facilitate and not get involved in the fight. I thought that was pretty commendable. But so I got to experience all that. And what YouTube or Google did is they changed out our contract. The moment they took us down, they changed the contract because they violated their contract. So they took us down and put up a new contract at the exact same time, which is illegal. You can't do that, right? You have to at least follow your own rules that you put up there. And they're just not. They're just doing whatever. And, the censorship continues. And so I have a business background. I'm a systems engineer background. And my show was always about the edge of change. I wanted to understand what was going on in the world. And I started seeing all these amazing inventions and things that I grew up. I started seeing things that, once you start interacting with people in a mass and you start to be able to experience all these other ideas and learn things, and your mind opens up. And so, people talking to other people, there's certain people that dive into certain areas and learn things. And then you can learn from them. And it was just this amazing experience on the internet. And they shut a lot of that down. And so for me, it's been just a fight to get that. And I also realized that the human trafficking, the blackmail, I was the first one to term the phrase blackmail is the currency of the powerful, because I was watching these amazing inventions, free energy and medical, for cures for cancer. I mean, just thing after thing that people had people were getting killed or shut down. And I started diving into it. And that's when I met Jimmy Boots, James Rothstein, and he came at it from another angle. He was working the beat in New York. He was, they call it the Minnesota Strip, because so many people were sex trafficked from Minnesota to New York because they had the looks they wanted, and they were naive. And that combination was perfect. So they brought him in there. And he realized within 2 weeks that this wasn't about prostitution the way we saw on television. They made prostitution look like it was a choice, and they're doing that to make money. And this is what they want to do. No, these people were sex trafficked. And he said, within 2 weeks, I realized that what they were telling us is not true. And then he ended up being responsible for taking down more pedophile networks in the country, probably in the world, than anybody ever. And he got all the way to the top, and he realized that the world was about blackmail and compromise. So he came at it from this angle, and he was working with the Vatican. I mean, he was trying to help clean out the Vatican. He was trying to do all these things. He's working with the president. He was working with Nixon. He worked with Nixon to take down all the snuff film directors. But so I came at it from a side of learning about all these inventions in business. He came at it from that side, and I was like, wow, this is the same thing. This is a phenomena that we're seeing. You're coming at it from seeing the judges. That's the question. Why are these judges so corrupt? What's going on? And I think it ties back into what we both discovered, and what so many people have discovered alongside of us, is that we're living in a world of blackmail and compromise, and they wield that as a currency. And I think these judges are all caught up in that. And that's what you're fighting. And that's why our fight is so hard, because the justice system is so corrupt and so compromised. And so, Scotty, I think you want to say something.
Yeah, oligarchs. And so you're so right about that. I didn't know you were, I know I didn't coin it. I heard it somewhere. I'm like, yeah, I got to use that on my show. But, I did
it in the book with the James Rothstein back in 2017.
Well, thank you, because I modified it to add blackmail and bribery, because they do both. And that's why we're seeing the judges like Boasberg and all these judges, trying to stop the Trump administration. But not to go down a dark rabbit hole this morning, because this is not about darkness. This is about the light and people coming together for a cause. But it's important to point out that human trafficking, that you have gone way down that rabbit hole, pedophilia, satanic rituals, adrenochrome, these are all things. But, when I had Victor Avila on my show, former special agent, Customs and Border Agent Victor Avila, and he's telling us about human trafficking. He's fighting it. He's on the Mexico side, and he's trying to stop the pedophiles. And he says, and along the way, I was embedded one night with one of the gangs. I think it was a Sinaloa gang, one of the gangs. And he lost a partner, Jaime Zapata, rest in peace, they got both of them loaded with bullets. Victor escaped with 5 bullets in him. Jaime Zapata did not survive, but Victor was telling me about satanic rituals, and he was going to gloss over it. And I made him go back. I said, whoa, you're not going to throw that out and just gloss over it. What do you mean satanic rituals? He got so choked up. He had to stop. He was holding back tears. And I realized, don't press this guy too hard. This is hard. But we know that's part of their MO.
Was the cartel involved with that? Is that
the
what
cartels are involved? He said he was with a group of cartel members, and they were partaking in a satanic ritual. The cartel was. So it's so widespread. And then there's the adrenochrome, which we're not going to get into, but I will say, rest assured it's real, folks. I encountered adrenochrome face-to-face in the 90s at a Hollywood party. And to prove it to myself it was real, I got the number of the dealer and pretended that I wanted to be a kind of a distributor to the media people in LA, because this guy wasn't connected to media. He was Hollywood. And so he met with me. He showed me his products. He told me the cost. And, I got to run. I'm late for a meeting, and I forgot my wallet anyway, so we can't do any business. But got the hell. He made me meet him in a dark garage on the bottom floor, and I was freaked out. I was going to record the thing. I turned the wire off immediately. I don't know this guy. He'll shoot me if he catches me recording him, right? So it's real, folks. Human trafficking, pedophilia, satanic rituals, adrenochrome. And the reason I brought it up, it is the same people who mandated all these people who are the plaintiffs, in this case, to take a jab. Is it any surprise they wanted to jab us? And Bill Gates did say if they do a good job with vaccines, they can eliminate 10 to 15% of the world population. Sarah, what role does Bill Gates play in this? Who made him the vaccine czar, do you suppose?
Well, I don't know. His dad was on the board of Planned Parenthood. I remember listening to the radio show one year. This was like 25 years ago. I remember, oh, this is Bill Gates' dad. And I'm sitting there listening to him on NPR or something. And he was on the board of Planned Parenthood. He was a eugenicist. Bill Gates is an open eugenicist. And if you dive into it, which, I have, he's on organizations and supports organizations that support those mandates, depopulation. But he's also a eugenicist. And he's done some things in other countries. People look into what he did in India and, where he harmed and maimed 500,000 people, or what he did in Africa, where he sterilized women against their will. They didn't even know. So there's a lot of stories about Bill Gates and Gavi and their organization that people in this country have no idea about. I come from the computer science systems. I worked in telecom for many years in computer science. And so everybody knew about him, and he was ruthless in his pursuit with Microsoft. I mean, everybody knew he would just ruthless. And I know a lot of these guys at that top pinnacle of their industry are freaking ruthless, but this guy is just incredible. And now he's moving into vaccines. That a person who thinks like that doesn't care about people, really. I mean, you can't be that ruthless and that hard to deal with and care about people, right? And so he's he spent many times with Epstein too. That Epstein, by the way, the top witness for Epstein died yesterday. Supposedly she committed suicide. DeFrey, what is her name?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Yeah.
You believe that? I mean, I can tell people
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
I
believe she
believe that,
committed
sure.
suicide, I have a bridge to sell you on Mars.
Yeah, and
It's
Epstein
a
hung
freaking
himself.
great deal.
Right? Epstein hung himself. Hey, by the way, do you know what Bill Gates' mother did? She was not a housewife, folks.
She was IBM, wasn't she? IBM
She worked for the
director
Federal
and
Reserve for a
stuff?
while.
Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
And then she was on the board of IBM. That's why I remember that. And then he got his first contract with IBM because of her relationship. And he didn't, my understanding is that software wasn't even his. The Microsoft kernel operating system.
Yeah, so when you're born into a family where mom is Federal Reserve, dad's a eugenicist working for Planned Parenthood, cooking up schemes to kill babies and under the guise of helping women with their pregnancy, right? They always wrap like
Freedom.
wrapped around nice conversations. Kimberly, what's the tone and mood? Share with Sarah. What's the mood of the plaintiffs these days? Are they hanging in there? Are they frustrated, or are they still in the fight and feeling strong?
Well, I agree with Sarah when she said there's a tone of weariness that is just, so many of us just want to get back to our lives and just move on. But there are some of our plaintiffs in our current, we have 4 different cases currently in the courts right now, and every single one of those plaintiffs have had documentable monetary losses because they were ultimately fired. Mm-hmm. And so it's a constant reminder for them. So I would say that, they are so grateful that we are still in the fight. They're, the current litigants are absolutely passionate about us not going silently into the night or being silenced. And we're just grateful for every single guest that's helping us carry this telethon today. And Sarah, thank you so much for everything that you've done. And Scotty, where would we be without you? What you've done for the Patriot movement and the freedom fighters across our country and around the world is awesome. So thank you to both of you.
Well, where you'd be without me is you might have a better looking MC today, but that's beside the point.
Scotty.
We gotta have a little fun with this. If you guys want to carry on, I have just been told in text by several people we don't have a banner on the screen, the donation link. So I'm going to create one. So you guys continue the conversation while I take care of that business. Thank you.
Okay. Well, what do you think about the judges? I wanted to ask your opinion. Do you think that the judges are legit? I mean, are they being blackmailed? Are they corrupt? What in their right mind has them go against the Constitution, go against the basis of what they're supposed to do, and they don't care? Why?
I don't know that it's that they don't care as much as it is that the very entities that write their paycheck were suing. So, we are literally.
There's a conflict of interest there, right? I mean, that's the problem with government paying the paychecks of the judges who you're trying to sue. There's a basic conflict of interest. But, we originally, this country was set up where there was a separation of power in that way, where it wasn't so dependent on that. And we had jury trials. It wasn't the judges deciding all this stuff.
Yeah. Well, and really, when you have the monetary support or behind the defense, right? We sued every single government entity that was really pushing these mandates in the state of California. So, on a local level, from the city of Los Angeles, county of Los Angeles, to the biggest school district in our nation, the LAUSD, right along with the LA County Educational Board, and then of course the state, right? The entire state. We listed every single government entity. So we couldn't sue them personally. We had to sue them, behind their titles. And so what's happened is they have, tons and tons and tons of, support and financial backing to basically keep us going round and round and round the merry-go-round. And we have one attorney who, when we first started, we couldn't even find other attorneys that were like-minded to stand with Sunny, because Sunny is such a passionate activist. She's an expert in labor law. She's an expert in constitutional law. She looked at it in terms of, the state rights versus federal. So our cases are all state-based. And, ironically, the state of California's constitution actually has more privacy rights and, it has more provision. I'm guessing, I'm trying to find the right words. There's more provision in the state of California's constitution to protect the rights of Californians, even than our Constitution of the United States of America. So we thought for sure that when we mapped this whole thing out, our lawsuit, our original lawsuit, Sarah, was 7,000 pages. We had countless examples of rights violations. And the big thing was, I really do not believe that any of the judges were anti-rights. I choose to not believe that. I believe that they are caught up in a system that is just so nefarious and so dark and so oppressive that I almost feel like our judges are also enslaved. It's
same with all these attorneys. Because the fact that you can't find many attorneys that have that same mindset. I saw that too. It's like, what is going on? All of you guys just want to pay. We're okay with throwing away freedom, throwing away our basic souls just so we can have a paycheck.
You know, Sarah, it was kind of like what we watched happen with our first responders, right? The first responders in the city and county of Los Angeles, and I'm talking about, our amazing firefighters for both the city and county. They were basically, I'm going to get really graphic. They were almost, made an example of. Like, don't even think that you can stand up, because we're going to make an example out of you and we're going to smash you. I mean, it literally was like they wanted to put our first responders' heads on a stake to make an example to everybody else that, it's useless standing up. Like, there's no way that you could even possibly be right. And that was literally terrifying. I mean, we have, standing with us some of those same firefighters that are still in litigation today, that are still fighting, that are still standing up. You might remember the Firefighters for Freedom organization that, also was birthed in the furnace of the COVID mandates in Los Angeles. And it has been really hard for them too. So, they had a different group of attorneys, and they're still navigating all that stuff. And then, we looked at the civil rights violations. We looked at the public servant rights violations. We looked at the, labor law rights violations. We didn't actually sue any of the 47 different unions that were represented by plaintiffs in our lawsuit. We never sued the labor, right? The labor unions. But what we did do with an incredible email campaign was put them on notice that they were allowing and coming alongside and even contributing to, our union dollars, right, to these vax mandates. And then when you unpeel how the incentives were to actually issue a vaccine, that these medical institutions and even the schools were getting paid behind the scenes to give the vaccine. I mean, this was an all-out campaign.
It was incredible. Yeah.
Against we the people. And we uncovered all of that stuff. We have, tons of documentation supporting all of that. But
do you think that do you think that if we move on and we just start living our lives, do you think that it'll resolve itself, or do we have to deal with these ugly issues? You know what I mean? How do we fix it? Yeah.
We have to stand. We have to stand up. We have to fight. We have to, I'm like jumping out of my seat right now, leaning into the camera just to make my statement, but we have got to fight. We cannot stop. We cannot back down. We cannot.
Because what happens if we do? If we just move on and say, God, I'm tired, I got to move on. What happens?
Do you know one of the things that we educated our plaintiffs when we learned from the very beginning, Sarah, that the lack of knowledge, right? The Bible actually says that my people perish for lack of knowledge, that people did not even understand what rights were being violated. They did not understand that if you don't stand up for your rights and you don't put the person on notice who is violating your rights, that you are now in agreement with them violating your rights. And so much of our letter campaigns, I'm talking thousands of emails, put our employers and the labor unions on notice that our rights were being violated. We were not going to stand for it. And that was ongoing, because we had to lay the foundation of the extent of the rights that were being violated so that we could come back and enforce our rights And now we are still enforcing our rights. We're still saying, no, you violated our rights. It's not okay. And until we get a ruling in the courts that says that you violated our rights and you don't have the right to violate our rights, we are not going away, Sarah.
That's good. I mean, because if you don't, it gets back to do we have Stockholm syndrome, right? Are we slowly, is our spirit dying? And we're protecting our captors. You know, we are in love with the abusers. Is that us, or are we going to recognize it and get ourselves out of it? You know, I mean, that's kind of the state that we're in.
You know, Kimberly, you had talked about the education. People didn't understand their rights. A lot of people thought mandates were laws. Mandates aren't laws, and they're unconstitutional. And when they're unconstitutional and they're not laws, we didn't have to comply. Some
That's
people
right.
did to keep their job, as in the case of freedom to choose the, plaintiffs. What a tough decision. I'm going to lose my job. I can't put food on the table, or I'm going to take a experimental drug that might kill me. That's not a choice. That's hardly a choice to make. So we had to be educated. And that's one of the big things that came out of freedom to choose. Educated a lot of Californians.
And they had solutions that they were censoring and banning. That is where a lot of the crime is at. And that we haven't dealt with. They were
Like
banning.
ivermectin, right?
Yeah, they're banning. And there was a bunch of them that actually were working. And they were banning and censoring that stuff. That is, while they were forcing this other thing. I mean, that is evil. I mean, come on. People are getting fired. They can barely repeat. And then people now are dying and injured. It's like, oh my God. The fact that we're not dealing with this, that Congress and politicians are not dealing with this, to me, that's a head scratcher. There are some that are, but very few.
Very few.
And it's like, what is wrong with you? I don't know.
Well, one of the things, just having to answer a question on an email, did you get the vax, was technically a form of coercion to surrender your HIPAA privacy rights.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you check the box, yes or no, right? Once you check that box, you've now given them open door access to all of your medical privacy rights. And so it was so covert. I mean, talk about guerrilla warfare, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was just next level. And then we were telling people, do not respond, right? Do not respond. Well, then they were getting written up for not responding to the email, and we had to give them like multi-layered defense strategy for proving that the employer was literally overreaching and coercing. And I mean, it was just insanity. The confusion on the battlefield. The other thing that was so intentional by the enemy, right, is that the departments weren't lined up within the city or the county or the state. What one department's actions was inconsistent from another. I mean, there was no unification on what was incoming against the plaintiffs, and then what was working over here wasn't working over there. I mean, it was chaos on the battlefield. It's exactly what the cabal or the deep state wants to do, is they create confusion, they create division. There were rumors being spread that Neil and I were, communist, and I don't even know if you know this, Sarah, but my husband is Jewish. And although he's messianic and believes that Jesus is the Son of God and the Messiah, he's Jewish and he's a registered Democrat. And so, for them to come and tell us that we were communist, and spread that out there on social media just to disqualify us, it was like, wow, now
Well,
I
that's
might,
they smear the messenger. They smear your character
oh,
as a tactic of war. I mean, this tactic.
Hey,
That's when they can't do it. They, like with me, they just took me down everywhere. They don't want anybody listening to me because somebody might figure out that I might not be so bad. But
right.
they have to smear your character. That's how, because they can't go after the essence of what you're saying, so they go
Right.
after you.
hey,
Well, and the
Kimberly,
beautiful
maybe
thing,
maybe Neil should unregister as a Democrat. A
well,
registered Democrat can be accused of being a communist, right? Because he's a registered Democrat. But
but you know
he
what? You know what was so awesome? Let me tell you what was so awesome, and that is that because Neil is a registered Democrat even today, and I'm a registered Republican, we were able to unify. We literally brought people together,
That
and
is good. Yep.
we never made it about political party. We never made it about
That's
which
excellent.
side. We never made it about vaxxed or unvaxxed. It was our rights matter.
Ooh, she
oh
got dropped. Maybe
yeah,
she was saying something too important, huh?
I don't know. Maybe it's the operator here who's playing around with the screen. I don't know. No, I don't do anything. Let me see.
I'm
All right,
here.
there we go.
I'm here. I'm here. So what we did was we united everybody. We united vaxxed with unvaxxed. We united Republican with Democrat. It didn't matter.
But
We
was your
were saying,
husband disappointed with the Democrat? Because the Democrat Party during that time, I'm independent, but I watched the Democrat Party turn into something that I never really, I mean, on all the people, they were almost cross-eyed, forcing people into doing all this stuff. What was wrong with the Democrat Party for they became something that was unrecognizable to most people?
I would agree with that.
I think the Democrat Party has been hijacked, and I think it's been, um, I think it's been weaponized against, for so long, my husband has held to the John F. Kennedy heart of the Democrat Party. And we even got to have an interview with Bobby Kennedy. And, we really, love the heart of what the Democrat Party used to stand for. And now, so many of those Democratic Party concepts from, when JFK was with us, have come over into more of the Republican
That's right.
party. So, I don't even think it is about the parties anymore. I really think it's, do we align as patriots? Are we patriots? And doesn't even matter. The bottom line is we have to care about the Constitution of our great nation. We have to care about the Constitution in each of our states, no matter where we're coming from. And we have to be actively involved on a local level in our community, in our local government, in our schools. Oh my gosh, let's talk about the indoctrination of our children. I am so excited with so many people who are involved on a local level. It is awesome.
It is. So how did you think the Democrat Party got hijacked to be the party of the big elite globalist, the most powerful people in the world? That's the Democrat Party right now. You wonder, because it's so different. It used to be fighting. They used to fight for the workers. They were the worker party. They didn't, what happened?
Yeah.
So yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
And look at how many of the unions got behind Trump. I mean,
Yeah.
Trump totally reached out to so many of the unions, and even I can tell you, the union that my husband is involved in is the biggest union in our nation, and there were a lot of very disgruntled union members with what was going on with COVID and what was going on with the pressure that they were trying to put us on. We ended up watching our union literally stand up for us and hold the city accountable for their violation of our what's called an MOU. It's a memorandum of understanding with their employment contract with the city. And so our union, we were able to put so much pressure on them with our little email and letter campaign that they remembered their members, which was wonderful. And that's really the beauty of how it's supposed to work. So I want to always, Sarah, have a message of hope and relentless tenacity that says, we will continue to raise the banner. We will continue to be that bright light. And I don't believe that anything is absolutely, as far gone as what some would like to think. And, we want to stand up for righteousness. We want to stand up for the big picture, which is what God has to say. And I know some very passionate, godly Democrats that are scratching their heads going, I don't know what's going on with my party, And, of course, we got to do what we got to do, but I don't even know that it really is about party affiliation anymore. I think it's more patriot versus communist mentality, right? We're either red, white, and blue-blooded Americans or we're not.
Think about it. There's more Democrats rallying behind AOC to run for president in 2028. If that is the best they can muster,
That is
God
right
bless,
now, I think.
God bless, because we're gonna, I say we, and I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat. I would call myself a patriot independent, but of course I voted Republican the last 3 elections. But if AOC, are they going to come up with Letitia James for president next? Come on. These people have just lost their minds.
That's what I think.
Lost their minds.
There's nowhere else to go right now. If you're an independent thinker and you are just like common sense, the only party that even has that anymore seems to be the Republican Party. But, I'm not super fan with everything they're doing, but the Democrats have lost their minds.
They really have. There's a great video online. I have to throw this out there. It's a woman sitting on a plane. She's about 60, and a really nice young man in a MAGA hat sits next to her.
Is it true? First of all, before you start, I saw that. Is that true?
That is a real video.
Okay.
That is real. She starts screaming for the flight attendant to come. That you got to get me away from this maggot. She keeps calling him a maggot. And she's screaming and yelling for the flight attendant. And the MAGA guy's feeling bad for her. He touches her arm very softly. She screams, he molested me. He molested me. Or he attacked me, or whatever she says. It's just really funny.
He was like, oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. He goes, I'm not here to harm you. He's not, whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. The flight attendant comes up to them, the two of them. She says, I'm going to move you. I have a seat for you in first class. The lady jumps up like she's getting moved to first class. She tells the MAGA guy in the red hat, this 25-year-old kid, come with me in first class. And the lady goes, you're going to lose your job over this.
She freaks out.
It's so funny. This is where we've come. And not that there isn't people far right that are equally crazed out with their radical ideas, but certainly the hardcore lefts that I know, I really can't talk too much. How's the weather? How's your son? I have a friend I know since I'm 6 years old. We can't really have a conversation. And he's way more hung up on politics than I am. And I got
to tell you, I have a lot of colleagues who were Bernie supporters who I work with and I talk to and stuff, and who no longer are. They fell out of the party and they see it for what it is, that there's something going on. But I have a lot in common with them on caring for people, passionate, caring about the country, doing what's right. They used to have that. They might just differ in opinion from the Republicans, back in the day, but it was not what it is today. This is a whole nother deal. And so they see that. They split away. And I have a lot of colleagues and I talk to them on a regular basis. They're great people, but they can't be part of it anymore.
John Coonan wanted me, he's on our board. He just texted me to make sure you tell everybody, a lot of the plaintiffs were Democrats. They've dropped the party. So that's interesting. They were working for the public sector in California and LA, forced to take jabs. They were obviously moderate enough to go, no way, or their jab vaccine injured now, and they don't want anything to do with the Democrat Party. That's very interesting. Well, Sarah, why don't you tell our listeners how they can find Business Game Changers and Sarah Westall before you go?
Yeah, go to sarahwestall.com. Or I'm really doing well or growing on Rumble. And what I really need are people signing up for my newsletter, which will sign you up for this Substack, and you'll be able to get an update on all the shows. But what I need is for people to subscribe to me on Rumble and these platforms, because what we're up against are the mainstream media has imploded, right? And a lot of them are moving to these platforms, and that's been happening for the last couple of years. But we're learning that they're buying subscribers, they're buying likes. And so we are competing with this false sense of reality. And a lot of guests look at those, and the people look at that and go, wow, they have all these subscribers. And it's hard sometimes to get the kind of guests we want when we're competing against that subscriber count. The good news is the platforms know, the advertisers are starting to figure out that even though their subscriber counts say hundreds of thousands of people, the views aren't there. They're not, their people are choosing not to watch them. But we have this catch-22 right now. So we need people to subscribe. We need people to share our work. So thank you so much for doing this, Scotty. And I really appreciate this. And Kimberly, it was really great meeting you, and your organization is doing great work. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. And you can also find Sarah on Sovereign Radio. She's now got her own channel. So go to sovereignradio.com.
Yes, Sovereign Radio.
Our online shows, and you'll find Sarah's channel. Thank you, Sarah. We'll talk soon. God bless, and have a great Sunday with your family. I get to be surrounded by pretty women all day, and I get to talk to smart people. You know, my dad always told me, Kimberly, surround yourself with people that are smarter and better looking than you. That was his secret to success. You know, just hang with the smart, good looking ones. So we're going to wait for Scott McKay. And while we do, it'd be a good time to talk about the lineup today. No, that's Scott's. I want to get the lineup here. I do have the lineup. There it is. We have a great show for our telethon today. It is a show in the sense that we want to keep you informed and entertained. It is a purpose to raise money for freedom to choose, never again. And it is our endeavor to feed you a lot of good information today. So Scott McKay is up next, the Patriot Street Fighter. We'll rattle his cage if he's not here in a few minutes. Charlie Simons, host of Do Not Talk. Charlie is a fellow broadcaster. Big time job in San Francisco on KGO radio. They laid him off when he told the world, his audience, he found the Lord, he found Jesus, and became a Christian. That's when they fired Charlie Simons. Dave Hodges, the Common Sense Show, good friend, also a Sovereign Radio show, and will be a Sovereign Radio host and syndication. We have a guy that is doing probably the most important role, I think, on a local level. Sheriff Richard Mack is on. These are all Central Times at 2:00 Central today from the Constitutional Sheriffs and Police Officers Association. The CSPOA Sheriff Richard Mack. He is the man that is training sheriffs to govern and sheriff by the Constitution. When I met him, I said, this guy's probably the most important guy in 3,000 counties to help get us to a place where we have constitutional sheriffs. Another position that's been bought and paid for, blackmail and bribery, the currency of the deep state, and they've bought off our sheriffs. SG he's on at 3:00 Central, the one and only SG. He is a geopolitical analyst, deep ties to the military, probably the one of the best articulate guys at explaining what's going on in the world. 4:00 may be a lot of people's favorite hour simply because G. Edward Griffin, the author of The Creature of Jekyll Island, the one and only G. Edward Griffin, the man responsible for my awakening. I read his book in 2009, The Creature of Jekyll Island, and he'll be on with Rob Cunningham. I paired them together for a reason because Rob is a out-and-out expert on the financial system that we've been, the tyranny we've been living under, and he's intimately involved in the new system, the quantum financial system, and most importantly, can talk to us about cryptocurrency and how it's tied to the new system. It sounds complicated, but Rob can break it down in simple terms. I'm going to take a break at 5, and Kim Yeater and Mark Anthony, my good friends, will fill in. And at 6 Central, we have Tammy Garcia. Tammy has her own health show. She's a health and wellness expert. She'll join us at 6. Lisa Schermerhorn, my spiritual friends, Lisa and Brad Wozni, will close out the day. Brad has a show called The Sovereign Soul. Lisa has her podcast, and boy, are these two people really good at talking about our subject today. They both covered it from day one, the jabs, the what's in the vaccines, the whole tyranny behind it. So we'll close out the day with Lisa Schermerhorn and Brad Wozni from The Sovereign Soul. Scott McKay, he'll be here. In the meantime, we'll get Kimberly back. Let me remove Kimberly. You know Scott McKay, right?
I do. I love Scott McKay. Oh my gosh, he's amazing.
Yeah, you can stick around. I'll introduce you. I've got to get this graphic removed. Here we go. This is a chore with all these pieces and parts moving, and I'm just hitting buttons, and it works in the end. I just know it's working out in the end. I may hit a few wrong buttons along the way, but you know what? Humor me today, because who knows what button I'll hit. I might have an eject button for the seat I'm sitting in, and I may eject myself from the show a few times. So, Kimberly, is Neil joining us later today? I hope we get to meet Neil.
Absolutely. He will be here definitely by the end of the day.
That's awesome. Neil is Kimberly's significant other. He is the one
Husband. My husband.
Her husband. Yeah, her husband. You know what, Kimberly? This would be a good time while we're waiting for Scott, and he'll just have to wait now for a few minutes. Let's play the video. We have a primer video of you and I talking. It starts off with producer Mark Istertoff. He'll kick the video off. So let me tee that up and let's watch it. It's 9 minutes. All right.
All right.
Really very informative. It really covers well how this got started and where it's going. So give me a second. I'll cue up the video.
Kudos to Kimberly and Neil for the work that they're doing. They are real fighters. And
You can say
truly,
it.
Truly
You can tell her
appreciate.
now, Mark.
Yeah, truly appreciate your fight and your efforts. We got to keep pressing forward and keep on the pressure and keep on the fight. And people have forgotten so easily of what they did to us, forcing people to stick needles in their arms with something experimental, or you'd lose your job. I mean, it's just atrocious. I mean, and people have forgotten, moving on with their lives. That has to be changed. So thank you, Kimberly. And I'll catch up with you guys later.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Hey, Kimberly, good to see you.
Hey, Scotty, it's great to be here. Wow, Mark, thank you so much for that very kind statement. It is our joy to do our part on our little battlefront. You know, we all have different battlefronts, so it's good to be here, Scotty, to talk about all that.
We are the only jab mandate cases left in the California court system, but Sunday is your opportunity to bring accountability to these people. We have over 100 defendants named in this case, including Governor Newsom and the former Mayor Garcetti of LA, and health officials and administrators that enforced the jab. Kimberly, tell us how this all started back in 2020. What was What was the impetus for this back in 2021, where you and Neil started Freedom to Choose?
Well, with any kind of organic endeavor, right, Scotty, it's something that is a personal threat to our personal household, right? Our son had been in a motorcycle accident and had broken his neck in the spring of 2021. And the city, my husband works for the city of Los Angeles, and we began to get threatening emails that were basically, or COVID updates, or, they were allowing these rumors to float around that they were going to cancel our insurance.
We're having buffering problems here.
If we didn't comply with the COVID mandates. My husband one night, this was a conversation that had been kind of gently discussed, and one night he just looked at me and he says, I think I need to be like Moses. I think God is telling me to go to the state of California and tell the pharaohs in the state of California to set my people free. And we're passionate believers in the word of God, and so that Passover story is a big deal to us. And when God inspires something, it's like, okay, well, if it's a God thing, we're just gonna be obedient and do what God wants us to do. And that was really what started it. Labor Day weekend in 2021, and my husband he sends out a text to 8 of his colleagues that really said, we got to do something. Who will stand with me? I'm not going to comply, and we're going to fight this. Who will stand with me? And that exploded. That went from 8 guys to 800 guys in 3 days. The people needed to be educated on what their rights were. They needed to be educated on what the violations of their rights were, and then how to stand up for their rights, and then how to actually hold their employers accountable for the rights violations, and then how to enforce their rights. And that it wasn't like we we got a bunch of people to get on a train with us. It was, we gave the city or the state the opportunity to understand that they were violating our rights. And then after repeated lack of action and response to our notifications in writing, I mean, we had a massive email campaign that happened, up and down the state of California, where, we were posting templates for people to use to put their unions on notice, to put their employers on notice, to let them know, this is a direct violation of these specific rights. And after a culmination of that, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails that basically substantiated that we, the people, were educated about our rights violations. And not only were we educated, but we were educating our employer, and that the employer was consistently bulldozing our rights. That's what opened the door for the lawsuit to be filed. They split our case into 5 different kind of sections, because there were city people that were
Well, we're having some buffering problems here. I'm going to ask.
affected. There were county people that were affected. There were LAUSD people
All right, folks.
who were affected. There were state people who were affected. And then, of course, all of the private sector people that were impacted. So,
ladies and gentlemen, we're having buffering problems. It's probably on my end. I'm going to ask Betty and Gabe, who are waiting in the green room.
we did that for about 3 years, went through the appeal process.
If you guys will log out, since you guys have come in, we seem to have some buffering problems. So let's try that. Betty and Gabe, if you'll log out.
Had 5 different appeals that we filed. And Scotty, before we got the rulings back from the appeals process, because, you know, when you're suing the very
All right. I don't want us all to endure this. This is not.
entities that are writing the checks for the judges.
Well, Kimberly, we'll try again later. I think we were about 3 minutes left in that video. And as you know, I'm here in Mexico. And let's just say I need Starlink real bad. I need a better internet connection. This happens. And I think when we get a bunch of people streaming on screen, even them waiting in the waiting room, I think takes up some bandwidth. So, Kimberly, I will bring you back in. I want to introduce our next guest. You have followed him for years, and I'll introduce you to him. There he is, Mr. Scott McKay, the Patriot Street Fighter. How you doing, my friend?
Doing good, sir. Hopefully we can clear up the buffering problems by popping in here. I do have Starlink, by the way. Let's see what happens. I think Scotty's frozen.
Did I freeze?
I think he did momentarily.
Yeah. Well, Scott, I want you to meet Kimberly Stiller. She is the founder of Freedom to Choose, along with her husband, Neil Stiller. They started this thing when Neil was forced to take the jab. He refused. I still don't know how he managed to keep his job, but they decided to get together and fight the jabs. And 4 years later, 5,000 plaintiffs later, and 100 defendants, including Gavin Newsom and Mayor Garcetti. Here we are trying to raise money to keep us in the courts and make it to SCOTUS. Nobody knows about fighting better than Scott. Scott, you've been in this fight since the 80s. So say hello to Kimberly first.
Kimberly, yeah, I was listening. I got a good chunk of your message here. And I just got to say, it's badass. I mean, your husband, those are the heroes out there in this country that led the charge, that just said absolutely not. And the fact that he was able to recruit that fast, that many people in his world to stand up and say, we're not doing this. That's a big deal, because look, let's face it. I mean, I still had this conversation the other day. I was actually stunned at how many people I saw from our side of this conversation that said okay and we're walking around with masks. I remember going to an event with major podcasters shortly after all this started, and every one of them were walking around with masks on. I'm like, what on earth are you people doing? You gotta be kidding me. You're supposed to be leading the charge to fight this, but you're acquiescing to, you're wearing masks. I just couldn't believe it. So when people took a stand, when those like your husband took a stand like he did, it's I don't think people realize the courage that it had to take to do that, especially when your job is at stake and put up that kind of a fight. So congratulations,
Scott. It is incredibly humbling to share the screen with you. And I can tell you, I can testify that it is awesome to be married to the incredible man that I'm married to, because you're right. He is a badass and he is one courageous dude. And, you know, he has no shame. He does not operate in ego. He is just passionate about doing the right thing all the time. And at the end of the day, he really does care about what God thinks. So, you know, when you're walking around and you don't have ego leading you and you're walking in the fear of the Lord that just basically says, not on my watch, right? And the two of us are united in that. You know, we make an invincible couple. We've been married for 26 amazing years. And we just believe that we're leaving a legacy for our children's children. You know, of freedom's not free, and we believe that, and we're doing our little part on the West Coast, and we know that it has big results. And gosh, to sit here and just share the screen with you is incredibly an honor, and I'm so inspired by everything that you've done. You know, it's probably watching and listening to a bunch of your podcasts that, you know, have given us the courage to just rise up on our own battlefront, right?
Hey, Kimberly, I want to tell you how I met Scott in a minute. First, I want to say my dad, Korean War veteran, United States Marine, may he rest in peace. He sat me down one day and he said, listen, you're a boy, you're going to get in fights. And when you get in a fight, doesn't matter what kind of fight, an argument, a brawl, you know, you're going to go to bars. There's going to be trouble. When you get in a fight, you got to know who's in the trenches with you. You got to know who you're in the fight with. I'll tell you what. I'll take Neil on my left and Scott McKay on my right, and I'll go to war and brawl in any bar with any guys, with those two guys on each of my sides, because they're the real deal. So I met Scott McKay in the most interesting circumstances. We were traveling together on the Arise USA tour, put together by Sasha Stone and Robert David Steele. It was my first weekend on the tour. I had not met Scott yet. And Robert was insisting I ride. Robert had 5 buses on those tours, big buses with the 4 main speakers, big faces of Scott McKay, Lee Dundas, Sasha Stone, Robert David Steele, and Sheriff Mack. They all had these big faces on their buses. And he wanted me to ride on the CSPOA bus again and again and again. And there was nobody on that bus for the 3rd day in a row I was on it. So I'm like, what am I doing? So I'm going to go to Scott's bus and knock on his door, get past the 2 big brute security guys he's got. These guys are intimidating, but again, United States Marine dad, he taught me better than that. So I go up to his door. There's one of the big guys standing there, and I go, hey, can you get Scott to come down for a minute? He said, who should I tell him is calling? You know, this big brute. Scott came down. He said, hey, I'd like to ride on the bus with you. Scott knew who I was because I was emceeing. I had introduced him on stage a few times already. So he knew who I was. He's like, yeah, come on up. So we sat down for a 3-hour bus ride. Scott, tell him about I want you to talk about the first hour, how you were sizing me up.
Yeah. I figured I didn't really know. Scotty and I didn't have a chance to really get to know each other because we were in and off, up and down off stage, and I just had to kind of smoke him out if he was an infiltrator because obviously we sort of split off from Robert, and there was a little bit of disruption to that, and so we sat there for probably at least an hour. I was just asking Scotty a lot of questions, trying to size him up, and it was very clear to me, and anybody who's watching the show could get what I'm saying. Scotty Sachs is such a clean, affable warrior spirit that you can't not like this guy. You just can't. Even if he was an infiltrator, I think he would have got me because I mean, there's good people, good souls, good light beings on a planet, and they are oftentimes rare to come across. So I just truly like this guy. And obviously now you see over time the work Scotty's done. And when you have people that are sincere every minute of their life, again, it's a rare trait, a rare quality. So I was just honored that a guy wanted to ride on my bus.
Yeah,
my own bus.
Scott, I'm so used to asking the questions and then listening, but you were asking the questions and listening to me, and I thought, I think this guy might think I'm infiltrating his domain here on his bus. This guy might think trying to get some dirt on him, and the blackmail and bribery card they're going to play. Right, if I can get some dirt on Scott McKay, that would be really good, right? And I think it was about an hour in, you actually came out and told me what you were doing. You said, "Okay, I'm enough. I'm sure you're not infiltrating my bus," and you were very open and honest about it. And of course, we've been good friends ever since, and we've done some more events together. We've done a lot of work on my radio show, your podcast and radio show, and you have been in this fight. I want you to go all the way back to the 80s. You worked for the Bushes, and you saw filth, and lies, and deceit, and tyranny up close and personal, didn't you?
Yeah, when I was when Reagan finished his second term, of course, it was kind of natural that he would endorse his vice president, H.W. Bush. This is long before I ever knew he was like a drug-running, murderous pedophile. And you'd say that about somebody like Bush. In fact, when I said that in my radio show when I started it in 2020, I knew it was going to shock people to their core. For me, number one, talking like that about somebody, especially a former president. Number two, if they actually realized what I said was true. But I didn't see any of that back then. I just thought, why is it's strange that Reagan's not coming out really with a strong endorsement of the VP? Well, now we know why, because he's the one that set up the assassination with the Hinckley family on Reagan. And so I could clearly see something was up in the 92 election. Clinton comes on the scene in 90, started researching Clinton, and I saw what was coming from Arkansas. It was scary. And I remember the state senator down there, probably 90 years old, been there for 50 years. He was talking about the circle of power that Clinton was building in Arkansas, and he was scared to death that he was going to complete that circle of power and take it to D.C. He did, and then the worst things in this country's history started to happen. And so I didn't start working, actually. I started working campaigns in 1990, but I didn't work that campaign. It wasn't until 2000 when W. Bush came on. And of course, I worked both those campaigns, and same like everybody else, we were all fooled. Conservative, strict constructionists, the Supreme Court, blah, blah, blah. And he ends up putting these justices on the court that stab us in the back, like John Roberts, and I forget who else. And he's becomes the biggest spender since LBJ, made LBJ look like a piker in expanding the welfare state and the budget. And I just couldn't understand that. And it wasn't until 2006 when it was very clear that, whatever his involvement was in the CIA, Mossad, Netanyahu takedown of the World Trade Towers, and realizing it came from inside our own government. That's kind of when I washed my hands of all of it. Politics, everything, walked away. And of course, the Bushes, the Bushes should, when this all comes out, said this publicly, that no Bush should ever be allowed in any political position of power in this nation in the future, because of the family dynasty, the DNA, where they've come from, Nazi Germany, during, when George Scherf, which is his real name, wasn't transferred to the Bush family to hide him out, and then a German sailor transported to the United States to come in under the cover of whatever, becoming a Navy sailor, pilot for the U.S. Just this massive infiltration. So, and the rest of it's downhill. Industries are shipped overseas. He's the one that set us into the globalist, track and devastated, economically, a lot of things, industry, all of it here in the United States. So, it was Clinton that woke me up. It really was. It was that election that really woke me up, 1990. So since then,
and you were a guy who wanted to be a United States senator, and you hanging around these people and watching what they were about. You decided that wasn't your calling. And you remember the Mena Airport in Arkansas, the Mena Airport where Bill Clinton was trafficking children and drugs as governor. These are bad dudes. Scott, pan your camera down a little. You're hiding behind your Street Fighter banner.
Let's try that. Okay.
A little more. There we go. Now we can see your handsome face. Kimberly, I am going to bring in Gabe, so I'll remove you because we have another freedom fighter and a warrior waiting to come on with Scott and I, and he's one of your plaintiffs. And he's the only plaintiff who said, hell yeah, you can tell everyone who I am because I want to be in the fight and I want everyone to know who I am. So, Kimberly, we'll see you later. Betty, we'll get with you soon. What happened to Gabe? I saw him here in a minute ago. Well, it's a good time to bring Betty in then. Betty Camp.
Hey
Betty
there.
and I go back to 2018 when I started Prayers for 45, which was a prayer group for Trump. I saw what was going on and how the world was after him. And I said, I need some prayer warriors because I'm not a prayer leader of any kind of consequence. So Betty, you stepped forward, and Kimberly, and we had a good 6-year run with our prayer group. That was really a good go of it. Betty, you're on the board of directors of Freedom to Choose. Why do you spend time doing this stuff?
Oh my goodness. No, I saw the evil. I read the scriptures a lot. And so I watched the horizon and realized that this is just another agenda of Satan, that he wants to come and tear us down. And he's coming on all fronts. So I joined the fight in order to just be part of the battle, the war, be one of the warriors that's in there, not backing down. And there's your guest.
Gotcha. Gabe. Hello, Gabe. Gabe Doyle. What a warrior, man. This guy is not afraid to drop his pants to the world. That's what we called it in Chicago, where I come from. You're dropping your pants to the world today, Gabe, by coming on camera, name and all, as a plaintiff for Freedom to Choose. Betty and Gabe meet Scott McKay. You probably know, the Patriot Street Fighter. So I'm going to let you guys, since we've got Scott here. If there's something you wanted to ask Scott, Betty, you may have something in mind. So fire away. If not, I'll have Scott start asking you 2 questions because he's real good at that.
Scotty, I'm in education. By the way, my husband's name is Scott, so Scott's the popular name. I'm in education. I'm in the public school system. Have you been doing any investigation into that arena at all?
I have not since we sort of kicked off from this seat, the movement. It was about masking up everybody, but masking up the kids. And of course, over time, shortly thereafter, I started Patriot Street Fighter. I met Mickey Clan. Somehow she was able to get through 1 million emails that I was being avalanched with, brought her on. She talked about a lot of the astrology stuff of what was happening today. And then she somehow got involved in the argument, the debate about masking kids and how to bring this thing down. And of course, they did great work. Started Bonds for the Win, showed people how to go get public information, which were the bonds of these political figures. Everybody who is in an elected position happens to be bonded, which basically does put them in a position of responsibility, legal and otherwise, if they were going outside of the parameters of their allowed duties and inflicting any harm on the people that they're quote unquote overseeing, which was a school system to kids. And of course, what I had been talking about since 2020 summertime when they started this nonsense was I was talking about the power structure, the global power structure. And I talked about trying to, right out of the gate, I said, look, folks, we've got to bring this whole thing down. It's a culture that starts from the top to the bottom. And the best way to do it, easiest way, is from the ground up. And that is start at the lowest level of their architecture of authority. And that's the school boards. And you go, you start approaching, moving on the school boards, coming in mass numbers, peacefully protesting. And I said, I'm telling you right now, these people are cowards. Some of the dumbest people in America sit on school boards across the country. That doesn't mean they're all stupid, but the vast majority of these people are. And they just start because they're people that have nothing better to do. Small school boards, small communities. They want to be important. They run for these positions. And then they think, because I won, because I got 6 votes, only 1% of the population votes. Now I've got real authority, and in their mind, they want to exercise authority if it gives them a feeling of power. And they'll do that right up until 200 mama bears show up at a meeting, the school board, pissed off. And as I said before, Vail, Arizona collapsed, said it for probably 18 months, constantly go after the school boards. And then Vail, Arizona had the exact same thing happen. The first one that happened became national news, where these mama bears were pissed off. And these people not only left the building, the school board members, they resigned their posts before they did, which allowed the mama bears to nominate new board members on the spot, vote them in, and then their first act in 5 minutes was to end the mask mandate on kids. And it was an amazing thing to watch happen. So that was my involvement, was in the school boards, was trying to fuel that fire, for about 1.5 years before it finally took. But today, I don't know, exactly what's happening. In the preceding years, you had counties like West Palm Beach County School Board being completely overturned. A left-wing liberal, which had been forever, is now conservative. All those moves were very inspiring to me. And it just kept me in the fight, in the same battle, because so many incredible warriors went out there and did that job.
Yeah. And the important thing, Scotty, is, and I want to encourage everybody who's listening, who's on right now, the important thing is, and they talked about this, Sarah Westall and Kimberly had talked about this, not backing down. You can get, it's so easy to get discouraged, like that one teacher who spoke up, and she was being very calm, and they arrested her for speaking up and telling them what they were doing was wrong. And it was like the Gestapo. She was calm, cool, collected, presented her evidence. And just because she spoke up and said something that they didn't like, they took her off. We can't be afraid when that kind of thing gets projected to back down, because collectively we can make a difference and take those school boards down. So I just want to encourage everybody that we are in this fight until we win. If Rosa Parks had given up, what would happen? They'd still be sitting at the back of the bus. No, you don't give up until we win the fight. So yeah, I just want to encourage everybody. Don't give up.
Exactly.
No fear. No fear.
We lost your volume over there, Scotty. Are you muted?
Muted? Our host.
Yep, I was muted. Thank you. So I don't know if you guys are aware. I'm sure most of our audience isn't aware. In Australia and in England and in New Zealand and in Canada, they're about finalizing it. It's codified into law in those countries. You cannot speak up against your government. You will go to jail. That's where we're headed. That's the course that we were headed on. Thank God we know what's going on with Trump. It's never going to happen under this administration. But this is where our fellow English-speaking countries, and don't forget, we share intelligence with those English-speaking companies through something called Five Eyes, the 5 intelligence agencies of Canada, Australia, Great Britain, New Zealand, and I'm missing one. United States, of course. We share a lot with these countries, and now you can't speak up against your government. Talking about somebody who did speak up, Gabe, it's great to have you. Why don't you tell our audience your story? You work for the city or the state, the city of LA or the state. You were forced to take the jab mandates. You take it from there, Gabe.
Good morning. Yes, I do work for the city of Los Angeles, and having been brought up in a very patriotic family, and I served my country in the Navy. I did take my oath, and that oath doesn't end when I came back to civilian life. What I saw in the city of Los Angeles was people that were elected by less than 20% of the eligible electorate become demigods. We're a country of laws, we're a country of processes, and we are a republic where the power does reside with the people. And when they first started changing when they first pushed out the mandates. Number one, according to the U.S. Code, it's illegal to change civil service. Civil service is based off the United States Code. To change that would take an act of Congress. Congress did not act. Those codes have not changed. And the city of LA is based off the state of California charter. And that charter is also based off the United States federal codes. And in questioning the city and the upper supervision of my of DWP, initially it was a gentle reminder that, look, we all took oaths to uphold the Constitution, to defend our rights as free Americans. And as I am a supervisor, and I have legal ramifications if I go and ask somebody about their medical condition, medical status. We get this rammed down our throats every year by law because of the HIPAA Act. And here they were changing the terms of our employment. They were mandating that we take this medical experiment. And I have many members of my family that are in the medical field, and I keep tabs on that stuff. And what they were forcing was an mRNA injection, which there has been research for over 40 years into this stuff, and not one single successful case. It has 100% kill rate, and that's based off the testimony of Pfizer's previous CEO of our mRNA research, and in Dr. Fauci's establishments. Their own research shows that this type of medical interference with the human genome is 100% kill rate. And as a free American, I stood up. I met Neil down at initially it was down at Main Street when we got together, and Freedom to Choose was a budgeting group of city and state employees that were saying, no, this is unconstitutional. And I went and I held meetings with a DWP supervision and DWP employees from San Pedro up to Castaic, discussing this stuff. And it was almost like an insanity switch had flipped from the management, from the mayor, city council, city attorneys, the managers of city entities. They completely lost their minds and their ability to even rationally think. And as Kimberly was pointing out earlier, we tried to do it polite first. We put together a list of all of the United States codes that were being violated, all the case history from the Supreme Court down to the district courts, backing us on stating that this is completely unconstitutional. And we had literally thousands of city employees, state employees, being retaliated against, and it came to the point where, with the violent tactics that were being used to pressurize employees that may not have been as well versed in the history of the United States and well versed in the God-given rights in the Constitution that are enshrined in the Constitution, supposed to be defended by our elected personnel. We unfortunately had many people that succumbed to taking the jab because they had to feed their families. But we were extolling them to not do that. If we can stand together as a people, we have the power. We also have the duty to stand up and fight back against tyranny in any form. One of the aspects of freedom to choose was we started to try to educate the people, our co-workers, our family, our friends, anyone, educate them on what our Constitution actually states, where the power line is drawn, who has the right to actually take away our God-given freedoms through due process. But as citizens in the United States, we didn't violate anything, and we didn't violate any laws. There was no due process for enslaving all of us and giving us this death shot. It got to the point in very, very, very quickly in 2020 and 2021. It got to the point where, because we used to have biweekly upper supervision management meetings. Within 5 minutes of those meetings, they were over because I won't be silent. I took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And when I see the injustice and the violation of rights that were coming, I can't keep my mouth shut. Sorry, I'm super hot-headed, and I am a firm believer in the Constitution. So once the volume reached to the point of possible violence, not real violence, not the fake term of oh my gosh, you yelled at me, so you were violent. That's a vociferous discussion between adults. Educated adults can have vociferous discussions all they want. That's how our country was built, with people arguing back and forth. But they would shut the meetings down. They would send us all out, and I was ordered to keep my mouth shut. And sorry, I can't. That just not in me to shut my mouth. Unfortunately, I witnessed many DWP employees that their whole lives were changed, and city employees, their whole lives were changed because they refused the shot, and now they're out of a job. They're just overnight out of a job.
So, Gabe, you could put on a civics class, and you probably have put on a few for your coworkers. How were you received by the coworkers that supported the jab and had no problem with it, and went along to get along and keep their jobs, that didn't put up the fight? Were you viewed as a outsider or a muckraker, or how did the employees view you that were going along with this?
There were some that were very, very angry. When you point out the truth logically to people, and they see how they were duped, they get very angry. And that was a small number of the employees, city, DWP, LAX, LAFD, LAPD, that I discussed with. There were those that would get so violent that we'd have to end the conversation, because I wasn't looking to draw out a physical fight to where both parties would be immediately terminated. We were just having discussions. Now, some of those people that succumbed to to the fear and took the jab, when I pointed out certain things like the opposition was, the court case, Boston, 1805, and the smallpox vaccine. They all point to that. Well, once you show them that even back then, they kept holding up that court case as their ability to do it. Okay, let's look at that court case. What was the penalty? What was the court's decision? He paid a fine. He paid 1 week's pay. Fine. That's it. The court actually said that the fine could not be punitive. So he paid a week's wages and was never bothered again. That's the legal aspect of it. But he stood up for his right not to be forced to do something to his body. And when I pointed that out with logical thinking adults, they realized that, yes, they had given into the fear, and now they're super concerned with all of the health issues that were immediately apparent after taking the jab. Well, what do? I'm not a medical doctor. I have no answer for that. There are pundits out there that are freedom fighters, and they do have some research to cover that, to help those people that were duped and gave into fear. But it was almost surprising to me how small the number was of people that would actually get violence, a true violence, not vociferous discussion, not screaming and yelling. I mean, true anger and violence against those of us at Freedom to Choose. The numbers are very small. People that are actually pushing this, I call it a communist socialist agenda. You start stripping people's freedoms away, and I mean, that's been going on since the late 60s. But once you get them to give up the freedom to their own body, they've won.
It's all over.
The communist
Gabe, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in because I want Scott to have a chance. You're on the front lines. DWP is Department of Water and Power, right? Is that, you've used the term DWP? Is that
correct?
That right? So, Scott, you may have some questions. Here's a supervisor at the Department of Water and Power that's standing up for the rights. Many of his coworkers feel ill will toward him and Freedom to Choose for standing up for our rights. That's just where this country's at. But Scott, I'm gonna let you jump in and ask Gabe. I'm sure you have a question or two.
Yeah. So, what are you, Gabe? Were you removed from the job as well, like some of these other people that you fired?
No,
because you stood your ground. Other people were fired because they would not stand up, but you were not, and you stood your ground, and you weren't fired.
Correct.
So that to me is, and obviously we're long after the fact, of a lesson that people should have learned, was that even when a person in many situations like this across the country, dealing with their leadership of their companies, stood their ground and said, under no uncertain circumstance, I am not ever going to be told to put take this kill shot. And it astonished me how many people around the country stood alone while all their colleagues buckled and took the shot. Yet they saw people like you just say absolutely not and fight and remain in your position. I can't, as you're talking here, I'm just sitting here thinking, I didn't have a question there, but I'm just sitting here thinking, you're in a public position, a public job, although it's not necessarily political, it's not an elected position. It's still a position of leadership. Where it comes to politics and people actually are elected and they went along with this, in my opinion, none of these people, whether it was out of fear or not, None of these people are worthy of leadership positions because of terrible judgment that could lead to death and destruction, and or not having the courage to stand up for the people they lead because they're cowards. Plain and simple, they're cowards. And the fact that some of these people remain in leadership positions around the country, for me, is disheartening and disconcerting. They should be removed in the most cataclysmic moment in human history, in civilized history, where the population of the planet was under the attack of this global murder machine. Those who were supposed to protect us in some way, shape, or form did not, and yet they still maintain positions of authority. That to me is very disturbing. So my hat's off to you for having the balls to stand in their face and say, go fork yourself. Not taking a jab, and you try to take my job, it's going to get worse. That I love. That is what built this country. And I say to myself so many days in this fight, where are my countrymen? Where are my countrymen? Obviously, 2 of them are here. 3 of them are here on this podcast with me. So I just want to, just a huge shout out to both of you for taking leadership positions and standing your ground.
And to piggyback on that, Gabe, my question for you is, were you able to keep your job simply because you stood your ground, or did you have to like invoke laws? Did you have to invoke your rights? Was there some sort of education piece that you had to throw in their face in order for them to take you seriously? Or was it just, nope, not doing it, and they believed you? Or did you have to quote some kind of law?
And we had put together the what do we call that? The document was the infringement and deprivation of rights document.
Okay.
We put that together and we passed it out through all of Freedom to Choose. As Kimberly had mentioned, the email campaign that went out was very eye-opening. How many emails that the mayor, the city council, the manager of DWP, and several other sections in the city. It's unreal the number of emails they received. In pointing that out, just exactly what they were violating, it did give them pause. Because we didn't just say, oh, you're breaking this law, you're breaking that law, you're breaking this code, you're violating this court ruling. We said, and here are the consequences, historical, legal, documented consequences for doing that. And the problem with these people that are getting elected and forming their little independent kingdoms, thinking that they can change law or interpret law any which way they want, they're uneducated. And when they're uneducated of the consequences of their actions, it shows their cowardice. It shows their ignorance.
That's awesome.
In my experience, and what has been so disheartening for me in the last, especially since easily the last 3 elections, looking at the number of people that actually voted. History has shown that if you have free elections and the populace is voting for their elected members, if you can dishearten the populace to get the number of the eligible electorate under 20%, then the election's a farce. It's a bought and paid for seat. And unfortunately, here in California, especially, the landslide election that we just had, what was the number of eligible electorate voters that voted in the last election in California? I was shocked. We're at 13%. 13%. That means every seat in the state of California is, if you have the money, you have the seat. Because the people have either been disheartened, they have not been educated in the processes of this free republic and their civic duties, or they've been so stressed by the realities of daily life in trying to provide for their families with the astronomical taxation and just trying to keep food on the table, that they don't think their vote counts anymore, so they don't vote. And this, like I said, last election was 13% of the California electorate voted. That means California is pretty much done.
So, Gabe, you mentioned that so many of them were not educated because they didn't know what their rights are. My question is, we've got a lot in the school system. We have a lot of, for the parents, we have all these documents and in every conceivable language of what their parental rights are. You have the right for these services and that services. Are any of those rights posted at the DWP so that this never happens again? This is called a never again telethon. Do you have the rights posted? Those documents that you showed them and those violations that you took to all of the leaders and the higher ups, are those rights posted clearly in the workroom, in the lunchroom, at the trucks, or you guys talk about them so that this never happens again and they know the next time they want to come at us at a job, we've got that document right there accessible? Because I want to segue later on into something you can find on our website at Freedom to Choose. But are those rights posted somewhere so that it never happens again? Gabe, what say you?
What the required federal employee rights document, those I have to update my crew sites, my job sites. I have to update those every year. So those are posted.
Okay.
Now I started posting the deprivation of rights and the document that we created so that people that work for me would have some basis, some starting point. Unfortunately, that's called political speech, and as a civil servant, they frown on that, and so I can't have it posted because that's according to today's communists, talking about our rights is political speech,
Wow.
which is allowed and is not allowed. And
So they're not letting you post what are their civic lawful rights. They're not letting you inform them of those.
I can't post them. Now, I do have daily discussions with my crew. I'm a little bit of a different supervisor. I like to educate the people that are working under me for many different things. So, we might take a few extra minutes, here and there, discussing and educating everyone in the group about what's happening. Of course, that's on our free time, not paid.
Well,
but
the good news is you can lead them over to the Freedom to Choose USA.com website, where there is a little tab that you can click on. It's called The Vault. And there are tons of documents there, legal documents that people can use to defend their rights in the workplace against these mandates. So there is a good resource where people can go to.
Yes, I do direct them to our website. That's initially in the vault were many of the documents that
you guys used.
Yes, that we help write and set up, and then procedures for civil. In the vault, there's the steps that civil servants, whether you work for the city, the state, the county, the feds, any municipal employee can use the documents that we set up as step-by-step legal process to defend their rights against overreaching city entities Or
Hey guys, we're out of time. I hate to cut you off, but we've got guests in the room. Gabe, thank you. Betty, we're going to have you back later. Scott, stick around a minute. Thank you, Gabe, so much. Appreciate you coming today. And Betty, we'll see you a little later.
thank you, gentlemen, for having me. Have a good day.
Great
Thank you,
job.
buddy. A lot of good people in this organization, isn't there, Scott?
Yeah, very impressive. I'm always kind of enamored by, these people that pop up and surface that had taken this thing on head on, especially the weight of a communist country like California using their public service machine to put pressure on these people and force them to take a kill shot, and having the ones that stand up and just say, not only am I not going to do it, I'm going to rally other people to not do it too. Go F yourself. It's amazing, because that's what inspires me in this country, that there are the countrymen like Charlie Simmons here that'll stand up and say, TFB, you're not going to violate my rights, and I'm not going to back down. I mean, that's what the only way we save this country is when people like that. It doesn't need, millions of people. It needs 3% roughly. They just say, no, absolutely not. No. And that can lead to charge against this tyrannical culture that we've allowed in this country.
Was it
Charlie
2%? 2% fought the Civil War. I think that was about it. Hey,
Yeah,
you
sure.
guys know each other already?
Yeah.
Heck
No,
yeah,
very
Scott
well.
McKay is one of my favorite people on the planet. I was so excited when I logged in, and there he was. Hello, buddy.
It's one of my Tomahawk warriors, Charlie Simmons. Heck
That's
yeah.
right. That's
Now,
right.
Charlie,
Good
the
to see
one
you
thing
again.
that always stuck out about Scott McKay, if you do an event with Scott, all the other speakers will stick around, shake a few hands, talk to a few people. The guys will go to the good-looking girls and, give them a little hug and talk a little bit and schmooze. And then most of them just go off on, time to eat, time to go socialize amongst each other.
Right.
This guy sticks around. I watched him stick around for 2.5 hours and shake every hand that was in line, hug everybody, look them in the eye, talk to them. Everybody walked away thinking they just spent 20 minutes with Scott McKay, and they probably only spent 2 to 3 minutes with him. But that's how he makes you feel. The only other guy, Scott, I never told you this, the only other guy that ever had that ability, you're going to be shocked who it was. I was with him at several events. He could go through a room of 200, 300 people, talk to you for 30 seconds, and you thought you spent 30 minutes with him. Bill Cosby, a master at work in a room. Scott McKay stands in front of his bus. Hey, I see you're on your bus now. I recognize that thing. That's not Scott's house. That's his.
I don't know if I'd compare the Patriot Street Fighter to Bill Cosby, though, because he may have been an expert working.
Well, yeah, we understand. I think Cosby might have been a bit framed. I think he probably did some wrongdoing, but he, like Prince and like Michael Jackson and like Anthony Bourdain, were speaking out. So you got to now look at what's his name, the long-haired guy. He's got a really popular podcast. The actor
Russell Brand.
Russell Brand. Look what they're doing to Russell Brand now, framing his butt. Yeah, he admits to having lots of parties and lots of girls, and maybe in a drunken, drugged out state did some things, but this is how they roll. But
They have done some things.
may have done some things, but Cosby can go
Maybe
through a room.
things happen. They happen. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Chit happens. But Scott,
No,
will
we
stick around
all
after-
know. We're all very familiar with the media and how they manipulate and regulate and destroy, and they'll tear you up, and then they'll love to tear you, or they'll build you up, and then love to tear you back down again. But if you're on the right, forget it. You're done. They're going to do everything they can to discredit you and to make you what's the word I'm looking for? Ineffective.
Yeah.
Ineffective. That's their goal, and that's the enemy's goal against God's people. Make you ineffective to where you're just going to sit back and go, okay, well, I tried that. It didn't work. I'll just be over here. But I know all three of us on here right now, we're not those guys.
I just want to make the point, and then we'll move on. Scott is the only speaker at an event, Patriot events. Now, I've seen speakers, big names, stick around for an hour, maybe an hour. Scott, I saw him one night in Houston, Texas. They lined up. Scott announced on the stage, I'm going to be in front of my bus. You want to come say hello? So it's like 300 people, and he doesn't just talk to them for 5 seconds. Next. He looks them in the eye. I had 2 women I know come up to me and go, wow, I feel like I know him now. Like I just had a conversation with him. I'm like thinking to myself, no, you didn't. You were there for 35 seconds with the guy. Maybe a minute, but he makes everyone feel important. That was, by the way, Mary Kay's secret to success. She said the one thing that made her successful is no matter who she met, when she met him, or where she met him, she'd make them feel important. And Scott, I give you a lot of kudos because you do that. When you meet people, you look them in the eye. You often give them a hug, unless they're need a bath. I've seen you kind of back off from a guy that was drinking and he was a bit scruffy. He wanted to give you a big hug. You're like, I don't think so. But no, in all seriousness, Scott, I give you a lot of kudos. Scott, you want to parting words for our audience on this day where we're trying to raise a lot of money for Freedom to Choose to stay in the court system?
Yeah, those of you who do watch, and this is another thing that that often goes unsaid, these unsung heroes out there are the people that are watching podcasts like today, and they're spreading the information. And honestly, I've said this before, we had a responsibility here early on, those of us who saw what was happening to this country and the world, and we decided we were going to put up a fight. But we didn't win that fight. We made no dent in the world of this fight without all the people that were walking away from TV, mainstream media, any of the pastimes in life that they built to occupy our minds and our souls. People walked away from that, and they of course started tuning into shows like this, and then they started to share the shows, put them out there, talk to other people about these things. So quite honestly, I just want to say to the audience, don't ever underestimate your value in this war, because if it wasn't for all of you who not only saw this, but you started to push information out, talk to people, you were in this battle too. We, the people, are the magic formula. And I consider the audience that true we, the people army, who did what they did. So hats off. And Charlie, proud of the work you've done and you continue to do. You're one of my comrades, and I appreciate you. Scotty Sachs, I can only repeat what everybody else says. You're awesome.
Thank you, buddy. So are you.
Right.
So is Charlie. So is everyone coming on today. I'll say it again. My dad told me, hang out with people that are smarter than you, that are better looking than you, and can teach your ass something. And that's what I do every day. Hang out with guys like you.
To this point, then you brought me into the mix. But Freedom, Patriot Street Fighter, let's talk real soon. I'd love to get you on my show again too. Thank you, buddy. It's great to see you.
You bet. Much love to both of you guys.
Thank you, Scotty. Thanks for your time, buddy. We appreciate you a lot. God bless.
God bless. Much love.
Charlie Simons. I want you to start by telling everybody what this tyrannical cabal, in this case, the media cabal. We know that the media carries the water for our politicians and the globalist bankers and Hollywood and the multinational corporations that are in bed with them, the education system that's in bed with them. The media is the mouthpiece of the deep state cabal. And you, like me, spent years right in the thick of it. You were on booming radio station. It used to, still does, cost a ton of money to advertise on KGO in San Francisco because there's a lot of people listening. It's a big stick, reaches, it's 50,000 watts. I think probably their week-long cume is over 1 million still, if I'm not mistaken. But you got booted from your job at KGO. Tell the audience why. It's a mind blower.
Yeah, that's right. It definitely is. Well, the KGO KSFO thing ended when Disney was buying ABC, and ABC is who I worked for. It was a great company at the time. Capital Cities, loved it. and had a great career and worked with wonderful professionals. And I wasn't leaving. I was going to retire there. I just loved it so much. I thought I'd really hit the jackpot. And then Disney comes along and buys ABC and fires everybody on all their secondary AMs, or hot talk format, they were calling it. Before that, though, I was the morning guy of Sterling and Steel, Tom Sterling, on Hot 97.7, which was just a huge flamethrower of a radio station in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I got saved. I found the Lord, and that was on a Friday. And then that Monday morning, I went on the air talking about it. I'm a Christian now. I got saved. I gave my life to Christ Jesus, which in San Francisco is a word that sends people screaming and running and looking for their safe room, just saying that name. And here I am, the #1 most listened to morning show in the Bay Area of Northern California. They freaked. Freaked. Way overreacted. If it would have been any other religion, I probably would have been praised, but because it was Christianity, and I said Christ Jesus, my Lord and Savior, and then people started calling the radio station some other Christians who were listening to the show, which I'm surprised, because we were not a clean morning show. They're going, "Oh, we've been praying for you." What? And I'm putting them on the air. So that really freaked them out in management. And so that was it. At 10 o'clock, I was off the air. At 10:01, I was in the general manager's office, veins popping out of his forehead, spit flying out of his mouth. What the was that? Who the do you think you are? What the did you just do? And I said, I'm a Christian now. I'm like, oh, happy about it. Of course, as well I should be. And they lost it. And they said, you've broken your contract. You're not giving us the kind of morning show that we hired you to do. So you're gone. And just like that, I had a 6-figure income gig taken away from me because I gave my life to Christ Jesus. And trust me, it couldn't have been better to turn out that way, because I had to be humbled. I was so arrogant. And I had to be humbled. And now I live my life for the Lord. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Amen and amen.
And
anyway,
Charlie,
that's my story.
Accordingly, because you live your life by the Lord, I've watched you do things that most people wouldn't do. Travel across the country with Take Our Border Back, cover the events, get involved. That's how we met. We were on a Take Our Border Back event. I forgot which one in San Diego, I think, is where we first met.
It was. We were right on the border, man.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking of the name of the town, but
San
it's right
Ysidro.
there.
San Ysidro is the name of the city. Yeah. So it's a, it's hard to find guys like you that are old school broadcasters. There's very few podcasters today in the Truth or Minute movement that are old school broadcasters, except the big names, Hannity, Levin, Charlie Kirk. Their radio shows turn into podcasts. Some of them do podcasts, but you are a broadcaster turned podcaster. And when we met, we started talking about broadcasting and the business, the, inside baseball things about broadcasting. And we both know who runs the show today. And I know I told you, and I want to share this with audience because I'm sure there's some new people that have never heard me say this. Peter Jennings told me in 1989 at an ABC TV event, the #1 rated newscaster of all time. He had more ratings than any newscaster, dinner hour, 6 o'clock news, network news. Peter Jennings had, I think at one time, 12 or 13 million homes watching. That everything we see and hear on TV and radio is a construct and a narrative. He told me over drinks. He was drinking. I was not. I was able to reel him in, talking about my grandfather. Didn't like him because he seemed to be very sympathetic with the Palestinian and the Arabs, and my grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. He had nothing against the Palestinian people, but wondered why Peter Jennings was so pro-Arab and anti-Israel. And I said, Peter, is there any truth to it? My grandfather used to throw things at the TV at you. And
Yeah,
he even flicked a cigar butt. My grandmother freaked out. He flicked a live cigar butt. Damn you! And I said, "Well, why do you watch this guy, Gramps? If you're always mad at him, because he's real. He does a good job. We don't agree on this issue. He seems very pro-Arab, and I didn't really understand the war back then. You know, sitting in my grandfather's den when I'm 10 years old watching news with him. But so I asked Peter. I told him all the whole story. My grandfather threw things at you. His answer was, well, your grandfather was intuitive because I didn't get hotel rooms. I got host families. So I lived with an Arabic family for many, like 18 months. I lived with a Palestinian Arabic family. So I sympathize, human emotion. I sympathize with him. He said, here's the punchline. It didn't matter because everything we see and hear on TV is a construct and a narrative. So apply that to the jab, the mandates, the vaccine, the whole agenda. The media was in on the gig, carrying the water for Fauci and the globalist agenda to get us jabs. Bill Gates said it. His TED Talk video is still online. You can hear Bill Gates say if we do a good job with vaccines, we can eliminate 10 to 15% of the world population. Came right out and said it on a TED Talk. They didn't even take it down online because Charlie, they've got to tell us what they're up to, don't they, the media? And that's where I'm heading with this. Being on the inside, they drop crumbs for us. They drop hints because the Satanists feel like, I think it's a code, a satanic code. Well, we're going to tell them what we're up to, but it's going to be subtle, and they're so stupid they won't pick up on it. But then we don't feel guilty because, hey, we told you so.
that's right. We did warn you in advance. So we're without guilt in this because we let you know what we were doing. It's a sick, twisted, demented philosophy of trying to cover their own asses. But then what else would you expect? Because they're doing their father's work just as quickly as possible, for his time is short. You mentioned Peter Jennings at the time. There were three. This is when I became really familiar with him, was back in 90 and 91 during the Persian Gulf Watch and the Gulf Storm, or the Persian. This was all George Bush stuff. This was all Saddam Hussein invading Kuwait stuff. And Peter Jennings, when the first shot was fired, reverse that. He wound up staying on the air for almost 24 hours. So there was Tom Brokaw. Everybody should know Tom Brokaw. And there was that weirdo Dan Rather over on CBS, Tom Brokaw NBC, and then Peter Jennings on ABC.
Knucklehead, Dan Rather, knucklehead.
No kidding. Peter Jennings was head and shoulders above them all. But yes, you hear a man like that admit what is really going on the inside. What did he have? A few cocktails in him at the time, Scotty?
Yeah, he was drinking. I was not. I still don't. I never did like to drink. Socially, I may have a drink, but that night, the buffet was so good. I didn't want to fill my belly up with alcohol. I was eating the high life. ABC put out a spread. This was in the 80s. They used to have. You remember the ABC?
Yeah, man.
You remember ABC events and parties?
Throw parties. The best Christmas parties I ever went to was when I worked for
Unbelievable.
ABC.
This was a fall preview party where they show the ad community, which I was a part of, negotiated hundreds of millions of dollars in deals with them. They show you the new fall preview program.
Get you excited about their new shows coming out in the fall.
Get you excited so you spend more money. Well, there was nowhere to sit. I got there an hour late. I was in a meeting. The place, that was the party of the year. Everyone was there. There was nowhere to sit. There was a little table in the back. They said, you can go sit with that gentleman. It's the only place you can sit. It's all the way in the back. You won't see the stage very well. So I don't care. Where's the buffet? God darn it. Just point me to the food, right? So I get my food. I go sit down. I'm digging in. I realize don't be rude. There's a man sitting in. Introduce yourself. I look up to introduce myself. It's Peter Jennings. And I'm sitting one-on-one with the guy, and he's drinking. He's having pops, and I go, ask him about your grandfather. Ask him about your grandfather.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll never have another chance to talk to Peter Jennings. So I waited till he had, I wasn't counting, but he had at least 4, maybe 5 drinks. when I laid that on him. You know what he said, but for him to say everything we see and hear on TV is a construct and a narrative to fit an agenda, yet he tried his damnedest to give the news the way it really was. And yes, he admitted to a personal bias on some issues. He said the Palestinian issue. He also, what was the other issue? He told me he had a bias because of,
he's a Canadian. That was another issue.
That's it. NAFTA. He was very pro NAFTA because he was Canadian.
Yeah, he wasn't even American, right?
He ended up getting an American. He had dual citizenship by the time he left. By the time he passed away, he was a citizen of both. But R.I.P. Peter Jennings. You're a good man. You're an honest man. Maybe you had a bias for whatever. Who cares? It's so
He's a great news reader, but I doubt if he actually wrote any of the stories that he
right.
reported.
The best at whatever he was doing, which was carrying the water for the deep state. But to admit it,
and making people trust you and like you, even if you're not a trustworthy or likable person, that's their job.
Hey, Charlie, I'm going to pause because we have a Christian music artist here. He's going to do a quick song for us. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
You're gonna love this guy.
Freedom to choose USA.com. The telethon going on right now before your very ears and eyes. Who is this?
Mr. Brett Rayo. Brett Rayo, meet Mr. Charlie Simons. He is a podcaster. You guys were at an event together one time. I don't know if you got to meet, but Brett is a Christian artist, up and coming. We're going to see him around for years because I think he's all of 22 or 23. How old are you, Brett, now? 23?
Uh-oh. I don't know if you can hear it.
You guys
Brett, can you hear it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we hear you. How old are you, buddy?
23 now, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were about 20 because I met you were 21, and I know that was a couple years ago. So I sat down with Brett at a Reawaken America tour, Charlie, to interview him. His buddy, who's a great guy too, his buddy Charlie, New Yorker. He hustled up an interview for Brett. He said, "You got to interview this kid, Brett. He's great. He's got a social media community for Christians. And he's looking to raise money and you can help him out." I said, "Yeah, sure. Bring him over. I'll interview him." He sat down and I'm like, wow, if every 21-year-old was like this kid, sorry for calling you a kid, Brett. You're a man. You're a hell of a good man. But if everybody was like Brett Rayo, man, his age, now my daughter's in his age group and she's doing well and she's got some great friends, but not enough young men based in freedom fighting and rooted in Christianity, Judeo-Christian values. So with that said, Brett, I'm going to give you the floor and the stage to sing your heart out.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Well, hopefully you guys can hear me well with the connection and stuff, but this song is a song called Only One. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Brett.
All right, good. All right, I'm going to go for it. This one's called Only One. Hope you enjoy it. This is my latest single. I think I'm going to reproduce this, add some beat, make it more poppy, but this song's called Only One. Should be on an album releasing next month. It's out now. When chaos ensues around me, why should I doubt it all? You've always had my hand in every step, so I never fall. Why should I seek another's help when you've been here through it all? If I'm in troubled waters, I know just the one to call. The name above every name. The only one who can save my soul. Creator of everything. I lay my life inside of your hands, Lord Jesus. You drew me to this place called holy. Pulled me from the depths of my sin that control me. Surrounded me with love, I look through my pain, you console me. Hold me in your hand, every enemy below me. You say you are for me, who could be against me? You're my one and only, you always defend me. Who am I, Lord, that the King you would bless me? Be my hiding place every day, you protect me. Enemies surround me, death it pursues me. Flesh trying to tempt me, and he accused me. And all of my mistakes in my mind, I hear the lion and the saying you choose me. Shouts of deliverance, free me from death. Psalm 32, how'd I get so blessed? With your arms open wide, yeah, the east to the west. Jesus Christ to the Lord, hold me close to your chest, to the best. You're the only one, the only name. You're the only one, the one who saves. You're the only one, the King of Kings. The way maker, you are the way. You're the only one, the Prince of Peace. You're the only one, the truth and the life. You're the only one, my everything. The way maker, you're the only one for me. You're the only one for me. When chaos ensues around me, why should I doubt it all? You've always had my hand in every step, so I never fall. Why should I seek another's help when you've been here through it all? If I'm in trouble, I know just the one to call. The name above every name. The only one who can save my soul. Creator of everything. I lay my life inside of your hands, Lord Jesus. The name above every name. I lay the only one who can save my soul. You're the only one. You're the only one, only one. You're the only one, Jesus. Praise the Lord. Hope that worked.
We're totally not prepared for good audio here, neither on my end or your end. We're just
I don't know
swinging
if the
it.
connection is working, but I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah, we heard it. We heard it. A couple of little pauses, but sounds great. Your voice. You're one of the few guys I could listen to a cappella. If I sang a cappella, the whole broadcast would melt down. We'd be out of business here. I don't know about Charlie, but that was great, Brett. Brett, I want you to tell our audience where they can find your music, please.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you can find it at brettrayo.com. So I think it's right here, BRETTRAIO.com. And also Spotify, Apple Music, Instagram, all platforms pretty much. So yeah, YouTube. So I hope it encourages you guys. I have like 100+ songs out right now. But this year I'm working on like a worship album and some other big projects. So May 31st, a worship album should be on the way and some other things too. So hope it blesses everybody.
Hey, buddy, send me a music video of yours, and we'll play it later today in the broadcast.
Cool. I appreciate
All right.
that. I'll send it over.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. God bless you guys in Jesus' name.
Thank you.
For what you guys are doing.
Brett Rayo. We're going to follow his career, man. He is awesome. This does not do him justice, this setup we have on StreamYard. He was not filtered with professional equipment. We don't have the right equalizers to make him sound great, but his voice is unbelievable.
Well, he sounded great to me, and the only thing lacking was he seemed to be having some poor Wi-Fi or some bad Wi-Fi issues.
Yeah.
But there's nothing you can do to help with that. But no, we got the point. We got the point. He's incredibly talented, and now we know where to find him. RAIO, right? ScottRayo.com.
Brett Rayo.
Or Brett. I'm sorry, Brett with two
right.
T's. I'm still
Two
thinking
T's.
about
Brett BRETTRAIO.com. Charlie, I am gonna bring someone into our conversation. She is on the board of Freedom to Choose, and she's a freedom fighter, a prayer warrior, I could leave you guys alone for an hour. You guys would just start talking, but I want you to meet Betty Camp. Betty, meet Charlie Simons.
Hey, Charlie, nice to meet you.
Well, thank
Face
you.
to
Right
face.
back at you. Glad. I love the work that you're doing. Thank you for doing it. Thank you so much
Oh
for
my
doing
gosh.
this.
God breathed, God sends us work. And just to segue into a question I have for you, you were fired for your faith. You stand among many giants biblically who, were martyred for their faith. And there's a saying in Christian circles, it's not found in the Bible, but it says that when God closes the door, he opens the window. And scripture teaches in Romans 8:28 that says, and we know that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purposes. So with that in mind, how has God used you? You were fired from KGO. How has he expanded your territory? What has he done since that's even better than what you were doing on public radio?
That's the prayer of Jabez you just referenced, expand your territory. And I prayed for that. I prayed for that for quite a while because I thought it was all over. I couldn't even buy a job back in the business. They pretty successfully, the company I was with pretty successfully blacklisted me. And the word spread so fast that he became some kind of religious nut. And he went off on the air, and it was just holding church on the air. And they just expanded their own territory through lies. I went through quite a process of losing everything. I went from being first in the business to absolutely in the eyes of the business last. I was a loser. I had all these great things. I did it to myself, kind of thing, but it had to happen. I had to be humbled. I was so arrogant, and wound up volunteering for City Team Ministries. They're the ones who run the Gospels, the Christian gospel missions in the Bay Area. The best thing that could ever happen to me. It got so bad. I was couch hopping, and when I couldn't stay on a friend's couch, I was sleeping in my truck, which thank God was paid for. And I had my clothes with me, and I was volunteering at City Team Ministries because they fed me twice a day.
Oh my gosh.
That's how bad it got. And then I got my first job a year later. It took a year to get a job. I went from the 4th largest market in the nation to Merced, California. Anybody who knows that? It's a little farming community.
Yes. My son graduated from UC Merced. I know exactly where it is.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I'll say hello to the branding iron for you. But love that place. It was quite an amazing journey, but an extraordinarily important one. I had to start all over. And the more vocal I got about, I think everything the media's been doing has been wrong, has been horrible, has been divisive, and purposefully so, to tear us apart and to influence and utilize their tremendous power. And I've watched it. It's so funny, even though I did come back and wound up later working for ABC and back in the city of San Francisco, as I call it. The Lord brought everything back. He really did. He really did bless me. I went through my Job moment, and it's just been a tremendous ride. And thank God I love roller coasters, so I didn't have a problem with so many highs and lows. But now I've become so vocal about what the media has been doing. I realize that's my ministry, is to the Ephesians 5:11, be no part of the works of darkness, but instead even expose them. And that's what drives me. That's what powers me. And God's Holy Spirit guides and directs me. And I'm so grateful for that. But I'm really tremendously grateful doing the podcast, because now I get to, even though I have had channels deleted, I've had shows taken off, I've been threatened by social media giants, which are now in their own definite bad place because of people like you, who are saying, the only thing that these evil people recognize and respect and will react to is legal action. That seems to be the only thing that will have any kind of effect. That's what you're doing. And I love to be a part of this, because I want to help. I want to try and get as many people to give during this telethon as possible, and to continue following the progress at freedomtochooseusa.com. Follow what they're doing, learn about it, find out about it, get excited about it, let others know about it. freedomtochooseusa.com, because they are going to battle against horrific, tyrannical bureaucrats and very crooked and wicked politicians, especially in my home state of California. May God bless you.
We'll
Forget
talk
about
about
me.
San Francisco. I am a public school teacher in San Francisco, so I know exactly what you are talking about. I love that you are promoting the website. The website is, we are about education. That was our mandate, was to educate. We don't push, you should make this decision. We push, you get the freedom to make your own decision. And here are the resources that you can use to stand up for what you believe in, because this country was founded on the freedom to live your life and pursue your, the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, to free speech. Our Constitution, the foundation of it is our freedoms. And so that's what Freedom to Choose USA fights for. And there is a location there called the Vault, where there are scores of documents that you can go to help you in your cause, whether you want to use a religious approach, or you want to use a legal standpoint. The documents are there, and it's chronicled for you so that you have the resources. I want to get back a little bit to, I want to encouragement. Those of you who are listening, you can go to freedomtochooseusa.com, go to the Vault, and find the documents that you need if you are being harassed. I want to go back to what you said about God humbling you. All of us on the board have gone through the ringer. God takes us to a place of darkness, those humbling moments, those Job moments, because it's kind of like he put you through the refiner's fire. He burned away all of the unnecessary chaff when you were in public radio, and you had just become a new believer. So he had to yank you out of there. Otherwise, you would have gotten sucked back in.
What would have changed if I would have gone back on the air that Monday and not even talked about it, and kept doing the same kind of dirty show we were doing just to maintain that paycheck and those ratings? And that's how we had attained such success. We, as in my partner at the time, I was part of a morning team. But no, that had to go. That had to go. That part of my life had to go. Otherwise, nothing would have changed. You're right. Absolutely.
Would have
Thank you,
changed.
Lord.
And so many people have lost jobs, and I want to have them see it as, I know your finances. How do I pay the bills? But sometimes God will use that to bring you to a new place where you get recalibrated and refocused, and God uses you for something even greater in his kingdom. And that's what this telethon is about, to help you guys get to a new place, a place of power. And knowledge is power.
I have a quick confession. I don't know why I'm sharing this. I just feel honesty is the best policy. So you guys know I've been producing TV and radio 40 years, and I learned a lot about who you pair together on stage or on screen or on camera. And I knew I could put two San Franciscans together and you guys would just go at it, and I can go take a break and have a cup of coffee. Because you know what? I only had one cup today. I don't know about you guys. I need a cup for each eye every morning.
Yeah, you got to catch up. Yeah, buddy. You're falling behind.
I'm on my second finally. But in all seriousness, I knew you guys would relate on so many levels. The Christianity, the geography of where you both cut your teeth. Charlie, you in media, Betty in education. Is there any difference between the mainstream media, the education system? No, they're the same con artists and power brokers running both. They've destroyed both. They've destroyed our media. The media was okay back in the 30s and 20s and maybe up until the 40s. But, the CIA admitted in the 50s, Charlie, they infiltrated our industry in the 50s with Operation Mockingbird Media. They put CIA operatives in all the media. Betty, they brought Chinese Communist Party into the education system. They're on every college campus. They're in every school board almost. There is a Chinese Communist Party influence. I've been told in 3,000 counties, they're probably in 90% of them. They're maybe missing some of the real rural counties, but they have sunk their teeth into education and media. And I knew you guys would relate without even knowing why you're relating. But now you know. I broke the secret sauce here, guys. I put you together. I knew you could really go on together. Betty, what do you want to ask Charlie? He's been around a long time, covered a lot of the fight. He's been podcasting for 5 years now, right, Charlie? 4 years, 5 years?
Three and a half.
Three and a half. Okay.
I've been in the
I'm
media
making you older than you are. Sorry
I've
about
been in
that.
radio
buddy.
and television all my life. Yeah. And
I
you
guess
know,
I wanted to
Betty,
tell you, what are you up to right now? What are
Well-
you doing right this minute that's like really relevant?
I have a podcast. The Lord gave me the name, and I'm not kidding. It was in the middle of the night. Woke me up. I'm thinking about, well, I'm going to start this podcast. I hadn't chosen a name, and I'm praying about it. And all of a sudden, I hear that small, still voice, which we all know, right?
Yep.
Tell me, do not talk. I'm like, what? It's a talk show. What do you mean, do not talk? Do not talk. One thing my grandfather always taught me: do not talk about religion or politics. It's too divisive. It'll make you enemies. Don't talk about those things. Now, I love and respect and admire my grandfather, and I can't wait to see him again because he did get saved towards the end of his life. And one of the first things I'm going to say is, Pop, you were wrong about that. I don't think we should ever stop talking about it, because that's put us in the position where we are now. So do not talk. Once the Lord made it clear to me, I am to talk about those two things. That's become the focus of the show, and it always is. And I'm on Rumble, rumble.com/do not talk, rumble.com/do not talk. For anybody who wants to follow along, follow that channel. I sure would appreciate it. Thank you for joining me in this battle. And we are in a battle. It's a spiritual battle all the time. The word tells us that, doesn't it? So Betty, Scotty makes an amazing point that I hadn't put together until he said that. It dawned on me. You and I have both been, because predominantly my career before I got saved was in what's called top 40 radio. I'm playing the hits, and the hits were getting dirtier and more ridiculous and horrible. And the dirtier my show got, the higher the ratings went. I mean, it was like Howard Stern, kind of stupid, dirty. And it worked. It was very successful because I was good at it. And that had to be taken away. But the enormity of what I had done in my career up to that point, one time I'm driving with City Team Ministries to pick up a donation from a corporation that was giving business to our family outreach. And we were going to pick up all this furniture and take it to the warehouse and give it to anybody who was in need. Never asked for any money, never took any money unless they wanted to make a donation. But other than that, it was free. You've got the need. We'll do what we can to take care of that for you. That was our goal. And I'm riding with my supervisor, who oddly enough was named Peter. And this guy so boldly spoke out for Jesus, no matter where we were. In that very elevator on the way to pick up that equipment, we're riding up to the top floor of this very big building. Someone gets on the elevator, and I'm like, oh, don't say anything. Don't say anything about Jesus. Please don't say anything about Jesus. And right away he goes, do you know Jesus Christ? To this woman who walked on the elevator. I'm like, oh, I was embarrassed. I was humiliated. And now I just admire and respect him and realize what he did was teach me how to boldly speak out for the Lord. But we were on our way back to the warehouse after loading up all this furniture. And it dawned on me. I mean, it hit me in the face what I had been doing with my career and my life up to that point, which was influencing young people. It was always popular music, so our audience was usually younger than I was. I was close to 30 at the time. The enormity of the influence I had over young people. So you had not you, but the education system had them growing up. Now I take over from there. High school, college, young people. I'm having horrible influence over them. and what I was doing and encouraging them and to live the way I was living, which was serving myself. I was being my own God. And the enormity hit me. And thank God I was there with Peter in that truck, because I wailed. I wept so hard when I realized what I had been doing for the devil up to that point. And I begged the Lord to forgive me. He prayed with me, and I begged him to turn things around and make that right. Like Paul's moment to Damascus, that was mine. And thank God I wasn't struck blind for 3 days, but it was overwhelming what I had done. Now, at what point as a teacher, as an instructor, did you see God's light? Did you realize, holy cow, I've been part of the system. I've been working with the devil himself to indoctrinate these children. What happened with you in that point?
I've been a believer since I was 13 years old. So I got into education as a believer. When I first started, I even had kids say, come and tell me afterwards when they would first meet me, and they'd be saying to their parents, they'd ask me, Miss Camp, are you a believer? And I'd tell them yes. And they're like, I knew it. I was telling my mom and dad, Mom, Dad, I think she's a believer, the way she talks. So I'm like Secret Service. You know what I mean? I'm like quiet little infiltrator, planting little seeds without them even knowing. Culturally, it was just Holy Week. And in Spain, they celebrate Holy Week. So why wouldn't I tell you that they celebrate Holy Week? And it's a celebration of the life and death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It's cultural. So I get to infiltrate those little minds. And how it's changed. I mean, I taught 25 years ago, and it has changed. I just recently went back into teaching and in the public school in San Francisco. And you guys, they don't watch TV. This generation, they don't watch TV. I asked them, what's your favorite
or listen
show?
to the radio.
We don't. No, they're on their phones. The bane of my existence is getting those kids to listen to me and get off TikTok or whatever it is they're watching. They are on their shows. It's the social media. It's what we are doing right now. This is the new TV. This is what has got their attention. And I'm telling you, there is an evil agenda out there. The tentacles are deep. They are going after unraveling our society and indoctrinating our kids through TikTok. And it's no wonder there should be controls, because they are being taught and indoctrinated through all of those social medias. They are normalizing what used to be illicit, depraved behavior has become normal. And what's good is bad and what's bad is good, just like Jesus predicted and said that it would happen. It has happened. And goodness is now being seen as bad, and bad is good. And I'm seeing
exactly like Jesus said it was going to happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Betty, you put on the glasses, put the hair up. You can
Right?
infiltrate any classroom and get kids. You look so harmless.
I look and sound so liberal, don't I? I know how to talk.
Charlie, I'm glad you shared your I'll call it your come to Jesus moment in show business. I had one, and I just decided never to work with that artist again, because I didn't want to project him onto the whole industry, because I had a great experience with Johnny Cash, a man of God who truly gave up the bottle and found the Lord and praised the Lord and all the good things you want in a man. Johnny Cash, as a young man, was probably not a real good man, but I worked with him in his later years and had a great experience with him. And remember, I think I told this on your show, Charlie, he wouldn't go to meetings with me, not with the radio networks, not with his record label, who sent us a letter saying, you guys can't air that radio show you're working on because we own the music, Johnny. You forgot? You got to pay us our cut. So I said, Johnny, you got to come to this meeting with me. We're meeting with your record label to negotiate the rights deal. All I want you to do is sit there and stare at the VP of sales just stare at him like this. Cross your arms, fold your arms, and stare at him while I negotiate, right? He wouldn't go. So a week later, I'm in the green room with his wife, June Carter Cash, and I asked her, he will not answer the question, why won't you go to meetings? His pat response, I asked him 3 times and then I stopped asking. Son, you don't want to know what I know about these people. You just don't want to know. So that's all he would say. What the hell? What the hell could you tell me about him that'd be that bad? Well, June spilled the beans one night in the green room, one very cold winter night, I remember. She said the reason he doesn't go to meetings with you is because it's a Luciferian cult. They worship Satan. They're a Luciferian satanic cult, and they worship Satan. I asked her to repeat it because there was no internet. And I had to go to the library and research it and look up. I had heard of Satan, but I didn't really know what Satan was. I was 30 years old. You think I ever studied Satanism or Satan? I didn't. Yeah, it's a bad thing. That's all I knew. So now I go read up on it. And I'm like, wow. I'm working with an industry. And the music industry was a part-time thing. I'd get calls from over-the-hill artists to create content and syndicate it for them to give them another year or so of their life. And Johnny was pretty over the hill, and so was the next guy who I had the worst experience with, James Brown, the godfather of soul. Now,
I've heard stories.
He supposedly found the Lord, supposedly had become a good man. He had served time in jail. He was on his Living in America tour. Living in America. Great song, by the way. I still like it. It is.
I love that song.
It's a great song. I can get past who he is. He didn't write the song. He performed it, yes, but he didn't write it.
I don't think he wrote anything.
And the media was all about James Brown because they're all in it making money, right? The media writes the positive reviews. They get the readership. The record labels get the sales. Everybody's happy. I'm on tour with James Brown. He's got 4 women in his group singing. 2 in front of the stage, clearly in their 40s. I had no doubt these women were late 30s to mid 40s. 2 girls in the back of the stage looked in their 20s with hair and makeup. Well, they were backstage one night, just the 2 of them, no hair and makeup, smoking cigarettes. I came up to them. They go, he, here's the TV guy. He. You know, I'm like, wait, these girls are young. They're giggling, smoking cigarettes, and talking silly about me because I'm the TV guy, producing a TV show out of this mess here called Living in America. I said, after talking to him a few minutes, how old are you girls? I'm just curious. You don't, just me. I'm not going to talk, but I know you're young. How old are you?
Yeah.
14 and 15 years old. Where are your parents? Oh, our parents signed releases. They love James Brown. We're on tour with James Brown. Our parents are, we got to manage it. James has a manager watching over us. Right. Do you know why this is a big problem? Because James and other members of the band routinely stop those girls backstage, grab their behinds, pinch their nipples. I'm sorry, I got to tell it like it is. Pinched them, groped them, diddled them, whatever you want to call it, guys. And I never saw anything except over clothes, but they would go behind closed door with James and band members at times. I watched them walk behind closed doors. What do you think? Was James was rehearsing them behind closed doors? I don't think so. I left that tour thinking, what the hell am I doing? I knew at 30 years old, you don't go there. I think, you know, when you're a kid, you don't go there, right? When an adult touches a kid, I think a kid knows it's wrong. I think these girls knew it was wrong, but their parents signed a release. They were put in the hands of the management. I believe they began to think it was right, that this was normal, right? It goes on. They're on tour with the band. The band's groping them. No big deal. So I pretty much stayed away from those girls. I didn't want to get in the middle of that. And we were only on tour a couple more days. I finished my work. I never worked for James Brown again. And I was very careful who I worked with because Johnny was great. James was a mess. And Kenny Rogers was a cool dude too. I just want to go on record saying that. And there's a band called Little Big Town.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 of them. 2 are cool guys. 2 are pedophiles. I said it. They can come sue me. It's true. It's 2 and 2. So the point I raise is I want to remind our audience the whole thing, Betty with education, you with radio and media, me in the music industry, we are a byproduct of working for people who enforce the jab on us. It's the same people, the same cabal, the same overlords, the same tyrants. They are the same people that initiated these jab mandates, that forced people, that good man Gabe we had on to lose his job. Well, he kept his job because he stood up. Many people that are defending, that are plaintiffs after these defendants lost their job. Many people we know. Everybody knows someone who lost their job because they wouldn't take a jab, right? So everybody knows someone who got sick from a jab. I bet we all know someone who died either not from the jab or in the hospital with remdesivir.
Hospital protocols. Yes,
hospital,
my best friend was murdered by a hospital.
Hospital protocols were designed to kill people. Remdesivir with the ventilators spreading the drug through your body, elevating that remdesivir at warp speed with the ventilators through your lungs and your
shut down the kidneys.
Your kidney goes after the kidney first, exactly. So
they lay there and drown in their own body fluids because their kidneys are not processing because of the remdesivir. And I asked the question when I was still on the radio, why is Dr. Fauci pushing a drug that makes no sense? Nobody seems to explain why remdesivir was the drug of choice. Nobody seems to explain what it does, why it's so necessary, and why they insist on it. Even if you said no to it as a family member, you had somebody go in, you said, no, don't give them that remdesivir. Most people didn't even know what it was or how to explain it. I was one of them. I had to learn. The reason is they made 3 to 4 times the amount of money from the federal government, our tax dollars, for every person that died while they were in their care. And that's still going on. You realize that hasn't changed. That's still happening.
That's why they were altering documents of those who died from a motorcycle accident or died from
COVID,
an overdose, or died from a heart attack to death by COVID, because they got, I think it was $34,000. Every hospital got paid to create that COVID death so they could build up the stats, right? So the whole thing, you think they thought this through in 6 months? Somebody earlier today, who was it, said they were, Sarah Westall said they were probably planning this exact agenda for 20 years at least. They had every base covered. They didn't miss a stitch. They're brilliant. They're brilliant at evil, aren't they?
What's their ultimate goal? Who's a pediatrician that gets paid probably $300 to $800 every time she jabs a kid with a vaccine.
Yeah. Yeah, they're incentivized to do it financially, even from the health insurance companies. It's crazy, but the ultimate goal, we know what that is, right?
Right.
Of course.
Right.
I mean, the jab agenda, or are you talking about the goal of COVID?
All of it. What was the jab agenda? What is it ultimately really all about? I mean, I have my theory. Yes.
I'm calling the population.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The hospitals
what are they? What was on the Georgia Guidestones? What does the United Nations promote? It's all about depopulation, isn't it?
Population control. Hospitals were compensated $120,000 per COVID death.
Right. At least that's the minimum.
They were incentivized to let them die because they got more money if they died.
Right.
What evil is that?
Let that picture sink in. There's a little girl getting jabbed. That sweet little girl getting jabbed there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I love that you're doing this telethon, and I pray that you will go to their website and you will watch the guests that they have on today and promote this on your own social media. Hey, this is going on right now. Did you know about this? This is happening right now. Tune in, watch what's going on, because this is all about, I'm no longer trying to wake up the sheep. I'm trying to wake up the other lions. Mm-hmm. And it's happening. It's so exciting to see the Lord working through people like you to get the word out about this is what they did. Now they have to pay. The only way they respect that is because, I mean, how many on the left are actually attorneys? It seems like politicians wise, 90-something% on the left are attorneys. That's the only thing they respond to. That's the only thing that will stop them is legal action. So I love what you're doing. This is effective. This is how you're effective against this kind of tyranny, to make sure not only do we stop them, we make them pay, we shine the light on it. Like the word says, what is done in darkness will be exposed by the light. We're exposing it, all of us, in what's considered now alternative media. First time somebody called me that, I'm like, no, I'm regular media. And I go, oh, no, wait, no, I'm not. Thank God I'm alternative media. So go to freedomtochooseusa.com, freedomtochooseusa.com. If you can help financially, this is costing a lot of money when you go through a legal system and a legal process. There's many volunteering their time right now. Yeah, I got it up here too. freedomtochooseusa.com.
Yeah, or givesendgo.com. There it is. The ticket tape's got it. Givesendgo.com.
Guys,
Right
I
there.
have an update on our donations.
Yeah.
We are at $1,400. Well, that's about $350 an hour. It's great. We love you all. Thank you for donating, but it's nowhere near enough. By the end of the day, if we get $350 an hour, we'll have about $5,000, and that's great because it's $5,000 more than we got right now. But boy, we'd sure like to double or triple that number. So givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Charlie, I should keep you around all day. You're a great pitch man.
Right?
I'm not giving a spiel. I'm not trying to turn this into a commercial, but ultimately that's what the media is all about, is to get information out there. And if you can find people who are on the right, and especially doing this work, this is my ministry. This is for the Lord. The show is called Do Not Talk because I am talking about two things you're never supposed to talk about. One decides what life is going to be like here on earth. The other one decides what life is going to be like when you leave it. Mm-hmm. Makes it very important. So thank you for doing this. And if you can, and Betty, I'd love to have you on my show too. I'd love that. But can we get to the Gifts and Go through freedomtochooseusa.com? Can we get to the Gifts and Go there?
Yes, they posted a link there as well on the website.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
Charlie, I'll put you in touch with Betty. I know one day Betty's going to have her own podcast, but
Kimberly, the Kimber and Boo show. Kimberly wants to come on, so bring her on in a sec. But what I want to say, I want to encourage everybody listening, everybody watching, that you wonder, what can I do? And you're fearful, and you're like, I don't know how to be brave, like Betty and Kimberly and Charlie and Scotty, but you can be the quiet warrior by giving your resources to Give, Send, Go, so that we can keep this fight alive. See, keeping us in the courts where all the liberals hang out and keeping these court cases alive chips away. It starts to get them all thinking, maybe I should think twice the second time around. So it keeps it alive where it needs to be, at the forefront, at the front lines. So your donation.
And I want to remind everybody, 100% of these donations are going into our legal fund. There's no administration fees. Betty, Kimberly, Neil, nobody's taking a dime of this money. And Charlie, I'm going to let you go because we asked you to stay for an hour, and you've more than fulfilled your obligation. Love hanging out with your brother.
Same here. And I heard you mention Kim. You talking about Kimberly Yeater?
No, she'll be on later.
Okay, good.
Now that I'm going to introduce you to the other Kim if she's still in the waiting room. Yeah, there she is. This is Kimberly we're talking about. She's founder of Freedom to Choose. Kimberly Stiller, say hello to Charlie.
Founder.
Charlie, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. I love everything that you've shared. I love your heart. I especially love your testimony of all that God has done in and through you. And I pray that you will continue to thrive and be successful in kicking in the gates of hell, taking names for the kingdom, because that's really what this is all about.
Absolutely. It's all for the Lord Jesus. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Scotty. It's been an honor and a privilege. And anything I can do to help from this point forward, count me in.
All right, Charlie,
Amen.
Thanks. And I'll connect you with these ladies so you can hang out with good-looking women too, like me.
Great. Right on. All right. Talk to you all later.
We'll see you,
Bye-bye.
Charlie. Bye-bye. We are waiting for Dave Hodges. He's up next. I don't see him. Nope, Dave's not in the green room yet. I want to mention to the audience, you see me looking at my phone and texting. I'm not being rude. I am handling production alone here today. So I'm just texting with producer Mark, who's feeding me good information. Remind you that 100% of the donations are going to our legal fund. Nobody's Doge can come audit us, right? We're clean. Come on, Doge. Come audit our books, because
Came at me, bro. Yep.
whatever money we've had has been spent on legal fees and legal expenses. So that's all we got. Ladies, I'm going to get a hold of Dave. So I'm going to let you carry on a conversation. Hold the fort down for me. Thank you.
You betcha. You betcha. Oh, it's Kimmy. Our prayers come true. We've got the Kimber and Boo show.
Right. I was saying the Kimber and Boo show. Woohoo! Hey, everybody. I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are Kimberly Stiller and
Betty Camp.
And we represent the Executive Board of Directors for Freedom to Choose LA/USA. You can find us at freedomtochooseusa.com. And we are here on the Never Again Telethon. And we are rallying. This is kind of like our battle cry, right, Betty?
Yes, absolutely. We're getting the troops. We're getting information out there. Keeping it alive in the courts that we have survived this long. I mean, tell them that this is the biggest lawsuit in the nation, right? 4,000 plaintiffs. What are the stats on that? The biggest lawsuit in the nation.
The original lawsuit was 5,476 plaintiffs. And that included, above the line, below the line, and all of the families. And the plaintiffs.
What were the entities we were suing?
We were suing the state of California, the city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles, the largest school district, the Los Angeles Unified School District.
LAUSD. Mm-hmm.
And LACO, which is the Los Angeles County Educational,
County of Education.
So we definitely made an impact. I really believe, even though we officially lost that case, and when we turned around, we appealed. We filed 5 separate appeals on the main case, but that was literally 3.5 years of just standing firm and being relentless and not going away silently into the night. And I think that there really was a victory, Betty. I mean,
I agree.
Why? Why do you agree with me?
Well, because the real victory was the message that we sent. So we may not have won in the courts, because you got to remember, those are bought off and paid for judges. What's the agenda? That's they work through bribery and what's the other word? Bribery and whatever it is. They're bought off. So it's no wonder we lost those cases, but we won in getting the message out, because they were scared. They sent their big guns. Every district sent lawyers, and they were, why are we here? All of the people who from principals on up to supervisors were forced to rethink mandating employees to do something against their will. And they are now seeing the byproduct. They're seeing the deaths. Kimberly, how many funerals for you, in the 2 years? Over 30? How many funerals did we used to attend? We'd see one once every few years, and we saw how many? You saw how many? 30 in a matter of 2 years. Some of my husband's employees lost family member after family member, and that death jab did 2 things. Some people started to realize that COVID, was causing something, and then it caused other people to be so afraid. Oh, you see, I better take the jab because people are dying. They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what those murderous scoundrels knew exactly what they were doing when they rolled out this agenda, which has been for years. How, you can't patent something that exists already in nature. How is it that COVID is patented?
Yeah, but you know what, Betty? The critical thinking component really was like out to lunch. I mean, they really leveraged fear.
Yep.
I mean, when you think about fear on the battlefield of life, right? I mean, so many people were paralyzed. So many people were just gripped by everything. And you know what? The assault was coming from every direction. We were getting it from everywhere, right? Talk about guerrilla warfare, right, sister?
Yep. And that's all we saw 24/7 on the news was COVID, 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 and the stats and the fake views of all the bodies. Scotty was showing a video of somebody, what was on Scotty McKay's thread. One of the bodies got up and somebody had to replace the bag because they were just faking the numbers. They faked the numbers. Suddenly, nobody was dying of cancer anymore during COVID. COVID cured cancer. COVID cured the flu.
Wait. It cured the flu.
Right? It cured the common flu. No, nobody was getting the flu because they weren't around, because they were housebound. Somehow they were getting COVID being housebound, but not the flu. Explain that to me. It cured cancer. It cured heart disease. Oh my goodness. Everybody died of COVID. I've got a friend who will testify. Her husband died. The hospital called it COVID because, you get money for it being called a COVID death. Her daughter couldn't live with that. She had to know why her daddy died. And it ended up being, he died of a heart attack, not COVID.
Wow.
But they wouldn't do an autopsy.
How about the fact that everywhere we went for that 3-year period, you couldn't go into public places. You had to stand 6 feet apart. The grocery stores wouldn't let you come in if you didn't have a mask on. I mean, we were assaulted on every level, at least in the Los Angeles area. I don't know. Was it like that in the Bay Area, Betty?
Yes. Oh my gosh. There were restaurants that posted signs. You cannot come in here. We will not serve you if you don't have a mask, or no. And if you are not jabbed, you can't come in here if you're not jabbed.
Right.
Wow. The most liberal city, one of the most liberal cities, in the world. And, suddenly my body, my choice goes right out the window. Well, not when other people's lives are at stake. Wow.
Right. Remember when we were talking about what we were going to call this thing? We were talking about, what are we going to call it? Because in the beginning, it was called Neil's List, right? Everybody was texting my husband saying, oh, add me to Neil's List, And Neil and I are looking at each other, scratching our heads, and you and I are chatting back and forth. And I'm like, dude, what are we going to call it? What are we going to call it? And somehow, I don't remember if it was you or me that came up with, hey, let's spin the my body, my choice thing. Remember that?
Yep.
And it was like, oh my goodness, that was the moment freedom to choose was born. Is because we were literally calling out the hypocrisy. Oh, wait, I thought it was my body, my choice. I thought really that it was my body, my choice. It's no longer my body, my choice.
Nope. It's our body and our choice. Yep. This is like, we're living in an alternate universe.
Betty, you were looking for the words bribery and blackmail. Blackmail. That's the currency. Sarah, I didn't know. Learned today. Sarah Westall coined the phrase "blackmail is the currency." I've been saying on Sovereign Radio for several years, bribery and blackmail are the currency of the deep state. I heard that from, I believe, John B. Wells, who is a great broadcaster of many years. His show's called Caravan to Midnight. I didn't think of it. I coined it. And he didn't trademark it. So why not use it? Because it's so true. And when we think about the depth of this agenda, it were so many things that they were able to accomplish. Let's start with divide and conquer. How did they divide those who took the jab and those who didn't? Because they use the media to make those of us who stood up to the jab as bad people. We're not Americans. We're not patriots. We're horrible. You know, as if somehow the 10 Commandments compelled us to take the jab for our neighbors. If you won't take it for yourself, take it for your neighbor. Take it for your family member who you're going to get sick. I didn't get it. I didn't give it to anybody. I didn't take the jab. I never got COVID. I got a cold. I got a flu bug. Everyone had a little cold or a flu, sniffles, whatever. It was just a flu, people. And yes, if you were 72 years old, it hits you harder than if you were 42. And it was a detriment, a more concentrated flu if you were elderly. But the average American got the flu bug, and they freaked us all out to the point where I had a friend going, "Don't come over. I'm sick. I got COVID. If you come over without the jab, you're going to kill me." He actually said I could kill him. I said, "You don't realize you're going to harm me through shedding." He didn't know what shedding was. "I'm not going to harm you one iota not getting the jab. You're going to harm me 10 times worse with your shedding." And so they started with divide and conquer. Of course, Bill Gates, we do a good job with vaccines. We'll eliminate 15% of the world. Let's not forget the greed and profit motive of big pharma.
Yeah.
Let's not forget putting small businessmen out of business. How many should I go on and on? The agenda accomplished so many things. They are brilliant at evil. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Well, they even divided families. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Betty and I personally know families that were completely divided, and threats were made that because of one person not getting the vaccine and everybody else did, or maybe somebody in the family was having a wedding and you're not going to be invited to the wedding because you didn't get the vaccine. I mean, there were, I literally have two nieces. One niece was instructed by her spouse to get the vaccine. And my other niece, who is still a perinatologist, not a perinatologist. She is a neonatal nurse practitioner. And she was sending out, texts to the family saying, "Don't get it, don't get it, don't get it." Even my son, who was in the process of healing from his broken neck, which, by the way, I've said earlier that he did break his neck. And that was one of the catalysts that really launched our fight here. I can testify that God supernaturally healed my son, and he is totally well, never had to have surgery, was never paralyzed, and God is merciful. But, the bottom line is, even my son's neurologist told us that the COVID vaccine is experimental, and that as far as they could tell, it was causing swelling on the brainstem. And that was exactly where our son's fracture in his C1 was right there. And so, we were being told not to take it because of the spike proteins as a family. Mm-hmm. And then Neil's employer is saying, "Oh, you have to take it. You have to take it." And we're like, "We have medical documentation," but they wouldn't even accept that because that doctor was not in the state of California. How do you like that? Is that amazing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh no, I had I'm the only one in my family that did not get the vax. All of them got vaccinated, despite the fact that I had been screaming about it for weeks, months prior to the vaccine getting out, sending all kinds of videos to my kids. My husband knew where I stood on it. He got vaxxed anyways. I had a family member who is a believer actually say, I'm not going to kick you out of the house because you're not vaxxed, but if my husband dies from COVID, I'll never forgive you. He got COVID twice from his nurse daughter who's been uber vaccinated. COVID twice. Would he forgive her? Yeah. No, talk about dividing families.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Grace of
the
God, my family
hypocrisy.
said, yeah.
Yeah, the hypocrisy was just incredible. I mean, just, you know, they assaulted us from every level that you could imagine. I mean, I refused to wear a mask when I walked into Costco or Trader Joe's or any of the local grocery stores. I actually had a letter written that unless they wanted to admit to being medically trained, they were not allowed to tell me that I could not wear a mask because they were not medically trained to say whether or not I was contagious. And I literally handed that to them and said, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have the right to restrict me from the access of buying food. That is not a right that you have as a store. And I literally walked around these stores without a mask, and people would look at me going, why don't you have a mask? And I'm like, why are you complying? You don't have to comply. And I mean, it was pretty wild. I mean, I was definitely a disruptor. You know, Scotty, one of the things that I really saw in our relationships were people who were not willing to comply, people who were not willing to bow down, people who were not willing to completely ignore what seemed to be common sense and critical thinking. I mean, it was so bizarre to me that you could go to a restaurant, wear a mask, but you could take it off to eat. I mean, I was like, wait a minute, where's the logic in that? I was just so mind boggled, totally.
Kimberly, I knew all logic was out the window. One night, late at night, the only place open was Walgreens, and I knew they had a DiGiorno's pizza, and I hadn't eaten all day, and I thought, I'll throw a pizza. Eating pizza before bed, real smart, right? But pepperoni and onion, no less. But anyway, I go into Walgreens, and the manager knew me. He had been working there a solid year. We had several conversations. He said, I see you here a lot. I said, I've lived in this neighborhood 20 years. I've been shopping at this store. So he had that frame of reference. He knew I was laid back and we could talk. And so this is now COVID. And I walk in and he's got, I think he had 3 masks on. And he said, excuse me, Scotty, you can't come into my store without a mask. Really mean. I said, Larry, are you kidding me? Here's my money. I gave him $10 the pizza. I knew it was like less than that with tax. I said, here's my money. Go get me the pizza. You know the pizza aisle. Yeah. Go get me the pizza. I can't do that. I said, well, then I'll do it. And I barge in the store without my mask. And I go to the freezer and I pull out the pizza and he's chasing me down the aisle. Get out of my store. Get out of my store. I said, I think you got it wrong. I think this is my store. I've been shopping here 20 years. You're a worker bee that's going to pass through this system. I may live here another 20 years. As long as the store is open, I'll be shopping here. So we'll go on 21 years now. It's my store, not your store. Well, I'm the manager of the store, and I got to get you out of the store without a mask. So I said, okay. And I lost my cool. I didn't say a word. I shoved the pizza in his gut. I said, then you have the pizza. And I just walked out of the store, gave him the pizza back because he wasn't going to ring up the sale anyway. And I thought this was a guy that was level-headed, common sense, never had a problem. We even talked a little politics. I knew he was on the left. I knew he didn't support Trump. He had talked about how he was going to vote for Biden. No, sorry. Yeah, Biden. It was Biden. Biden was right in COVID period. So unbelievable. The common sense of these people went out the window. Nothing. I mean, if you're running a store and you know a guy's a 20-year customer and you can't let him in without a mask, God forbid, for 30 seconds to buy a pizza, turn your head the other way, buddy. It's what I said. Right. Turn your head. You got someone at the register. Just turn your head. I'll go buy. Okay, then you buy no, nothing would work except, damn it, you will wear a mask and come in my store or get the hell out. This is where common sense goes out the window, like the story I told earlier with the woman who was petrified that a young man in a MAGA hat sat down next to her on an airplane. He was going to maul her, kill her, rob her. She was so petrified, they ended up putting the guy in first class. That was funny how the flight attendant talked to their pilot. The pilot said, put the young man in first class and tell her to go back into her seat in coach. So these people have lost their marbles. The common sense has been out the windows. And what I have come to realize, and we all understand this, they're going to need us. When all the truth comes out, they're going to come to us with questions. They're going to come to us. Some will never, because their ego won't allow them to. But I believe the majority of people that are not awake yet will come to us. It's going to be so hard on them. They're going to want to ask somebody they trust. At some level, they do trust us, our family or friends, just because they're on the other side of the political arena. So we are going to have to do away. This is my point. We got to do away with the labels: Republican, Democrat, red state, blue state, liberal, conservative, right, left, because that's the divide and conquer that they labeled us all with. They threw the media threw all those terms at us, promoted them for years and years, and we did too. We're just as guilty. I've been talking about the left, right, red state, blue state, conservatives and liberals on Sovereign Radio for 4 years. No more. I won't do it anymore. No mas. We are going to have to come together. And that's amazing that the Freedom to Choose community, the plaintiffs were hardcore Democrats that came together to stand on this issue. Right, Kimberly?
Absolutely. We wouldn't even entertain it. We couldn't allow the conversation to be political. We couldn't allow the conversation to be anything. We from the beginning talked about how it was God's fight. We talked about how God was going to cover it, but we would not allow we would not entertain a conversation that had anything to do with money or politics, or even if they were or were not vaxxed. We were emphatic about it being united under rights violations. And that really even stands today, Scotty. I mean, we are one nation under God, and we have got to, hold fast to our constitutional rights, the right to freedom of speech, and, what our Constitution stands for in the pursuit of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And even if I was going to talk about the pursuit of happiness, it really should be the pursuit of peace, because happiness can be circumstantial and fleeting. But I think that, those three things, the life and liberty and the pursuit of peace, all three of those are actually biblical principles, and we can find them throughout the scriptures, whether you're looking at the Old Testament or the New Testament. And it's so important. I really believe it is so important that we keep this about accountability, that we keep it about doing what's righteous, that we keep on standing with our attorney who is relentless and not willing to give up, and that we continue to raise money so that this fight can continue. We have 4 different lawsuits with our original plaintiffs still in the courts today, active lawsuits. And even though the first giant lawsuit that we lost, and we lost all of the 5 different appeals, we chose to file additional lawsuits knowing what was on the horizon. You kind of have to pay attention to the battlefield and know that this may be a small defeat, but we are not going away, and we are still continuing this fight, and we are still pressing in, and we can't stop. There's no way. We cannot stop. Quitting is not even an option. I have a little plaque in my laundry room that says, never, never, never give up. And that's just got to be it. That has to be our mantra, never again. We're not going to allow them to take us silently into the night.
Well said, Kimberly. Well said. I want to throw up our speaker list today. So people, if you can stick around, here's what's coming up. Mr. Dave Hodges, I am aware his wife is going through some treatments and has an operation tomorrow. And I'm thinking Dave couldn't make it today. And we'll just say a quick prayer if we can for Dave and his wife. And I want to add to that, let's say a prayer. Betty, if you could lead a prayer for Tina Peters, who's Gold Star mom sitting in jail, Dave and his wife, who's having surgery tomorrow, and Brett Colfage, or Brian Colfage, is in a Minnesota prison. He's a triple amputee. They tried to get Bannon on building part of a wall. They raised $20 million to build part of a wall that was approved by the states, and the Fed said, go ahead. But people raised money to build part of the wall, and they chose their own materials, by the way. And they built the most sophisticated part of the wall, more sophisticated than Donald Trump's in terms of technology and in terms of detecting intrusions. Anyway, Brian Colfage was part of this group led by Steve Bannon. They couldn't get Bannon, right? He's too big. You can't take down the big guy. You start with the little guy, right? And you work your way up. A triple amputee. They took him down. They, like Tina Peters, they fudged charges. There's probably many more people we could pray for that are in harm's way or suffering. So, Betty, if you would lead a prayer for all those in our community that are suffering from one affliction or another, one plight, one circumstance after another, please, let's pray.
I will. Let's just bow our heads. Father, we come before you following the celebration of the death and resurrection of your son. That event changed the entire course of history. Father, your feet touched ground through the feet of Christ. And we have now the power, the freedom. We have the Holy Spirit within us. We have you being able to inhabit and indwell us because of the price that your son paid. He made that possible. He tore the veil. The curtain came down, and we now have direct access to you, Lord. So we come boldly to your throne. We come boldly asking for your healing touch on Brian Hodges' wife, who's going to be having surgery, that you would heal her, that you would be upon the hands of the surgeons, that it would be successful, and that you would give them a peace that passes understanding. For all of those who are facing some kind of infirmity, Lord, that you would give them faith, that you would heal them, that you would speak to them, that you would give them strength, and that you would give them the wherewithal, the power, walk through them as they walk through the sickness or the valley of death. Let them feel your presence, Lord, but more importantly, heal them in the powerful name of Jesus Christ, because it is with his name. When we invoke his name, we are healed, Lord. And there are those, Lord, who are falsely imprisoned. We've got believers all over the world who are being killed, and we've got prisoners here in this United States, Lord, that are being falsely imprisoned. Tina and Brian have been with, and I say this with pun intended, trumped up charges that they want to be able to heaven, and that your angelic hosts would be litigating for them and bringing their cause before honest judges, before honest tribunals, before honest it's not by might nor by power, but by your spirit that we win all battles. So the battle belongs to you. The COVID battle, the court battles, all those who are unjustly accused, all those who are facing illnesses that seem uncurable, Lord, those battles belong to you, and we put them in your powerful and capable hands in the powerful name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Betty. I sure there's other people that I know need prayers that I didn't call out. I called out the three that were top of mind. For Dave not to be here, something's got to be up. So thank you for the prayer, Betty. Yeah, Tina Peters, boy, what a raw deal. It's like a jab in all of us to know this Gold Star mom, 70 years old, is in jail for simply telling the truth and admitting, I thought I ran a clean and fair election, and I didn't, and there was fraud, and I'll never go to jail for telling the truth about the fraud. She said that early on. What are they going to do? Throw me? Since the video won't play, I know the 7 cuts of the video, so I'm going to try to recreate it with you. Video with all of us on screen. The bandwidth is not enough to play the video, so the video started actually with producer Mark thanking you and Neil for the fight you're in and for all your efforts. And he just talked a little bit about your plaintiffs losing jobs over a jab. And Mark he's still so incredulous about that, as we all are. He just really succinctly talked about how great it is you have amassed this amount of plaintiffs and thanking you. And I then asked you, where did this all start? So in 3 minutes or less, tell us where this all started.
Neil works for the city of Los Angeles, and we were already starting to see the rollout of the escalation of the pressure on the employees for the city of Los Angeles. And there were, rumors of all kinds of things. You're going to get fired. You're going to lose your health insurance. You're going to do, all this bad stuff. You can't get promoted. You can't get hired. You have to, on top of the fact that they were already asking us to report whether we were or were not vaccinated. And in the spring of 2021, my son had a motorcycle accident where he broke his C1 in 3 different places. I know I'm violating his rights right now, but it's to testify that not only did God completely heal him without medical intervention, but the Lord used it as the catalyst to prompt my husband, who really believed that in August of 2021, because we were hearing rumors that they were going to cancel our medical insurance, he looked at me one day and he goes, you know what? I feel like God is telling me to be like Moses and to go to the pharaohs in California and set my people free. And in that moment, we are messianic believers. That means we're Jewish and we believe that Jesus is the Messiah. And so the Passover story is really, relevant and pertinent all the time. And I looked at Neil and I was like, okay. And he says, call Sunny. And so we reached out to Sunny and told Sunny kind of what our thoughts were. We knew her through an associate of my husband's, and his name is Joe. And if Joe is listening today, shout out to Joe. Thank you. We love you, Joe. I secretly believe that we wouldn't be here if you had not introduced us to our beloved Sunny Wise. Anyways, we called her, kind of shared our passion about what we thought about the injustices that we were watching roll out and the coercion and the intimidation and all this stuff. And she looked at me and said, who will stand with you? And I looked at my husband and I just looked at him and I was like, so who do you think will stand with us? And so he said, I don't know. And he looked at me and all 8 of them said, I will stand with you. And then all of a sudden, within 3 days, and this was over Labor Day weekend, within 3 days, we had 800 people. And within 3 months, there were 4,000 on board. And I remember testifying to you, Scotty, that it was the most organic grassroots explosion without any kind of marketing, without any kind of anything. And we were completely overwhelmed. We were all around the clock, literally praying with people, walking people off the ledge, telling them, strategizing how to, and Betty can tell you, we very quickly wrangled her to stand with us, probably because I needed my Kimber and Boo support. And she's like always been my kind of my right hand man, my right hand buddy. We, if we're talking about David and Jonathan in the Old Testament, you know, she's kind of been my Jonathan for years and years. And we just have an incredible fierceness before the throne of heaven, you know, of praying and we were just passionate. We were passionate about, you know, how do we do it? And we did. So that's what we did. We launched it. We figured out a name. We hogtied you, Scotty. We hogtied the other board members on our team. And you know, we were like, we have no idea what we're doing or how we're going to do it, but we're doing something and we're going to be relentless. And here we still are today. That's the story in less than 3 minutes.
Did you run a timer?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. We talked about the importance of this being the only vaccine mandate case in the California courts. I've done some homework around the country looking at the defendants said to the plaintiffs, come over here, we'll pay you off. We'll bribe you to take this out of court. And they took the money. I don't fault them. Some of them were in the same shoes as your plaintiffs. They needed the money. They were vaccine injured or they lost their job. So no, I don't say that with any disrespect, but it's typical of a behemoth, of a Goliath, to throw a little money at David, right? At the little guy to buy him off. And that's what they did. So how is it we're the only case? Is that because of Sunny and her efforts, our attorney? Is that because the plaintiffs have hung in there, or is it just a combination of things, Kimberly?
You know, Scotty, I really think, and I think that there's a combination of it just being weary, but I also think that there's a lack of constitutional rights attorneys that are out there. And people need to understand that there's two different legal systems in our country. We have a federal legal system. And so I think, Scotty, when you're talking about these cases, I know that there have been federal cases across the country standing up against the mandates. And as far as like statewide cases in California, you know, if somebody's out there and they're listening to us right now and they believe that they have been, that their rights have been violated, and they want to, you know, find out about, you know, fighting their own case in their own states, you know, email us, you guys. You can email freedomtochooseusa.com. We have an active email thread that you can communicate with us if you have questions. But I think, Scotty, that it's really, you know, people just are desperate and they just want to go back to work. They don't want to be bothered. We know for a fact that our plaintiffs were totally targeted by the powers that be and made back deal offers also, you know, and our plaintiffs didn't even understand that they were being offered a backdoor an offer. They were just excited to be back at work or you know, have the pressure taken off, and they didn't even understand that was like they were literally signing something that would take them off the case. And so they targeted the ones that had the worst circumstances or the worst stories. I mean, it would just, we're talking next level guerrilla warfare. So why are people still not standing? I don't know. I don't know if it's just because they feel like it's a losing battle, if it's because so many of these courts have been so nefarious in how they've dealt with these cases. But I can tell you this, and that is that we are relentless and we are not going away. And we continue to pray for Sunny Wise. We continue to pray for her strength and for her health and for her, just her vision and her wisdom. And, you know, her last name is Wise, W-I-S-E. And her first name is Sunny. And we just continue to pray that she shines bright with the wisdom from above in our courts here in Los Angeles in the state of California.
You talked about how they flipped your case into 5 kinds of sections. But before you answer that, I want to share the most memorable story from the courtroom you told me. You had come back from court and said one of the judges said, well, this is just too big. It's too big for this courtroom. This is globalist case. And you were going to go on. And I said, whoa, the judge used the word globalist? Yes. He said it's global. It's a globalist thing. That, as if to say, listen, Gavin Newsom and Garcetti this wasn't their call. You know, I read between the lines, maybe what I want from him choosing that word, but I believe people choose words for a reason. And I think he threw us a hint when he said globalist. It is a globalist thing. The entire world was subject to these mandates, and it is a globalist central banking cabal, satanic at that really mandated this. It didn't come from Newsom or Garcetti. All right, explain the 5 kinds of sections they flipped you into to try to deflect, right?
Yeah, Betty, throw in on this. You absolutely watched this happen.
Well, we had to go. We had so many plaintiffs in so many different arenas where, you know, in order for us to make an impact, we had firefighters. We had to go after, you know, some of them. We had teachers. We went after all the largest entities. You know, we had small, you know, small time employers, but we wanted to, in order to be a big whale and make a big splash, we had to go after these large entities so that we could get the message out. We needed all of those their minions to be on notice that that they infringed on the rights of all of their workers, and that they cannot be, because they were all doing what they thought they had to. They had the mandate from above, and they need to know that they're going to be held accountable, that they should walk in fear. They are not sleeping peacefully, because this could come back and bite them in the fanny. I mean, look at what has happened when you look at people who are getting bitten in the rear end for doing blackface 20 years ago, 40 years ago. Remember that? And it's being thrown in their face now. These people are now put on notice. Yay, love the picture. On notice. These supervisors, these principals, these higher ups are on notice that at any time this could explode in their lap for them being a party to a what amounted to a horrific violation of rights a la Nuremberg. Okay, unbelievable.
Great explanation, Betty. I see Neil, I think, or the guy with the beard. Is that Neil on the left? I can't tell.
No,
on the right. He's
no.
from the right. He's
my screen left, but it's really stage right. All right. So explain this picture, Kimberly.
Well, that's in one of the, that's, first of all, we're wearing our awesome t-shirts that were donated to us by one of our outstanding board members, Brett Miller. Shout out to you, Brett. Thank you again. And so we were giving all of our plaintiffs who were showing up at the court a t-shirt so that we could be in solidarity. And dead center in the middle bottom row down on her knees is Sunny. And then if you just looking at the screen, if you go 2 over, my husband's hands are both up over his head, hands raised. That's Neil. And I'm in the very back, hands up, standing on a bench in the back. And those are all of the plaintiffs that, you know, our intention was to pack the courtroom every single hearing. And we did. We had, you know, people who, you know, couldn't come one time and were able to come another time. And we really did wear our t-shirts and come and support Sunny. And our judge really acted like he loved the solidarity, like he loved the passion of our wanting to stand for our rights. And again, that's why I say, you know, far be it from me to pretend that I can look into a man's heart, right? But I can tell you that sometimes the perception is not always the intention of the heart. And so because we lost that first round of the big lawsuit, it would be easy to perceive that the judge didn't care. But I don't believe that that's the case at all. I believe that he was doing his best to convey additional strategy. The cases that we have refiled are actually segregated now. The first case was lumped together, everybody, because we were trying to make a statement statewide, which we did. I believe that we completely stopped what their alternative agenda was. I think that they really, really, really wanted to roll out some type of incredible shutdown in the state. And I can tell you that when they started adding up how many plaintiffs we had and how many, what the ripple effect might look like, and we were not willing to monetize the case or talk about, what it would look like if we won. But I'm pretty sure that the defense for the state, for the school district, for the city and the county of Los Angeles, I think that they were really doing some math and figuring out, wow, even if we settled with all of these people on the lowest end, that could be billions and billions of dollars. And, like I said, originally, when we first set it up, we set it up as a nonprofit organization because we were primarily about educating people about their rights. And so if anybody does make a donation today, that the nonprofit organization status still stands and it's tax exempt, and you can write off any donation that's made to the givesendgo.com freedom to choose telethon today. But yeah. So yeah, we definitely are not going anywhere.
No, here to stay for sure. Betty, did you want to add to that?
We believed from the onset that this was God's agenda, and it was God's timing, and it's God's outcome. I mean, he's the one that's going to determine the outcome of everything. I'm not surprised that so many judges were too afraid. I think they were too afraid to have to take it on. I think they didn't want to be the one to take on all these entities. Their paychecks are coming from them. So they're biting the hand that feeds them. So what were they going to do? Rule against and have their job? They could be fired and replaced they're at the mercy of their employer. So I don't even know. Yeah, we were coming after their employers. These judges hear cases that don't have anything to do with their employer, but when it comes to their employer, what were they going to do? I can't believe that we didn't take this to some other jurisdiction so that those judges could vote in our favor. But we were on the enemy's battleground, and they did their best. And I think this was really about fear. The judges were too afraid to rule in our favor. I think they all knew, because of the vast amount of evidence that we brought. They all knew what the truth was, and they were too afraid to rule in our favor for fear of their jobs.
Fear. I don't know. Do you guys remember when we first filed the lawsuit back in December of 2021? We got a story from Sunny that she literally tells me it was like hot potato. Like the judges were like throwing the case back and forth at each other, that nobody wanted to take the case, that it was literally like hot potato. And and then we even had a judge that tried to lump our lawsuit into the same lawsuit with the Firefighters for Freedom lawsuit. And that was like a misbehaving. We have seen so much misbehaving, it's unbelievable. But the bottom line is that we endured, right, the longest period that we possibly could. We appealed on all 5 levels, and now We have, active cases that are actually segregated, like the judge wanted us to do. And so we have, the much smaller cases because we picked the stories that had the greatest damages, and then grouped those plaintiffs that fall into the state, county, city, LAUSD, different categories. But yeah, we are, and here's the other thing is, when you are a civil servant, you have what's called civil servant rights, and those are different levels of hearings. So they're called Skelly hearings, and I think Gabe, talked a little bit about it earlier, but Sunny has actually been participating in countless Skelly hearings for our plaintiffs from the beginning, and some of those are still continuing to today. And it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely incredible how they can bulldoze the rights of civil servants, public servants, and totally, do these covert. Yeah. It's criminal on every level. So we just encourage everybody that's out there today to know that if you want to sow seed into a fight that is still continuing, we are here. Freedom to choose is not going away. And we, Scotty and Betty and I serve on a board of 7 boards of executive members. And my husband will be joining us a little bit later today. And we are absolutely passionate about continuing this fight and holding the standard and holding a beacon of hope, and knowing that all we need is one win, and that will open the floodgates for everybody else. So your effort is not in vain.
That's important to remind everybody. Everybody who's watching, who's listening, you might be the very next case that we have to defend. So keeping this alive, keeping the coffers filled for lawsuits. We don't have anybody on payroll. Every dime possible is used, other than bank fees, are used to go towards education, so that we can educate you, so that we can defend you. And you might be the very person that needs the resources that we have. So you are sowing seed into your own future. What more can I say? And so the lawsuit, and keep in mind, this has been God's organization from the get-go. I mean, how many grassroots organizations do you know that could sustain and be alive this long, and still thriving and still in the courts from a grassroots effort? God did.
It's a God thing for sure. Ladies, we are out of time, and I am going to dismiss you to bring in our next guest. Thank you, Kimberly. We'll see you later for sure. And great job, ladies. You really have made the time really go quick for me, because it's a long day, and without this kind of conversation, it would be unbearable almost to be on a computer for 12 hours. So thank you for making it real and keeping it
Sendgo.com.
lots of fun. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Scotty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is the one and only founder, operator, the good sheriff of the CSPOA, Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. I met Sheriff Mack on the same tour I met Scott McKay, the Robert David Steele, Sasha Stone Arise USA tour. Despite some of the problems we had, met a lot of great people, Sheriff Mack being one of them. And when I met you, Sheriff Mack, I really thought to myself, your organization and your role is probably, if not one of the most important in our 3,000 counties. As far as law enforcement, it is the most important, because without a constitutional sheriff, what have we got? And there are a lot of guys like Riverside County, California, Bianco, claiming to be constitutional sheriffs, but yet they go and arrest Vem Miller, saying he's there to assassinate Trump, right? You know the story. By the way, I'm going to talk about Vem real quick because I meant to talk about it when we were talking about low vibration from music and how it puts people in a bad place, low vibration frequency. Vem Miller was a video producer for rap artists, making a ton of money, living the life in LA. And 2 years in, he said he felt so low, so bad from being around these artists because their music, as he said it, vibrated at such a low frequency. And everything's frequency. Everything is energy. Everything is operating on a level of frequency. And he said this rap artist talking about killing police. So I think this all ties in with Sheriff Mack, because Sheriff Mack, you know that there was a generation or is a generation that thinks it's okay, right, to deal with it that way. But let's start with the importance of a constitutional sheriff, because that's fundamental to our conversation.
Well, it is, and it's true what you said. When government does what Jefferson warned us about, when all government shall be drawn to Washington as the center of all power, it will render powerless the checks provided, in other words, the Constitution, and become as venile and oppressive as the government from which we separated. In other words, King George III, England, it'll become just as bad as that. And I think we far exceeded King George III tyranny already during the Biden and Obama administrations. And thank God that we have somebody now that believes in the rule of law and the proper role of government. But now Trump and his administration have violated my Supreme Court case. So I need to tell you about that with the Real ID Act. But
I know I'm up in arms about that. I don't stand with that at all.
No, of course not. But in my decision, it says the order of the court. Okay, I have a copy of the decision right here that everybody listening today on this program, everybody participating, everybody watching, you should have this book in your home and you should have it in your pocket. Look, it fits right here in your shirt pocket. Fits in your purse, fits in your glove box, in your glove compartment in your car. You should keep these with you. And if you ever get stopped, give it to a cop. But you should make it a point to give this ruling. This is a highlighted version of the ruling. Give it to local city council members, county commissioners, your attorney general, your governor, and your county attorney, and any prosecutors. Let's see what the order of the court said. Well, I'm going to read one excerpt from Justice Scalia. Justice Antonin Scalia wrote this decision, and this shows how important sheriffs are, because sheriffs did this. The only time in U.S. history where sheriffs sued the federal government and won. And yes, it was the Clinton administration. Yes, I sued the Clintons and lived to tell about it. But folks, that's why the office of sheriff is so important. He's the last line of defense against tyranny. Who should have already stopped the IRS in every county? The sheriff. Who should have stopped the tyranny of the FBI? The sheriff. Who's there to protect you from all enemies, both foreign and domestic? Meaning, if they come from government, who's there to protect you? The sheriff. And he's not doing it, then he's not doing his job. Okay? So anyway, he quotes the New York case of 1992 in my decision. He says, "We have held, however, that state legislatures are not subject to federal direction." What do you think the Real ID Act is? It's from the federal government. Kristi Noem is the one that's pushing it. This passed in 2005. No president really pushed it, and no administration really pushed it, except until Biden and now the Trump administration. I don't think Trump knows about my case, and I don't think he knows how far this goes. And we should not be doing it. Now, Scotty, I need to tell you something. You don't know this yet. I went and got my Real ID driver's license. I have it. Okay. And I kept asking everybody, what's the difference between the license I've had for the last 10 years and this? Scotty, nobody knows, or at least they're not saying.
Didn't they
So
put
the
a symbol
DMV
on it? Didn't they put a symbol on your license of some
Well, yeah,
kind?
it has a star up in the right-hand corner. So
I want you to finish, but I want to tell you about that gold star. Go ahead. You finish
Okay.
your story.
well, and then every time, I fly a lot. And so every time for the last 6-8 months, you go through TSA and they go, remember in May, you got to have your real ID driver's license. And so I started asking all of them, all the TSA people, and they're usually very friendly and open. I said, what's the difference? Nobody knew. Nobody has a clue why we're doing this. And so, but I'll bet you one thing, I'll bet you Kristi Noem knows, and she should have been opposing this, not shoving it down our throats. And so I believe if this information got in front of Trump and he saw the Supreme Court case, I bet he would go, no, we're not doing it. So this is the, one other quote. The federal government, now get this, the federal government, we held, may not compel the states to enact or administer a federal regulatory program. Okay. May not compel the states. And then in the order of the court, Scalia gets pretty strict. It says this. First of all, the states are not puppets of a ventriloquist Congress. How do you like that one, Scotty?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
The order of the court. The federal government may neither issue directives requiring the states to address particular problems, nor command the state's officers or those of their political subdivisions, which means the cities, the counties, the school boards, and the rest of the state and state legislatures. We are not subject to federal direction. That's not my quote. That's the Supreme Court's quote. So here it is, folks. You need to get, these are all available at cspoa.org. And there are you get 3 of these for $5. And you should be ordering dozens and dozens. Look, folks, I don't make enough on these to get you to go do this so I can go on some big vacation, which I'm already doing that next month for my wife and my 50th anniversary. So that's already covered, okay? I'm not trying to make money off of these. And if you can't afford them, get a hold of us and we'll send you one. We'll send you 3 because these have got to get out there. This decision came out June of 1997. It has not been altered. It has not been changed. Okay. And
Sheriff Mack, I want to talk further about the real ID law.
Okay.
And to do that, I'm going to bring a friend in. I think you know this gentleman, Dave Hodges.
Oh, no, Dave Hodges.
Hey. Hi, Sheriff.
Hey, Dave.
So, first of all, shame on you, Kristi Noem. And I don't know how plugged into this Trump is, but it's unconscionable to me. This is a law that's 25 years old. It was written. It's a byproduct of the Patriot Act. We all know how well that went, right? That's why we're going through TSA. That's why we have all the hassles traveling. But I want to share a little story about that gold star on your license, Sheriff Mack.
Okay.
I have a 92-year-old aunt in Chicago, Illinois. She was in a concentration camp. Yeah, Hitler's German. She was in Poland. I think that was called Auschwitz. Wasn't that in Poland? And anyway, it doesn't matter which one. She and my uncle.
That's what Dave says all the time when he goes golfing. Auschwitz.
She and my uncle escaped thanks to the Red Cross, a once honorable organization. They would bring in uniforms, Red Cross uniforms. They'd bring in a dozen at a time. They'd have the prisoners of the concentration camp put the Red Cross uniforms on like they work for the Red Cross, and then they would walk out together. So that's how they got out. But she called me. She doesn't drive anymore, but she likes to travel like you, Sheriff Mack. She travels for pleasure. It's not business anymore like you. She called me. When she got home, she looked at her license. It had a yellow star. It triggered her. She was forced to wear a gold star to identify herself as a Jew in a concentration camp. Dave, you know about the gold stars, right? You know what they were. So it triggered her that she had a yellow star on her license. Now, I brought that to the attention of some of my friends, and they thought it was silly. They thought, well, why are you triggered? I said, well, I love and respect and have a little sympathy for my aunt. The poor woman's at home crying over the yellow star on her license. Dave, what do you think about this Real ID Act? It's garbage. To me, it's a byproduct of the Bush era.
It's going to be an element of 15-minute city social credit controlling everything about you. It's just one more element of control that is digital, and it is unneeded. Let me say something about Kristi Noem. Not a fan. I'm trying to think how to say this because I'm under a non-disclosure. I was commissioned to look into some things, and it included her state of South Dakota with carbon capture. And they were going on farmers' lands in her state and 7 other states. And these people with the sheriff and a court order and a gag order digging trenches near water supplies, near homes, disrupting agricultural production, all to capture carbon under the Biden administration and this silly climate change nonsense. And when this was brought to her attention, she said, and I quote, "I can't solve all the farmers' problems."
Yeah. And
That
you know what
told
she
me
did right
everything I
after
need
that,
to know
Dave?
about Kristi
Right after
and
that,
all that
she off her website, her governor website, she took off that she would protect land rights. She took that off.
Yeah,
You know,
I've talked to some people in the South Dakota legislature, actually interviewed somebody. They're not a fan of hers.
No, they're not.
And we couldn't have a worse person in charge of Homeland under Trump. This was a bad appointment.
Look, he's not infallible, Trump. He's not immune to making mistakes, whether he knows it or not. She is not a good look.
This is a mistake.
Yeah, she's not a good look for his administration. And I have often taken pictures of people side by side, the old and new. Like I took a picture of Biden from his VP days and the one when he was president. Not the same guy. No way.
No.
I took a picture of Kristi Noem. And now, and I'm not saying it's not Kristi Noem, she is invested in plastic surgery. She's all dialed up for this new position. She's all dialed up and ready to go and shoving this law. She went and did a bunch of PSAs that are airing on TV all over cable TV. They're airing on live streams everywhere. I don't get it. I don't know how plugged in President Trump is, but in every aspect, this Real ID is wrong, isn't it, Sheriff?
Yeah, it is. It's just as Dave said. It's about control. It's about monitoring us. It puts our DNA and our retina scans on government files, and just like the concealed carry permits for gun owners, I told everybody that these concealed carry permits are a double order to get into Canada, and the Canadian security people asked him if he brought a gun. They said, "Why did you say that? I know I can't bring a gun in Canada." And they said, "Well, because you're a concealed carry permit holder. So we just want to make sure you didn't bring it with you." And so they share those lists with Interpol. So we're all on the list. We're all part of it. And that's all this is about. Why can't, look, how long have we used the driver's licenses that we have before they started all this? We've used them for centuries. Okay. Yeah. And they're just fine for telling you. They're supposedly saying now there won't be anybody being able to fabricate their identification because they'll have to have this Real ID thing. Baloney. You know, there's a lot greater subterfuge behind it besides trying to make us safer, which it's not going to do anyway. And so there is one good piece of news. You do not have to use it if you have a passport. Okay.
Yeah.
And they did not take my other license away from me, which I thought they were going to do. So I still have
that's
both
interesting.
licenses, and I might just go with using my passport, but I don't know if I want to take it everywhere because it just scares me that I'm going to lose it sometime and then forget to have it when I really need to go out of country. But I'm probably just going to do that and make sure I keep it in my briefcase. But we've already seen that Christy Nome even got her briefcase or carry-on or her purse stolen.
Yeah, her purse
She
was
lost
stolen.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I've got something ID that's going to shock both of you. And if we got a couple of minutes, I could explain it because.
Yeah, Dave, go ahead. And then I want to recognize a sponsor who's going to give us a nice cut of the action today for Freedom to Choose. Dave, it's Nanosoma Spray, but I want you to go ahead first.
Love Nanosoma Spray. I'm here today because of them.
That's why I waited for you to come on to talk about it.
Yeah, let me share this with you. There's a gentleman I know named John Cruz. And John, 13 years ago, was responsible for getting HSBC a $5 billion fine. And they tried to shut him up. He found money laundering when he was the senior VP. And I'm just giving background here to establish credibility. And he found these boiler rooms, creating fake IDs and money laundering. Clinton Foundation was involved. James Comey out of England at the time was involved. And he wouldn't go away, and everyone ignored him. He got fired. He's a senior VP. And eventually he told Loretta Lynch, I got kill switches, I got proof, and it's going to every media outlet if you don't do something. Nobody went to jail, but there was a $5 billion fine. Now, the same John Cruz contacted me last year, and I've been following this, and now we're going public, and I'm going to put him on all kinds of shows. John was a manager at Allstate Insurance, and what he found, and it's in the open, they talk about it with their agents, gift cards are distributed to illegals. Okay. Now, when you are an insurance agent and you're interviewing a prospective client, you get their name, their address, their social security, everything else on these forms, plus your existing client base is there. Now, here's what they're doing. They're taking, and I don't know if this is just Allstate, I suspect it's not, but this is what we know. Allstate, with the agent level, they're making profits on this and not reporting it to the IRS. They are taking this information and distributing it to parties in exchange for the gift cards where they get money. Okay, so let me just lay it out for you. That means any illegal alien could have Scotty Sachs, Sheriff Mack, Dave Hodges identification. They could move money for mortgages and steal your home. They can steal your bank account. They can steal anything. Well, John is so much on the money, and he's gone public, and he lives in Colorado. You know how Colorado is. They're not going to help him because they're as liberal and criminal as the day is long. But John is now being sued by Allstate to shut him up. And he actually filed a lawsuit himself, but it was dismissed. He can bring the lawsuit back up. Now, because I know his credibility with HSBC, and he won to some degree, I know this is true. So yes, you've got real ID, and that's a consideration, but I want the audience to know, in my estimation and looking at what John has done, I think everyone's identity is at risk. Everyone's identity can be stolen, and it's being facilitated by a major corporation, according to John Cruz. And I don't think it stops with Allstate. He just sees what he sees because he's in that environment. They have meetings with agents where they discuss the gift cards and this and that, and they don't report it to the IRS. How do you like them apples?
Why am I not surprised about all this?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is this so consistent with their MO? So let's take 2 minutes, Dave, and because you're here, I saved this Nanosoma Spray, portion of the proceeds of the sale of anybody who buys Nanosoma Spray. And when you hear Dave's story and my story, you may want to check this out, folks. But a portion of the proceeds are going to go to Give, Send, Go. That's the URL to donate to Freedom to Choose USA. as a recognition of this telethon, Freedom to Choose Never Again telethon. They're going to donate a portion of the proceeds. So I was introduced to this product in December of 2023, told for every year I had neuropathy, planned to use it 2 to 3 weeks. So that would have been 20 to 30 weeks. The distributor sent me my first month's supply. He was so confident it would work. And he was looking for marketing help. And I said, well, I have to try the product before I, can help you with your marketing. So he sent me the product. In 6 weeks, by February of 2024, all my symptoms of neuropathy are gone. Now, that doesn't mean the neuropathy is gone from my body, but the symptoms, the stinging and burning in my feet, are all gone, and they've never come back. So I'm a year plus now, after 10 years of trying everything from big pharma to other holistic approaches to supplementation, nanosoma spray. Dave, I'm going to turn over to you. Your story is even more dramatic.
Yeah, I was sailing along here, and then at the end of February, beginning of March, I came down with RSV, with strep lung linings, and the pneumonia. Now, the steroids and the antibiotics got rid of the pneumonia pretty quickly. And I was in good health. I'm not sure how this happened, but the RSV was really, really bad. And I wasn't doing well. And about 2 weeks, I couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. That's how bad it was. And I had been working out regularly. So I go see a pulmonologist, someone who I'd known for 30 years, used to play basketball with him. He said, Dave, I got some bad news. He said, that RSV and those strep lung linings, he goes, I don't think they're coming back because of your age. And we progressed into someday oxygen, shorter lifespan. And then here comes Scotty. He brings me into exposure to nanosoma products. And he said, Dave, take this. And then I talked to the North American director, Sean McDonald, and he said, the basic spray is 5 times spray once a day. He said, you could do it every hour in the hour because it's completely natural. Within 2 weeks, I was walking up a flight of stairs again. And I told my wife, I said, I am not accepting this prognosis. So I went to the gym nearly every single day. It was a rare event. And I'll give you another product here I used. I have knee bone on bone. And I started using this gel and rubbing it on. Scotty's suggestion, Sean's suggestion. And today, last night, I'll just give you an example. I did deadlift. I leg pressed over 300 pounds, which ain't a lot to brag about. I did 600 when I was in my 20s, but I did over 300 pounds. I ran some sprints, and I have no inflammation in my knee. When I was coaching college basketball in the off season 25 years ago, I used to play basketball with some of my players, but I had to stop because the knee went like this. I use this, and it produces pluripotent stem cells. I don't have to do that anymore. So I was able to bust it in the gym. And today I'm doing things I haven't done in over 25 years, and I owe it to these 2 products. And Scotty, I want to thank you publicly, because without you bringing this to my attention, I would have been on a downward path as, progressive, in terms of what my pulmonologist said. He said, you're really in trouble. And today I'm in really good health.
Well, Dave, the best part about this product is sharing it with friends and colleagues like you. So, don't thank me, thank the creators of the product. It's, again, I tried everything in 10 years, but, our bodies are miracle machines. And nanosoma spray is just a catalyst for the body to heal itself, really, of any condition. I know a woman with MS. Her mom and son were shopping for wheelchairs, if nothing else, a walker. And she started to use nanosoma. She walks fine today. Sheriff Mack, you know her, Joanne Arstall. I used it, as I said, to get rid of my decade-long problem with neuropathy. Dave has used it for miraculous results. My high blood pressure is gone. You can get your health back too with nanosoma spray. They're all over body gel that delivers immediate relief from pain, cuts, burns, even a toothache I've used it on. And there's a facial cream that has gotten rid of the lines in my forehead.
I got that here too. And yeah, privately, I can be a little vain.
Yeah, exactly.
But
David got
Scotty,
rid of the.
I want to say this real clearly though. Okay,
Yep.
I can't emphasize this strongly enough. If I had not used the spray, I am firmly convinced I would probably be on oxygen today. And not only that, this spray doesn't cure anything. It has general applicability because it raises vitamin C, D levels, affects the nuclear receptors, and it lengthens telomeres, which is the lifeblood of your cells. And it makes your immune system just tremendous. So if you want to fight things off, there's a manageable dose that you take 5 sprays once a day. Or if you're in crisis like I was, you can take it constantly without worrying about overdosing. And so the spray boosts the immune system. So that means you don't have to have strip lung linings or neuropathy like Scotty. Anything here will be helped by an enhanced immune system.
Thanks, Dave, for your story. So you can get Nanosoma spray at iwantmyhealthback.com/SR. That's iwantmyhealthback.com/SR. You got to put in that /SR. When we thought about how can we best market this, we came up with the URL I Want My Health Back, because again, people with every kind of affliction, from autoimmune disease to multiple sclerosis, my neuropathy, Dave's lung condition, it's really a product like none other I've ever tried. So go to iwantmyhealthback.com. I'm going to let him tell it, but he is founded an organization that you're going to want to hear about. And his name is Mr. Greg Schumacher. A little bit of context. He had a furrier business, multi-generation family fur business, that the left started protesting outside his store. The animal rights activists started protesting outside his store, his retail business. He had a very, very solid wholesale business. In fact, around the world, Schumacher Furs was recognized as one of the best furs in the world. And those protests turned into rock throwing, which turned into firebombing, which turned into the destruction of his business. He turned lemonade into lemons and founded an organization called Return Law and Order, RLO. And I'm going to bring him in so he can tell us. RLO is going to stand for the little guys. Greg, welcome, Greg.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Meet Sheriff Mack and Dave Hodges.
Hi, nice to meet you. By the way, the name of the organization, Scotty, is Restore Law and Order.
Yeah, Restore. Thank you.
Restore. That's okay.
Yeah. So, Greg, tell us in a couple of minutes. I just overviewed the story because it was life-changing for you, obviously. It cost you a marriage. It cost you a business. It cost you your health. The left strikes again, and prompted by the same people who brought us the jab. That's why it's so appropriate to bring these things to this telethon. So I'm going to turn it over to you to tell your story.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting how that left side, all this stuff flows together. So I'm the owner of Schumacher Furs USA, which is the oldest fur company in America. We're established in 1895, 5-generation business. We design, manufacture, and distribute fur product, retail and also wholesale, to stores like Nordstrom's, Neiman Marcus, Saks, etc. Also internationally. I'm going to kind of fast forward and talk about what happened to us. We're going to go to year 2005 to 2007, that 2-year period. And our company was attacked by protesters and also terrorist groups, mainly terrorist groups. These consisted of animal rights groups, as well as groups such as Antifa and Black Lives Matter, not those particular groups, but like-type groups. And what was going on is it started out to be a very light protest, and within days it turned into outright terrorism. They attacked, the moral of the story is that they attacked our business for 2 years, every single day, in downtown Portland, and also our New York office. Our headquarters was in Portland. And we gathered over 520 hours of crimes on audio video, just crimes. The entire event was 1,250 hours. So about 500 hours of it was criminal action. And so we had all this on audio and video. And every time we called the Portland police or the FBI or the mayor, we went to the governor. I actually went to President Bush at that time and encouraged him and asked him to please enforce the frickin' laws. All right. Because the problem was every time we called, no one came to help us. So it got to the point where it just was ridiculous. I mean, actually, the Portland police they blocked my cell number, all of our employees' cell numbers, all of our 5 lines. You couldn't even contact me anymore. After 2 years of this, even though business was brisk, believe it or not, business was still good. We had a lot of supporters. And after 2 years of this, we no longer could get insurance for our company. No place in the world, no one would insure us because of the terrorist attacks. Without insurance, you can't run a business, especially in the fur industry, because we have a high ticket, high inventory dollar value item. And we needed liability insurance, et cetera. So we ended up closing our doors in 2007. We're still a business legally, established in 1895. And after that, I was literally devastated. I lost my true love of life, which was my fur business. I worked it 7 days a week, like a lot of business people do. And besides my wife, by the way. And, I lost that. I lost my prestige. The media attacked me viciously all over the United States. And if you didn't see it, but at least locally in Oregon, and every night it almost became like a soap opera where they were reporting these events that were going on all the time. And it's interesting because when I would be interviewed, I would be talking about, they'd go, well, what do you think about this fur protest or what's happening with the fur industry? I go, this has nothing to do with fur. This has to do with the ideology of the liberal left government. Okay, because that's exactly what it is. And furthermore, in all these interviews, and if you track back 18 years ago, I said, what's happening to me is going to happen to other businesses across the nation. Okay. And everyone laughed at me because keep in mind, 18 years ago, I was the only guy being singled out in Portland. It was not other businesses. So now we look at the last 4 years and we look at what's happened. All right. Or even last 10 years, but I'm going to take the last 4 years. I hired investigative teams 4 years ago, right after the George Floyd event, and I tracked all the crimes that happened to businesses across the nation where one of two situations happened. Number one, a crime happened, the business owner called law enforcement did not respond. Second circumstance, same thing, crime happened, businesses called law enforcement came out, responded, but did nothing. So I have thousands and thousands of incidences all the way from Walmarts to Targets to coffee shops, et cetera. I mean, this is absurd, you guys. I mean, what happened to me, we were singled out 18 years ago, okay? And then we look at what's happened. Let's just take this last 4 years. There's billions of dollars of damage because of lack of law enforcement by the government. This is what's going on. It's not the criminals, okay? It's the government. The government is not upholding constitutional law, and I can prove it because I have all the evidence. All right. And they're not upholding city ordinances. They're not importing state constitutional law. And this goes over and over again. And it's even happened currently. It's actually getting worse ever since Trump got in because they're resisting Trump. And we see it going on in Portland, Seattle, Minneapolis, New York. And the crime keeps going and going and going. Okay. And my solution with Restore Law and Order, generally speaking, is to hold the government accountable, meaning the city, the states, and the government officials personally. The government officials took a personal oath to uphold constitutional law. And in the Constitution, if they fail to do so, they can be held personally accountable for the losses and economic damage that's happened because they did not do their job. Okay. So what we do is we gather businesses together. We're the only people doing this in the United States. We gather businesses together that were damaged financially. And what we do is we sue the cities and the states and the government officials personally, mayors, governors, city councilmen, DAs, etc. We do this through what we call direct action lawsuits, not class action. They're similar to class action, but they're direct action lawsuits. And we're suing for two reasons. One, to try to get reimbursement back to the business for their losses. And probably the most important reason, and listen to this carefully, is to set a precedent for future candidates that want to run for office that are lawless, not to run because their reputations and their careers will be ruined just like their predecessors. So what I'm trying to say is when we sue the mayor, we sue the governor, and we run it through our huge PR nationally and expose them for all their wrongdoings, all their criminal actions, our attempt is to harm them from the standpoint of their reputation. Okay, we're going to hold them accountable. We're going to show the public what they did wrong. Okay, hopefully future candidates who want to carry on the same lawless actions won't run for office, knowing that if they got in and carried on the same lawlessness, that the same thing will happen to them. We have to hold accountability to the government officials, and no one's doing it. Now, what's going on in America, and the reason you're not seeing any improvement, okay, that's a fact, is because of two reasons. Number one, the business's approach, all the way from Nike to Walmart's to your corner coffee shop, their approach is to do the following, and they've been doing this. They gather together with these stupid community meetings that they have, okay? And what they do is they try to convince the city council, the mayors, and the governors to start enforcing the law and do their job, okay? Which would require them to change their ideology. Okay, now we're talking in sanctuary cities. We're talking where there's a liberal run, radical government running these cities, okay? And this is the biggest mistake the businesses are making, okay? And I'm talking the biggest corporations. They're trying to convince the existing far left radical liberal politicians to change their mind. They're not going to do it. All they do is give them lip service and a bunch of BS, and they do nothing. Okay. The other solution is to vote them out. Well, that doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because in sanctuary cities and states, you have what type of people? You have far left liberal people that have been indoctrinated over the years into this liberal ideology. And what do? And we can prove it. They keep voting the same liberal radicals in office. For example, in Portland, Oregon, Ted Wheeler, a radical mayor, he did 4 years term, horrible job. What do? They vote him back in for another 4 years. Our governor, Kate Brown, another one, okay? I'm just using this as an example. She's in for 4 years, ruins Oregon, okay? Doesn't enforce any laws, okay? They vote her back in. And this is consistent through Seattle and all other places. So how are you going to get enforcement of the U.S. Constitution if you have these far left liberals running the government? And so the point is, how do you get rid of them? The only way I can think of getting rid of them is hold them accountable and set a precedent.
Greg, I got to cut you off because we're short on time, and I want Sheriff Mack to be able to comment on an organization like RLO, Restore Law and Order. How would you view that as a constitutional sheriff, to be able to have an organization like that to turn to hold people accountable, a legal team that could work side by side with a constitutional sheriff to the same end? Am I dreaming that up, or is that a possibility, Sheriff Mack?
No, I was thinking the same thing while he was talking, that we should be, there's about 20 different organizations that are expressing the need to get back to the Constitution. And a lot of these organizations would be flying a lot higher. It'd be much more successful if sheriffs were part of all of this. Look, Claremont Institute, I just heard of them a couple of years ago. They've been working with sheriffs for quite some time, and they actually have some funding and some very dedicated people. We lack funding, but I tell you, if we could work together with all these other groups, I think we would all be much better off. And it's all about law and order. It's all about a return to the Constitution. And if we don't have law enforcement dedicating themselves to the Constitution, then it's lost. And the CSPOA, the Constitutional Sheriff and Peace Officer Movement, has had some tremendous success. Just imagine where we would be if we actually had some funding.
Well said. Dave, I want you to jump in. And what do you think of Greg's business model, and how can it interact locally to activate people?
Well, the part about the lawsuits against public officials on a personal level is intriguing to me. But Greg, I have a question on that. Have you run into obstacles such as legislative immunity?
We have, but they're not immune. And it's been proven, actually. There's been governors and mayors that have been sued successfully, personally, for lawless actions of not upholding their duties. So to answer your question, yeah, it has come up in front of us, yes. But it's again, the concept of them taking a personal oath, regardless of what position they're in as a government official, is what is binding them to not be immune.
Yeah, and there's another obstacle I see too, and I'm not saying that we give up on this, because I don't think we do, but you've looked at 2 judges now in the past week that have tried to assist cartel members. One letting them live on their property, the other hiding them and sneaking them out the side door before they can be arrested. So I asked the question of a judge I know here in Arizona. I said, how common is this where they're tied to the cartel? And he said, more common than you want to believe.
Yeah. Dave, your question about personal immunity is so integral to our lawsuit, Freedom to Choose's suit, because the defendants are Gavin Newsom and Mayor Garcetti, and they're named personally in the suit. So, like Sheriff Mack, who sued the Clintons, that wasn't really a personal suit, was it? It was a governmental. You were suing the U.S. government under Clinton's watch, right, Sheriff Mack?
Correct. That is correct.
Right. And can't accentuate enough. Sheriff Mack is here. He said it and he glossed right over it. He lived to tell about it. He won a 10th Amendment victory against Bill Clinton, and here he is sitting here. So I looked at this when Greg told me his model. I said, my God, we got the kahunas of a Sheriff Richard Mack and his constitutional organization with the CSPOA. We got a guy like Greg who's been beat up and beat down his business and wants to turn that into lemonade into lemons with restore law and order. In essence, it's like a judicial watch, Greg, isn't it? Aren't you like, you'd be like a judicial watch going after making right out of wrong? And I put the CSPOA and RLO together, and I see a big upside. So, Greg, tell our listeners where they can read more about what you're up to.
Right. I do want to address that one question that was in regards to judges. Okay. We're going to try to do as much jury trials as possible. Okay. In regards to the judges, again, they're a government official, and I think that they can be sued for not upholding constitutional law. I think our president is addressing that as well. President Trump.
Well, I think if we go back to common law and, get rid of this maritime legal system, you're spot on, Greg. I don't see any reason. The problem is, how do you go before a judge to sue a judge when they've all been blackmailed and bribed ostensibly?
Let me throw this in for him to consider, Greg, when you answer. What about citizen grand juries?
I don't, that's interesting. That's something I'd have to look into. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're in play. What's the name of the organization that's putting those grand juries in play, Dave?
There's
I'm not
several.
sure I know.
There's several of them, but I'm actually working with one now that really makes a lot of sense, and it goes back into history, and it says that they want sheriffs to help them organize their grand juries. And I said, even if it's lawful, sheriffs haven't done that for over 125 years in America, and the sheriffs now are going to be rather reluctant to say, oh yeah, we'll dump everything on us. We'll do everything. So I think there needs to be a simpler approach for the grand juries, and there is a definite place for them. But some of them are the ones that the grand jury organizations, and Dave and I have talked about this before, that just say 12 people can get together and just form their own common law grand jury and then issue indictments and writs, and the sheriff has to go serve them, and then they go arrest those people. That's not going to happen. And
Yeah,
so
the organization I'm thinking about, Sheriff Mack, is Tactical Civic. Sorry to interrupt. Is that the one you're working with?
Yes, that's one of them. And the group back east, and I forget what they call themselves, but their director is Aldo, and there's several that are now starting to make sense because they knew that the other one that says 12 people can go form their own jury, elect their foreman, indict public officials, and then the sheriff just has to go arrest them. Then when they said that wouldn't work, they came up with this continental marshal. And several of those people have been arrested. Some people are still in jail. So we got to make sure that the solution is totally lawful and above board. And look, there's no solution on any of this without your sheriff involved.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
That's why
my organization would love to work with sheriffs across the United States, or even start working with you in any way we can connect and, be supportive of what your job is to do. And we can support each other.
The worst state right now is Washington State. They're destroying sheriffs right and left. And they got it to where King County now does not elect their sheriff. He's appointed.
I live in Washington.
Well, there we want to have a conference. We want to have a conference there, and we've got to get the media and the people to wake up in Washington. And so we're going to come out to Washington and have our next CSPOA conference there.
So Greg, what happened to you is not a new play in the playbook. 2020, right? Look what they did in Portland, in your city. They burned it down, and that's how they roll, right? They are.
Well, I mean, I did want to mention real quick here before I go. If you guys were wondering what these damages are, the damages are usually two damages. One is lost revenue to the business, like a restaurant, because of homeless problems, et cetera. The second one, and the biggest one, is devaluation of commercial and industrial property values. That's the big one. If you go to Portland, Seattle, New York, and you look at the commercial property, look at the value over the last 4 years, how much decreased on its market value, it's significant, up to 90% in San Francisco, New York, 89%, Portland, 88%. The property owners are losing billions of dollars. They can't sell their property. They can't lease it. And this is the biggest deal. And, the results of this lawlessness, Sheriff, I'll address this to you, are basically homelessness, COVID damage. That's another one. Illegal protests, riots, general crime that's going on. This homeless problem is huge because of what they do is they illegally put these camps up in downtown areas or in next to businesses, and people don't want to go to the business anymore. And the business owner sacrifices hugely. So these are the damages that are happening. And Restore Law and Order, just so everyone knows, you can find us at restorelawandorder.com. restorelawandorder.com. And if you want to become if you want to become a plaintiff, you can just go on there and just fill out the information. One of our legal staff will give you a call, or I'll even give you a call if you want. We can chat to see if you're a candidate. We are accepting donations. Obviously, we need money. We have some some organizations that are supporting us, that have, I mean, we are getting indications from like Judicial Watch and some other organizations as far as recognizing what we're doing and, offering some help to us in regards to, we have lawyers on staff, but we also need more lawyers as these lawsuits get bigger and bigger. And so anyway, restorelawandorder.com, that's where you can find us.
Greg, thanks. We appreciate your telling your story. I think everyone watching can see how it ties in with freedom to choose, restore law and order. We're all in the fight. Everything is connected. Everything we're talking about today is connected to the globalist mafia that imposed the jab on us, that took out your business, that are after you, Sheriff Mack, and your son. I mean, it's all the same playbook. It's all the same people. Thank you, Greg. We'll talk to you soon. By the way, I met Greg through Kimberly Stiller. Dave, parting comments?
Important topic. I'd like to see some cooperation. Sheriff Mack's been flying alone for a long time, and it's a tough road to hoe, but it's a worthy endeavor. And I think the more the merrier, and I'm sure he would agree with that. But we have an uphill battle. I've said this. We can only start on the road to solving a lot of these problems. Trump is not going to accomplish this in one term. It's a generational effect. We've been torn down for so long, and we're just hitting parts of it. What we've gone through, and this is my parting comment, is a Maoist-style Bolshevik communist revolution. It's cultural, it's social, it's economic, it's affected our military, it's affected our education, and it's endemic. We have stage 4 cancer, if you're to make the analogy, and it's a deliberate attempt to bring down the United States. And it may sound conspiratorial, but you can't have one world government, one world economy, and the shining city on the hill, the United States. You have to bring the United States down, and there's lots of accomplices in this country, from General Milley to Joe Biden to Barack Obama, that have participated in the treason against the American people.
To Gavin Newsom and Mayor Garcetti, who wanted to jab every public worker in California. This is so connected, Dave, and you always have a way of presenting the arguments. It's hard. I wouldn't want to debate you on any serious level, Dave, because you really, Sheriff Mack, you as well. You always articulate what you're up to. Sheriff Mack, tell everybody where they can find your organization, please.
Okay, well, the peaceful and effective solution known as the Constitutional Sheriff is available at cspoa.org. Get these most powerful, worth their weight in gold, best 10th Amendment decision in the history of America. Get those there, plus my other books and our other products. Folks, without you involved, this will not work. Get involved at cspoa.org.
Sheriff Mack, thanks. Always appreciate your time, and
you're welcome.
Keep on keeping on. Keep the good fight up.
I'll talk to you both soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, Dave, you came in a little late, so I was holding you over a little bit because I want you to address the issue that what we're talking about today, our raison d'etre, our reason for being today is, in fact, to raise money for Freedom to Choose. And you can donate at givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. That it's connected to the CSPOA and what Sheriff Mack's working on, what Greg just talked about, RLO, Restore Law and Order, the issues you brought forward. Identify it's all links in a chain. That's what I'm trying to say, Dave. Are they not all connected? And how would you put it in your words?
It's an international organization, and we're programmed by the CIA through their media accomplices to reject anything that would have a conspiratorial overtone to it, as if two bad men would not conspire together to commit a crime, because they would have you believe anytime you start talking about a conspiracy, you must be off your rocker. And the CIA actually invented that tactic when people start asking questions about the JFK assassination back in the late 60s. And that continues today. Now they've kind of morphed into disinformation, misinformation, and so forth. And there's a real, right now the battleground is the truth. It's the media. And this is why the alternative media has been so censored by the social media sites, because we stand for the truth. We want a strong America. And if you're a nationalist, you're a racist, you know all the arguments. But I want to say this, though, Scotty. There are many threats to America's future and to the future of Americans. But there's one that's jumping to the head of the class. When you have 2 judges in 1 week with strong cartel associations, and then you have other judges coming out and defending their illegal actions, you have to assume they're bought off by the same people. And then in Colorado Springs last night, DEA agents raided an underground nightclub run by, they called undocumented migrants. Bull crap. It's the cartel, people. The cartel are infesting themselves in our politics, with our judges. They're infiltrating by stealth, mostly bribery. Here in Maricopa County, where I live, John Thaler, a 30-year RICO investigator, pointed me on this path, and he's right. The cartel has come in, and they have set up illegal money laundering operations with regard to real estate, and this is how they buy the judges, the important members of the legislature, our governors involved in this, our attorney generals involved in this, and our Secretary of State has been doing cartel lawyer work for years in California with the casinos over there, and now he's our Secretary of State. So, Scotty, my major concern right now is eradicating the cartel influence, and it's omnipresent in our society. The Chinese and the cartel are one and the same. If you talk Chinese, you're talking cartel in this country, and vice versa. And the Democratic Party is owned by Chinese cartel interests. I'm not going to pull any punches here. They are totally about undermining America so it falls, and they're in line with cartel, and they're in line with the Chinese. I mean, just tell me the answer to this question. You have USAID with billions of dollars of fraud, and most of it tied to bribery and kickbacks and so forth. How are there not perp walks? And now I'm shining the light on the Trump administration. I did a video on this the other day. We're tired of the investigations. I want to see people in orange jumpsuits in handcuffs, standing trial, and going to prison.
Dave, we don't have enough time to go down that and get into that. You and I have talked about it. We can all agree we want perp walks. We want to see the military tribunals they're talking about. Catherine Herridge is releasing video from Gitmo. I believe there have been military tribunals going on there. And we want to see high noon. We'd like to see somebody hung at high noon for treason or crimes against humanity.
Herridge may be doing this, Scotty, but unless it's made public and the government stands behind what they're doing, if they're indeed doing anything at all, they need to make public spectacles and examples out of the people they're prosecuting.
Dave, if they are doing it, until they're going to reveal it, they're not going to show their hand or play their hand. But I want to leave this subject on a positive note. For years, we know, many, maybe a couple hundred years, if not longer, who controlled the cartels and ran the world? The central bankers of London, right? The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, Washington, D.C., political apparatus. And you said not pull any punches, the Vatican was involved. And with the Vatican being in flux, Federal Reserve in flux, because Trump is going after them, there's no question about it. He's talked about taking them down. In fact, we've been told by people at the Treasury, the Federal Reserve in Trump's first term was put underneath them and made advisors, and they're not printing money anymore. Hard to believe because of what we see. but all the world's a stage and a psyop. So
Now, the Federal Reserve funded in part the NGOs that brought the TDA, MS-13, and all the rest of these criminal gangs into America. The Federal Reserve is part of it, Scotty. They're criminal.
well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You know, that is my point. The Federal Reserve Bank, the Vatican, and the Washington D.C. political apparatus. Dave, our next guest is coming up, SGAnon. I've been meaning to introduce the two of you guys because
Scotty, I got about 10, 15 minutes I can stay.
All right. Well, then I'm going to introduce you to the man because I've been meaning to introduce you for a long time. You won't see him by face. He stays in the background. SGAnon, come on in and say hello to Dave Hodges. You know, I've been talking to you about Dave with Sovereign Radio, and you guys will be doing some work together, hopefully. But say hello to SGAnon, Dave.
Hello, SGA, non.
It's a pleasure. Good to be here. Thank you, gentlemen.
I wish I would have gone that route. My life would have been easier. I've been denied employment because of what I do. So, yeah.
My goodness, sir.
Dave,
Patriots
stick
all.
around until we have a #1 country music hit. And the artist who's a patriot, we met him. He was on the Take Our Border Back tour in Yuma, Arizona. We met him. He actually sneak previewed this song called Outlaw in the USA. He'll be in a little bit, about 15 minutes. So stick around until he comes. SG, I don't know if you heard any of the conversation with Sheriff Mack, and you know, we're talking about how everything is connected, from these jabs we're seeing, the jab mandates that are in the courts with freedom to choose, the judges that are now trying to roadblock Trump, the Federal Reserve, and the family, as you and I discussed, the bloodlines that have run the world, the riots of 2020, the DEI agenda. They're all links in a chain and connected. And so they're all, every subject we could talk about today is it not relative to freedom to choose jab mandates?
Well, I mean, I think it's very relevant, and I did not get a chance, unfortunately, to catch the other conversation there. But, you know, with that particular question, Scotty, COVID-19 was the publicly visible convergence, the manifestation, if you will, for lack of a better term, of the shadow world into the overt, publicly visible reality. And so at the end of the day, anything pertaining back to that particular event and that particular criminal activity and all of the coordinated lockstep momentum that was generated across government and international boundary lines and different levels of government, especially in the West throughout that period of time, it all is the epicenter of the broader corruption that's been controlling the nature of our world and the directionality of our world for a very long time. You know, former FBI chief, LA office chief Ted Gunderson came out on a video, I want to say it was in the late 1990s, where he made the statement that the reason all of your congressmen and senators and people like that vote for these, quote, stupid bills is because most of them have been set up and framed through sex and drugs. And so that is the shadow control state. That is the shadow superstructure, the national security apparatus, excuse me, in the background, self-preserving itself in a closed system format. And COVID broke the system and brought the rest of the world into it. So now it's a power struggle for gaining control of that directionality, riding that momentum into the future, and really controlling our political and ultimately our spiritual destinies here in the world.
Dave, you want to add to that at all?
No, I think he's right on the money with that. He identified the control mechanisms, and they're firmly in place. You know, if you look at the backbone of cartel activity in this country, it used to be drug related. Now they're into scams. And also the child trafficking is huge. They've morphed a little bit. I don't know if you guys know this. I actually had looked into this and did a piece on this. Scamming senior citizens to buy timeshares in Acapulco by the CJNG. And it's huge. We're talking over $1 billion of fraud.
Expand on that, Dave. It's worth noting, particularly relevant to me because I'm here in Mexico, as you know.
Effectively, they get their numbers from the data sellers, which should be illegal. And so the CNG sets up a phone bank with people that speak English like we do. and they call senior citizens in the United States, we got this great timeshare deal, and they're offering these deals at about half market price. So it's appealing. And they go, yeah, Acapulco, that'd be cool. We'll get this. Okay, so they sign up, and then pretty soon they know they've been scammed. So then these people are contacted a second time by the CJNGs pretending to be the Justice Department of the Mexican government. Hey, you've been defrauded, and by gosh, we're here to help you, and we're going to straighten this out. But there are lawyer costs that we need you to help us with. So please send us $1,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 more dollars, and we'll get all your money back. And that money you're giving us now will be refundable. So it's a two-tiered scam that's aimed at senior citizens in America. And this practice is growing. It's not just confined now to Acapulco. It's growing because it's been successful. And what's the Mexican government doing about it? Well, Scheinbaum's on the payroll, so they're doing nothing.
SG, you have a great handle on the geopolitics, not only of the U.S., but of the world. How did the geopolitics of the world, from France to Germany to almost all of Europe, to Australia to Canada, Mexico, how did that all tie in to these jabs, the mandates? Was it not a very coordinated global thing that went down?
Well, it absolutely was coordinated, and we saw a series of lockstep maneuvers throughout that entire process. And we saw those maneuvers across both the publicly acceptable social space, so think healthcare, business, finance, academia, and we also saw some of those maneuvers in the black market criminal space, like cartel movements, movement of human beings, things like that throughout that period of time as well. And the short answer to that question, Scotty, is you follow the money. I mean, it really is just that simple. This was a matter of financial control at the very core of things. This was an extension of the central banking mafia, which itself is the extension of a dark occultic agenda. And so the two of them are sort of two sides of the same coin, but one side ends up in the public eye and the public discourse much more often. The other side is one that people unfortunately don't really like to get into, but we really should spend, an academic moment here and there talking about the religious zealotry that drives the control of worldwide finance, because that worldwide finance was used to co-opt high-impact journals, R&D institutions of academia. It was used to co-opt entire, boards of trustees, healthcare associations, a number of CEOs and various hedge funds throughout Wall Street that were able to leverage specific agendas during COVID and afterward. And of course, we don't even need to talk about all of the open season bribery that's been going on inside Congress, our various bureaucratic institutions, all of the regulatory agencies that are supposed to keep the other tentacles of this hydra in check. It almost becomes farcical when we really talk about what's actually happening here. It all extends from a hyper-localized control of money. That money has been in control of the Rothschild central banking cartel and many other offshoots of that cartel for a long time. And that cartel has been one of several cogs in a wheel and chain of occultism in the world for more than 500 years in its current form that has sought humanity's destruction as a form of religious worship.
Indeed. I ask a simple question, and you can, in a couple of minutes, add the great detail. It truly is a global cartel. Dave, you use the term cartel. It involves a lot of entities like the CCP. One of our guests coming up in the next hour, G. Edward Griffin, has been warning Americans about the CCP influence in the United States at the university level, at the county level, the school board level. Dave, you have a wealth of information. You've been studying the CCP. I want to take a minute to talk about that entity and how it impacted the jab mandates to what's going on our borders, certainly the fentanyl and the drug trafficking. How does China's CCP, the Communist Party, fit into all this?
Well, it's all part of the same new world order. And I use that term because people can generally identify with it. It's more complex than that. But I agree with SG Anon that there is evil behind this. And I'm substituting my own synonym here. It's occultic. I'm a believer in Genesis 6, verse 4, with the origin of this. We're looking at fallen angels who had bred with earth women, and the DNA survived because verse 4 says, and they were there afterwards. After what? The Nephilim were there after the flood. And so I think that we're looking here at genetic evil that's been passed down. They co-opt humans to serve them. They like this model of duality. There has to be always conflict because they're after the destruction of the human race, eventually, depopulation. And now to your question about the jab. China, isn't it funny that they would work with American medical people to bring in the jab, and the negative effects after they introduced the Wuhan model? And we know that the jab in part was developed in biolabs in Ukraine and also in China. And Fauci and NIH and the rest of these clowns were all a part of this. In fact, I had this discussion with a nurse. I get 2 shots, basically allergy shots, twice a month. And all the nurses that I used to interact with at this center, they also do chemo in the same place. They're all gone because they wouldn't take the jab. And I was talking to this about a nurse now I've known for 2 years. And she said, I'm not taking it either. I hope we don't come to that. And here's what we concluded. And I want to bring this to a focal point. I asked her this question on Friday. I said, what do you think was the purpose behind all these silly regulations, unresearched medical interventions with COVID that weren't effective and unnecessary? And she said it was to see if they could control us, they being this global elite. This is what a nurse is telling me. Never had this discussion with her, but I found out later she listens to my shows. And then she said, do you think they'll do it again, Dave? And here's where I'm going to bring this to a point. It won't be something innocuous like COVID, where the jab was far worse. It's going to be something very serious. And I think I know what it is. I think it's going to be some form of Ebola. And the reason I say that is you can actually look this up on my website. I have a copy of the patent that the CDC holds on Ebola. Now, the only way that they could hold a patent like that is if they had modified this organism by 30%. So in other words, it's weaponized. They have financial motive to do it because they own the patent. They therefore own the treatment downstream. And then the question is too, if you get COVID, do they own you? I mean, this is something I've asked lawyers, I've shown this to, and they go, Dave, that's a hell of a question. But I do think we're going to have another pandemic. But this time it's got to be much more deadly because people won't just buy into the COVID narrative and willingly submit 15 days to stop the curve. And then it goes on and on and on. People aren't going to do it. But if people are dropping dead in the streets from an organism that's 90% fatal and is transmitted many more ways than we've been led to believe, I think they will get compliance, and they'll also get what they're after, which is depopulation.
Well, I think they're more likely to cut their illegals, immigrants, the criminals, the gangs, the MS-13s loose and do it a repeat of 2020 and go after cities, the blue cities in particular.
I agree, Scotty. It's not either or. I've been talking about a Tet offensive with illegal aliens now for over a decade. I said that day is coming.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an either or. It's a multi-dimensional plan to kill off humanity. And for those who are Christians, I would just remind you of this, and AI is a part of it. The Bible says if Jesus did not return for the second time, no flesh would be left alive. And that starts me thinking now about what's the AI threat going to be? Another dimension of this attack.
Yeah, in the wrong hands, yes. I'm going to leave the subject on a good note. Trump does have the National Guard activated in 17 cities that we know of. If there are those kinds of riots and burning of retail businesses and a lot of damage being done to public property, I do believe the National Guard will squash it. I do believe there's efforts under Executive Order 13818. A lot of the Rothschild and assets. The thing that Doge is finding about all this money that's been given to politicians, media organizations, a lot of that money is going to come back to us. And so I think there's as much good happening behind the scenes. The bad stuff is in our face.
Well, Scotty, I'm not raining on your parade because I agree with Trump is making an appropriate action there with the National Guard. I agree with that. But let me just share with you what has happened in Arizona and in Colorado. In Arizona 2 months ago, massive amounts of ammunition coming north from the border into America, interdicted at Tucson and then Eloy, which is halfway between Phoenix and Tucson. 50 caliber machine gun was the most common, but wasn't the only one. And it was 2 cartel members transporting. Just this last week, 188,000 rounds seized in Canyon City, Colorado, coming out of Utah, headed for Pueblo, which is a big cartel city. And I think what we're looking at here, Scotty, is we're going to see the terrorist activity that's going to make the Mandalay Bay massacre look like child's play, because when you're dealing with this massive amount of ammunition, you're talking about attacking open air events, shopping malls, schools. And I think it's going to be like the Tet Offensive in 1968, flip the switch, give the signal, and it's going to happen all across the country. That's my biggest fear right now. And the ammunition movement, I think, is lending credence to my belief.
Dave, I like that you do your homework and you're able to bring these things to the forefront. I believe they're trying to do all these things. I think where you and I disagree is the degree of success they're going to have. And I know SG and I have talked about this as well. Dave, tell our listeners where they can find you and the Common Sense Show.
Well, right now, while I'm still above ground, you can get me at thecommonsenseshow.com. Also, thecommonsenseshow.tv, and we're on every podcast service, and we're doing pretty well there. So I'd encourage you to follow me. And we also have a YouTube channel. It's been reinstated now, the Common Sense Show, whatever that is for YouTube. Just put the Common Sense Show in and you'll find it.
Yeah, Dave, 20 years now, right? You've been on doing this 20 years?
Well, I got dragged into this when the government was trying to steal my property out of 300 of my neighbors for a Central American free trade corridor. They wanted to build through, steal our land, not pay us. And that happened in 2003. And that's when I jumped into this big time. I had my first radio show in 2007, website in 2012. So that's kind of the history of my involvement. And I gave up a college basketball coaching career to do this. And it was going well for me. This is how much I believe in this. I didn't want to have my son inherit a poop hole. And now he's an adult, and I don't know that we've made any progress. We just have to keep trying.
Dave, thanks. You and I always have great conversations. I was invited on your show a couple years ago. We hit the ground running. We agree on almost everything. And when we don't agree, we're able to have a civil discourse. And I love that about you. So thanks, Dave. And
I'm not going to firebomb you because we disagree.
Yeah, right.
SG and on, it was nice to finally talk to you in person. I like what you do.
Likewise, sir. Much respect. God bless.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Dave.
Take care.
You can also find Dave on Sovereign Radio. He's one of we call it a channel. He's got a channel on Sovereign Radio. All of his content, as well as our other channels, Sarah Westall, Mike Jaco, Brad Wozni, who will be on tonight to close out the show. We download all of their content that they post to their main channels through AI. So we're using AI for good. It can be used for good, and we're doing so. So I want to take a break. Thinking all these heavy discussions, certainly the one we're having now is quite heavy. We need a little levity, and that's not what I meant to do. I meant to bring in this gentleman, Mr. Tom Kaz. Tom, you were on camera. I saw you. Now your camera's not on. I don't know why we don't see you. I see you in the green. There he is. There he is. I met Tom Kaz because as a patriot, as a warrior, he chose to join us on our Take Our Border Back tour in Yuma, Arizona. And the morning after our event, we were sitting in a parking lot, and Tom says, "Come here, I want you to listen to something." And he played the song that is now a #1 hit in the country music scene called Outlaw in the USA. I'm going to let him explain the song. I'm going to bring Betty Camp in because she's going to try to play the video. I don't have the bandwidth here in Mexico to do so. So I'm going to bring Betty in. She's going to try to play it. Let's see if we can pull this off. Betty, come on in.
I'm here. Here I am.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we hear you fine, Tom. Hopefully you won't have to strum your guitar. Hopefully the video will play. Yeah, let her rip, Betty.
All right, here we go.
Outlaw in the USA, ladies and gentlemen, dedicated to our veterans.
Oh, wait, I probably have to go to. Can you guys hear that?
We are live.
No, we don't hear anything, Betty.
Okay, hold on. I think I have to go.
You have to share your screen twice. There's a button you have to hit twice.
Oh, okay.
Or I can just talk along and tell you what it's about and send everybody to go watch it.
Oh, I have to go to presenter view and share screen.
And then choose the video link and then share screen again.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, all righty. Share.
It's good to see you, Scotty.
You too, Tom. We haven't seen each other in a while. No, we don't hear anything. It's okay, Betty.
Let's just we'll get them there. We'll get them there.
We'll direct people to Tom's website where they can watch the video. It is about our veterans, and our veterans are connected to these jabs in a lot of ways. What they've done to our vets and how they've treated them from particularly a healthcare standpoint is abominable. But Tom, give us a little background in your country music scene. I know your tour dates are coming up, and you're a busy guy these days with a #1 hit. So tell us, where did it all start? Where did you get into the country music business?
Well, you know, as you were talking about that earlier, I do remember that day in the parking lot. I played that song, Don't Let the Hard Days Win, too. And we were all dancing in the parking lot before breakfast. I remember that.
Yeah, yep.
So my history is, you know, I'll keep it short. I grew up in the military. I'm a military brat. And so, you know, I was fortunate to be exposed to the military growing up with my dad. And then, of course, you know, as I got older, my brother went in the military and I went in the military. So through that time, I learned a lot about the inner workings of how our military works. And then after the fact, I just saw a lot happening with the veterans, right? Especially during COVID. So I started writing music in 2019 as a bucket list thing. And, you know, I want to inspire anybody out there that thinks that they might be too old or our life's just too busy to just start, because you don't finish what you don't start. And I started writing music. My best friend challenged me to write a song. That song was Whiskey Town. His name was Jimmy. And 1 year into this, he died from what I believe to be the COVID jab or something related to the COVID situation, because he went in for knee surgery and never came home. And his last dying breath to me was, you know, I want one hit from you. Don't quit on me. You got to keep going. And I did, as you know. And I traveled this country the last few years performing and speaking and meeting with our veterans and taking their stories and turning them into songs. And so to bring you fast forward, Outlaw in the USA was on the first album, Whiskey Town, which is being re-released on Sony's The Orchard label on May 2nd, coming up here. And on that album is the song Outlaw in the USA. And on that the song.
Now you're freezing up on us, Tom.
And that's
Betty,
what the song is for. So that's the history of how it came to pass.
Betty, I removed you so we could get some better bandwidth with Tom, and we're pretty good, holding a pretty stable connection. Tom, do you want to try to play? I think you, like Brett Rayo, our earlier Christian artist, he can sing a cappella. The guy, I know you can sing a cappella, so give it a whirl.
Now the time has come for all of us to stand. Freedom, it ain't free. Many soldiers have died, and you and me. Give the blood, sweat, and tears every single day. Made a sacrifice for the American way. Come to seize the day, make a proclamation, say it loud and proud all across the land. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw, USA, I'll be red, white, and blue every single day. And I'll be down if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. Live my life by the constant. Gonna stand right, join the revolution. It's so loud, you can hear me coming miles away. I'm an outlaw in the USA. Every day, it's plain to see. You got guests living out on the streets just trying to eat. Yeah. Left, and then I left out with no, yeah. All gave some gave all. When you needed a hero, they answered the call. Now they need our help, so I turn to pay. It's time to raise the flag, I got something to say. Yeah, I'm an outlaw in the USA. I bleed red, white, and blue every single day. And I'll be down if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. I'm gonna live my life by the constant. Stand around, join the river. You won't sing it so loud, you hear me coming miles away. Yeah, I'm an outlaw in the USA. Drag your heads down, 'cause it's time to pray. Yeah, I believe in truth in the American way. Don't give a damn what social media or TV say, 'cause the man upstairs, the one that you can't see, if it's God-given right, so we're all born free. You like that part, Scotty? And the rest you can hear on ilovewhiskeytown.com with much better audio and a video complete with your United States soldiers. So
Yeah,
there you go.
It's a great video. Tom, I think wherever you're at, I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who might be new to following what we call truther, patriot, influencers.
Scotty?
Tom, you're breaking up on us. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
I just want
to go.
Sit tight one sec. Do you have to go, Tom? By all means, if you have to cut out, go ahead.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to chat a little bit about what's coming up, if we can get a good connection here.
Yeah, I just want to tell our audience before I'm going to ask you what's coming up in your world, your tour dates, your interview coming up, General Flynn. I just want to point out to the audience that it is not unusual for bots and big tech to mess with these connections. And when you got connection problems at multiple ends, there's likely some nefarious play going on. It's crazy to think that they would mess with us. I mean, we're not in the scheme of the world right now. There's a lot of bigger things going on, but they don't like what we're doing here today. They don't like Tom's song. They don't like the jab mandate fight we're putting up. So don't rule out, folks, that we're being messed with. Most of you who have been following truther media, alternative media, patriot media, know that we get jacked around quite a bit. So that said, Tom, what's coming up? What's happening in your world?
Well, I shared with you a little bit. We're going to be doing some great things. I'm here at the Farm Studio in Gleason, Tennessee, JoJo Gator's place. JoJo was instrumental in working with New Kids on the Block and a lot of other great bands through Sony and his own label. And I'm up here recording for the new show, which is going to be launching May 29th at the Nashville Palace, the famous NashvillePalace.com. May 29th, we're bringing my hypnosis show back that I used to do in Vegas, Hypnaughty, with a live band and a bunch of my original songs, as well as a tribute to our veterans with Outlaw in the USA. So that's going to be a lot of fun. May 5th, coming up next week or so, we've got this interview that I'm doing with the legendary General Michael Flynn. General Flynn and I have had an opportunity to speak on a number of occasions in regards to what my mission is. Why am I doing this? Why am I pursuing a music career at 56 years old as a veteran? Why wouldn't I just be fishing or retired? And the reason is our veterans deserve better. And I think that's one of the reasons that I'm excited to be sharing these dates and these upcoming shows with you guys, because for me, as you know, Scotty, it's not about anything other than these veterans who need our help. And, you know, I feel like God has purposed me to use my talent as a performer to bring together the world of wellness and the world of entertainment and create a new model. And that's what we're doing here. And so I'm recording new material, recording new songs, building a new show. And we launch May 29th. Then we'll be in Biloxi, Mississippi, near Keesler Air Force Base, June 26th at Morgan Freeman's Club, doing the show there at Ground Zero again. And then we're going to be working up and down the coast, getting ready for what we're going to announce, hopefully very soon, which is a tour. On top of all that, the legendary Richie Anori, who plays drums for Sweet, is going to be doing a show on June 7th, the telethon, and I'm part of that as well. So those are all things happening right now, and God is good. Magic's happening.
Awesome. Appreciate you coming on. And as we talked about, you can go to his website. Give us the URL one more time, Tom.
Yep, it's easy. You can check out my barbecue sauce, listen to Outlaw in the USA, and learn more about our mission on ilovewhiskeytown.com. And that's ilovewhiskeytown.com. And Scotty, as always, it's a joy to see what you're doing. You know, you and everyone else that I met out there on the West Coast are all great friends of mine. You're part of the family, part of the network. So let me know how I can help as we move forward. And I want to invite everybody to visit I Love Whiskey Town and check out the song. Share it with your friends. Let's honor our veterans. Let's help these warriors that helped us get what we all call freedom. Let's keep fighting for it. The war isn't over yet.
Thanks, Tom. And our good friend Kim Yeater will be on at 5 Central to fill in for me so I can get something to eat. Oh, I left you too soon. Anyway, that was Tom Kaz. He's our country music good pal, warrior, freedom fighter, and he has a #1 song in the country music scene right now. SG, it's always hard to hear music, whether you have a good connection or a bad one. Did you ever know of a country music artist that wasn't leaning toward our side? Country music in general is the one genre of music that tends to be conservative and freedom fighters. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would say barring, ideological or agenda-driven co-opting or, financial co-opting like we talked about in that prior segment a little bit earlier, I would say yes. Generally, that's probably true. You have much more of a vox populi kind of attitude that comes from the folk music, from the folklore and the music and the oral traditions that come of those areas. And a great deal of that goes into making what is modern day U.S., United States country music or Southern rock or Southern folk, however you want to call it. Some people might call it bluegrass. You sort of have different subdirectories, and I'm not a musical expert by any means. This is just my own, interpretation as I listen and as I follow along. And fundamentally, it's very exciting to, see the emergence now in other areas of our culture, especially the rap scene, where we're seeing the same sort of conservative ethos, the same sort of pride in oneself, the taking joy at the challenges that come, taking joy at being met with a little bit of resistance, sort of refining one's edge and going through life in a successful and profound and honorable way. I think that's really starting to make an emergence in that area, and it's rolling over into other areas of our society. It's sort of that evidence, when we look around, we can see evidence that there are positive changes, that there has been extraordinarily positive momentum. I never get tired of reminding people that we're currently in year 17 of the 16-year plan to destroy America, which means we've severely, derailed the entire globalist agenda at the top, what we would call those top controlling echelons of society. And so now it is simply a matter of keeping with that momentum and reclaiming our cultures. And I think music is very, very critical in that.
Like every industry, there's ideology on both sides, the left, the right, and I don't use these terms much anymore, but there's no other way to describe it. The ones who are on their knees screaming about Trump and that enforce the jabs, the administrators, the governors, the mayors that push these jabs are on one side. And of course, this group today is on the other. And what's really interesting, you get guys like Dave Hodges on, and we agree on everything up until the point of how strong, and I want to bring in another gentleman, SG. I don't know if I told you, but I am pairing up people today who mesh well together. And I think you know this guy. He's a biblical expert. He's had a career in finance, and you guys have collaborated together. So I'm going to bring him in. You recognize this guy?
I'm Mr. Pugh.
Hey, SG.
Welcome. How you doing, Jim?
I'm good.
Jim, I know we are in agreement that the deep state, the globalist oligarchs, the mayor and governor of California that enforced this jab, you and I would agree their power has been diluted. Their resources have been diluted. Dave, on the other hand, thinks that, they're alive and well. What say you about the power right now of let's call them the deep state or the New World Order? How much power do they have left?
Well, they still have a little power because you've got factions of people that have not been dealt with. But the majority of the controllers, I would say everybody from our government to those individuals from afar that control the world, like the World Economic Forum, and with the announcement of finally the death of the Pope, the power centers worldwide have been crushed. But there are factions that are below them that will still need to be dealt with over time. And that even goes into the United States. So I would say that all of the cabal assets, puppets from state governments have all been either neutralized or they've made some agreement to stay in office for a period of time to support the changes that are going on in the world. So they have very, very little power right now.
People seem to forget that the executive order Trump wrote December 17th of 2017 allows for the seizure of assets. And they've been seizing assets ever since that executive order, haven't they, Jim?
Yeah. We're approaching one quad right now. There's last point that I got a review of this, we were at $980 trillion worldwide that had been confiscated. So
quad would be 200,000 more than 980 trillion.
Quad you would need 20 more trillion to hit the one quad.
Gotcha. Wow, that's a lot of money. And does that have anything to do, and SG, I want you to comment too, when Trump talks about a sovereign wealth fund, any chance some of that money will be put into our wealth fund?
Well, frankly, I don't see how it can. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Pugh.
No. I was going to say I wanted SG to answer that because he's tied into that too.
Well, I was just going to say I don't see how it cannot, because fundamentally it was Trump's actions from the first presidency that are the result of any of these levers turning worldwide to begin with, right? When we saw Trump's tour around the world in early 2017, there were a number of purposes for that, but we cannot deny is that those purposes were both financial and from a militarized cooperative sense. In other words, rather than us fighting one another based on all of the acts of war that have been going on internally with the NATO Western world over the last 25 to 30 years, which we all have the goods on for each other, how about we work ourselves out of this dynamic and liberate ourselves and bring a great deal of wealth, prosperity, and sort of a golden age, if you want to call it that, to the world. And so we're seeing that on display now. And I find it very, very interesting, gentlemen, that just today we saw the Gateway Pundit, which has become a relatively reputable outlet as far as sourcing their information and really having good, dressed down, firsthand reporting. We saw them put out a report where they discussed Jim Rickard's admission, I guess, is the term that's coming to mind, but that's not the term I'm wanting to use. Fundamentally, Jim Rickards communicated with the Gateway Pundit and informed them that in his opinion, and he's a former White House advisor and a 50-year intergovernmental liaison in the banking sector, he informed the Gateway Pundit that he believes President Trump during this presidency at some point will release a sovereign wealth endowment. It's called the National American Endowment, which is about $150 trillion worth of wealth that's been hoarded in 15 separate locations around the United States. And it's now all under the control of the Treasury. So as we go forward here, really what we're talking about is we're not just talking about a worldwide RV, but we're talking about literally reliquidating, reforging, reigniting the American Republic Treasury. And so in that sense, the Republic Treasury will then be able to bequeath its governing, or excuse me, its financial arm and power to that Trump administration during this time. I think we're going to see Trump sort of absorb the corporation into that broader republic through this process. And we're going to have an incredible change in wages and cost of living domestically, and it's going to change markets worldwide. In my opinion, we're currently seeing the build out for those changes now. You cannot re-inject, you know, an old engine, so to speak, with a great deal of fuel and a great deal of power as it's just getting itself back off the ground again. You'll destroy the thing. You have to sort of ballast it, repair it, you know, get as much strength and stability and you know, solidarity back into the block as you can before you really hit it hard with that fuel. And I think that's the period of time we're actually living through right now.
Yeah,
Jim, go ahead, Matt.
I agree with that. There's going to be more hidden treasures that will be announced in time, but the way that we're looking at it from my group scenario is there had to be you can't take down the markets, you can't take the currency out of flow, and be able to bring the new currency in without some major activity going on. And what, for a long time, that's what everybody thought was going to happen, is the market was going to crash. The fiat dollar would go to zero. A new currency would come out. Well, that would cause the world to actually go into complete chaos. So I think what we're going to see, or what, as Esty put it, and I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a balancing apparatus come into play. They're taking down the market. I mean, it's a controlled demolition. They're taking down the market, and at the same time, they are feeding into the system an offsetting balancing apparatus that basically will take a hold at the time that they're ready, and they will flip a switch, and it will seem like nothing has ever happened, except there's going to be different values and so forth that take place. And then they're going to be able to take that balancing apparatus over time, as SG was pointing out very clearly, and fuel this thing with, you know, more than 8 cylinders. Okay, this is going to be like a 12-cylinder Mercedes hitting the road. And when they do that, people are going to see tremendous wealth shifts going on, not only throughout America, but throughout the world. And that's exactly what you're going to see.
Trump is not lightly throwing around the term the golden age or the golden era, is he? He's really kind of tipping us off to what's to come, not only with respect to backing currency with assets like gold and silver, but I think the American standard of living is destined to prosper on the other side of this, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, in various ways. I mean, Trump's issuing of his own Bitcoin. You know, we talked about the only cryptocurrency that will be in the market when this is all said and done is going to be asset-based cryptocurrencies. And Trump coming out with a gold-backed Bitcoin that's physically held is going to be a great contributor to that. For wealth shifting, and there's much more coming out. There's there's going to be a retirement of all of the taxes that we've paid since the enactment of the Federal Reserve Act and income tax, and there's Social Security that's in trust funds that are tied to us. Those are going to get repaid back. So there's a number of these things that are going to happen to shift wealth back to the people. And then there's going to be other wealth transfers from what has been taken out of this country and used to profitize private individuals that is going to also come back to the people, because it's the people that had the good faith and credit that actually paid the taxes, which were used for money laundering into these groups.
Jim, before we get into the biblical aspects of the jab mandates and the whole agenda behind COVID, which you are able to put into terms we'll understand, SG, I know you've got to run shortly. What would you like to leave our audience with, whether it be the global geopolitical, what's happening here with freedom to choose, hanging in the courts? They're probably all related anyway. So what's your final word here, SG, today?
Well, you sort of took the words right out of my mouth there, Scotty. You know, we're talking about a telethon today purposed for fundraising and bringing awareness to a specific issue. And yet that specific issue is symptomatic of the entirety of issues that afflict us as humanity, right? That afflict us as mankind. COVID was a financial crime as much as it was a biological crime, as much as it was an economic and terroristic event on many other levels, right? And we could talk about that until the cows come home. But fundamentally, this is about restructuring our world. And we, the people, now that we are aware that this process is occurring, that it has been occurring in our direction and oriented at us in a negative fashion for a long time, it's our job to step up and say, no, we're going to push lovingly, peacefully, and patriotically back on that current. We're going to redirect that current to this current instead. And that's a future of golden age, paradise, prosperity, and abundance for everyone. And that doesn't mean that everything is just hunky-dory and everything is easy, right? Working, making a living, making one's way in the world, trials and tribulations, these things, shall I also have, to quote the book. But fundamentally, we can orient that system in a safe and secure manner. And it takes things like this Never Again telethon, the lawsuit that's moving through California, and many other myriad patriotic efforts across finance, law, academia, certainly government, certainly military. It takes, the entirety of the team to move us through this process. And the fact that we are 17 years into that 16-year plan, for me to go back to that again, that tells us right there that we are on the right track.
Well, you guys make my job easy here, the way you are bringing things to the forefront. When I told people we're going to do a 12-hour telethon, freedom to choose, hanging in the courts with the jab mandates, they said, you're going to talk about jab mandates and COVID for 12 hours? I said, we can talk about anything going on in the world, and it's all going to come back, as you just pointed out and Jim has said, it's all going to come back to this is a symptom. What we're going through with this telethon and what we're trying to raise money for is symptom of the problem. It's microscopic element of it, of a much bigger one world order. Their 16-year plan to run the world from a central one point on the map, a centralized government, a one world order. Both Bushes used the term. Obama used it. Clinton used it. The New World Order, the one world order. It's all was in the cards. So we can talk about any subject here today, and it's all going to come back to the jab mandates. SG, thank you so much. We'll be doing a lot together coming up, and we have some announcements we'll be making soon. So thank you. Where can folks find you?
God bless, Scotty. It's good to be here. And for folks out there, I can be found right now at 4 places online. I'm on Rumble at the handle rumble.com/user/QNewsPatriot. I'm not on Rumble by the name SG Anon. And I can be found on Truth X and Telegram. I'm on Truth at the handle Real, REAL, SG Anon with a red check mark. I can be found on X at the handle THE, Q News Patriot with a blue check mark. And I can be found on Telegram at the handle t.me/real Q News Patriot. And verification is in process for that channel as well.
Thanks, SG. See you soon.
God bless all. Stay safe.
Jim, with the time we have left, you have a way of taking current events and making sense out of them from a biblical perspective. You traveled the world. You met with high-level clergy. I don't know if you took a lot of notes or your brain just retained a lot of good stuff, but tell us how this really and truly, what we're doing in the courts here, fighting the jabs, is very biblical.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to basic scripture. It goes back to Genesis 6, where it all started, because they were doing gene splicing and creating back then it was creating potions to actually deal with what we would say today is a pandemic, and that all started in Genesis 6. So what we're doing is fighting the evil that came from that on a continuous basis. You can go through history from Genesis 6, and you can go into where King Saul went to and got potions from a witch, and you can take that all the way through the Roman Empire and see what they did to control their people, which is just nothing more than the basis of our government. We're just an extension of the old Roman Empire that existed, and all of its narratives and all of its context that today is filtered right through that. So from a biblical point of view, we're actually fighting evil, and we're fighting them in every which way fashion that we can do, because as SG pointed out before he left, everything is together. It's not separate. When you have a pandemic like COVID-19, there's a financial component to it. And if you have a financial component to it, if you have a financial component coming out, there's an underlying health risk that comes with it as well. So everything is tied together in this, and we need to fight this evil at every point of its control. So biblically, this is exactly what the Christians did from the time the church was created. So that's basically where the foundation of this comes from.
Jim, I asked Kimberly, who's not on our platform right now, to come in and say hello to you, Kimberly Stiller. In the meantime, I'm going to introduce you to another board member of Freedom to Choose, Betty Camp. Betty, say hello to Jim Pugh.
Jim, nice to see you face to face. Oh my gosh, I've been reading about you for years. Kimmy's been talking all about you. And I love that you're bringing the word of God into this. You are right. This is not news. Jim, I have a question for you, because I'm born again Christian and I'm surrounded by Christians. And so many are thinking, why should we fight God? They feel like, why should we fight what is inevitable? We all read the last book of the Bible. I've read the book. I skipped to the last chapter. Spoiler alert: God wins, and the battle's epic. And people are like, "Look, you've read the Revelation, so why don't we just roll over?" That's why so many just rolled over and took the jab. Why should I be doing anything? What do you have to say?
Well, I guess the main point is that it's not the right time. Okay, just not the right time. God will allow this to happen. This is going to happen again at his right time. This was not the right time. Okay, why do I say that? Because all of the conditions that exist to make it right have never been completed. Okay, so looking at this in that way, what we've done for those that are doing that is they are just putting themselves at the end time to do nothing except what the jab was meant to do in the first place, which was to kill us. They're just in that mindset. But knowing, if you understand Scripture and if you study Scripture well enough, you'll know that the conditions to actually move this to a one world government had not exist. The first thing that's got to happen is in Revelation is the Antichrist has to be identified.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, so the Antichrist has got to be born.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because Scripture tells us that when God separated the seed of the woman from the seed of the serpent, what he did is he made that the last seed. So out from Satan himself is going to come the Antichrist. And that has to be named according to Scripture before you enter into the revelation period of process. And along comes that you've got to have the reuniting of the nation of Israel, not the state of Israel, because the state of Israel is owned by Rothschild, which is another whole rabbit hole. I mean, if you understand the Rothschild, they were the Bacharachs that started the Sanhedrin in Jesus' time and controlled the nation from that point to today, just by changing their name and managing the same control. So there's a lot that has to go on for the revelation to be right. And when we get there, which we're in the last stage, okay? And if you look at numbering and all kinds of stuff, we're soon to be at the end time, at the very end time. And when that happens, all of this stuff will have to be put in place for revelation to take forth and go. But Klaus Schwab and all of the minions through the Vatican Church, they were doing this in an accelerated process, and it just wasn't God's time to do it.
Amen. I want to say to those who are listening who are Christians that think, okay, this was the end and why should we fight? I want to go down, even if it is the end, I want to go down fighting. I want to be that servant that the master finds doing his work when he returns.
Yeah, but the thing about it is we'll already be gone from this earth as the church. But you got to understand that one of the kickoffs is the church has to be raptured. We're not going to be here in that end time.
And I want to be doing his work when I am raptured.
That's absolutely right. That's right. So there's a lot of stuff, and we actually have we're doing a very detailed study of Revelation right now associated with this. So because a lot of people wanting to understand what was really going on, is this the end time? And you can clearly put Scripture together pretty quick and see that this is just not the right timing. It is we're trying to get the right process down, but it wasn't the right timing.
Yep, I agree.
I wanted to
fulfilled. Yep. Go ahead.
I wanted to say hello to you, Jim, and welcome you to our telethon. And thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. My husband and I, Neil Stiller and Betty, served on the board from the beginning. And we continue to do our little part on our very small battlefront, knowing that, like Betty just said, we want to be found faithful, right? Mm-hmm. To be salt and be light, and, hold up that banner that says, not on our watch. Right. We're not willing to sit around and do nothing just because we are not going to be found apathetic. We're not going to be found, just living with our heads in the sand, like some of, I think you used the phrase, the ostriches of the church who would like to just leave their heads in the sand and do nothing. And, we want to be found faithful.
Sure.
So
that's our purpose. That's what we need to do in all things. Yeah. We
also believe that, we know that it's God's fight. Some people say God versus the devil. Well, I don't think it's ever been God versus the devil. I think that from the beginning, from the garden, it's been, the devil versus God, right? Just have it correct. We know that Lucifer was pretty much kicked out of heaven because of a mutiny he attempted to start there, and that was all fueled in his own pride and wanting to be worshipped. Mm-hmm. So we know that he is a fallen entity and he will never rise. And his assignment as the thief and the liar, right, the father of all lies, has been to steal, kill, and destroy from the beginning. And Jesus, right, Jesus said, I have come so that you might have and enjoy your everyday life, right?
John
So
10:10.
Yep.
we know, yeah, we know, right, Betty?
Great minds think alike. I have got that verse written down right here that I had wanted to share. That is exactly. You know what my favorite description of Satan is? Defeated. Defeated. He is a defeated foe. That is my favorite description. Yeah, he's a liar, he's a murderer, he's a thief, but he's also defeated. And
you know,
that's
Betty,
my
in 2021, it was about 9 months after I started Sovereign Radio. I was in a Skype room and I was writing down ideas for my show, and the word spiritual war came to my mind. And I wrote it down and I said, but who the heck can I get to talk about a spiritual war? Who knows anything about such things from a biblical and contemporary perspective? And just as those thoughts came into my head, Jim was in the Skype room posting something. I'm like, that's the guy to do it. Exactly. So Jim came on. We did a series of spiritual war. We're going to put that out as a separate entity up on Sovereign Radio. And of course, Jim is joining Sovereign Radio. In May, we're going to have a whole new group of content creators come on. We shooting for April, but we've delayed it till May for various reasons, business reasons. And Jim's work will be found on sovereignradio.com as well as his own websites. Jim, before you go and tell everybody where to find you, what would you say to people who all they can think about are arrests and a reset, arrests and a reset, arrest? Their AR-15 is no longer a machine gun. It's arrest and reset. What do you say to them? Is it coming? Is it real? Are arrests and financial resets and currency revaluations, are they really coming?
The answer is yes to both of those. But it's all based upon a timing process that we don't control. Remember, this is a fight that Christ is leading for humanity. And it's his timing that makes the difference of when all of this is going to take place. There's over 600,000 sealed indictments just in the United States. If you looked worldwide, it's approaching 4.5 to 5 million. And these cases have to be ironclad because you don't want to have any one of them get out of it. Because if one of them gets out of it, all of them are going to go that direction. So you want this to be ironclad. Pam Bondi and her team are working their tails off right now in just preparing for these cases. And the other side of it is as you saw Trump pivot, the majority of these cases, because they're at the level of military justice, meaning crimes against humanity, treason, and sedition, they're all going to be tried in military court, not civil court. So when we look at arrest and we think about that, we do not want to put them into this court system because that's, number one, not the place for it, and number two, the corruption of this court, which will be the constitutional crisis that hits. Okay, that's where it's going to come from. Is got to be played right. So yes, let's talk about the rest that way. They are coming. A matter of fact, there's been a lot of executions that have already taken place behind the scenes that have not been made public yet. Okay, if you're in the know, you know. That's what Q says. If you know, you know. So if you're in the know and you have the right connections and whatnot, you have become aware of certain things that the public at large has not. And that's part of it. Now, let's talk about reset. You can only have a reset if God resets it. Why? Because the assets of this world are not owned by anybody but one person. That's God himself. So to have a currency that is backed by a country's assets, who do you think they got to go get them from? Okay, they got to go and get the permission. We think God is some irrelevant action figure. Okay, we think that we talk about him, we pray to him, we have a good game about him, but we don't realize that he's live, well, and kicking. Okay, he lives not only inside of us, but he lives all around us. That's the reason why when he brought the Holy Spirit in Pentecost, he says, I put you into the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's all around us. That's the energy field that exists. So we have to understand that this game is because Christ said it's not the right time. Therefore, I have to reset this, just like I have reset the nation of Israel all along its course of life. And he's the one that's doing this. There's not one government in the world. There's a one leader, okay, because Christ always works through man. That's scripture, but that's as well. And there's one leader of this, and that's Donald J. Trump. And he's over the whole thing. If you've listened carefully to other individuals that have talked about new systems, quantum financial systems, or quantum systems in general, or all that stuff, you will hear words that they use that talks about celestial support in doing this. Okay, and so this is all happening not only in the timing, but in the structure, in all of the security that heaven offers. This is going to be something that everybody's going to have to change. I had a discussion the other night in one of our Bible classes that we were talking about looking at the financial world around us completely different. Okay, you got to get your head off of inflation. There will be no inflation. You can't have inflation with an asset-backed currency. It just doesn't exist. Why? Because you don't have any fluff in the value of your currency. Okay, it's all mathematical driven. So you can't think about, oh, if I'm going to put all of this money into the marketplace, isn't that going to cause inflation? No, because there's no inflation built into the money. It's all asset driven. So you can't have that. By definition, you can't have that. And so, then we had another piece of the conversation. All of this is about the reset, because the reset is more than just a currency. The reset is taking everything that they put into the system out. Okay, taking it out, which means all the inflationary since day one of the fiat currency. All right, so we have to go back to somewhere. Well, Nixon took us off the gold standard in '74, and inflation hit the next day. Okay, so you've got to at least reset back to 1974. Now, are they going to take that down further? Probably in base pricing everything, because while there wasn't built-in inflation in currency, there were built-in inflation in how they were manipulating the market. Okay, because they took over the SEC and all of the market exchanges in 1930. They took them over. And so they have been building for many, many years inflation activity in price points. Your foods and everything was controlled by the City of London cabal. Your eggs are priced whatever they want them to price at. Your milk's priced at whatever they want it, you're priced at. Your house has got a formula on it to show an inflated value from what you paid for it. On and on and on. So they had these things happening all along, and not in our currency until 1974. So the reset is going to happen, and there's going to be a whole lot of changes. But the biggest change in all of this is going to be in educating the people as to what in the world is taking place around them. And it's not just from truthers out there giving you the truth. That gives us the information to determine corruption. It doesn't give us the new way of life, okay? Because we got to think completely different. We're not going to have banks anymore. You are your own bank in this process. You're gonna have to completely reset yourself in this new environment that's coming.
Jim, as you were talking, I sometimes get downloads about songs, and I don't know why, but I know this man has danced with the devil, but he sure said it well. You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. You better never let it go. You only got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it. This opportunity comes only once in a lifetime. The point is, we only got one shot at taking down this massive cabal and resetting, and so they're doing it right. That's my 2 cents. Keep the change. Jim, where can our audience find you?
My ministry site is called godisgovernment.com. I have a Substack that I'm writing about historical references from a biblical perspective. We're completing a subject matter called Genesis 6 Giants in the Land. We're talking about all of the giants that still exist today, by the way. They didn't go away. They have not gone away. They're still here. And we're just starting a new series, Rewriting Creation from a total biblical viewpoint, which is going to be fun because it's going to be process oriented of how creation was actually done, from the first thought process to current day. And it's because we're still creating, but we don't know that we're creating. So anyway, godisgovernment.com is where you can get all the aspects to the ministry. Substack, if you want to understand history from a biblical perspective, and that's where you can find me.
All right, and coming in May, God is Government will be joining Sovereign Radio. Jim, thanks so much. Appreciate your time on a Sunday especially. So thank you, and have a good one, buddy.
Oh, thanks, guys. Nice seeing you.
Thank you, Jim. On behalf of all of us, thank you.
Got to speak fast, Kimberly. My fingers are quicker than your voice. You know, our next guest is as conversant with Jim with the financial system. Believe it or not, is that even possible to find guys back to back that can talk about it? And he can talk about the reset in another way, the infrastructure, how crypto is involved. He's probably the most knowledgeable guy on crypto that I've met. You know, when you walk in the door, another door of opportunity opens. And I met Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, who couldn't make it today, by the way, and she introduced me to our next guest. Ladies, I'm going to let you go, and I'll bring you back. You're both coming back later, so I'm going to bring in our next guest. Well, you know what? Let me bring him in so you can say hello to Mr. Rob Cunningham. Rob, say hello to the board and the founder of Freedom to Choose, Kimberly Stiller and Betty Camp.
Hello, Kimberly and Betty. It's an honor to meet you.
Wow, it's an honor to meet you, sir. Welcome. So glad you're here.
Thank you for helping out. Thank you.
Just grateful for the invitation. I love everything that you're doing.
Amen. Thanks.
Yeah, when we put together the telethon and I started to write down names, I thought of Rob because he's such a great patriot, and we're on the same page. And not that I don't want people who think differently, because look, Dave Hodges and I do not agree about the power structure left to the cabal. Dave thinks they're flexing their muscles and they're mighty and strong, and I do not. As Jim just said, a lot of their wealth has been seized. So Rob is on the same page of most of my thoughts, but more articulate, certainly, about what's coming in the financial system. So I wanted you to meet him, and he and I will get into a great conversation. We'll see you ladies in a little bit.
Nice to meet you.
Well, sir, before we get into it, I am just pinged to talk about where we're at in the fundraising. We're stuck at $1,700 and change. We'll take it, and we'll be very grateful for every dollar we get. But that's about $250 to $300 an hour that we've been on here broadcasting. And I'm going to ask you folks, please pray on this. I know money's tight. Just pray and think about the ramifications if we succeed with our case, and whether we succeed in California or go to SCOTUS, because going to SCOTUS would be huge. It takes a lot of money to do it. If we succeed, we are the precedent that will be set for folks around the country to do the same, to sue those that mandated the jab, enforced it, and administered it. And that's huge. So please find it in your heart. Go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Rob, you got a chance to hear some of what Jim said. You guys are like birds of a feather, aren't you? Did you find yourself listening to yourself for a while there?
I'm glad to know that there's synchronicity and resonance and harmonic frequencies that are connecting around the world. And truth is, it doesn't bend to us. We have to bend to it. And when it's just so, the parallels, the antennas are starting to get very straight and very erect and very perfectly in tune with truth. And that's ultimately the goal. This isn't about, who's right, who's wrong, who's scored more points, who announced truth before somebody else. It's not about that kind of scorekeeping. It's just about bringing truth out of the dark and into the light.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he did a great job.
Where have I heard that? Dark to light. Well, that was a common theme across the Q movement, and it is really what's happening. And I'm spiritual. I view myself as a simpleton in a spiritual way, but I am very spiritual. But I don't have the depth of biblical perspective, and I only know my life when I came to God. When my mother died, I was 18, and I only understand spirituality from my perspective. But it seems to me, Rob, I want to see if you agree, that I feel the world kind of raising the bar, that we're ascending to a higher level of consciousness as part of the Great Awakening. Would you agree with that?
Amen. 100%. 100%. It's been our ego. It's been our pride. It's been our lack of humility, that in our own leaning on our own understanding that's gotten us to this point in the world. And if we think that level of thinking is going to get us out of what put us here, we've lost our minds. So unless we can do a restart, a reboot, a revaluation of our values, that's where the power of God manifests through us and into this world. The output, the systems of this world, the dysfunction of this world, the scarcity of this world, or the opposite, right? The joy, the peace, the abundance, the wealth, the harmony, the lack of warfare, the lack of disease, all of the output in this world comes through the values that we assign that we believe in. And so we will know the old adage, you'll know us by the fruit of our tree. Well, we've had some rotted trees for a while, so why don't we try another tree and another plant and get some fresh fruit instead of the rotted crap we've been eating for so long, and we've gone through this cycle in Egypt and Babylon and Rome. It's quite arrogant for us to think, oh, well, it can happen to them, but not us.
Yeah, so true. I'm glad you brought up the word scarcity, because it really brings to my mind the whole idea of living in an abundant mindset, abundance versus scarcity, by living in an abundant mindset, even if you're poor and even when you're down, if you can stay in an abundant mindset, I'm not talking about 365 days a year, every year of your life. We all have these ups and downs, but generally speaking, that's what I think defines the Great Awakening. More and more people can see the abundance on the other side of this arrest and reset we were just talking about. Because certainly on the other side of the reset with the sound money system that I'm going to have you talk about, why it's going to be a sound money system. That's the subject I want to get into with you. But I think the world around us, not everybody, and the world just doesn't work that way. But I think the fact that Trump won in an overwhelming kind of way does show that people with the right people in place, not just Trump at a national and global level, at a local level, we got to bring the right people into place. We got to stay active. This is a local effort to bring this through the court system and get some accountability held. But I think the abundance is, people are raising their level of consciousness as they awaken to seeing the abundance on the other side and understanding, because of guys like you and Jim and SG, that there is a reset coming. Forget the arrest for a minute. There's a financial reset that has to happen. They have to bring down the current fiat system. It's trillions of dollars in debt and broke. And even the bad guys who created it know it can't. It's gone way beyond its useful life. I think fiat systems are supposed to last 50 or 60 years, right? We're 100 plus. We're 112 years into their fiat system, 1913. We did have some years where we were on the gold standard, but tell us why we're moving into a sound money system and what's going to make up that sound money system.
Sure, happy to. I can read something I would love to.
Please.
It's from Mr. Griffin, but is he going to be joining us?
You know, he's supposed to, and I had no indication otherwise. He even reposted some of our tweets, at least one of them. I don't.
He may have the time zones off. I'm not sure.
He may. My dear friend Miranda, who's got the relationship with his people, set this up. You go ahead and read your story, and you talk, and I'm going to reach out to Miranda. So I'm gonna leave you be to carry the ball here.
Sure. Well, let me read a quote from what Mr. Griffin, I believe, is the world's most prolific financial system historian, researcher, author, and educator that I've ever met. And I think the world, it's hard to refute that fact. But on the back cover of his classic, The Creature from Jekyll Island, here's his quote. Where does money come from? Where does it go? Who makes it? The money magician's secrets are unveiled. Here is a close look that looks at the smoke and mirrors machine, the pulleys, cogs, and wheels that create the grand illusion called money. A boring subject? You just wait. You'll be hooked in 5 minutes. It reads like a detective story, which it really is, but it's all true. The book is about the most blatant scam of history. It's all here. The cause of wars, boom-bust cycles, inflation, depression, prosperity. Your worldview will definitely change. This may be the most important book on world affairs you will ever read. Mr. Griffin's book has gone into publication 5 times. It's been endorsed on the back cover. Let me just let you see. It's no thin read, but it is an exceptional read. And it's been endorsed on the back cover by folks as esteemed as Ron Paul, Willie Nelson, Robert Kiyosaki, Mark Thornton, an assistant professor of economics at Auburn University. credit to Mr. Griffin their understanding of fiat money versus sound money, and how if we pervert one system, we can ruin the world. Money is a trust system. So at the end of the day, we either have to trust this system of credits and debits, which is what money is. It's an IOU and a you owe me record keeping system. Okay. And the property, the assets, the taxation, the collateral, the gold, the silver, the land, the water, the minerals, an hour of money owes them. And so if we do not have the ability to trust the accounting system of who owes and who owns, then we devolve into a system of debt slavery. Because those who want to control the world must control the monetary system, because the monetary system is nothing but a accounting system of the energy and the property top of this ledgering system, and then pervert these terms and pervert these ideas and pervert these rules, which they call laws, and they figure out a way to make governments really nothing more than bankers in sheep's clothing. They're called politicians. Then the bankers who print and create the money and create the rules and blackmail the politicians and write the laws are really the ones in control. And they are not these noble creatures that are going to write things fairly and so that there's a level playing field and the standards are one size fits all. They honor God's common law. They're not going to do that. They're going to cook the books. They're going to lie. They're going to deceive. They're going to dilute and inflate and debase and concentrate and centralize ownership so they can maximize their power. It all goes back to the love and lust of money is the root of all evil. And the only way these people, these bankers that have put us in $38 trillion worth of debt, which we owe $38 trillion to the Federal Reserve, right? It's not federal. There are no reserves. It's an NGO headquartered outside of the United States of America, which makes it a non-constitutional entity that doesn't have to obey our Declaration of Independence or our Constitution or our Bill of Rights, because it's extra constitutional. If we can't control the trust system known as the monetary system, we do not have a nation. We are a captured corporate entity. So the only way we get our nation back is to show the Federal Reserve the door and reconstitute our republic with a sound money system that is transparent, that is inspectable, that is accurate, that one that decentralizes truth on a redundant number of ledgers that are inspectable by all people and do not require us to trust a bunch of guys in a smoke-filled room behind cloak and in opaqueness without us being able to audit them and cross our fingers and hope they're telling us the truth about who owes who what and where the rules come from and that entire hot mess. So if we want to reign as kings and queens in a world of abundance with sovereignty and self-control, where we can self-govern our purpose for being here and not have to bend a knee and kiss the ring to our betters and to kings and to bloodlines and to central bankers and to, political hacks who say one thing and do another, we are not living as free will beings. No sound monetary system, which is basically a system of truth, no freedom. We simply cannot have those unalienable rights. Our founding fathers, the 56 signatures on our Declaration of Independence, we cannot have that vision of a nation unless we, the people, have a monetary system that is ours, that reflects our values, that reflects our property, and that in an absolute fidelity to truth records accurately, I owe you and you owe me, the credits and the debits. If we don't have a system of truth, then we have to rely on centralized trust. And if we think the bankers are entities that we should trust, and all of those entities that the bankers have captured is where we should vest our trust, then we're missing the idea of in God we trust. Everybody else, we're going to verify. Everybody else, hold yourself accountable. Everybody else, let us see the numbers. Let us inspect it. We can govern ourselves. We live in a world of abundance that we inherited from God, not in a world of scarcity where you get to hand out the permission slips and the regulations and the mother may I passes. That's not the way this world was designed. So we don't get our monetary system house in order. Not a single promise that President Trump has made will ever come true unless we can level the playing field and take back ownership, sovereign ownership of this decentralized truth accounting system where we can clearly know who owns what and who owes what, and we're free to go out and sit on the couch and eat bonbons, or go build a business, or go sing a song, or go write 20 books, or start a family, or create a fortune. But nowhere are we supposed to take a knee, kiss the ring, and realize that we're here to work for half of our lives to the kings and the bloodlines and the central bankers who have created this perverted system. We go to work because they have first lien on all of our fruit and everything that we produce. And when they've had enough, they've had a belly full, then they'll tell us how much of our energy and property and life and creative design work that you and I have produced, they'll tell us how much of our life we can keep once they've had their belly full.
Rob,
it doesn't work that way.
I really want to focus now, and you said so many things, we could talk for the 12 hours of this telethon about why the Fed needs to come down and why we need to take our money system back, and the problems that the Federal Reserve fiat money system caused stem in every direction, from education to finance to the medical system, right? The political system, you name it, media, it's all encompassing. because it all starts with money. He who has the gold makes the rules, and the Fed has had the gold and they made the rules. So we got to take that down. I think people can wrap their arms around that. Let's try to explain what a sound money system looks like, and what are, if there's 3 elements, 4 main elements, 5, however many, would you outline the key elements of a new financial system that would make a sound money, that would represent we the people getting our money system back, our financial system back? What does that entail?
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Griffin does a brilliant job describing it. Judy Shelton does a brilliant job describing it as well. But a sound money system involves 3 main attributes. Money is supposed to be a unit of account and a store of value and a medium of exchange. Those 3 things. Okay? A store of value means an ounce of gold equals an ounce of gold equals an ounce of gold equals an ounce of gold. It doesn't matter if you're in Iraq, in Venezuela, in Atlanta, Georgia, or Hawaii, or Japan. An ounce is an ounce is an ounce is an ounce. That's a unit of account, right? If we have a coinage act that talks about how many grams of gold and how many grams of silver are supposed to be in the treasury to back a dollar. A dollar being a store of value, which means if I go and sell 10 head of cattle and I get gold and or a paper money that's supposed to be a representative of that gold that could be deliverable to me upon demand, then I can use that paper and transfer it, medium of exchange, to the horse guy and buy myself a horse. And he'll take my paper because he understands it's a unit of value, and he can exchange it for the things that he needs. Maybe he needs to build a house. So there has to be trust in that medium of exchange for you to do what you do, Scotty, for me to do what I do, for a heart surgeon to be a heart surgeon, and an airline pilot to be an airline pilot. Okay? If that unit of trust is perverted into a system subjected to human variables, the human trust factors, where we know people can be tempted by greed and lust, they can make mistakes, they can create errors, they can overprint the supply, which is inflation, which is nothing more than another form of theft. If they don't have a fidelity to that unit of account, it messes up the store of value and the medium of exchange process. Well, how does that work itself out? Well, we've had 25% inflation in the last 4 years. If you had $100,000 today, you can purchase $75,000 worth of stuff. Who stole your $25,000? It's the people that printed the medium of exchange out of thin air. They put a finger on a keyboard and they call it quantitative easing. They call it whatever they want to call it, but they've perverted the record keeping. They just introduced extra mediums of exchange called money into the system. And when they do that, all that were holding money before they decided to add $2 trillion of extra units into the system, now what you and I hold is worth less. Money printing of extra mediums of exchange is thievery, and it steals our purchasing power, and it steals part of our life from us. Because if I spent X number of years, if I spent 100 years to get $100,000 and all of a sudden they steal my $100,000 and make it go down to $75,000, they've stolen 25% of my work, 25% of what I spent my life doing to make 100 grand. It's thievery. And so sound money has to be inspectable. The reserves have to be in place. They have to be deliverable. If I was to show up and say, Scotty, here's my 20, give me my gold, you have to give it to me on demand. I have to know that it's physically there, that you're not just lying to me and telling me the check's in the mail, or trust me, Fort Knox has all the gold. It has to be inspectable. It has to be deliverable and redeemable in order for people to have trust in the system. What we have right now, Scotty, is globally, people don't trust the Federal Reserve and they don't trust central banks because they've flushed every ounce of trust and credibility down the toilet. We've seen how the magicians play their game. We've seen the smoke and mirrors, the kabuki theater, the idiots that they put in that White House. I mean, utter sock puppet idiots that will say and do anything for their little 4 years or 8 years of fame and glory and benefit. Anyone that doesn't understand that an effeminate Hawaiian who never stepped foot on America till he was 18 years old, who hates this country, who said we're 5 days away from fundamentally transforming it, who was developed by Saul Alinsky in Chicago, who was inserted into our White House almost penniless, and then leaves the White House with mansions in Hawaii and mansions in Martha's Vineyard and multi-million-dollar complexes in Washington, D.C., and a multi-gazillionaire because he wrote a book or two.
You wouldn't be talking about Barry Sertoro, would you?
I would never know that. Now, get his name right. Okay.
Barack Obama, of course. Is,
Barack
I think,
Hussein, Sotero, Obama, whatever you want to call him. Okay. Whether it's George Bush looking for the weapons of mass destruction, or his daddy talking about 1,000 points of light, or FDR having something to do with the magic bullet that went into Mr. Kennedy's head. From that time to today, we have had sock puppets in that White House giving us the illusion that we have a constitutional republic, and we have not had one.
I apologize profusely. I should have known better to have a active producer with me right now to deal with the people coming on, and didn't do that. I didn't cover my butt, and so I'm sitting on my phone most of the day today, texting our guests, our co-hosts. We believe G. Edward got the time zone wrong, and that's why he didn't show up. So anyway, Rob, what thoughts do you want to leave folks? What's most important they know about? Let's not look backward at the old system and where we've been, because we beat that up for many, many years. I think you have a very positive outlook on what's coming, and Trump has a positive outlook of what's coming. Jim Pugh, who was just on, has a very positive outlook. I do too. Are we all blowing smoke?
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, and I'm so glad you asked that, Scotty, because I do want to be very positive. What's happening is we've all heard the phrase sunlight's the greatest disinfectant. Okay, we're going from a system of dark opaqueness and secrecy and behind the curtains, the Wizard of Oz. You know, you rip the curtain open, you got the little man down there with the microphone yelling and screaming and scaring everybody to death and barking orders at the world. That's what central bankers do. They lie, they scare, they leverage fear, all for the purposes of control. So what we have, Scotty, is a system of, we're moving from a system of blind trust, or if you will, trust me, bro. You know, the check's in the mail, the gold's in the vault. You know, we would never overprint the money. You can trust us. Just work harder so we can all pay off this debt. The entire system is so interconnected, but the common denominator is fraud. The common denominator is one big system of lies, and it's compounded lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. And that's why dynasties fall. They're built on sand, you know, and that's why Egypt falls, and that's why Babylon fell. That's why Rome fell. That's why our nation can fall if we don't go back to a system of truth. Truth is exceptionally different than trust. Truth is inspectable. It's math. it's reconcilable, it can be immediate. And so math and accounting of value and an exchange of value and ownership rights and the title to property going back and forth being accurately ledgered thousands of times on decentralized ledgers that are free from the perversion of lust and greed and error and weaponization and funding of NGOs, the military industrial complex and the medical industrial complex. When we can see where all value is generated and how all value is assigned and spent, and we tear down all the curtains, Scotty, these perverted manipulators cannot operate in opaqueness. That is the general idea of decentralized ledger technologies, blockchain, transparency, and collectively a system of trustlessness where we can all inspect and verify by way of being our own banker. We don't have to go to institutions and ask for permission as to where can I spend my money? Who can I gift my money to? How can I invest my money? If the more money I make, the more laws are going to come down on me. I mean, all of this system is about one thing, Scotty: control. And to maximize control, they have to maximize ignorance, and they have to maximize secrecy, and they have to maximize the whole jazz hands thing. Look over here, not over there, right? They have to have their puppets in place, and they have to leverage fear and ignorance to keep their Ponzi scheme going. The system that President Trump is putting in, the system that is decentralizing the centralized, that's adding truth into a perverted trust system, is quantum technology, Starlink, Space Force, individual wallets, blockchains, redundancy of record keeping that maximizes the awesome powers of the speed of light, of the science of math, of the immediacy of calculation capacity, and instantaneous ability to know whether, Scotty, I gave you something or you gave me something. You borrowed me some, you loaned me some money. So my IOU is a debt to me, but it's an asset to you because I owe you something. So debt to me is an asset to you, but they're exactly equal and they're matched. And the laws that apply are common laws. They're not admiralty laws. They're not bloodline rules. They're not the king says or Klaus Schwab says, therefore we pay, right? The ledgering system of how lord over us and tell us what we can and can't do with the property that we earned, which we call money, and they want to attach a million sets of rules in an IRS and a tax code and a bunch of swamp creatures onto our lives to tell us what we can and cannot do with our lives. Last time I checked, they didn't give us that. They didn't give me my life. And I don't need to ask them for permissions as to how many kids I want to have or how I educate my child or what poise or what our values should be. And so I'd leave it at this. We got to this point because big ignorance is big business. These people cannot have pulled off this Ponzi scheme without making us stupid, apathetic, distracted, unaware, clueless as to what laws are. And we've all gotten to a breaking point. Thank God we've got the very first businessman CEO to ever put his rear end in the White House ever. Since 1776, we have never had a CEO businessman with a mind and a heart and experience and skills at negotiating and leadership and and lack of fear. We've just never had a creature like President Trump in the White House leading us out of this debt slavery system into a system of trust and transparency. And that's where we're going.
Awesome. Rob. In short, I think I'm hearing you agree with Jim Pugh. We're not going to need banks.
Correct.
We will be the keeper of our own
wealth.
wealth. It'll be online in some blockchain system. As I understand it, we'll have a master account. We will not pay from that because that is where we'll store our wealth, and we'll create some sort of sub accounts to pay bills, regardless of the structure of that. The banks are bye-bye as far as our controlling our wealth. Now, they may be in the service industry. They may stick around, the big banks, to perform services, but it is fair to say we will not need banks for savings, for checking, and for day-to-day operations. Our cash will flow a lot differently than through the bank, right?
Correct.
And the payment systems aren't going to go through the bank. That's even more important.
Well, Scotty, and that is the key point. If I could leave this idea, plant this seed with people, payments is a human right. Every person in the world, through inclusion, ought to have access to a wallet, ought to be able to create capital, ought to be able to go out and get work and get paid. It doesn't matter if you're in Zimbabwe or if you're in Kenya or if you're in Georgia or you're in Japan. If you want to go out and make money and then create a coffee shop or start a business or build a house or create wealth for your family, that ability to contract and consent and make money and create wealth for your kids and your kids' kids ought to be, that is an unalienable right granted to us by our Creator. We have far too many pockets of people that are lorded over by dictators and scallywags and just brutal controllers and just Marxist ideology freaks. You know, we go, well, wait a minute, we give all of this foreign aid to all these countries. Why isn't it making it to the people? It's because of the assholes in between the giver and the receiver, the thieves in between. They don't want people to be independent. Independent from what? Independent from government control.
The true definition of sovereignty absolutely must include financial sovereignty.
Yes.
Without the stronghold of the central banks, taxation, and everything that goes with it, you know, from top to bottom, they have effectively reduced us to slaves. You don't believe that? Ask my friend who's working 4 jobs. His wife is not able to work, so he's working 4 different jobs. They're not menial task jobs. They're all pretty good work, professional, most of it. But he's got 4 different, he's got 2 main gigs and 2 side hustles. And he's a slave. They can't even spend time on a Sunday. Today, no way they could spend time together. And forget family vacations out of the question. So, Rob, thank you so much for all the explanations. And as always, you're able to reduce things. I got to get you and Jim Pugh together. Remind me to get you and Jim together so you guys can compare notes, because you're thinking a lot alike. The last thought that I know you find fascinating, if we took all the patriots and the warriors and the good guys who are fighting the spiritual war from the right side, and those of us who stand with God and Christ and believe in Judeo-Christian values and everything that America's supposed to be, if we put us all in a room, half of us would say, yep, the good guys are going to win. The good guys are in control. The good guys are going to come out on top. The other half would say, like my brother, the Federal Reserve is infallible. They're too strong. The might and power of this behemoth, globalist, oligarch, cartel, satanic cabal, that they're just too strong to defeat. Would you agree with kind of 50-50 based on the people, you know, we're all good people. We all stand together. We all believe in sovereignty and freedom, yet we're split and divided over who's going to control the world.
Well, we have to understand this world is fallen, and there is a demonic force that attempts to control. I think right now, in this time season of life, the Federal Reserve is dead. They're gone. There's a bunch of kabuki theater. A lot of this is the process of awakening us, and based on the capacity of the average person to begin to get their head around where we are now and where we're going. A lot of this is just messaging at a pace that the maximum number of people can try to accept as true. At the end of the day, we win. I mean, the monetary system is dead bankrupt. So there's only two options. We just ignore the debt, or we restructure the entire system. And as America goes, so goes the rest of the world. We're restructuring the entire system. 150 countries have come to Trump and said, I'm ready to talk Turkey on tariffs, right? They all want to level the playing field. They want to do reciprocal tariff agreements and reciprocal rates, or you do 0, we do 0, you do 10, we do 10. We're going to level the playing field. And in these trade renegotiations, Scotty, the little unknown secret, unreported secret is they're going to end currency manipulation in these agreements. A 20 is going to equal a 20. Yep. Gold's going to equal gold. Money's going to equal money. So we're leveling the playing field by knocking down these columns of the Roman Empire. And if there's 195 columns, and all 195 of them are coming down to level the playing field. So they can't do these currency exchange rate perversions. We can have a level system of global trade. But it's so important, Scott, that people understand globalization and global trade, where any country can do business with any other country as long as both countries agree to it. Globalization is fine. Globalism is Marxism. Globalism comes from the Bank of International Settlements and the Rothschilds. We've got to, if we have 195 countries, we need to have 195 central banks. They're called treasuries. And they look out for the best interest of each sovereign nation. But no treasury lords over any other treasury. No treasury in country A gets to tell 47 other countries what the hell they can and can't do. We have to have independent treasuries that interoperate on a level playing field, and then we're all free to consent or not consent, contract or not contract with one another for whatever makes interest. As Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said last week, America first doesn't mean America alone or America and the hell with everybody else. It just means America first.
Rob, Trump, I believe, don't quote me on the number, I thought I hear him say we're $3 trillion to the good because of tariffs. Yeah. We've now got commitments for $3 trillion invested in the U.S., on the U.S. soil, to open manufacturing plants, bring jobs. So there's a town in Louisiana, some people I know live near. Hyundai committed $200 million to open a plant there, 1,500 jobs. What happens when a plant opens in a city or a town like that with 1,500 jobs? A whole bunch of industries coalesce around that manufacturing plant. Restaurants, bars, Walmart, all the things that are going to come. Maybe Walmart won't be around. Who knows? Because they're one of those multinational globalists. But you get the point. All kinds of other trade, industry, retail, service, small businesses, entrepreneurs coalesce around a plant that's creating 1,500 jobs and $200 million because everyone wants a little piece of that pie, right? So we're already way ahead of the game, and I am so confident that we can say the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the J.P. Morgans, the Pastors of France, those bloodlines will not control the world any longer on the other side of this. Where can people find Rob Cunningham?
Well, Scotty, they can go to cool.show, or they can go to x.com and just cool show with no period. I've got a Linktree account on the top of my X account. There's a Linktree account up there that has all of my social media properties. So you can, or just do a Google search under Rob Cunningham, and you'll probably find me that way.
I thank you, sir. I apologize for the distractions on my cell phone. always a lesson learned in everything we do, but you can't go into a 12-hour event without a producer handling your guests and texting and all that jazz. So thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience, and you have a great one. We'll be in touch. And remind me to put you together with Jim Pugh.
Yes, sir. Honored to be a guest, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care.
Jason, I wanted to bring you in because I think we have a mix up on time. Are you able to come back at 7 Central, 5 Pacific? Your audio is muted.
Oh, I'm so
sir.
sorry. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah,
yeah, I can come back. So 5 o'clock my time, absolutely.
5 o'clock your time. That'd be great. That's in 2 hours, basically, about an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah,
thank
sounds
you,
good.
sir. Beautiful,
thanks.
beautiful home. If that's your home and not a backdrop, that's a beautiful house you're sitting in.
Hey, thank you. It's a
All
backdrop,
right, we'll
but
see
I'll
you
take
back
a
here.
couple.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. All right.
All right. Bye-bye. There she is.
Hello, Scotty Sachs. I'm so excited to be here. Freedom to choose, baby. Come on. It's now the time. It's so good to see you.
What happened to Mr. Anthony? I just brought him in.
There
the
he
room.
is. You see him?
There he is. Now I see him. Handsome devil.
Oh.
You know what? You know what I
Go ahead,
accomplished?
Scotty.
You know what I accomplished most of all today?
What'd you accomplish, Scotty?
Surrounding myself with much better looking and much smarter people.
You give
Like
yourself
you
a little
too.
credit, Scotty. You give
Yeah, a
yourself a
little
little
bit.
credit.
My girlfriend would agree with you, I think. Um,
Well, we are honored to be here, and you get to take a break and go eat some food right now, don't you?
Yeah, and thank you. This is the second time this year you've done this for me. We did it January 1st
Yes.
with Buck Up Mission.
Yeah.
And what a great cause that was. Bringing supplies into North Carolina for the flooded victims.
important.
I can't get it out of my mind, the story Texas Red tells, driving a truck in with cribs and toys and food for kids. And FEMA says, get out of here. You can't bring your truck in. Unbelievable, isn't it?
Such a breakdown. Yeah. Total breakdown. Well, I think we've all had enough. And us being here today is a sign of that. It's time that we, the people, take our power back. And that's exactly what we're going to do by supporting this cause, freedom to choose, and raising funds. My commitment and Mark's commitment is in the next hour that we, the people, donate, give generously and donate to this cause. None of this goes to Mark. It doesn't go to me. It doesn't go to you, Scotty. It goes to support the case. This is so important. So, Scotty, we're going to release you.
Yeah.
And then
let me just introduce you guys to
I love
the
it.
audience because that would be in order. Kim Yeater, Take Your Power Back Show, one of the best names for any content because everything we're doing here is about taking our power back. Certainly hanging in the court system 4 years and possibly moving on to the Supreme Court because we don't know the outcome in California. If we raise enough money, we're prepared to go to SCOTUS. But we've been hanging in 4 years trying to take our power back, Kim. So, Kim, I met several years ago. If she chooses to tell you the story, she made a proposal to me after meeting me, and she can tell that story. And this gentleman here, Mark Anthony, I can't say enough good things about Mark. He has proved himself many times over to his friends, his associates, the people around him. He just delivers on his word and did amazing things for the Take Our Border Back. It was the two of you that created Take Our Border Back. You brought me in, Mark Istratoff, Robert and Jamie Agee, great people. And the things Mark did to keep us safe were unbelievable. It was never felt threatened. Of course, none of us live in fear, so it didn't really. I didn't even think about it that whole day, the whole event, every time we went on the road. Who thought about
keep them on all the time? Can they all live with us? So great.
So you guys take it away. Thank you so much. And I'll be back in about 50 minutes. So thanks, guys.
Oh, Scotty, we're excited. Thank you for having us here today. Enjoyed. Bon appetit.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
Oh,
See
well,
you, Mark.
this is, truly an honor to be here today. And, Mark, I like to say that we get to be in service of the people. That's really what we get to be. And when we get the privilege of raising funds for something that we believe in, and that we say, you know what? There's enough tyranny that's gone on. It's going to take every single one of us to stand up. So I just want to give a little bit of background of, what we're looking at today for those that might just be joining the show. So some information for the Freedom to Choose USA Never Again Telethon. The never again is we are never going to stand for this tyranny again. The Freedom to Choose Telethon is paramount to raising funds to keep our jab mandate cases alive in LA County court system and take it to SCOTUS. We have the only jab mandate cases alive in the court system. Guys, this is absolutely, in Trump's words, huge, right? Many cases were thrown out or settled out of court. There are 5,000 plaintiffs that have been involved, LA City, county public workers, and first responders that suffered loss of job for refusing the jab or jab injuries being coerced into taking the jab. We have over 100 defendants named, including Gavin, some of them call him Newsom here. I won't say that though. Former LA Mayor Garcetti and state and local health. Guys, this is a really big deal. This mandate is, I really think that California, Mark, and correct me if I'm wrong, California sets the stage for the rest of the nation. And so by we the people standing up, by Kimberly and Neil Stiller and their teams taking a stand for the people whose voices have not been listened to, who maybe they don't have a platform to speak for themselves, they've created this space so that we the people could take our power back and hold our officials accountable. And all I know is Ivan Raiklan is in my head. Retribution, retribution, retribution.
Absolutely.
So Mark, yeah.
I was just laughing because, you and I talked last night about, I live on the East Coast, but it's so imperative that people get involved in California all across the whole entire nation, because it does set the standard. I mean, California is a huge thorn in our side as a country, and we need to take California back. I think, if I was to put it on the map, Arizona and California need to be taken back and recontrolled, and Nevada as well. But California stands out, and I've got so much family and friends and so much support from California. Look, I'm over here and I'm telling everybody, you have no idea what these people are. I get so much support from that side of the world. It's almost like the people on my side of the world don't know me as well. But as soon as I hit, from about Texas all the way up that way, as soon as I step off the plane, it's like, there's Mark. So, it's a great thing. There's a lot of anomalies that go on with California that people are not aware about. And we're going to talk about some of those today.
Yes, absolutely. I'll have to tell you, we've spent a lot of time online, and we've spent a lot of time online in these live streams, breaking news like Operation Clean Sweep 1, 2, and 3, launching the Take Our Border Back movement across the country, the North America Alliance. And what we're doing right now is probably one of the most important things, because this is all part of the great corruption, what we've seen. And the fact that this family, that Kimberly and Neil have taken it upon themselves and their teams to bring this out, to fight to get this in the courtroom. It is not easy at all. So what I want people to be thinking about today, all of our listeners, guys, all of you who are with us right now, we just want to say thank you. It's a Sunday afternoon. You could be anywhere else. And we're honored right now that you're here with us. You may have a family member that experienced a horrible side effect because of the vaccine. You may have lost a family member. You may know somebody, and maybe that was you, who lost their job because you said, I am not taking this what's called vaccine or jab, right? If you were one of those people, then you were impacted. If you're in the state of California, well, you may be one of those plaintiffs that are on that the court record right now, or I probably don't have the right words down, but you are one of those people fighting. So if you know someone today, these are the people we are fighting for, because if this case gets won here, it opens up doors for all the other cases throughout the United States. So we, the people, have got to set the precedents today. So Mark and I, throughout our conversation, are always going to refer you guys to donate below to givesendgo.com. You can see that below in the scroll, givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Today, you have the freedom to choose where you give. And we're going to ask that you give, and it goes to support this case and all of those people who were silenced, all of those people who have been wounded, and all of those people who have been left unprotected. Mark, I know that you have personal family members that were impacted by this jab. I'd love to hear a couple of those stories.
Yeah. So, I went to a barbecue with a family member, and he had brought one of his friends over, which I got to know, who worked in the postal service. And we had a nice barbecue, nice, gathering, and got to know him. His name was Mark. Super guy. So go figure, right? So we got a call, and it was in the beginning of COVID, and he had been hospitalized, and we lost him after they gave the remdesivir shot and so forth, so on. We lost him, which I was devastated, because I thought, well, you meet somebody, you don't think that this is the last time you're ever going to see him, and then he's gone. I was just like, it was kind of devastated. So about middle ways through COVID, my uncle got COVID. Now, redheaded, freckles, it seemed to affect a lot of those people. And day after day, it was like, we're going to lose him. We're going to lose him. It was just this roller coaster of a ride that just wouldn't stop. And, this is an uncle that I hunted with, I fished with, who just, was a big part of my life, because it was the youngest of all my mother's siblings. And so they kept trying to give him remdesivir. From what I understand, the hospital had a sense of understanding about the shots and what that looked like.
Sure.
And so they listened to my aunt, and he didn't get it. And he's less, if I'm not over speaking here, he was probably less than the 1% that made it out of the hospital. Now, he still has issues.
Wow.
He can't walk from, the house to the mailbox and stuff like that. He's getting better. Yeah. He's building up. He has better days, than others. But, going back to the roller coaster of our family, and thinking that, we're going to lose him. And then, obviously, people were worried about other people in my family that had health issues of getting it as well. And they were able to pull it out, including myself. I mean, I got it. I got it at the last part of the COVID. Everybody else had already went through it. I got the last round, the very tail end of it.
Wow.
And it didn't affect me like it did everyone else. And but it's one of those things, when until you've lived it and understand and have people that actually die right beside you that you were in contact with, and have a family member that was on the cusp of death. I mean, they had him on ventilators, upside down, doing the pounding stuff, trying to get all that stuff out.
Yes.
And as times has went on, you and I are very good friends with Dr. Artist and other people in this industry.
Mark, his father-in-law was killed because they put him on remdesivir and put him on the ventilator. I mean, he had to fight those, and unfortunately they lost him. But yeah, go on, finish what you were saying.
And then I've lost, we lost my buddy, Robert David Steele, CIA. He wound up getting remdesivir and wound up dying. And so, there's other people that we could sit here all day and talk about, but the whole point of what we're trying to bring the awareness to is that it's affected every life one way or another in this whole country. And we've got to stand up, and something has to be paved in the way in the court system, and California has it.
Yes, yes, California has it. This is so important that we support that. And people can donate. Guys, please donate at givesendgo.com, freedom to choose. I heard Scotty say in the beginning of the show, whether it's $1, it's $5, $10, $100, $1,000, the goal is to raise another $100,000 so that they can fight this. It's going to take all of us, but I'm telling you, if they fight this, they are likely to win if they have the funding behind it. If they win, then this is a huge win for not only California, but for our entire country. They are setting the precedents. Now, Mark, one of
Kim, I want to
the
just,
things,
I just want to tell people,
yeah,
I just want to give them a little something. Every department pulls in money in the state of California. They have so much money, it's not even funny.
yes, they
I just
do.
want to,
I'm
I
here
just
in
want
the
to, I
state of
just want to give them,
California.
I just want to give them the statistics of just really quick math out of my head. We have
Sure.
3 bridges in California that you pay $8 to pass. In the numbers that I've been given, it's 75,000. It's $75,000 a day on each one of those bridges. Times 12. You look at the month. That's a day. You're looking at just a revenue income, just 3 bridges, not anything else. You're talking 70, $80 million a year revenue just from 3 bridges. That equals less than 1% of the revenue that California brings in. They have so much money. If we don't have enough, we're going to lose out.
100%. There's a lot going on in the state of California right now, getting ready for the new governor. We've been doing the governor face-off. I just interviewed Bianco and Naranjo and Zaki. I've got Steve Hilton coming up on May 8th live on my live stream at Take Your Power Back Show, actually rumble.com/Take Your Power Back Show /live. That's going to be a big one. But our goal is to hold these guys accountable, making sure that those that are about to step into power, right, are actually living it right now, that what they've done with their own personal finances, their business finances, what they're standing for, they're actually leading by example right now, so that when they're in power, they're going to get us out of this deficit. We're going to Doge California. That's what should be happening right now. Now, I got to tell you one thing, Mark. There was something that made a huge impact to my family in the midst of COVID. Now, I was one of the first people to get hit with COVID in 2019, but we didn't know it was COVID, right? We got hit hard. We got through it. Thank God for the nutrition we take. It is a game changer. We got through it and didn't get sick again during the midst of that. But I'll tell you what, my husband's dad was about 89 years old. And this guy at 89 years old was still flipping houses. I am not kidding. Still in the business. He hired teams. He had all of his faculties, like my grandma would say. He was flipping houses, right? So he was coerced into getting the jab. And within 6 months, his legs stopped working. Now, we hear this all across the board by those that have gotten jabbed, that something stops working, the functionality of the body, right? It was horrible. He went to the hospital. We figured maybe we would do the surgery. They said there was something going on with his discs. I hate all of that. I like the more natural route. But, Grandpa said, I think I want to do the surgery. And I'll just tell you, he died within months. It was absolutely horrific for our family. But it reminds me of the woman that walks into the chiropractic facility every single day. This woman took the jab as well. She was put in a wheelchair, lost all her leg movement, Mark, her whole upper body. She could move her whole lower body. She could move her arms, Mark. It was horrible. So I remember seeing her come in fighting for her life. She was not going to do Western medicine. She was going to actually utilize what was the more natural route. And she did that with what she began to put in her body, everything from the hyperbaric machine to infrared technology, pulse electromagnetic frequency, to the good nutrition. That woman is now walking with a cane. Thank you, Jesus. And she has had many people praying over her. But how many people are completely bedridden? How many people need to die? How many people on air need to fall over? How many more people do we need to see dead? Okay. That's the reality of what we're dealing with right now. This has to stop because, Mark, they are already planning for what's next.
That's right. We're seeing more and more as what they're planning on next. I want to kind of take a minute and kind of go down a rabbit hole for just 1 second.
Sure.
Look, we don't say that we have a cure all, because there's not a cure all for the vaccinated, but there is things that are helping, and we're watching it help people.
That's
So
right.
if you're one of those people that have been vaccinated out there somewhere, get a hold of Kim. She can give you the right direction to where you need to go with that, please, because we've helped out a lot of people, and it seems to
Yes.
be helping their lives out. And I think that what they're coming up with next, you need to be rid of what you've had prior to, before this
100%.
next part happens. So I want to get that out of the way, because it's very important. I mean, look, we're all God's children. We're all working for the same thing. And it really does pain me to go to these events, and you and I have been all across this country, up and down, left and right. We have
Yes.
traveled.
Yeah.
Even traveled abroad. So we've seen it all. We've heard all the stories, and there's a lot that we don't have time today to share. And it's mortifying. I mean, it's so terrifying to understand what have happened in these families, and the heartache and the pains, and even the screams. I mean, just the screams in the hospital, talking to nurses when their family members were dying. Think about all that pain that these people went through.
Yeah.
We've got to stop it. We can't do nothing. And I'm speaking to the audience. We can't do nothing unless we come together. We can't do nothing without fighting this. California has the best chance. That's why we're here today. And that little QR code on there, I mean, it means everything. If you want to stop it, and look, in the beginning, they kept saying jab, 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 jab. But then at the end of the day, when you look at what happened, then they just came right out blatantly and said, hey, we screwed up.
Yeah.
They told you they screwed up. We were telling the whole world, hey, don't take it. Don't take it. God gave you this body to operate accordingly. He gave you the tools from birth to know what you needed to do. Now, some people were forced into it. They were rather, they're going to get fired. Their whole livelihood was down, or they were somewhere else and they got forced into it and there was nothing to do. Like my daughter got forced into taking a jab at school for sports. They're like your whole sports career is done unless you take the jab. And here it is, a person that's top 5 in the country, and what she does, she took it.
Completely.
So now we're trying to unwind all that with protocol.
Yeah.
But it's devastating. We've got to come together. This has to be the one that makes it in, so all the other states can fall in behind, and all those people that have suffered, that have lost loved ones, have retribution coming to them. Now, the biggest thing that I see is we need to get pharmaceuticals back in America under American control.
Oh my gosh. It's time to say goodbye to the pharmaceutical industry. But yes, 100%.
Well, yeah. Right. So, but more than a naturopathic way, which we're working towards, we're seeing that happen. We may need to rename pharmaceutical to naturopathic, but we need to do something. But we need it more where we're eyes on here. We need to get out the corruption of the cabal out of America. And we need to revamp this. And the only way we're going to do it is start laying out the groundwork, and the groundwork starts right here.
And it starts right here. And so just to correct, that QR code just goes to my show, the Take Your Power Back show, where you can see all the work that Mark and I have done. Mark and I have done a few shows together. So you definitely want to, tap on in. But you want to go to givesengo.com/freedom to choose. That's givesengo.com, freedom to choose. Please donate, guys. We have this telethon going all day long to stand for those that have been vaxxed, those that were coerced, those that are no longer with us, the plaintiffs that are fighting for their voices being heard. They're fighting for justice. And remember, this telethon is paramount to raising the funds to keep our jab mandate cases alive in the LA County court system, to take it to SCOTUS. That's going to be key. Now, we are the only jab mandate cases alive in the court system again. Many cases were thrown out or settled out of the courtroom. There are 5,000 plaintiffs that have been involved from LA City and the county public workers and first responders that have suffered the loss of their jobs. off or refusing to take the jab, as well as injuries for those being coerced to take the jab. We have over 100 defendants named. Now, those defendants are people like Gavin Newsom. Yeah, you all know him, right? We're trying to get that guy out fast. Former LA Mayor Garcetti, state and local health officials. So it is so important, guys, that we support this mandate. And I'm going to really direct you guys. Not only am I going to direct you to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose, but I'm going to direct you to the website because the website is rich. There are tools here for you. If you're still in a situation where you are, in a workplace, your kid is in school and you are being coerced, you are being pressured, you actually have the ability to take your power back. I want you to go to freedomtochoose.com. That's freedomtochoose.com. The website has a plethora of information. They've got downloadables, but it's a real toolkit for you guys to take your power back. And we needed this so much in the midst of COVID. So I'm so grateful to Kimberly and Neil that have worked so hard behind the scenes and the entire Freedom to Choose team to make this happen. Now, Mark, I'm going to project something out. I don't want to project it out as if it's going to happen. I just declare in the name of Jesus that the plan for round 2 is canceled right now. That's what I'm just going to declare. But
Absolutely.
What is another way that we can, because number one, to take our power back, it's going to be to support this. Okay. This is going to speak loud and clear by people supporting this. This is the kind of mandate, a court order. This is the kind of mandate we need to support, right? Because it's going to not only impact the state of California, all those plaintiffs and those families, it's going to impact the entire country. And we know California sets the precedents for the United States. The United States sets the precedents for the world. So if they were to try to do something like this again, Mark, what do you see we have in place today for we the people to truly take our power back?
Well, one thing I can say is the patriot movement that has taken place the past 4 years have really educated. We've been on stage so many times, you and I, everywhere, educating the public on what to what to look for, what signs. But one thing that we've all learned, and I think what's come out on regular social media and regular news, is that we realize that we can't trust our own government. So anything they do, we don't trust it. So I think the education part of what we've done is probably our biggest tool that we have to use is use good sense and say, hey, I don't trust it. You see what happened the first time. I think so. I think with all of what's been done, and there's many of us that really have stepped out into our power. You and I talk about take your power back all the time. It's so important. The reason why you came up with that phrase for your business was, taking your power back. That means everything. Right. That means taking everything back, taking your sovereign back, taking taking everything that God gave you back to you. And that's also taking your knowledge back to understanding, hey, I don't trust my government. I need to second guess this. I need to second question it. And I think the education part of that's where we really filled in.
Knowledge is power. So we're going to make a little bit of a correction right now. When I told you guys to go to freedomtochoose.com, I'm going to correct that right now because knowledge is power. I want you to go to freedomtochooseusa.com. That's freedom chooseusa.com. Now, this website is awesome, guys. Remember what I said, it is your toolbox to fight this tyranny. Now, to donate, you want to go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. This is how we take our power back. We do have the freedom to choose where we're going to spend our money. Does this mean I give up my Starbucks? Well, Starbucks is horrible for me. Okay. So yes, I'll give up my Starbucks this week. Yes, I'll donate this week. I always look for, I go, okay, God, where can I give? Yes, I tithe because God asks me to give back. He gives me so much, right? So not only do I get to give back to God, but he always shows me different areas where I can give a little, because if all of us give a little bit goes a long way. A little for some is $1,000. A little for some is $10,000. A little for some is $1. So whatever you can give can make the difference. I want you to think of those family members who are hurting. This is going to go to support the case, to right the wrong. This situation we're in this country right now, it's not right or left anymore. It's right versus wrong. And that's exactly what they're doing with this case. It's right versus the wrongs done to the people. We are taking our power back. Now, the website has a tab. Check this out. I've got Betty. Betty in the back end is working with me. Thank God. She's amazing. Thanks, Betty. So Betty is telling me that the website has a tab called The Vault. I was on there today. The Vault is pretty awesome. Now, the Vault is where you can find all the documents. And these are the tools that you're going to utilize to take your power back, so you're never in that situation where you're feeling powerless. Powerless is from the pit of hell. It is not from a gracious God. There is always a resource and a tool being available. It means that we step outside of fear and we step back into love, because remember, fear puts us in lower brain, fight, flight, and freeze. And the Bible says when we are in fear, he says, there is no fear in love, because perfect love drives out fear. When we
Amen.
move into his abundance and into love, it's then that we are open. We get back into the space of creation. We are co-creators with Christ. And then we begin to see, okay, there are alternatives. There are resources. There are choices. We've got to remember that in the midst of this tyranny, we are not victims of Satan. We are victors in Christ, and we together will take our power back. Support this initiative. GiveSendGo.com/freedom to choose. Mark Anthony.
I'm just smiling back over here. I love it when you get on that task. I mean, we talk all the time about what God's love is, and
Yes.
And a lot of people, it don't directly affect them, so they don't have any. It's like, yeah. But the reality is, God's watching. We're all His people, and I always think, I want to push in that presence of being with God and whatever I can do to help.
Yes.
And I've put myself out before. I mean, you have too, Kim. I've watched you put yourself out, just to know that God was in it that far. And I think that you can tithe to the church. There's not any much difference in tithing to a good cause as well. So I think that we just need to go back and reevaluate who we are as people, and say, hey, what do I need to do? And ask God to kind of lead the way. So, yeah.
100%. Mark, I really wish that when all of this took place, that we had things like this website in place. Freedom to choose USA.com, because if I would have known the vault was available, right? And I'm sure none of us knew any of this was going to happen. So of course these things weren't in place, but if things like the vault at freedom to choose USA.com were available, then I would have known how to really help a lot of the family members, right? And people out there, because there were a lot of people reaching out to us. We did the best we could with the information we had.
Right.
But having a resource like this is so important. So I'll tell you what, the next time these guys come at us, the global elite, which really is the satanic cabal, comes at us to destroy God's creation, we have some tools in place. And I think one of the number one tools that we've always had is the power of prayer. So you know what I'd love to do right now, Mark? I think we'd do this space a disservice if we didn't take time to pray today. Take time to pray over this, pray over all of those families. You want to dial and I'll hang up?
Well, here's what I want to say to that. Let's wait on good old Scotty to get back in here, and let's do it all three together, just like we did back in the good old days.
Awesome. Love it.
So I think that's good. you know, and prayer has helped us a lot. And of course, we ask God and the Holy Spirit to help guide us in everything that we do. And you know, I have to say that everything that we have touched as a group, and we knew that God was in it, has prospered, you know, tremendously. And I believe today, listeners that are going to listen to this are going to see it and they're going to give. I'm claiming it. I'm
Yeah.
declaring it in Jesus' name.
Yes.
So,
In
you know,
Jesus' name. Come on.
so it's one of those. It's just really heartfelt. You know, I work with children, um, and I've watched some of probably the most horrific things that anybody never wants to see, across the board, on the border, in the in the townships, in the states, and so forth, so on. But that's not what this show's about. But what I want to say is, we have to come together. You know, the country's still so far divided, but on an issue like this, we should all be standing side by
That's right.
side, demanding accountability and helping.
Yes.
Look, there's what, 3.3 billion people in America.
Yeah.
Is that what it
Yeah.
is? And you take what the adults out of there. If everybody just gave $1, we could end this with one stroke.
That's right. Oh my gosh, that would be phenomenal if everybody gave $1. That's huge. Isn't that funny? Just that little bit. It goes such a long way. You know, Mark, I was thinking, you know, well, givesendgo.com, guys, freedom to choose / freedom to choose. I love Give Send Go. They're amazing. They've hosted our Take Our Border Back platform.
Great folks.
We love them. Givesendgo.com / freedom to choose. I was thinking about when my kids were little, Mark. And, you know, if my kids were little in the midst of COVID, Mark, I would not have necessarily known the right thing to do. I may have, if I was in the school system, I may have been one of those moms that said, oh my gosh, I don't want something to happen to my kids, nor do I want something to happen to the other kids, right? I may have bought into that narrative. I may have drank the Kool-Aid, the lies the media was pouring out. I may have been one of those moms that got my kids vaccinated and got myself vaccinated. So I am so grateful for these guys that are educating the people. I'm so grateful for the people that stood up now. I could imagine there's moms listening and dads listening right now that are feeling guilty as anything. They're feeling guilty because they did drink the Kool-Aid. They bought the narrative. And if you're one of those parents right now, one of those family members right now who ended up getting that vaccine, you were coerced, you felt like, hey, I'll just take the hit for my family. I got to bring money in. And you're dealing with the side effects of that. Maybe you're dealing with the guilt and the shame. I'm going to cancel that right now in the name of Jesus. We are going to cancel that. Okay. You are not a victim. We are not victims. Okay. We do the best we can with the information we have. This is where grace comes in. So I'm going to encourage you to release that, guys, and surround yourself with those people that are going to encourage you, that are going to spur you on. And here's the great thing. These are all learning opportunities. They say our mess is our message, our test, our testimony, our pain, our purpose. So throw out that guilt, get involved. And if you're somebody that was harmed by the vaccine, if you know somebody that was harmed by the vaccine, now is the time that you can join us in the fight. Every dollar that is donated here goes for the fight. We are going to win this case in LA. Oh yeah. And Newsom will be held accountable, and everybody that was involved in this tyranny. Guys, support the mission. Join us in this mission together. Just like you said, Mark, it's about us coming together. And this and the children, man, it's like we can't argue about that. We all agree when it comes to this, right?
Right.
So let's give $1, $2, $10, $5, $50, $100, $1,000. If you can be a big donator and donate that $100,000, guys, that's huge. That right there will push this case through and give us what we need to win. Go to givesendgo.com / freedom to choose. You get to choose. So choose powerfully.
You know, Kim, we we talk about the kids and stuff. There were a lot of private schools that demanded the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
So a lot of children were affected by this. Not so much, we talk about the adult side of it, but they were a tremendous amount of children that were affected by it, and there were children that perished because of it. So, and there's a lot of complications even still today with people that we know that are still dealing with the after effects of it. So, it's across the board of what that looks like. I know that when we talk, it sounds like on an adult level, but it affected our children. And listen, when you start affecting those children, then the fight starts with me.
100%. I've got a new grandbaby on the way. I'm so excited. Like my second grandbaby. I mean, I'm 55 years old, 4 children, a little grandbaby, and 1 more on the way. And so Mama was in the film industry. Mama was on a TV show, and Mama couldn't finish up her TV show, and her show was paying her about $20,000 a month easily. Right. So she had this real battle. She's like, I can't keep my SAG membership. I can't stay on the show unless I get the vax. So she got that vax. And I'll tell you what, I pray for her. I pray for healing in Jesus' name over her, healing over my grandbabies, that there'll be no side effects, right? That the blood of Jesus just washes away that junk. Now she's doing a lot of, the protocols that I put people on to detox those heavy metals out of the body. She's taking in that nutrition so it absorbs, getting the inflammation down in the body. She's doing the right things, which is great. But I know there's a lot of families out there who probably are in the same situation. So God hears our prayers, and we have to remember that.
Absolutely. It's what we run on. That's our, people can stop at the gas station. We stop at the prayer station.
It's true. Okay, so last night. Okay, so check this out. All right, so I was at the governor meeting last night, right?
Right.
The governor meeting last night. Oh, and by the way, in the back end, the team is saying, are you kidding? SAG pushed that? Well, they may not have verbally come out, but she couldn't work her job. She could not work her job as an actress on a TV show unless she was vaccinated.
Right.
So did SAG push it? We need to all be asking that question. That's for sure. So last night, here I was at the CRA meeting in San Bernardino yesterday. And so the interview that I did with, with Chad Bianco, Sheriff Chad Bianco in LA, who's running for governor, it has gone. I walked in the room and everyone's like, oh my gosh, you're the one that did the interview. You're the one that did the interview, right? And Zachy was there. And then we've got Serpa that's running for governor there. Markham was there. It was amazing to be able to be there. And California, I share this right now because we are taking our power back all across the board in the state of California. Yes, it's really red. Okay. And it's a matter of us coming together and taking our elections back, taking our power back in the state of California with this case right now that you all can support at givesandgo.com/freedom to choose. Guys, go and support. So last night, after I left that event, it was an amazing event. We got to powwow. We've got the next show with Steve Hilton coming up on May 8th at the Take Your Power Back show. What ends up happening is I see this guy coming up to my car. Now I have my Take Your Power Back show signs on my red FJ Cruiser, right? So I'm pumping the gas tank, getting ready to make my drive back to San Diego. And this homeless guy, it was freezing there, by the way. He's all bundled up and he's got his bags and, he seemed pretty kind of coherent. And he's like, hey, he's trying to talk to me about my sign. And so I'm back in the car now. And so I unroll the window and he's asking me questions about the show. And God says, what are you going to do with that food that you just had that you're bringing leftovers to your kids? What are you going to do with that food? Are you going to keep it in the car for the next 2 hours? Or are you going to feed this man? It was really cool. It's how awesome God is. I'm like, okay. So he ended up, walking away. We talked for a moment. He ended up walking down. I drove my car over to him and we had a conversation. And I just really, what was on my heart was that he gets connected with the Dream Center, because I know the Dream Center loves Jesus and I know that they're going to help this man get back on his feet. So I gave him the information to that. And of course, you got to give them what they need first, food. So I gave him the food, and it's like this stuff we feel good about ourselves. You know, of course, when we give generously, just like people are giving today, givesendgo.com/freedom to choose, right? We feel good about ourselves, but here's the thing to really look at. God sees where we're giving. God sees our heart. And he says, well done, good and faithful servant. I sent over my angel dressed in homeless gear to see if you would give generously. Well, today, our freedom to choose is that homeless guy dressed up, right? And God says, you have the ability to give generously today. I see your hand. I see what you're giving. Give generously. So for Mark and I to be here today, Mark, for us to be here, we took time out of our schedule. We don't get anything from this. Yeah,
Never
we
have.
do. Yeah,
Well,
we
we
do.
get
Do you know what
we
we
get the
get? You know what
satisfaction.
we get? That
Yeah,
we're
we
doing
get
God's work, Mark.
right.
We get
But
tons from that.
we've never taken anything monetary ever.
Nothing. No, not for the whole Take Our Border Back movement. It cost us a lot monetarily, but the
But because
joy.
the American people, God's people, was important to us. I
That's
mean,
right.
I tell people, all the time. I took a lot of money out of my 401k, my savings, to help
Yeah.
us push along through, the beginning all the way into Take Our Border Back until current today. People said, "Well, why did you do that?" And I said, "Well, God will bless me," and He has,
He is
as well as we won't talk about it. But every time I do something, God blesses me, because there's nothing that I'm just doing it because I'm being forced, but
Yes.
I'm doing it out of the love that's in my heart for God and His people,
So good.
and that's the whole key.
Yes. Yes. There is this wonderful example of generosity, right? So these are all very biblical, biblical proverbs or biblical teachings to give generously, right? And so when we give, there is this example that our Pastor Jurgen at Awaken Church, absolutely love him. He's my pastor. So he uses this example, Mark, of the Red Sea versus the Dead Sea. The Red Sea is filled with fish and life and abundance, right? The Dead Sea's dead. Yeah, there's stuff in there, but it's pretty dead. So it's kind of like this. This is how generosity works. It's kind of like you've got think about what happens when a storm happens. The rain comes down, right? And then you've got all the precipitation, everything picks up. It's this flow. It's the cycle. It comes down, it comes back up. It's the cycle, the whole weather pattern. It's a cycle, right? Generosity is that cycle. It comes back to us over and over and over. Generosity is like the Red Sea or like the sea. It's full of life. It comes back to you. It feeds you. It fuels you, right? The Dead Sea is exactly what it is. When we are not generous, it's dead. There's no life in it. The only way, it's a natural, he does such a good work. I got to get his sermon out there because it was just so good the way he says it. But it's the way life is meant to work. When we give generously, we are blessed generously. Now, do I give just to be blessed? Well, I don't give just to be blessed, but gee whiz, God's blessings are better than man's blessings. I want to give because I know God gives generously. So, our last call to action before we get ready to pass it on over to Tammy Garcia, I believe her name is Tammy Garcia, and Scotty back in the room, is, guys, go and give today. We are so excited that you're here. We're so excited that Scotty's back, but we want to encourage you to give generously. If you haven't given yet, go to givesendgo.com, freedom to choose. You don't want to walk away from here going, oh man, I said I'll do it later, but then you forgot and didn't do it. You don't want to walk away from here saying, meeting somebody a week from now who's been injured by COVID and going, oh man, I should have given to that, right? You have the opportunity to give. Go give. givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. You get to choose. Take your power back and support this freedom to choose.
Welcome back, Scotty.
Hey, guys, when I do these, this is the second telethon, of course, where I had figured I'll take 1 hour off in the 12 hours just to eat. And thank you. I just ate. Feel a lot better. But when I think about who do I have fill in for me, beyond the trust that I have with you, Kim, and of course you, Mark, I know you're the best promoter. I mean, you just promote the heck out of in a genuine way, and you understand why people donate.
Yeah.
From a God perspective, and
Yeah.
I mean, it is really, this is a chance to hold them accountable.
Yes.
You know, I'm not picking on anybody. We all bitch, moan, and gripe. We all have beefs, but there's a lot of people out there. I'm not necessarily saying just this audience that bitch, moan, and gripe about nothing's going on. We don't have accountability, and where are the arrests, and where's the RV? What's happening with the NAR? Bob, on and on and on. Well, guess what? This is a chance to actually be a part of something and do something to create that accountability.
Yes.
And you know, we can't just rely on Trump and Scott Bassett and Pam Bondi and
That's
Cash
right.
Patel and General Flynn. We have to be a part of the fight. They expect us to be a part of the fight. Mark, you know
Yes.
that. Mark, you're pretty close to the circle and from a security and intelligence point of view. Don't they expect us to be a part of the fight in a big way?
Absolutely. You know, they're waiting on us. I mean, I keep, I just had this conversation yesterday. You know, they're waiting on us. It's like Sean Taylor, Sean Doge is doing, into the trillions of dollars, and we got cases that's worth, are in the billions of dollars, and we got cases in the trillions of dollars. And I'm saying, hey guys, what are we waiting on? We're waiting for the American people to reach out and grab each other's hands and walk together and fight together, stand up, ask for accountability, and take their power back. So if you want to take your power back, this is the way to do it. This is fighting the cabal and winning. This is how we do it. Stop being a part of the problem and be part of the solution.
That's right.
And I know money's tight for everybody. That's why
Absolutely.
I say even a dollar. It's not how much, it's the act of giving.
Act of giving.
And it's the act of participating in the fight and standing for freedom and being a warrior. And we could go on with the adjectives and superlatives, but I thank you guys. Kim, you're a much better promoter than I am.
Oh, you do a great job. It's always an honor, Scotty, to be in a space with you and
thank
Mark,
you
two
so
of my
much.
most favorite people in the whole universe.
I mean, we had such a good time working together with Take Our Border Back
Yeah,
and Take
we
Our Ex
did.
Back.
Yes,
And you know,
we
after
did.
our first event, I remember doing some rough numbers. Remember, I came to you guys, said we had close to 100 million impressions.
Amazing.
From our promotions. We
Yeah,
were on
yeah.
every show, even Tucker Carlson.
And
Because
CNN, hot mic to CNN, 14
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
We're nationalist Christians.
we hit
Christian
every podcast, and Glenn Beck was talking about Take Our Border Back. Tucker had Doc P. Chambers on. Hope he's doing well. Shout out to Doc Pete. He's always doing great things. He's always out saving the kids. You remember when he showed up to the event, he swam across the river? Didn't he swim across the river to show up at one of the events, Mark?
Yeah, he did. It's a long story. We can't go into that on the screen, but yeah, he did. He's a warrior, and he's gonna be with us at the Rev 17 up in Northern California, speaking with me and Kim coming up soon. So we love Doc Pete.
Out saving kids, probably, right? Probably saved 3 little kids before he swam across the river to show up for our event. It's like,
That's
I'm here. We all drove in. He swims across the channel, so to speak. Really great guy. Just such a warrior. Kim, tell everybody where they can find you. And Mark, I don't know where you're directing people this day, but Kim, go ahead and tell our audience where to find you. Your URL's on the screen.
You can find all of my shows when you go to takeyourpowerbackshow.com. That's takeyourpowerbackshow.com will direct you to my Rumble, Take Your Power Back Show, my X at Real Kim Yeater, or my Facebook at Real Kimberly Yeater and the Take Your Power Back Show. We love you. And I just want to say to all the listeners today, all those warriors, you have a lot of warriors that led today, Scotty. an honor to be with you and an honor to come together. And Scotty, we would not have done what we did with the Take Our Border Back movement if it wasn't for we the people and all the patriot warriors that stood with us on this next leg of the race and us taking our country back, because that's what it's going to take. Local action equals national impact, like General Flynn says. It's going to take all of us powerfully uniting.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is we need to be in the fight. We know it's at a local level. None of us have the wherewithal and the power and the might and the money to impact globally or even nationally, but on a local level at the school boards, county boards, city hall. How many people here even know the name of their county board members or their school board members? Not too many. And that's not a criticism.
Yeah.
That's just an accentuation point of why we need to get involved at a local level. So,
That's right.
Kim, thank you very much. I understand you wanted to pray. I want to bring somebody in
Yes.
before you pray, because he's our
yes.
next guest, and I
Yeah.
think you guys are going to recognize this gentleman. I
I
think
love
you
it.
would recognize this man.
Oh, I love it. One of my favorite people. Hold on. I have a signed copy right here from you. Hello, it's good to see you.
Everybody knows this man if they've been around the freedom movement.
Yes.
2009, I picked up that book and read it. I was pretty green.
Mhm.
I, like many people, thought the Federal Reserve was part of the government. The U.S. must be run by the Treasury. Well, we now know there's nothing federal about it, and there's never been any reserves, the way they rehypothecate money. But this man opened more people's eyes, truly, than anybody I know. Anybody that read that book understood it all revolves around the Federal Reserve. We're going to talk about that, but I wanted him to sit in on your prayer because I know he's a man
I
of God
love
too.
it. Well, before we pray, Mark, where can people reach you?
They can reach me at veteransforchildrescue.org, or you can follow Kim. I'm usually somewhere in the midst of the background, or Scotty.
Yep.
So I'm somewhere between those. But like I said, veteransforchildrescue.org. They can find me there.
Come on. All right. So who's dialing? I'll close us out, but who's dialing in?
I'm gonna let you dial us in, Kim.
Go ahead.
All the
Kim.
way. I want you to reel it
All
in
the
all
way.
the way.
I have to
Well,
hold
I
on,
think
Tara.
we listen. To even take our border back. I mean, we were always like, Kim. She's just a great speaker, and she's just really heartfelt, and she just does a great job at it. I wonder if she sits in the closet the whole time like this, giving her prayers.
So awesome. God is good. Now, what we have to remember is our words have the power to bring life or death. The words we speak are the choice morsels we declare. There is something I want to share with you guys before I pray. It says, mistakes, errors, or seeming loss are all learning opportunities. They cause us to outperform ourselves the next time. They motivate us towards our goal of doing God's work, our goal of excellence. And the scripture is Isaiah 61:7. Instead of shame and dishonor, you will enjoy a double share of honor. So those that have been wounded, you're going to get a double share of blessing. You will possess a double portion of prosperity in your land. What the enemy has taken, God will give you back over and over, and everlasting joy will be yours. Father, we come before you in the name of Jesus. Daddy, Abba, Father, I am. We come before you and we honor you. We thank you. We praise you. We are here on this earth for such a time as this because you have chosen us. You've intricately designed us, knit us together in our mother's womb. You've allowed us to go through all the challenges that we've gone through so that we can be used by you. I pray in the name of Jesus that all listening right now, they will be reminded that they are the hands and the feet, Father, your hands and feet. They are the mouthpiece for you. We are the mouthpiece for you, God. Give us eyes to see so that we are not deceived, but awakened. Give us ears to hear, to discern the truth, that wisdom and the discernment, Father God. We pray for all those who took the jab or were vaxxed. I pray right now, I speak to every cell. I speak to every organ. I speak to every muscle. I speak to every neurotransmitter. I speak life. Jesus is the great physician. I speak life. Jesus is the great healer. I speak life and healing in Jesus' name. I pray for this court, for this mandate, for the freedom to choose. I pray for everything going on in the courtroom right now, all the funding coming in for this, Father God, the $100,000 raised right now in the name of Jesus. I pray that this falls on the ears of the judges, the courts. It falls on them as truth. They can see the truth, Father God. They hear the voice of the people, Father God. Justice is served, Father, in the name of Jesus. Father, bless the family that put this together. Bless Kimberly and Neil. Bless Betty. Bless the whole backdrop. Bless Scotty as he continues on today, as well as G. Edward Griffin, Father. Bless Mark and I as we go. Father, we love you. We praise you. We thank you that we get to be alive right now. May the patriots, may the warriors come together unified, Father. We love you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Hey, Scotty,
Thank you, guys.
just as being, me and Kim are speakers and it's not normal, well, I guess it can be normal, but we're going to donate $500 to the people of California. So,
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, guys.
okay.
We really
So we love
appreciate
you.
it.
We love you
we
guys.
love you guys both. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your Sunday. And we'll talk soon, of course.
You too.
Absolutely.
We'll
Thank
talk to
you.
you very soon.
Thanks for having
God
us.
bless
Thank you,
you.
guys.
Bless.
Thank you, Mark. Oops, got to add him back. He's the reason we're here the next hour. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, he probably doesn't need an introduction, but I will say that in 2009, I read the seminal book, the preeminent book about the Federal Reserve System, the fiat money system, and how the central bankers control everything. So appropriate to talk about the Fed and the bankers today when we're talking about the COVID agenda, the jab, and their Bill Gates plan, which he is openly on a TED Talk talking about eliminating 10 to 15% of the world population if they do a good job with jabs. This man was warning us in 1969. I found videos online of G. Edward Griffin warning America of the CCP in particular, of the one world government, so to speak. I don't know if they called it the New World Order back then. And then you started something in, was it 2020, your first Red Pill Expo?
Was that 2017?
17. Okay. I couldn't remember. I went to the first one. I said, if I ever get a chance to meet the man in person and shake his hand, I'll go, and wherever that may be. And there it was in 2017, the Red Pill Expo. In 2020, that's the date I had in mind. Couple of radio executives, G. Edward, didn't know anything about the Federal Reserve. They were running big radio networks. They didn't understand anything. They didn't understand the COVID agenda. So I started educating them. They said, well, we're going to give you a microphone. We want you to tell our audience what you told us about the Federal Reserve. And guess where I learned every bit of it? From you, of course, in your book. So detailed, so well written. It's like a mystery movie, a thriller, so many things. Where did it all start for you? Would you tell everybody, where did you get this impetus for digging in, rolling up your sleeves, like a super sleuth, and uncovering and having the guts to come out and say it all?
Well, that's a good one. I get that question asked a lot. And I have to say, in all honesty, that my answer is different every time, I guess, depending on my mood and also depending on my memory and depending on how you look at it. You know, you can cut a piece of wood this way and look at the grain, and then you cut the same piece of wood in that angle, and the grain is entirely different, but it's still the same piece of wood. So there are authentic answers to this question that are different. So with that as a preliminary excuse as to why what I'm about to say may not line up entirely with what I've said before, it's all part of that same piece of wood, Scotty. most most of the questions like that I get are based on the assumption that there was some kind of a major event, like I got struck by a bolt of lightning, or someone presented me with a piece of evidence that I could not bear to watch, or something, and it changed my life. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, that's not the case. I eased into and continue to ease into my position that I am in now, and my understanding of what's going on in the world. And every day, almost every hour of my life, I learn something more that adds a little more understanding to what I had previously. And so it's a long journey, but nevertheless, it's an honest question, and I think my experience might be encouragement to a lot of people who are in the position of saying, well, how many times do I hear it? But what can the average person do? You know, they become aware of what's going on in the world a little bit at a time, like we all do. But as it builds up, they finally get to the point, oh my gosh, these people we're up against, whoever they are, however you want to describe them, and we might want to come back to that issue later on, but whoever these people are, they own everything. They own the money system. They create the money. These are the bankers. They're crooked. I thought they were honest people, but they're crooked. They own the politicians. They run the government. They run the schools. They have the armies. They control over the armies. What do you think I can do about that? What can the average person do against that? It sort of descended on me a couple of years ago. I hadn't planned on the answer. It just came out, and it was this. It says, well, there's nothing that the average person can do. You're licked. You can't beat all that. So if you really want to see a change, stop being average, you know, do something and become a little above average. The average person doesn't want to learn. They don't want to know about these facts. They don't want to take the time to become involved. They don't want to spend any money on solving the problem. They don't want to spend time. Books bore them. They rather watch Dancing with the Stars. They don't want to hear bad news. They don't want to be unfriendly to their associates. They don't want to speak the truth because it's unpleasant. They want to maintain their social status. They surely don't want to endanger their job. They don't want to rock the boat. So that's why the average person can't do anything. So if we really want to do something, we have to stop being average, which is kind of a reversal of what we were taught in school. We go to public schools and they teach us to be average. They say, you know, be a team player. You know, go along, don't rock the boat. Respect authority. Well, that sounds pretty good, but that authority means don't question. That statement means don't ask questions of people with authority. You're supposed to take them at face value. You're supposed to trust your leaders. In other words, we're taught in school, which is a very bad idea. On that topic of trusting your leaders, how many of us really were taught that in school? Not necessarily directly, but indirectly. You know, like respect your parents. It's kind of like that. You know, trust your parents. Well, sometimes you can't trust your parents, but if you can't trust your parents, who can you trust? And the answer is nobody, really, when it comes down to really important issues. And when you have people tinkering around with your liberties and your freedom and your money and your lifestyle and what you can say and what you can think and all the things, you better be very careful of those people. I would trust them if I were you, because I think Thomas Jefferson. I'm going to come back to your question, by the way.
Okay.
You'll find out if you don't already know. I digress quite often, but I'll come back to your question. But this idea of trust makes me think of that famous letter that was written to Thomas Jefferson shortly after the ratification of the Constitution. The first Federation was turned into the Congress of the United States of America. And Jefferson got a letter from a friend of his who was the doctor. And the doctor said, well, Mr. Jefferson, and by the way, we know about this letter because it's in the new Constitution. And I think in the letter, he actually called it correctly. Now that we have this republic, how can we be sure that only good men are in positions or in office, government positions of authority. And Jefferson's answer is the key to this whole thing. It was almost irate. He said, this is a paraphrase, he said, let us not speak of good men in office. Let us not speak of good men in office. Rather, let us bind men down with the chains of the Constitution. And there you had it. Because he had the wisdom. If he were saying that today in modern vernacular, he would say something like, good men in office? You got to be kidding. Because he knew what we should know. And that is, whenever you have any institution that has a concentration of great wealth and authority and power over human activity, whether it be governments or schools or media or whatever it is, even churches, organizations, whenever you have this concentration of power in the form of influence and money, that institution becomes a magnet to the predator class. And all the con artists in the world want to go into government because that is a safe harbor for them to do what they want to do and get away with it. And they're the ones that put other people in jail. They're the ones that did pass the rules. So it's a good, safe place to be. If you want to violate the rules, well, you write the rules and you enforce the rules. So Jefferson understood that. And so you come away from that understanding and you realize that politics is not a place where you look for people to trust. I have to laugh every time I'm driving down the highway and I see a road over there that says, vote for John Jones, the man you can trust. Just because they say a man you can trust, what does that mean? Probably means maybe you should question why he's telling you to trust him. He's not asking you to trust him on the basis of his actions or anything, but just trust him because it says so on the sign. Well, anyway, I digress on that, but I think that one of the keys to understanding my path in my awareness and development of how I started and where I am today is a gradual appreciation of the wisdom of that little bit of knowledge. And one of the things that struck me in the beginning of all of this was how little I really knew. I was born and raised into the America that I thought was the country of our forefathers. I thought we lived, when I was born, which was 93 years ago, when I was born, I thought I was still living in the world where the principles of our founding fathers were understood and venerated, and they were respected. I didn't realize that already, even at my birth, most of that was gone. This predator class had worked its way into our social systems and our governmental systems and our media, everywhere. And they had gradually eroded all those original principles. It was like an eggshell that had been emptied of the inside of the egg through a little tiny hole. And you look at it, it looks like the original egg, but it's empty. And I didn't realize that when I was born into this country, this facade of what I was taught was the America that I dreamed about, I revered and still do, by the way, was an empty eggshell in many cases. It's even gotten emptier since then. But anyway, now we get back to your question. I'll try and make this short, having gone through all of that. I started off as a young man, like most young people in America. I was totally wrapped up with myself. I hadn't really considered much other than how am I doing? What am I going to do when I get out of school? Am I going to get a good job? Am I going to find a beautiful wife I can marry? I'm going to have some kids. Can I make a lot of money? Can I live in a penthouse? Can I have a yacht? Or, what? It's all about me, and my family and so forth. It wasn't until I picked up a pamphlet one day, a little blue pamphlet. And as I recall, the title of it was The Truth About the United Nations. And I read it, and it shocked me and it made me very irate because this is a college professor from some unknown, to me, some small university in the Midwest somewhere. And here is this professor had the audacity to say that you shouldn't trust the United Nations. He has all this money and all this power, but you should trust them. And he was saying that I mean, I was taught you should trust them, but he was saying, no, don't trust them because what they're really up to is not what they say they're up to. It's all deceit. And I was irate because I had been taught in school that the United Nations was our last best hope for peace. So I was very irate. But I started to check into it, and I'm going to condense this story. I went to the library, read a few books written by United Nations personnel, and I got it from their perspective. And they openly admitted in some cases that their job, really their primary job, was to fool the public, to make them think that they were doing things that were popular to talk about, when in reality they were doing things that they thought were necessary, but which would not pass the approval of the general public. And so the art of government, I was learning from people inside the United Nations writing about this. The art of government was to deceive the people. I thought, wait a minute, okay. This idea of, for the greater good of the greater number, you can do anything. I discovered that was the mantra of what we're up against. It's called collectivism. But I didn't know any of that at the time. So I read this booklet and that jolted me. So I started to read some more material. And it took about a year before I got to the position where my gosh, what I thought I was living in was a dream. It was a myth. And I was concerned about the future of America. I didn't think about vaccines, for example. I was just thinking about general liberties. The idea to reject a vaccine would be an impossible question. I mean, everybody knew you can't force someone to take an injection against their will in those days. That's not what America is all about. Who controls your body if it's not you? So I wouldn't even consider such possibilities. But even what I was able to consider on the basis of what I was reading was that America was in trouble in the future. So I decided to quit my job with a large corporation. It was a good paying job. I was on the corporate ladder. There was no question in my mind that I was eventually going to be that vice president of a big company, or maybe the president, live in a penthouse and have all those materialistic dreams come true. But suddenly I discovered that I had a crusader gene. And I decided to think about outside of my skin. What about the future? What about other people? What about people around the nation? What about people in other countries? What about humankind? What about our great-great-grandchildren? What about this? And I became a different person. It seems like it was almost overnight when I started to think outside of my skin. So I quit my job, and my poor wife thought I was insane, which I was. And she said, well, how are we going to put groceries on the table? I said, I don't know. We'll figure out a way. So that's when I started to produce little low-budget documentary films and to give speeches on various topics. And to me, it was a big event. If I could stand in front of some group of 30 or 40 people in a living room that a neighbor had put together and got their friends together to hear me talk about the United Nations or some other topic of interest in the tone of which I'm speaking, I thought it was a big deal. And then I finally realized the day came when it was time to make films rather than to just give speeches, because you can't change the world by talking to 30 or 60 people a night. And you wear yourself out besides traveling around and all the rest, which I did. I wore myself down pretty far. That's when I decided to really go into the motion picture business. I had studied that in school. And radio, I was kind of worked my way through school in radio as an announcer. And so I went into that and I tried to use that media to project the ideas to a larger audience the ideas that I was learning. And then a publisher asked me if I would want to write a book on the United Nations, because my speeches on the UN had become fairly well known. And a lot of people were inquiring and asking me to give those speeches. And so this publisher contacted me. I was very ill at the time, by the way. I thought I was paralyzed, and the doctors had told me I had multiple sclerosis. So I thought I was on my way out. So here was an opportunity to write this book on the United Nations, and I at least would have a way to earn some money in those last few months or years of my life. So in a very maudlin way, I accepted it. Yeah, I didn't think I could write at all. I thought, that's not my field. I don't know how to write. But here was a chance to make some money and put food on the table, as my wife would say. So I said, oh, no problem. So I proceeded to gather all this information that I had already gathered from my speech, but now I had to document it. And it took me, oh, I don't know, probably about a year, 9 months to a year to get that phase done. And the day came for me to start to write the first page of my first book. And I knew I couldn't write. So if you've ever seen a movie where they depict an author who has writer's cramp and he can't write, he'll type something and that's no good. He wrinkles up the paper, throws it away, and he's hovering around. I can't write. I can't get this out. That was me in real life, in real motion. And finally, I got to the point where I said, I can't write. I'll just do something like Mersey Doge, little, A, B, C, D, E. I write anything. And I started to jab at the typewriters in those days now, not computers. And out came this gibberish. And then I found myself writing the following phrase. I said, how can you describe or even introduce something like the United Nations, a topic that is so large and so huge and so misunderstandable, so complicated? It's like trying to grasp a huge glass ball, so large that you can't even feel the curvature around it. How can you grasp it and lift it? It's just impossible. And I read it and I said, that's kind of graphic. Maybe I'll use that. And then my next sentence was, well, it's like you have to, if you want to cover a topic like this, it's like you have to move a mountain. Okay, let's move the mountain. This is the first shovel. That's how I started my book. After I got through past those 2 sentences, I kind of enjoyed it. So that's kind of picturesque. I could do that. And first thing you know, I was on page 14. I discovered in that moment of anguish that I could write. Not only that, but I enjoyed it. And according to the sales of my books, that people seem to like it also. That's how I got into writing. And then one thing led to another. I had a great educational path ahead of me. And Scotty, the bottom line to all this is that I'm not alone in this. I think most people are like this in their life path. We start off in one direction, but that's not where we wind up. We run into obstacles. And those obstacles, even though they are painful at the time, in my case at least, every one of the major obstacles of my life, like that being ill, for example, and having no other option except to learn that I could write, that was an obstacle. It was a horrible thing. Fortunately, obviously, I didn't have multiple sclerosis. The doctors had misdiagnosed me, but I thought I did. But it forced me to take a right angle turn and do something I didn't think I could do. And it happens to be the thing I was pretty good at doing, I think. And others agree with that. So had it not been for that and a whole sequence of other obstacles thrown across my path, I wouldn't be the person I am.
I think you did a pretty good job with 500. I think The Creature of Jekyll Island is 500 plus pages, isn't it? I remember I read 500 pages.
You read 600 pages, exactly. Yeah.
Said thank you. So for a guy who didn't think he could write, boy, did you let it flow.
Well, that was 3 books later, actually, when I wrote that. My first book was The Fearful Master, a second look at the United Nations. And that was only about maybe 350 pages or something. But after I got into this swing of it, it came pretty fast. I had done all the research. Now it was just a matter of figuring out how to explain it in such a way that it's not too convoluted and the people could understand. So my takeaway is that obstacles are not to be feared; should be welcomed. That's been the story of my life, and that's about it. I have no milestone along the way. Each step was incremental. Every year that went by resulted in what I consider to be more enlightenment. I'm still in that process. I'm learning things today and this month that I never dreamed would be possible, especially with the advent of the new technology that's around us. We couldn't imagine technology like artificial intelligence, something like that. I used ChatGTP last night to get an answer to a very tough question. I couldn't believe it, how accurate it was. And I even double checked the references. I mean, it would have taken me 6 months to do what that AI program did in 10 seconds. And so I couldn't imagine that. And maybe many people today still can't imagine that. We're heading into an era they still work, no doubt, but maybe they work in a different way. And we can't be so cocky that we think we know everything, because times they are changing, and what we know that worked last year may not work this year. So that's it. How did that happen? It was about education, but it's been a long journey, and I'm still learning, and I still have much more I want to say.
Let me ask a real simple question. I watched The Wizard of Oz a whole different way after reading your book. When Toto pulls back the curtain to reveal the wizard, isn't that the Federal Reserve?
Including the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is part of it. It's probably, I won't say it's the most important part, but it could well be. It's a very important part of the whole power structure of this hidden enemy that we don't nobody knows how to describe it. I think I do, but that's because I'm cocky. I think I figured it out. But the Federal Reserve is the way in which this group of people finances what they do. It's a very expensive operation because money is at the root of most of what they can accomplish. They get people to do things they don't want to do simply by giving them huge amounts of money. Well, I can't turn that offer down. They will get people to go against their conscience. How many people are working for a corporation right now that they don't like, that they think the corporation is evil, but they're working for it, aren't they?
Sure.
Because their paycheck comes down. And they can't imagine how they would make a living if they would quit their job, as I did, and try and get a job somewhere else where maybe the corporation is also in the same category as the one they don't like. So this hidden cabal uses money as its means to accomplish its goals and to enlist the services of other people, which is what they do. That's how they can buy politicians. That's how they can buy the important positions in government. That's how they can buy positions in educational institutions. You want to take over an educational institution? Easy. Donate $5 million to it and say, by the way, now that I'm giving you this $5 million with the promise of another $5 million next year, you wouldn't mind if we put somebody on your board of directors, would you? Just to see if our money is being spent wisely? And of course, oh, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, we'd be happy to put somebody on our board of directors. And then next year, another $5 million. How about John Philip Jones? Why, he's a great guy. Do you have room on your board for him? First thing you know, the old timers are dying off, and the new ones are getting nominated with lots of paychecks attached to it. And the first thing you know, it takes about maybe 8 or 10 years, and the university is now in the hands of these people through the board of directors. It happens that way. I didn't know that. I know that now. Most people don't understand that. So, yeah, the Federal Reserve is the way in which this group, this cabal, can fund all of that. They can buy up people. And because they make the money literally out of nothing. Well, it's worse than nothing. They make it out of debt. Now, we can go into, I don't know. It's up to you. Where do you want this conversation to go? I know you want to talk about vaccines or
I want to ask you
mandatory vaccines or the principle behind it.
Can we draw a straight line between the Federal Reserve and the jab mandates that we're fighting against? Is there a straight line to be drawn, connection to be made?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a straight line. I'd say it's a little jagged line because it's hidden through money. It's the money connection. Now that's usually not a straight line. It sort of filters around, and the money flows from here to there and around and comes back. But it is a line. Why do you suppose? Okay, how do I back off on this and come into it fresh? When this COVID theater was played for us back in, what was it? Was it? I guess it was. I was not prepared for it. I thought I was pretty smart. I thought I could predict the future. Well, I never predicted that one for sure. I hadn't seen this biological connection. Anyway, when that was dumped on us, everybody was impressed by the severity of of the threat. As we were told, it was a severe threat. All of those stories and statistics were being arbitrarily created for our benefit. But at the time, we were convinced that was all valid. People were on the streets and everything. We thought it was all real, and we thought, oh my gosh, this is a pandemic. And also the next thing that happened is that all of the countries of the world, I repeat, all of the countries of the world, all of the states in the United States, all of the major cities within the United States, the people in positions of authority in those political institutions, all at once, overnight, came up with the same sentences, word for word, to describe this pandemic. It was somebody obviously had written the script and distributed it to all the power centers at the very top. And it all came out at once, regardless of the differences in culture, political persuasion. Somehow it was like waking up in the morning after a gentle rain, looking out your window and seeing that your whole lawn is covered with mushrooms. They weren't there when you went to bed last night, but in the morning when the sun hit them and the moisture was there, the mushrooms came up by the thousands, if not the millions. They were always there underground in the seeds or the spores. But when the conditions were right, they all became visible at once. And I use that as an analogy because we saw all these mushrooms come up politically everywhere in the world, all with the same line, the same words, the same ideas, and the same demands, the same solutions. Vaccines, vaccines, vaccines. And finally, mandatory vaccines because people were not going for it fast enough. And so now that's the connection. How did that happen? Those people, those mushrooms, those spores, let's put them there, were in many cases planted there decades ago. And it was a long-term process that we were not aware of. I became aware of it back in the 60s, as you pointed out, but none of my friends, or very few of them, were aware of it. If I tried to describe it to them, they'd say, you know, you're out of your mind. That's not good. This is America. You know, that couldn't happen here. And but now we can see it. And those people were selected. Many of them were given scholarships to go to certain universities and get certain degrees. And if they got the correct degrees, they were given the proper handshake, so to speak, to get a job and work their way up into positions of authority in various governments around the country and around the world. It became the topic of educational promotions, it became a topic of seminars, conferences, books. The whole system, if you look under the surface, you can see was pushing toward this direction. And all of it required funding. And that money had to come from somebody that got it real cheap or real easy. And that's where the Federal Reserve System comes in, because the Federal Reserve has the power granted to it, stupidly granted to it by Congress, to create money out of debt. So if you want to fund something like this, just go borrow some money. Tells you that you don't have to pay it back. We have ways of covering it if you default in your loan. That's basically what goes on. You get the money. You aren't really going to be seriously punished if you don't pay it back. And there are ways that there are government grants that can help you pay it back. All of the time, the government is getting its money from money created by the Federal Reserve. And if you chase it back, you find out the Federal Reserve System and its ability to make money, huge amounts of money, endless amounts of money, simply by loaning it into existence. Now you understand how all of this can be funded, because governments are the first ones up to the trough to get those kinds of loans.
So I look at Operation Paperclip, bringing Nazis back to the U.S. after World War II, Operation Mockingbird Media, infiltrating the media with CIA operatives, Operation COVID-19 and the Jab, all funded by the same people, all planned. When I told the radio executives the COVID thing was probably planned at least 20 years out, longer, you know, when you made that video in '69, you focused on the CCP, but your overarching premise was there's a much bigger force here that's infiltrated our company. And it all, for a lot of people, COVID-19 was the Great Awakening. It's on the backside of it. They woke up. They didn't understand Operation Paperclip, even if you explain it to them. Operation Mockingbird Media, they didn't live through it. They lived through COVID-19. They lost people. And so it really was part of the Great Awakening. You were just 50 years ahead of the curve. And so I'm curious, being so far ahead of the curve, as you look at the landscape today with the judges. Now, we're facing some pretty unfriendly judges in the California courts with our jab mandates. We see what the judges are doing to slow down Trump and his deportations. What's your take as you look at these judges today, who you're their patriarch? You are far more life experience than most of these judges have. What would you say to a judge if you could sit him down and talk to him?
Well, I suppose it would depend on the judge a lot and what I think are his motivations.
Let's say it's one of the corrupt judges that we see, one of the guys on the wrong side of the war. Let's put it that way.
If it's a corrupt judge, and there are many of them, they would be corrupt in our world, but in their world, they're heroes. You understand? So we call them because they lie. They pretend that they will uphold their oath to defend the Constitution. They all have to do that. But deep down in their hearts, they know, are you kidding? Uphold the Constitution? That thing has got to be gotten rid of. That thing has got to be rewritten, has to be eroded, has to be compromised. Would say, yeah, what we have to say. In other words, they're Leninists. And that's another story. But Vladimir Ilyich Lenin was the great teacher of this style of coming to power. I happened, in preparation for that series of videos I did in 1960, I used to hang out at the Communist bookstore for several months, and I wanted to find out how these people thought. That was an interesting experience in itself. Anyway, here I am, a corporate guy, walking with a suit and a tie and everything, and walking the Communist bookstore. It's the People's Bookshop down in Larchmont Street. These guys, most of them are more like a hippie than like a businessman. And they were very suspicious of me, as I was suspicious of them. But we got along fine, and they tried to recruit me. I think they thought they had a live wire there. And I was interested in what they believed in, and I bought most of their books, including the collected works of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Everybody's read Karl Marx. They've read Das Kapital and Communist Manifesto, but that's child's play compared to Lenin. Marx was a philosopher of political philosophy or economic philosophy. He talked about the economics of human nature and so forth. And his book is mainly a compilation of good sounding slogans, like from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. That's a slogan. It sounds good. Sign me up. What's wrong with that? Isn't that the basis of Christian charity? And so forth. So I read all of the slogan books by Marx, and then I got to Lenin. And Lenin, of course, is the originator of the Communist Party. His message, by the way, was he wrote a lot, but almost all of his essays were based on the single topic, believe it or not. And I'll paraphrase that topic is this. It's this. He said, comrades, if we go into a country and we want to conquer it from the inside, not invade it from the outside, we're going to take it over from the inside. How do we go about doing that? Do we stand up on a soapbox and say, we are communists and we want to take over your country and we want to change your political system, your legal system, your culture, your language, your everything about you? We want you get rid of your nationality, join it with an international movement. Of course, we don't do that. Well, they would not listen to us. They would probably throw us out of the country. We tell them we are anti-communists. We tell them what they want to hear. We praise their institutions. We praise their national history. We praise everything. Whatever they want to hear, we will tell them better than they know how to say it themselves. And they will be so impressed by us that they will elect us into office and make us their leaders. Now, once we come to power, which is our sole objective, and this is the part I want to emphasize, Leninism says, we are not here to win debates. We are here to come to power. Now, one of his better known quotes is, promises are like pie crusts made to be broken, quote unquote, not to win debates. Once we come to power, we don't have to worry about winning any debates or convincing anybody, because if they oppose us, we can shoot them. This is Leninism, okay? Now, I mention it because if you don't understand Leninism, you don't understand what's going on in the world today. Everybody who says they're anti-communists are really anti-communists. And by that, this takes a little explanation. What is communism? What is a communist? What's the opposite of communism? These are the things I was learning when I was in that communist bookstore. What's the opposite of communism? I said to myself. I thought, well, in school, they taught me it was fascism, Nazism. You've got the extreme left, communism, you've got the extreme right, it's Nazism, fascism. So the opposite of communism, we were told, and still are, by the way, is fascism, Nazism. Oh, well, maybe if you want to be opposite, if you want to be an anti-communist, does that mean you have to be a Nazi? Well, that was the implication. A lot of people in the beginning said, if you're not a left-winger, you got to be a right-winger. I fell for that even. I can remember the day I said, well, I'm on the right wing because I didn't want to be on the left wing. And I thought, because of the way the media was twisted and everything, that my only choice, if I wanted to be an anti-communist, I had to be on the right wing. Well, it turns out I went and got a copy of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf, and I read it. And I started making notes of what it is they believed in. What are the points? I compared it with the notes I had made. Is what did Lenin believe in? And lo and behold, still is. The right and the left, by definition, are opposed to each other, but in reality are not. They're the same ideology, point by point, and I want to emphasize that. That was the most important thing I probably ever learned about this whole crusade that we're involved today, because we don't know that we're being given a choice between what we're told are opposites, but when you analyze what they believe in and what the end result is, they're not opposites, and they're both controlled by the same source, so that the public, the gum-chewing public, can be given the impression that they have some voice in their own political destiny, and this is a fight that's going on. Well, it's a fight, all right. In World War II, the Germans fought the Russians, the communists fought the Nazis, and killed each other by the millions, right? Did that mean they were opposites? No, they were the same. Then why would they fight? They were not fighting over ideology or what they believed in. They were fighting over territory. They were fighting over who's going to control, who's going to be the top dog, give the orders, and who's going to take the orders or implement the orders.
Power. It's all about the power.
It's all about the power. And if you don't understand that, you're going to fall for some of these political tricks that are going on today. I hate to say this because this could upset some people, but just because somebody says they're an anti-communist or points to those bad left-wingers, that doesn't make them heroes. That doesn't make them angels. Find out what they believe in, and in many cases, you'll find out, oh, they believe the same thing, except it'll be them instead of the other guys. No, this is a harsh lesson, but you have to read and understand Lenin and others to understand that this is the reality of the warfare we're facing today. Now, I've digressed, of course, because I couldn't resist that. Without an understanding of this false choice that we're being given, and we think that we have to be extreme on the other side. If we want to be an anti-communist, and all these left-wingers, that means we have to be a Nazi or fascist or something else. Let's call it an Americanism. I don't care what you call it. If you look at what they stand for, the principles, are they upholding the principles of now we get to the real battle. The only two ideologies that exist in the free world today, where there's an honest debate, is a conflict between two ideologies of this: individualism on one side and collectivism on the other side. And all of these isms that we're talking about that we don't like, communism, fascism, Nazism, socialism, any ism, I don't care what you call it, they're all variants of collectivism. And the only opposition to it is individualism. And in our political world today, all of the options we're being given, we are being given options. If we have an option that they don't like, it doesn't wind up in the discussion. It's not on television. It's not in politics. We go on the basis of what options are given to us. Are you a Republican or a Democrat? Period. Well, what's the difference? Really? Now, they fight each other, don't they?
Two wings of the same bird.
There's two, the left and the right wing on the same ugly bird called collectivism. Now, once you understand that, now you can look at politics today and yesterday and tomorrow much differently. Don't go on the basis of promises. This whole political thing is a trap. I am on the side of my founding fathers. Jefferson, Washington, all of these guys spoke against political parties. They said, we must never have a political party. Well, we got one right away. It was, I think, the third session. All of a sudden, we had political parties in America. And it's a natural thing because people do join together for their mutual goal. And I've decided, okay, political parties are here to stay because it's part of human nature to join with others of like mind and gain force from that. But that doesn't mean you have to trust them. That means you have to get back to my original statement. Don't trust them. Be suspicious of them. They're fiddling with your future, with your life, your freedom. Don't trust them. Ask questions and see how they perform, not what they say. Now, I digress, but maybe that was my main message I had hoped to deliver today. So I'll just stop there and before I offend too many people.
I have one more question, and then I'm going to ask you to give Freedom to Choose, the 5,000 plaintiffs and the board of directors, a little pep talk, because who better to give a pep talk to people about freedom than you? But my final question, 2021, you came on my radio show. You were one of the first guests I wanted to have, and took a few months to, get your schedule right. But I asked you then, how far along were the globalists in their new world order to control the world? And I had alluded to Saul Alinsky telling you, I believe 8 out of 10 of his principles were met already. So I said, are they 80% there? And your answer was absolutely. They're maybe even a little beyond the 80%. So fast forward to today, with the COVID and the jab, a giant leap forward for their power and control. But then they had 4 years of Trump in between, and they had a little setback. So where do you think they are from 2021 to 2025? Where's the control? How close are they to that new world order, one world government?
Well, I hate to put numbers on it, but I would just say they are close. We are closer now than we were then. A lot closer. Now that could be very discouraging. And in fact, it's very hard to deal with because there's a temptation to just give up. Say, well, it's, you can't win. But that's not necessarily true. Battles for liberty throughout history have often been won by the side with the least chance. The American Revolution is a classic example of that. There was not a chance in the world that the colonists were going to defeat not Great Britain, but England, and the most powerful army in the world. There's no way in the world that could happen. But it did happen, primarily because of the crossing of the Delaware, that surprise counterattack on the last minute of the last day of even having an army. But it did happen. And so things, I hesitate to give my honest appraisal of how far things have gone because there's a tendency for people to give up and despair. They think there's no hope. I'd like to remind our audience of the wisdom to be found in a book that was written, not as a book, but the papers were compiled in 500 BC by a Chinese philosopher and military strategist called Sun Tzu, called The Art of War. And one of the main principles that Sun Tzu explained to us was something like this. I think he said, supreme excellence in warfare is to defeat your enemy without having to engage him in battle. That means to discourage him from fighting, to convince him, if you're a Star Wars follower, to convince him that resistance is futile. You know, that's the whole idea. And so we don't want to give in to that, because that means that they beat us and we just gave up our last chance of winning. And they would love to have us do that. I'm not prepared to do that. I'm not prepared to say it's impossible, because I know that it is possible if certain things, to be realistic about that.
Kimberly, I brought you back in. I want you to meet G. Edward Griffin. G. Edward, Kimberly Stiller is the founder, and her husband created Freedom to Choose in 2021. Jason with us is one of the defendants. I brought them in so that you can leave us with a little pep talk, some words of encouragement for the folks that are in the trenches fighting to win the jab mandate cases. The only cases in California are right here with Freedom to Choose. So what kind of pep talk did you give them?
Well, think that...
Go ahead, Kimberly, jump in. I know you want to say something.
Okay, I'll take that moment to think about how I'm going to answer the question.
All right, good. Hi, Neil. Neil and Kimberly Stiller, ladies and gentlemen. This is the couple that started Freedom to Choose. This is the man who said, I'm not going to put up with this crap. And he texted his buddies. He had 8 people respond. Yeah, we'll stand with you. Then a few days later, he had 800 people standing with him. And of course, it grew to 5,000 plaintiffs, and Jason Garcia being one of them. So, Kimberly, that said, jump in. I know you want to say something to Mr. Griffin.
First of all, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Griffin, for joining us. Thank you for encouraging us. Thank you for broadening our perspective and giving us kind of a 60,000 altitude or 60,000 foot altitude view. We know that we're not alone. We know that we are, being found faithful in our battlefront, and we are not willing to give up, and that's why we're still in the fight.
How's it going, everybody? Hey, Scotty, how's it going?
Hey, Neil, how you doing? You know, G. Edward, he says he digresses a lot, but there's always some golden nuggets. Most of the time when my guests digress, I have to cut him off. I just let him go because we get a lot of good golden nuggets. And Kimberly, you're right. We get that 50,000 foot overview. All right, I'm going to turn it back to you for a little pep talk. Leave us with some encouragement for these great people that are fighting the fight against the behemoth, against the NGOs, the judges, the cabal, the Federal Reserve. And by the way, thank you you came to mind today. I came to my mind as you were talking about the UN. That was their blueprint. Their poster child for an NGO was the UN. So what would you say to these folks to leave them encouraging words?
Well, the encouraging words are, again, you can cut the wood from different sides and it looks differently, but it all comes back to the human spirit. Everything is possible if you're free and you're healthy. No point in being free if you're on your sick bed, and no point in being healthy if you're a slave. So you've got to worry about your health and your liberty at the same time. And as long as we have our health and enough of our liberty to speak and organize and act, we're the luckiest people in the world, because we are living in a time where we can actually make a difference. If we were born in some prehistoric time where nothing was going on, there's not much difference we could make. But things are moving pretty rapidly right now, and some little thing we might do, any one of us, could trigger something that grew very quickly because of the momentum of events. And we could literally change the world, which is an invigorating opportunity, I think. I would rather live in this period of uncertainty and rapid movement and danger and peril to our personal lives. I would rather live now than any other time in history. And I remember when I was a young man in this battle, let's just put a year on it, say 1965 or something like that. I talked to the old timers in the movement, and they'd say, "Well, don't forget, Ed, this is a long-term battle. You know, you're not going to get things done by the next election. You know." And I remember thinking to myself, "Ah, you old timer, what do you know?" Yeah, I'm going to get it done by the next election. You better believe it. I was determined we could do that. Well, now I'm the old timer, and I realize the wisdom of the fact that this is a generational battle, and we aren't going to get it done by the next election, if we have a next election, which is another question, the way things are moving. But nevertheless, it's we have the opportunity to build something from the ground up. And in spite of this pessimism, I guess you could call it, recognizing that I'm not going to, in my lifetime, what that's left, I'm not going to see of our mission of regaining liberty and going beyond even where we were. I'm not going to see it in my lifetime. But instead of being filled with despair with that thought, I am greatly charged, because every night of a movement that inevitably I know that I'm part of something that's going to go on beyond my lifetime. And that's really what we all are about. And that the older you get, the more you come into realization that you are a connection to the future. As a young person, you are it. You're everything, you know. But as you get on, you realize, well, wait a minute. You start thinking about your kids, your grandkids, and you think about future generations and what it's going to be like. And you realize that when we were born, we already had built into us, into our genetic code, we were given the responsibility to affect the future. We are part of a continuing chain of life. And once you get that larger 60,000 foot elevation view, it makes it very, very pleasant to live in the present time today. But now, recognizing that this is an opportunity to really change things, let's get to work. Let's not quit. Let's just not talk about it. Let's not just, not just raise money. And that's important. Gosh, we don't make this stuff. We have to earn it. But let's actually do it. Put the boots on the ground and get people in action to take control of working control of the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Education. Make sure we got the right sheriff's office filled. Build from the ground up. That's how you build a movement, from the ground up, not from the top down. That's how they get us. They want us to focus only at the top, and real action is at the bottom.
I prefer to think of you, rather than an old timer, as a patriarch. And I like to say to you, you're a patriarchal patriot. And you have your name etched in history as far as educating the world about the Federal Reserve. No one did it like you. That 600 pages has opened, I think, unarguably, unquestionably, opened more eyes to how the Federal Reserve was formed, how it operates, and what the evils around it are that really extend to this whole jab mandate. So we thank you so much, G. Edward Griffin. It's always great to see you and talk to you. Where can we find you? Where can our audience find your great work?
Oh, well, thank you for that. I always forget about that. My team is always complaining, you forgot to promote our website. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Well, we have a big event coming up in July called the Red Pill Expo. And we don't have time to go into all of that right now, but look it up on the internet. It's redpillexpo.org. redpillexpo.org. You'll want to attend, either live stream, which is entirely free, or better yet, to come to the actual live meeting in Tulsa, Oklahoma on July 12 and 13. You'll see who the presenters are and the topics we'll cover and the activities we will have underway there. And you will want to be a part of that. That's the place to begin to build this local resistance, the boots on the ground I was talking about. The branches, the local versions of our Red Pill University, the campuses is what we are calling them. They're not campuses for study, they're campuses for action. But anyway, we're actually building a boots on the ground movement from the ground up, and you'll find all about it there, starting at redpillexpo.org.
I went to your first Red Pill. Amazing events. They're only getting better. I have a memory of you and I and Jeff Berwick standing alone in a hallway for about 15 minutes having a conversation. Boy, is he a character, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
Jeff
a character.
Berwick. Yeah, he's a real character. So Red Pill Expo, everybody check it out. J.W. Griffin, thank you so much. What do you want to show us?
If I could steal another 3 minutes or 2 minutes.
Of course.
There's another thing I forget to do. We were talking about collectivism versus individualism. I think that, in my opinion, is the core of understanding we must have if we're going to win. If we don't have that, we're going to fall for another version of collectivism or another version of communism, another version of fascism under another name. Maybe they'll call it New Dealism or Americanism. Who knows? If we don't understand these principles, we're going to fall for it. And they're counting on it. So I put together everything I know so far. This is mainly the guts of my future book. I want to give it away free because I don't know if I'll ever finish my.
Awesome.
If you want a free copy of this, it's called The Chasm, Collectivism versus Individualism. .realityzone.com. Chasm.realityzone.com, and you can get a free copy of this 50-page document. And it's everything I have to say on the topic for whatever that's worth. So thank you for inviting me, and good luck on your mission.
And thank you for offering that 50-page book for free. If it's the first 50 pages of your next 600-page book, I'm all in.
It's all yours.
Thank you, G. Edward Griffin. We appreciate you. Have a great one.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
I'll have you back on the radio show to talk about the Red Pill Expo. Thanks.
All right.
All righty. Well, that was always fun to talk to G. Edward Griffin. Kimberly, I am going to bring our next guest in, and you and Neil stick around. And of course, Jason, thank you for coming back. Our next guest, recently I visited with here in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. She and I spent the afternoon together, walking down the Malecon, the beach, the ocean, shooting the bull. And she had a friend with her that was not particularly awake. And Lisa and I spent the afternoon red pilling her. Take her to the Red Pill Expo, Lisa. It'll blow her mind. I want you guys to say hello to Lisa Schermerhorn. Hi, Lisa.
Hola.
¿Cómo está? You're looking great. You have.
It's and what's interesting is I got into this whole thing because as soon as I heard the word COVID, I was like, no, that's not a thing. It was just this intuitive hit that I got that I was like, no. And so when the jab started coming out, it was just a flat no for me. It wasn't even and I was shocked at how many people kept going, along with it. And I kept waiting for people to figure it out, and they didn't. And so that's how it started for me, because Vermont, where I live, Bernie country, is one of the most corrupt. I think it's been now ranked the #1 corrupt state in the country, and one of the most liberal. And there were a group of 100 of us that kept going to the state capitol to protest. And we were all like, we had no one to talk to, and everyone was scared because people were kind of disowning them and not allowing them to come to their house anymore, and disinvited for holidays. So I formed, helped with other people, Vermont Stands Up. And so we were meeting at my house every other week and some other people's houses, and created a grassroots network. And from there, I've always been a hypnotherapist and a healer. And I had some loved ones who got vaccinated. And I started doing something called a quantum healing on people. And I wanted to prove whether or not that worked. And so I spoke to a friend of mine who is a functional medicine specialist, and she recommended dark field microscopy. It's a live blood analysis that's done, and you can look at it through a microscope. And I know it was last minute, but I sent you some 2 texts of before and after. I don't know if you can, put them up or not. So what I did was I had in the state of Vermont, it's illegal to look at your own live blood. Those microscopes are illegal. Yes, in certain states they're illegal. Yeah, explain that one to me. And I live near the province of Quebec. I live near the Canadian border, and it's illegal in Quebec to use those microscopes as well. So I was able to find a friend who was vaccinated against her will, and she was in Tampa, Florida. And we had her blood looked at, and then we did the healing on her. And then 10 days later, she checked, and it was night and day. So imagine red blood cells that were all stacked together and sticky and look like coins, stacked together. And they're supposed to be round and swimming around. And she had not been feeling well. So we checked her blood, and then 10 days later, her blood cells were normal under the microscope. And I want to preface this because I'm not a licensed medical professional or a mental health professional. I'm a certified hypnotherapist and worked in the energy medicine field. So I rely on the medical professionals to give me information. So I have been on a mission helping people getting this out of their blood, getting this vaccine, helping people heal. And it's been quite profound. So that's a little bit of my quick background story.
Thank you, Lisa. You wouldn't be here if you were quacking, quack, quack. You would not have been invited to this stage, I guarantee you. And you and I know each other. I was booked on your show a few years back, and we got to know each other. And then, of course, it was great to spend some time with you face to face here. I want you to say hello to Betty Camp. She came in while you were talking. So
Hi, Betty.
the way we ended up with 6 people, it was not intended. Was Jason was supposed to be on earlier. We pushed him back. Neil and Kimberly, you can come on anytime. This is your dime and your dance floor as far as I'm concerned. And Betty, you were scheduled for this hour. So we're having a freedom to choose party here. It's a party, but nobody's going to cry if they want. Even if they want to, nobody's going to cry. We're all going to stay optimistic, and as we head into our last hour coming up with a mutual friend, Brad Wozni of Lisa and I's. Lisa, you've worked with people who have had the COVID jab, and you've done the blood test, and I think you showed me some pictures. Didn't you show me pictures of the blood?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I texted you some before and after on your phone.
Yeah.
So what happened was that the one woman I was telling the story about, she had a friend who had 4 jabs. He was a first responder trying to do the right thing and had a vaccine and 3 boosters, and he developed symptoms of multiple sclerosis. And he had collapsed on the floor in his kitchen for 11 hours, unable to move. And I brought him in, and we checked his blood. His blood was an absolute mess. And then we did the healing with him. And here's something interesting. So the way it works for me is I go into a trance state and I send energy, and then I just see the energy moving around people and them healing. And I was visualizing water moving through his body, cleansing his organs and going through, but it seemed to get stuck around his abdomen, and I was trying to push it and move it, and I wasn't having any luck. And to preface this, I was raised Jewish, and I get this nudge next to me energetically. I see it in my third eye. Jesus is standing next to me, and he starts helping me push this water through, and the block released, and we see the water flowing through. And when I checked in with this client, Tom 10 days later, he said to me, I don't know if this is relevant, but 2 days after the healing session, I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning and I couldn't stop vomiting clear water. I didn't have any water before I went to bed. I didn't have anything through the night. I have no idea where all this water came from. But it was a tremendous amount of water. And so I told him what I had visualized, and he said, that's interesting because during the healing, he saw murky water turning clear in his mind's eye. So I do this individually to help people and also in groups. So I have a monthly group that meets with Honey C. Golden, who's another healer. We did a sample the first time with some doctors, some naturopaths out in the Pacific Northwest, and we had 30 people. Every single one of them had their blood checked before and after, and 100% of them had major shifts and changes with their blood. And in the case, this is what makes it quantum. So if you think about time, that there is no time. Part of the dark field microscopy is to check the live blood, but then they do 4 samples of blood where they take fingerprints with your blood and they let it dry. And it's like the rings of a tree. And you can literally go back in time in someone's life and say, in your 20s, you had an issue with your kidneys. In your 30s, you had, some trauma here. I don't know how to read that, but these doctors who are trained in it. What was interesting is there was one fellow who had, 3 out of the 4 layers had considerable prostate issues, is what they called it. After the healing, there was no trace of the prostate issue in any of the layers, which means that the healing went back in time and healed him.
Wow.
Wow.
Your track record has been very good. And can this be done online, or does it have to be done in person?
I do almost all of it online.
That's what I just wanted the world to hear that. I remember you saying that. And
Yeah.
it used to be that people wouldn't try that unless they were sitting with somebody, but now that's part of the whole quantum world. I want to go to Jay. Go ahead.
That's why it's quantum. Quantum doesn't have the space-time continuum like we do.
Right.
So energy can go, from molecule to molecule to molecule. You just have to direct it.
Absolutely. And everything is energy, and energy is everything. The water that he released from his body was energy, right? That's all energy. I want to go to Jason because he's been patient. Jason, as you've sat today and listened to G. Edward Griffin. Oh, by the way, did you know who he was before today, G. Edward Griffin?
I did. Yeah.
You didn't.
Yeah.
Curious. Do you look at the jab and the COVID pandemic as I did with trying to figure out who's behind it? Was that part of your makeup as a defendant, or did you just say, I don't care who it is, I want retribution and I want to get even? Or do you worry? Do you think about, not worry, do you think about who's behind it? And G. Edward kind of touched on who is behind it, actually. What do you say about that?
So I'll tell you a little bit of my background. Yes. I knew what was going on with COVID before it pretty much happened and they shut the world down. And the reason why I knew that is because my son had gotten injured by a flu vaccine when he was 2. And we didn't know what it was at the time. So we were complying with the whole medical system up until then. My daughter was born premature. They feared us into getting the flu shot because they were telling us that if she got RSV, she was going to die. And so they convinced us into getting a flu shot as a family. So my wife and I and my son got it. He was 2 years old, and then he started to bruise from head to toe. And so because of that, let me turn my noise gate down a little bit. Because of that, we knew what was going on. So that happened in 2006. So 2006, we literally healed him through nutrition, holistic nutrition, and prayer. And the reason why we found out about what was going on with him was because when we were in the emergency room and they were telling us they were going to do all these tests for leukemia and all these different cancers, I didn't accept that. So I went home and I started studying what was happening with and what it could be. I figured out that it was they called it a virus, which I don't believe in that anymore, but they called it ITP. And then what had happened was ITP was a situation that was happening at multiple Native American reservations. That's where it was happening. It wasn't very common out in kind of the suburbs or the cities, but it was the American Indian reservations. So the reason why I started to really understand why it was the vaccines, because we started researching and we started tying everything together. So that's how we knew what was happening with that. And that's happened in 2006. So it's starting in 2006, because I did research on what was happening with my son, it led me down to every other dark, deep rabbit hole you could possibly imagine. So for a year, I was completely
absorbed.
I was just completely dumbfounded and shocked by what I was discovering. And it took me literally a year for me to process everything, but I was studying every day. And then in 2007, I really understood what was happening. And that's when I started to reach out to people, and I started to explain to my family what was happening. And then from there, we just kind of laid low. We knew what was happening, and I was doing all this research into energy and everything that was going on, everything that they were lying to us about. So when COVID hit in 2019, we were like, it's going to be a minor thing, no big deal. And then when they started to make it a situation in America, and they started to play these fake videos of people falling over, we knew exactly what was going to happen. So what I had told my friends and family was going to happen was they're going to implement a vaccine. It was going to be the kill shot that Bill Cooper had talked about in the early 90s. They were talking about it back then. They thought it was going to happen in the year 2000, but it didn't. So I knew that it was going to be a way that they were going to be able to get into everybody, to be able to track and trace them. They were going to use a vaccine. It's before they announced that they were going to come out with the vaccine. And then I knew it was going to lead to, eventually it's going to lead to this digital ID, which will lead to universal basic income, because they're going to make the way for the transhumanism to come in. So we knew all of that going into 2020 before March, when they closed everybody down. Because we knew all of that, because we were studying for so long, we started to we were just starting our podcast with our media company at the time. At the time, I was running a medical logistics business. I had 50 employees, and they were trying to make me mandate on all of my employees, which I refused, because I knew what was happening. And so we were the first ones to offer it in December of 2020. I told everybody I knew, don't get it. The whole year we were interviewing people like Dr. Lee Merritt and all these different people that didn't have a platform at the time, but they were telling the truth. And that got us completely censored and shut down off of social media and pretty much everywhere. So then we went into terrestrial radio, and we started holding big events, health events. The reason why we did that was we were trying to meet like-minded people throughout the state of Colorado and throughout the country. So we knew what was happening. I was familiar with all of these different people, and G. Edward Griffith, Al Jones, everybody. And so right now we're just fighting the good fight, the grassroots, doing it on the ground. We hold these events. We do hold retreats. We have a radio show. We have podcasts. We have a platform, and doing everything we can to get the word out to try to save people's lives. And I think, we definitely saved people's lives from getting the jab, but, we could have done more, but then they shut us down. So right now we're just staying true to our message and doing our best to get people to turn to real solutions for health first, instead of going to, the medical mafia, which is what we call it.
All right, so I stand corrected. I'm going to correct anybody who heard me say that Jason is one of the plaintiffs. He is, in fact, the husband of Tammy Garcia, who I thought was coming on, and I didn't connect the dots between you and Tammy. So I'm glad John texted me and straightened that out. I know I've done some reading of your website. I listened to a couple of Tammy's podcasts. you guys have built a pretty big following with your health conferences and your summits, and I think you're more than qualified to talk about the effects of the jab. Between you and Lisa, you could probably talk for a couple hours what you guys have seen post jab. Jason, explain to Lisa a little more about. I want her to hear about your platform and what you guys are doing, and you guys could probably benefit from having each other on your shows.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to meet you, Lisa. It's great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, we started off doing podcasting. It was just going to be about natural health and just some different solutions and different modalities. And then COVID hit. So then we, at first, we stayed away from the vaccine in 2019. Then COVID hit and we got into it. So basically what we do, Lisa, now is we have a 2-hour radio show. My wife is the host and I'm the producer. So the other thing that we do is we have a naturally inspired health summit that's coming up in June. It'll be June 28th, 29th this year. Dr. Judy Mikovits will be there, Dr. Lee Merritt, Dr. Carrie Mate, Dr. Henry Ely, Dr. Roger McFillin. We're talk to Dr. Mackus. So what we do is we bring in leading health professionals, and then we offer a chance for our local practitioners to speak. And then we'll have about 55, 60 vendors there of different businesses. And the first year had about 1,000 people there. Second year, a couple thousand. And this year it'll be a 2-day event. And so what we're trying to do is make it a community event, so we can get the community to work with people like you, Lisa, and know who to work with in the area, and get them plugged into the right solutions with supplementation and things. And what we found out in 2023, we were getting ready to leave Colorado. Quite honestly, we were getting ready to leave, and then my wife said, "You know what? Why don't we throw an event and see how many people we can bring together, so we know who to work with in case they shut us down again?" Because we were fully prepared to shut down in 2023 again, because they were doing the threat of all these different viruses coming out. And so, because we did that, we formed a community of a few thousand people, of like-minded people. And it was one of the best events we had ever been to, because the energy was amazing, because people were just ready to get out and kind of have this one-on-one connection. So that's what we do. And we're steadfast. We're staying steadfast with that message, which is introducing people to real solutions for health. So energy work, supplementation, functional medicine, massage, acupuncture, Ayurvedic medicine, all the different things that people know about, but they don't quite understand. And that's our mission, is to connect them to go there first and not the medical model first, like they've been doing. So we're trying to come up with ideas of how we can create health plans for them, because so many people pay into insurance, and it's not the insurance doesn't cover real medicine. So the problem that we're running into is, by trying to connect them to the real medicine, real solutions, they're wanting to use the $1,000 that they invest every month into their health plans. So we're trying to look at how we can deal with that, and how we can actually provide a solution for that right now. So many things that we do, but it's great to connect with you, and we'd love to continue to connect and see how we can collaborate on things.
Well, it's interesting. You've got Dr. Carrie Made. She's a good friend of mine, and I've actually worked with her and done healings on her. And she's one of the people I've checked her blood with.
Oh.
So she's very familiar. And also Dr. Northrup, Christiane Northrup.
You guys don't have 6 degrees of separation. You two have 1 degree of separation, I guarantee you.
Yeah, no, I would love to talk to you. I might even come out in June. I have to see if that works in my schedule. So let's talk after this, if I get your contact information.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can put you guys in touch. So here is the plaintiff that I thought Jason was. I brought him in. He's remaining anonymous for some obvious reasons. So anonymous freedom fighter plaintiff, thank you for joining us. Why don't you tell us your story? Why are you in the fight with Neil and Kimberly and Betty and the Freedom to Choose movement? What compelled you to get in the fight?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, evening. Thank you so much. I feel so privileged. Honestly, I've been listening as much as I can to the entire program, and I can't help but feel like, what in the heck am I doing here? But I met Kimberly and Neil, and that's a story that I really wanted to share because this really is good versus evil. It really is. And this is the reason why I say that. Unbeknownst to me, I'm in the fight at work completely. I work for the state of California, completely clueless, willing but clueless, not knowing what to do. I go to church and I happen to run into a couple friend of ours that I knew back when I was living in LA. Out of nowhere, she approaches me and we start talking, and she tells me about what her husband is fighting and his connection to Neil, and well, Neil primarily because he too works for the Department of Water and Power. And that's how I got connected to Neil and Kimberly and to our amazing attorney, Sunny Wise, as Kimberly said before. And so I knew from the gate, I knew from the gate, I don't have a college education. I'm not ignorant by any means, but I don't hold degrees by the world standards. I'm the foolish things of the world. But I knew from the gate that something was wrong. I knew it and I felt it, didn't know where to start. Like Gabe was saying before, I was provided the notice of deprivation of rights, which I presented to my employer. That's how my fight began. Went through just hearing and seeing the illegality of it and how it was impacting my coworkers as they came to me and trying to just literally vomit on me about them having being forced to retire early, their lives being flipped upside down and being threatened, coerced, and harassed into submitting to this scamdemic and this jab and all of that, and feeling like their backs were up against the wall and they had nothing to do. They couldn't do anything about it. And I knew enough, even though through Kimberly and the Freedom to Choose movement, I too learned about my constitutional rights. I already had the power of God's word in me, which coupled with the knowledge of my constitutional rights, just, oh my gosh, I felt like standing tall like Goliath, like I had all the power that I needed to defend myself and to help my coworkers as well. So along with another little group that we formed there where I work, we helped many staff. We have held many meetings at a local restaurant that they were dealing with it too. They allowed us to come and have meetings in their restaurant. It felt kind of like black market secretive stuff, and so they allowed us to do that. We informed a lot of staff. We were able to do religious exemptions and fight hard. Many staff kind of fell off. They decided not to continue on in the fight. But speaking of victory and success, for me, the victory is already mine by the mere fact that I keep standing up because I know that it's wrong. That's what propels me. It's never going to be right. And that's the question that I always ask myself. At if I reach a point where what they're doing is right, then I feel like that's when I stop. And that's why the fight keeps going, because none of it is right. None of it. And it wasn't just for me. It was not right for everybody that I worked with, whether they wanted to fight or not. Like Kimberly said before, whether they were vaxxed or not. I saw the effects of division. That's how I knew it was demonic. That's how I knew it was the powers of good versus evil, because the enemy divides and conquers. A house divided cannot stand, like God says in his word. And I already knew that. And I was seeing it real time. And so we decided, our little group, very early on, that we were not going to, and we were harassed. We were discriminated against. I mean, it really riled our flesh, what the extremes that our department was going through to put a scarlet letter on us. And we refused to let that happen. And thank God for that, because now that the blinders are being removed, I have many staff, many say that they regret and they see things for what they really are. which I have to be honest, in my flesh, I feel like I told you so, like we were trying to tell them, but I can't blame anybody because the level of fear that they implemented, like everybody was saying, at the thought of losing your jobs, your livelihood. These are where I work, these are staff members that work doubles and triple shifts. Their everything relies on this job, and now you're telling me that I could potentially lose my job. I understood there was no shame and no judgment for absolutely anybody. And lastly, I will say, you know, I often thought, in working for the state in this particular department, I often wondered, why, God, why did you put me here? Because I did apply for the job, but it wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't, I just did it out of a need to find employment. But I, from the beginning, felt that God put me there. And I really feel, in a very small sense, that I feel in the spirit of Esther, that for such a time as this, because while I'm not excited, wasn't excited about the thought of losing my job, I felt like the least to lose in that moment, so I could stand up and I could speak up.
Very good story. I think you shed a light on a lot of things, and I'm going to turn it over to my co-host Lisa to ask questions. For those of you who are just joining us, you are obviously watching our Freedom to Choose Never Again telethon, because we ain't never letting them do this again, and we're here to raise funds for Freedom to Choose USA as we see them fighting in the court system. The only alive cases in the California court system, over 100 defendants, and it's not an easy fight without money, folks. So please go to givesendgo.com/freedom to choose. Givesendgo.com, freedom to choose. With us now is Neil and Kimberly Stiller. They are the founders, creators of Freedom to Choose. Jason Garcia, host of Naturally. Tell me again the name, Jason. Naturally.
Sure, it's a naturally inspired media, but the radio show during the day is naturally inspired radio.
Thank you. Jason and his wife Tammy have built a health platform. They have an event coming up, which we'll let him talk about before he goes. Of course, we have Betty Camp. She is one of the board members, one of the spokespeople for Freedom to Choose, and a great warrior. And my co-host joining me is Lisa Schermerhorn. Lisa, talk about your show for a minute, and then I'm going to let you ask questions of any of our guests.
Well, I started a Rumble channel for those people who know Kevin Hoyt. Kevin Hoyt is a good friend of mine. He's a fellow Vermonter who's been through a lot, and he started a network called the Grassroots Warrior Network. And he said, I need someone to start a show. And so that my show is called Where Truth Lies. I wrote a book called In Every Belief is a Lie. If you look at the word belief, LIE is in the middle of it. I work with people's unconscious minds, and I talk about how we are all programmed. And I literally watch the programming happening through the media, through our computers, through social media. When you talk about, how everyone was so entrenched and fear-based, that was what was being done to all of us through the media. So I completely understand that. One person who I haven't heard talk since I've been here is Betty. I was curious about your story and how you got on the board and got involved in this fight.
Kimberly and I met when I was teaching a Bible study in Southern California, and she was my hairdresser. And as a friendship, sparks flew because we are two very powerful women. And so she asked me to be on the board. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am an educator in the San Francisco public school system. So yes, this mattered. Thankfully, I did not have to get the jab in what I was doing at the time. So I skated right under that. I would have quit anyways. There's no way I was going to do it. But that's who I am. I'm a believer, a friend of Kimberly and Neil's, and I'm an educator. Yep.
Wow. And it's hard, you're on the left coast, I'm on the right coast, but we're both in communities and states that are very, very progressive and far left. And it's a hard road. I would imagine in San Francisco too, of going through this whole process with people who are so vehemently angry. And JD Vance came to the ski mountain where I live.
Ooh.
This past winter, went skiing, and I was down in Mexico at the time, and he stayed at a house around the corner from where I live.
Oh, no.
And I was watching all of this unfold on the media of
Wow.
people who I knew, and the insanity and craziness of how far this has gone, and people trying to attack him, and it's just been insane. But I'm curious about also, thank you for sharing that with me. And is it the event that you have coming up in June? How many speakers are those? Your main speakers that you have? You said you have a 2-day event. Are you going to have what is that going to look like?
Sure. So this event is more of we call it a community event, and we will have 6 keynote speakers. So 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. And last year we brought in our good friend of ours, Kathy O'Brien, to speak on MK Ultra Mind Control. And then we had another good friend of ours, Joel Salatin, who was teaching us about regenerative farming. So we have a homestead here in Colorado. And what we're trying to do this year is focus a little bit more on farming and regenerative farming, because it ties right into, the big attack on food right now. And so it ties right into health. And so what we do with that is, like this year, we'll have 3 speakers on Saturday, 3 keynotes on Sunday and they'll be in the afternoon. Starting in the morning, we're going to have local speakers. So what we do is we give local practitioners the chance to speak and tell our community what they do. And then we will have breakout rooms, and there'll be other speakers there doing some smaller presentations for people. And then we will have 55 vendors. So as people come into this event, they'll have to go through all the vendor area first and see who they are. And then they go back to the speaking area. Speaking area seats about 500 people. And then the new thing we're doing this year on Sunday is we're having a farmer's market, and we're going to have outside booths so we can try to bring more attention to who our food producers are in the local area. So we provide eggs and honey out of our homestead. And then we have some other friends that will do microgreens, and they grow microgreens in big warehouses and stuff. So we're trying to bring more attention on these local producers so people can kind of start shopping with them. And we're hoping to get more attention on even some of the raw milk things that we have going on here in Colorado. So that's what it's like. Speakers go pretty fast. So the breakout rooms, we are giving people to do yoga classes or sound baths or book signings or just different types of presentations. And then it's a community event. So tickets are $50 to get in for both days and see all those speakers and meet everybody. And we're going to have a dance party on Saturday. So we just want to bring people together so they know who to work with, and they know who to connect with in case we ever experience the kind of tyranny we did in 2020.
As an event producer, I can tell you the $50 is not about making money at that point. You guys are just trying to recoup your expenses, obviously. Because it takes a lot to put on an event, especially when it's in person. It's not just virtual. Are you doing it online as well? Will it be online with the speakers, or is it all local, their community, as you say?
We want, we're not live streaming it. And the reason why we don't, we'll record it and we'll put it out there after. So like people can go and buy the recordings for like $20 and see all the speakers from last year. And there was a fascinating talks, actually. When Dr. Lee and Dr. Carey came here last year, on Friday night, we do a little thing at our homestead. So we all gathered together and kind of broke bread and talked a little bit. And they were so amazed by the community that we have that they actually changed their presentations. Lisa, Carrie changed her presentation on Saturday because they were preparing most of the events they go to. They can't really go all the way with their presentations. And our community is not like that. So they were amazed by that. So, yeah. So Scotty, it is a big event. It costs about $50,000 to put on every year. But we want people to connect. We want people to know who to work with. We want people to, I tell everybody, bring business cards and let's network and let's make sure that we're staying connected. So just in case, right? I mean, that's really the point of it.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you talk about food because it was interesting because when I saw Scotty in Puerto Vallarta in February, I had no idea. I ended up spending 3 months in Mexico. That was not my original plan. It kept extending. The divine brought me to places for a reason, and it was extraordinary for me. And one of the things that I noticed was when I was eating in Mexico, when you go to the local markets and you're buying directly from the farmers, and we have farmers markets too here in Vermont where I buy local, but I felt a lot better, a lot more energy. Everything felt different. And one of the things I spoke to Dr. Carrie Madej about was she had to live, she escaped to the Dominican Republic for a period of time because there were people who were after her when she started out this fight. They've tried to kill her a number of times. And I asked her, what was the hardest thing about landing back into the United States? And she said, it was the food, because the food is so toxic. She said, you probably are going to get sick because of all the spraying in the air. So nothing's really organic in the United States because of all the spraying. And so she said, that's the one thing you're really going to have to adjust to. And it really broke my heart to hear that. And I've only been back 3 days, but I've already started to feel different digestively and things, readjusting to the food back here. And I try to eat really clean.
Yeah, at least the food here, if nothing else, it's fresh. Like you go to a restaurant here and order a chicken, they go out and back and get the chicken.
Yeah.
Most of the restaurants, the chickens are out and back, right?
Yeah.
The fruits and vegetables are all fresh. They're not sprayed with anything. And on and on. I want to talk about, you each mentioned a person that's very relevant to this broadcast. Jason, you mentioned Kathy O'Brien. Lisa, you mentioned Kevin Hoyt. I want to connect some dots there. So Kathy O'Brien, I know her only through my show. I've had her on twice and interviewed her. And one time was in a very tumultuous environment at a Reawaken America tour. And it's hard to get a good interview at one of those events. But for those of you who don't know, she is born into a sex slave family, if you will. Is that a fair statement, Jason? She was born into a family that sold her at a very young age.
Yeah.
And she ended up being, I believe it was Gerald Ford's sex slave, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 30 years she lived, and then the love of her life, man she ended up marrying, saved her and brought her out of that world. Well, what does Kevin Hoyt have to do with that world? Well, let me tell you about Kevin Hoyt. Great guy, Vermont legend, in my opinion. And by the way, I am also a content creator for Grassroots Warrior Network, and I encourage people to check them out because it is what it says. Grassroots, no fancy, no big shot people there. We're all salt of the earth, grassroots people. Yeah, I have a microphone on a radio network. So what? By the way, you mentioned they couldn't deliver their presentation. What platform was that, Jason, where they couldn't do their whole presentation? You had mentioned someone couldn't do their whole presentation at another venue.
Well, yeah, Dr. Lee Merritt and Dr. Carey both changed their presentations when they came to our event because what they were doing is they were kind of holding back at some. So if they go out and speak at some other events, they kind of hold back because they're not quite sure what the community is going to be like, what the audience is going to be like. And so after they had met and talked to our audience all day long, they literally changed it right before they had to go up, and they went deep down the rabbit hole with it because they knew that we are fully prepared and fully aware.
Gotcha. So it was Kathy O'Brien that caused the executives of the radio network I'm on to come to me and ask me to adjust my content. And I wouldn't do it. I reminded them, don't you remember the clause that I control the content and you cannot alter it? And yes, I can't swear because that's an FCC guideline. And if I do swear and don't beep it out, you can find me. I get it. But you otherwise cannot alter the content. And they asked me when they offered me a microphone to talk about the Federal Reserve and the pandemic, they said, what's the worst thing you're going to talk about? Because we know you're going to get edgy. I said, human trafficking, pedophilia, satanic rituals, and adrenochrome. Well, they laughed at satanic rituals. They said, that's nonsense. But okay, if you want to make a fool of yourself, and adrenochrome, what the hell is that? Well, Kathy O'Brien talks about all that stuff because she lived through it. I don't know if she talked much about adrenochrome, but I came face to face with it in Hollywood. It's real. I guarantee you it's real. I watched people use it at a party, and I got the name of their supplier and met with him. Very scary event. But Kathy O'Brien is the one that I got approached after the show, and they said, do you have to have people like Kathy on? I said, what do you want to hide? Do you want me to educate the world, which is why you gave me a microphone, about what's really going on? Kathy's the real deal. She lived and breathed it. It's not just second and third hand now. It's first hand. Likewise, Kevin Hoyt came on my show, talked about his daughter. He says it's okay to talk about it. Yeah. His daughter was kidnapped by the political cabal in Vermont. How old is she, Lisa, his daughter?
She's 4.
4. Oh, kidnapped his 4-year-old daughter because he's a freedom fighter. They jailed Tina Peters, Gold Star mom. They jailed Brian Colfage, a triple amputee, and they kidnapped Kevin Hoyt's daughter, and they use adrenochrome, and the parents of Kathy O'Brien sold her. Is there anything else we need to know about these people? And we're surprised they tried to jab the world. This is this is their modus operandi. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, well, when Kathy spoke, we were originally booked Del Bigtree because he's from Colorado, and it was going to be great to tie that in. And we came this close to getting RFK to speak. And my point was, Kathy did her presentation. You can hear a pin drop. She was such an incredible speaker, and a great friend of ours. The thing about Kathy, when people, I think there's a lot of new people to this situation, right? And because COVID, COVID was a curse, obviously, but a blessing, right? Because it was a blessing because it helped people understand what they could do. So then they opened their minds to everything else that they have done. And so back in the day when I started getting into it, I was plugging into Kathy O'Brien's, listening to her speak at the Granada Forum back in the 90s, and she was dropping all these names back then. And then I did more research, and it's because she had mentioned Paul Benassi. Now, if you don't know about the Franklin cover-up, that's a whole other situation. Kathy was just on Alex Jones the other day, and I called in to talk to her about it. Everybody's all up in arms about Epstein Island, right? Which they should be. But it was going on when Kathy was young in the 70s. Oh my gosh, I could take you down some amazing rabbit holes. But in the 70s, there was a situation going on in Michigan where Kathy was from. It was called North Fox Island, and it was actually a pedo island that they had going on in Michigan at the time. And it was a rich man that got away with it. He left the country, and they never were able to arrest him. And it was tying this whole ring together. So my point is that people, they want to say, oh, well, that's kind of ridiculous. Satanism is kind of ridiculous. But it all leads back to this cult behavior. Everything that we're experiencing right now leads back to this cult and what their agenda is. So
Amen. Amen,
the
Jason.
Federal
Yeah.
Reserve, everything, it's
Yeah.
all leading back to that. They created all of these processes and they created everything in order to be able to be corrupt and do things kind of behind the scenes. And we've been going through life for decades, just kind of believing what they're doing. Now, because COVID happened, it's totally opened everybody's eyes.
Indeed. You know, I've had moments on my show that absolutely put a big exclamation point after the satanic behavior. It's the way of their world. I spoke of this earlier today. Victor Avila, Customs and Border Agent behind enemy lines in Mexico, working with the cartels, infiltrating them, observed cartel members perform a satanic ritual on a child. Choked up, could barely get it out, and almost broke out in tears. Kathy O'Brien came on. She spoke about her experiences. And they want to say we're conspiracy theorists, and there is no satanic human being on earth except the occasional quack that puts on a mask and stands in public and reads satanic literature. No, it's way beyond that, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, the adrenochrome. Oh, and let's not forget Patrick Byrne, successful businessman, built a $2 billion company, internationally acclaimed, and so the FBI approached him and made him an asset. They got him to bribe Hillary Clinton. Yeah, Patrick Byrne, just your average run-of-the-mill global entrepreneur, builds a $2 billion company, Overstock.com. And along the way of his travels, he makes a lot of connections, political and otherwise. So the FBI, I surmise, and he will, I don't think he's ever used the word, he was blackmailed into doing this. He was blackmailed into blackmailing Hillary Clinton, set her up to take an $18 million bribe. And she took it, by the way. They never exposed it because it was right before the elections, and the FBI was worried if she won, and they thought 98% chance she was going to win. If she won, she would get retribution, seek out retribution on the FBI for busting her on a bribe. So this is the world we're living in. If all that doesn't scream Satan, I don't know what does. And for people to say, all of us, we all have an experience and a story around these matters, that we're just conspiracy theorists, I got news for everybody. It's only about 6 months now between a conspiracy theory and a real conspiracy. That's about all it takes to prove it out these days, is about 6 months. So, Lisa, you have countless stories on your show, too. You want to share any?
Well, one of the things you mentioned, Kathy O'Brien, Senator Patrick Leahy from Vermont, they just named our airport after him. He actually raped her daughter, Kathy O'Brien's daughter, in front of her, and she testified to that, and nothing was ever done.
That's unbelievable.
And I don't know if you know, he's a good friend of mine, Norman Traversy, and this is, he's in Canada. He lives up in Ottawa. And I've interviewed him several times, and he talks about the Pigton Pig Farm, which is another satanic place. They hid everything because they could have the carcasses and the blood and everything, but they had a lot of indigenous people who were brought in there. The children were missing, and Trudeau is connected to that. Justin Trudeau was connected to that as well. There's so many stories. You can't get around it. And as far as Kevin, Kevin has basically, he talks about something called EIN numbers, where you have a business number, and they found judges and politicians who have the same EIN numbers as nonprofits. So, which basically tells you that they're just taking the money out of these. These are just shell nonprofits. And he's shown the spotlight on them. And because of that, they want retribution on him. And so he has this little girl. I don't know how much I want to go into the story of it, but it's a bad situation, and they will not. He finally has some visiting that he's allowed to have on weekends, but this girl has been shuffled from place to place. He's been going to court back and forth. Kevin was arrested last year on something that really wasn't illegal. He was told that he couldn't say the name of someone who he was suing, and he did on social media, and they put a warrant out for his arrest. So they arrested him and they injected him with something at the jail. It was July 3rd of last year.
I remember him talking about getting injected. He fought him
Yes.
hard, but it's one thing to arrest a guy on bogus charges. It's another to kidnap his 4-year-old daughter, which
Yep.
puts you way up in another whole category. If you're capable of kidnapping a 4-year-old daughter to get even with a political opponent, that's just beyond the pale. So we've got to wrap this hour up. Betty, I'm going to let you go. And is there anything message you want to leave us with, Betty?
Lisa, repeat your website, your information.
Yeah, it's lisamindset.com.
Okay.
Or you can also get it through Lisa Schermerhorn Coaching, but Lisa Mindset's a lot easier. And you can, if people want to reach me through the website, they can do that. And I'd love to talk to people if they have any questions. The work that I do isn't just for people who are vaccinated. It's for other issues too. Also help people's pets, because that's a whole nother story, but the rabies vaccine makes our pets very sick as well. And so I've been working with people and their pets.
Awesome.
All right, Lisa, stick around a minute because I want you to say hello to our next guest. Freedom fighter, I almost said your name. See, if I were Cabal, I'd be blackmailing you right now. I know who you are, whistleblower. You better not cross me, lady. I'm going to get you. Of course, I'm kidding. What do you want to leave us with as a plaintiff and a freedom fighter that's in the trenches? And we sure do appreciate you. You've got blood, sweat, and tears into this. What say you before you go?
I do have to say that perfect love casts out all fear, so I don't live in fear. Thank God for that. So I really feel, as much as, like everybody was saying, this battle gets very tiresome and it can be a little hopeless when we see that nothing gets done. But as someone said before, the battle belongs to the Lord, and I'm just showing up. And I appreciate the fact that I'm not in the battle alone. But even if I was, I wouldn't be alone because of God. And He brought this to us. And all we have to do is just show up and stand strong and be not afraid, like He told Joshua. Do not be afraid and fight. I am with you. And that's what I really want to tell everybody. Don't worry about the outcome. Don't worry about how long it's been, how long we've been fighting. Most of us, of course, since 2020, we're in 2025. But as a reminder, God says that to Him, a day is like 1,000 years and 1,000 years like a day. He's not bound by time. And so I'm not going to focus on that either, and just fight the good fight.
Well, you and I haven't met face to face, but you and I and Kimberly had about an hour-long conversation a few weeks ago on the weekend, and I know you're sharp as a tack, and you're a warrior, and I sure hope to get to meet you. I'll try never to say your name until you're ready to come out in front of the public, and it's probably going to, by the time you go to SCOTUS, I hope you can all come out, and I'm just praying we get there. By the way, we're at $4,500 that we've raised today. Let's get to $5,000 at least. Somebody step up right now and just donate $500. We can have a real fun last hour. Jason, tell us where to find your event and where you want our listeners to go online.
Yeah, we have several websites, but connect with us at naturallyinspiredradio.com. You can watch the latest episode, and we have links to the summit and everything that we do there. So you can connect to us there.
Thank you. And thanks to John Coonan for connecting us to Jason and Tammy. Check out their show, check out their events. Thank you very much, Jason. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Can I ask something lastly? Sorry, before I go to.
Please do.
I have my scally hearing, like Kimberly was saying, that our fabulous attorney is still fighting the fight and representing many of us. It's coming up this Wednesday. So I would appreciate just prayers. I know you let Betty go, and she's a prayer warrior. I believe that's her name. But just, yes, if you could please, I know Kimberly's a prayer warrior as well. So just for God's favor and for him to uphold the cause. That's it. We're standing for truth and just praying for his victory.
Very good. Thank you. We will say a prayer when we close today. I think Kimberly's going to close us with a prayer. God bless you. Stay in the fight. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to bring in a good friend of Sovereign Radio. In fact, he has a channel on sovereignradio.com now, and a good friend of Lisa's as well. This guy is the hardest working guy in podcasting. I don't know anyone who does multiple shows a day, sometimes 7 days a week. Mr. Brad Wozni. How you doing, buddy?
Hey there, familiar folks.
By the way, if you
He's
guys,
a Schermerhorn.
if you guys were to see Brad without his hat, dressed up, this guy's Hollywood, man. He is a Canadian by birth, a soldier, a damn good one too. I know he was a special forces guy.
No, I was not SF, but thank you. I appreciate it. But
what's that, Brad?
I was an expert marksman, but not SF.
Oh, right, an expert marksman. Sorry, you could put a bullet in my head from 3 miles away. Well, what's the difference, right? So yeah, Brad and it turns out Brad and Lisa know each other quite well. I don't think I met you through Lisa or vice versa, but it's a small world we're in, and it's great to have you. I wanted Lisa to stick around to say hello to you.
Yeah,
so
definitely. When Lisa launched the quantum healing, that's when I said it's time to get you on with Scotty. So, but we've done Reiki work and quantum healing, and so we did part of the Truth Tour together. Then she flew up to Vancouver, BC with some folks, and then I was bringing her and the other ladies. I was the only dude bringing them coffee in the morning and waking them up at their Airbnb, putting them into my car, driving up and down the Sea to Sky Highway to Whistler, and we were unlocking ley lines and freeing souls. So yeah, she's a fellow Reiki master and now rocking it with quantum healing and her new book coming out. So yeah, very
Lisa, thank you so much for spending the time. You're always enlightening, and I'll connect you. Who am I going to connect you? I'm supposed to connect you with somebody.
Yes. He
Jason.
just got up. Jason. Yeah,
Yeah.
please. I'd love to talk to him because
Will do.
he's right up my alley. And this was so great. Great seeing all of you, and great work today. That's a lot of money to raise. So praying that this is all going to take care of it and get this done so we don't have to deal with these COVID vaccines anymore.
Well, thank you. And we're not done yet. We're going to keep raising money the next couple of weeks, cut some videos out of this and do some social media and try to get it up to 10 grand if we can. We're at 5. Let's get to 10.
Yeah.
All right, Lisa, take care. We'll see you.
Thank you, Lisa.
I'm going to bring somebody in that's easily recognizable. Guys, Neil and Kimberly, you know this guy?
Take care of it, and so we don't have to deal with these COVID vaccines anymore.
Well, thank you. And we're not done yet. We're going to keep raising money the next couple of weeks. Where's that coming from? Cut some videos out of this and do some social media and try to get it up to the 10 grand if we can. We're at 5. Let's get to 10. Somebody needs to mute out because
Lisa,
I'm
take
hearing
care.
myself back. I'm going to bring somebody in that's easily recognizable. Guys, Neil and Kimberly, you know this guy?
Take care of it, and so we don't have to deal with these COVID vaccines anymore.
Well, thank you. And we're not done yet. We're going to keep raising money the next couple of weeks. Where's that? I don't know where that's coming from. I'm hearing myself on a delay. I don't know who I'm hearing myself back in, but can you guys hear me good? Yes? Neil and Kimberly, you recognize this guy I brought in? He
Yeah, that's my favorite webmaster.
There you go. He'll come back. I think it was his microphone that I was hearing myself back in, and it was on a delay. Brad, why don't you tell us your story? You're kind of a nomad, a man without a home, so to speak. You're a Canadian, your family's in Colorado, but you can't really go to Colorado, and the Canadians don't want you either. And you're in Costa Rica, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, Scotty. I appreciate it. And, I just finished a live interview with Maxime Bernier, who is the leader of the People's Party of Canada, who in 2021, national party leader, right? Going around warning against, and this is an entrepreneur, so think like President Trump, right? An entrepreneur who gets into politics to work hard for his country to freedom, wakes up and sees all these globalist WEF puppets in the WHO and the UN and what's going on. And so we just finished that interview right now because tomorrow, Monday, is the election in Canada for the Prime Minister. And all Canadian media, just like we've seen in California and elsewhere, have blocked him and prevented him from being on. He just came in fresh off the Tucker Carlson show and 2 shows with Alex Jones and Charlie Kirk. And he was protesting the vaccines and the mandates, and they threw him in jail, like Pastor Artur Pawlowski, and so much other things they've done. So I am unmasked, unvaxxed, completely debanked in Canada and the United States. As well, they seized it, emptied my bank accounts, and closed it. And I've been deplatformed multiple times on YouTube, Spotify. I even petitioned YouTube once again last week to open everything up on any one of our accounts. And it was like going to a dark hole, and they said, no, you've been banned. Code disinformation, whatnot. Facebook, Instagram, on our 3rd Twitter X account now as well for standing up and speaking out. And you're right. My family in California, Colorado, and Tennessee, the very few, literally few that I can count on these fingers of bloodline family or life partner that are unmasked, unvaxxed. One is a cousin who was an LA County Sheriff's Department deputy sheriff. The other cousin is LA County Fire Department. Both of them required to bring in the mask and the vaxes, and they said no. And so my one cousin, who is deputy sheriff LA County, who went through the George Floyd riots, quit the job. And the other cousin, LA County Fire Department, after he kept doing the exemptions and the exemptions and the exemptions, they finally, after they fired him and a whole bunch of others, and they finally brought him back and accepted the exemption and whatnot. So he might be watching right now. I was texting them again as part of this. My other cousin is a retired LA County captain firefighter hero, the highest decoration that can ever be decorated by the county, like the Medal of Freedom, National Hero, Medal of Honor for firefighters. He's likely watching right now. These are my bloodline. So I'm here to represent them because half of my bloodline is in America, the US incorporated borders, and the other half in Canada, the Canada Crown Corporation borders, Scotty. And as a result of that, being barred for returning to the United States because I refused a mask, I refused the jab, and I refused a vaccine passport. The Border Patrol Nazis, 2 of them, who are criminals and war criminals for turning a blind eye to international human rights and medical freedom, barred me for 10 years to return to the US of A. And so this is where I am as a targeted individual in Canada, you may say, as well as America. So debanked, deplatformed, unvaxxed, unjabbed, and still speaking up. And I've lived in 3 countries just in the last 2 years: Mexico, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Nicaragua. Sorry, I've also been in there. Just to make ends meet and get things by. And now I'm at over 700 shows on the Sovereign Soul Show and the Sovereign Radio now as well. So it's an honor to be here. So when I say I know your pain, all of my family in Canada, bloodline, has been maimed or murdered from the jabs. And that's why we just did a live with Maxime. Hopefully he will be elected prime minister tomorrow because it's mass deportation. Stop the jab, stop the euthanasia of children, stop the woke, investigate the corruption, get rid of the taxes in Canada as well, and start the tribunals. That's what he stands for. And we just
thank you for that backstory, Brad. So we have a couple people. John just joined us. We have 2 more people who are going to join us. We have a Southern California nurse, and she's now left the medical system to start her own practice. The things she learned, the documents she saw, and what she figured out in a Southern California hospital system, we'll ask her to talk about, all directly related to the jab and the mandates. And we have another freedom fighter. This one will be identified, so we're going to bring her in shortly. So hang in there, Isabel. I want to bring in Sarah Stedman first. Hi, Sarah. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you. Some quick introductions. We've got Brad Wozni up in the right-hand corner. Neil and Kimberly Stiller in the middle top. They're the founders of Freedom to Choose. And John Coonan is the webmaster and the graphic artist and the email marketing guy and the brains behind all the creative that you see on the screen. He's done an amazing job. Sarah, you had a career in nursing. You're still in healthcare, and you're actually a healer too. You're healing people now, and we'll let you talk a little bit about that. But what did you learn working in the hospital system? It was pretty profound, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's super corrupted. So I worked for the state of California.
Thank you.
And directly under Gavin Newsom.
All right. So
So you want me to
what did you
tell
learn?
what I learned? Okay, that they were killing people in COVID, and donating their organs.
Say that again. Everybody listen carefully. What did you learn, Sarah?
So during COVID, nobody died from COVID. They were actually murdered, and organs were being sold. The transplant department had skyrocketed during COVID.
Unbelievable. So they'd kill them through the remdesivir and the ventilators in the hospital. They'd ship them over to the transplant, who would extract the organs and sell them. Were they selling them on some sort of black market? I heard there were a lot of rich Chinese buying these organs.
Yeah, so they were, organs are expensive. So yeah, that's what was happening. But it's super corrupted. So the state of California there was an audit that happened in 2020. I think Kaiser did the audit about how much the states received in incentive money. So the state of California received $145,000 per diagnosis of COVID. Doctors got 30% of that. So on top of the diagnosis, organs were, a hot market as well.
So what kind of money was in the human body or the organs? I thought you might have told me a number one time, like $6 million is in our body, our organs?
Like 65 million.
Oh, that's it. 65 million. I've told a few people that number. I don't know why I said 6. I remember you telling me that number.
Like the human heart, the heart has to still be beating in order for it to go into having, to be like donated. So the person is technically still alive.
John, you look pretty surprised with the organ donations. You look pretty I don't know. You look like beat up about it. Is this phasing you a little bit?
Well, yeah. I mean, I had 3 family members that all died within, 40 days of each other. They were given the vax, and then 2 years later, within 40 days, they all 3 died. So
Wow.
It's to hear 65 million, to first hear 6 million, think, oh, I'm a $6 million man, thinking that's an exquisite, incredible number, and then think 65 million. Now my relatives were my mom and my mother-in-law and my aunt. They were elderly. They weren't looking for organs. They were looking to move them off, perhaps. Who knows? But I know in my heart, what that's about. At the end of the day, yeah, it'll bring you to tears. It would bring me to tears in about 30 seconds if I thought about it too long. So to hear this, and And this after we've all seen countless videos and countless pieces of information that have traveled, through Telegram and elsewhere, to get us all informed on what's actually going on, what's behind all this. And I didn't think I'd be stunned, at this point, to hear those kind of numbers, and to hear that kind of just matter of fact thrown out there. The state of California is collecting this and that, and you hear it until you hear it from somebody that's actually experienced it. It's a shot to the gut.
Yeah, that was a better word. You said stunned. You didn't look beat up. You look stunned. I
I'm
looked at
beat
you
up,
for a minute.
too.
Yeah.
So,
Brad, I'm sure you've got questions for Sarah, so fire away.
Yeah, most definitely. And I just want to paint highlight a few moments here as well with all of these, patriots, people who are speaking out, which is so key for all of us to do. The knowledge transfer globally, it is the same playbook everywhere. Right now, our spotlight, we want to make sure that everybody raises funds. So please go to givesendgo.com, the freedom to choose. It's absolutely necessary to continue this fight. What we saw, and again, as you know, Scotty, my show is global. Like your show, Sovereign Radio, is primarily American based, right? Mine is global. I've had patriots on for years from Australia, New Zealand, all across, right? And the same thing happens everywhere. So what I can tell you with statistics in Canada, not only do we have medical assistance in death euthanasia that they rolled out and they stopped reporting October of 2022, where they had murdered 35,000 people because they got rid of the 10-day consent requirements, and they were doing the same thing for the organ harvesting, right? We have FIPA in Canada, which is the CCP, which we see with the infiltration in the California medical system backed by Newsom and also the mayor of Los Angeles right now, and all of those many health officials in San Francisco. They back the organ harvesting transplant in order to get a for-profit medical murder system. We also saw across Canada, like other places in the UK, Cuomo in New York especially, being under the spotlight today. They're coming in for his arrest. It's already been announced for putting the seniors who had COVID into the seniors' homes and then spreading death outside of the Midazolam where they murdered the seniors. And the COVID-19 pandemic, I was there from March through March 18th in, as you know, Scotty, Santa Monica. And in Santa Monica, I remember March 16th in the morning, CNN is playing, oh my gosh, Santa Monica Hospital, the local affiliate, there's sirens going off, there's this new flu, there's everything, right? So I got out and I jogged from the place that I was staying at because I was supposed to have meetings at the studios. You and I have talked about this before. And I jogged over and I'm like, wait a second, 20 minutes earlier, I saw pandemonium breaking on CNN that the hospital in Santa Monica, which is right beside Brentwood, is literally, you have the people rolling up, you've got the hazmat suits like we saw in China. And I'm like, it's pretty freaking calm here. Like, what's going on? And I had no idea that they were using B-roll footage and they were saying it was happening right there, right? So I lived through that there in California before having to return to Canada for, COVID in place type of thing. And then I will tell you that my other cousin, so I come from a family of service members for generations. So she is a NICU or was a NICU at Chalk. And I just say that because Sarah will know what Chalk is in Southern California. NICU nurse in January of 2020, and they started rolling out the shots, just like James Cameron did on the studio of Avatar 3. And I know that for a fact too. And shot up everybody 14 hours later. So she was at her shift. They gave her, be safe. Do this for the babies. You're NICU nurses. And she's paralyzed, quadriplegic by 6 a.m. the next morning. Moderna. So I will tell you that, yes, I might be wearing a Canadian shirt, but I have a massive, massive dog in this fight. And so when we look at this, we have the playbook everywhere. It is a for-profit murder system. In Canada, The statistics are that nearly every man, woman, or child who walked into the hospitals during lockdowns, nearly every one of them came out on a 4-wheel gurney, the back end. And FIPA and the CCP and the deep state Satanists made profit like crazy. We also have it on the record that there are doctors who made millions of dollars with these COVID protocols, even Scott Shar in Wisconsin with his case for Grace, his daughter, that they murdered with remdesivir, Valacure, run death is near, on a FaceTime call while he and his wife were screaming to save her, and she's a 19-year-old with Down syndrome. And they jammed on FaceTime, recorded, jammed and killed her on FaceTime, murdered her in front of them. So for those who are feeling shaken, you should, because in Canada right now, for example, in many hospital systems around America, it is scary. And Lee Dundas and I have shared for years, we would rather go to a veterinarian's practice if we needed acute care than to show up to any hospital, because the standard for care in America is you're 6 times more likely to be killed by the hospital today than a firearm in America.
So can I jump in really quick? I would just say, I have a question for both of you. What are the solutions? We've heard scare stories for many years now, and they're getting progressively worse. So what's the good news? Where can people turn for solutions?
Sarah, you jump in first because you're creating them. I think you're an example of solutions, getting outside the system and treating people, right?
That's correct. So I opened a vaccine injury clinic here in Vista, California.
Great.
I suggest everybody get out of Western medicine and go on the holistic route. They find the root cause, you fix the root cause. And I mean, I'm flipping cancers, and we have a patient coming in, autism, just pretty much every disease you can think of, we're flipping them in our wellness center.
So what do you mean by flipping? I think I know what you mean, but what do you mean?
Well, we can't really say the word, but I'm going to say it
Okay.
anyways. We're curing people.
You're speaking my language. It's exactly what I decided to do with our business. It's called nature-based health. And we started that up because, frankly, I got sick of everybody I'm talking to about all these scary things. I'm instilling the very fear into them. I get it. We all need to know these stories, but when you when you see all these people afraid of what's going on, you got to give them a solution. Otherwise, they don't know what to do. They're in a state of panic. So we, just like you, we did not create an actual clinic. We created a platform, an online platform called Nature-Based Health, to give people a chance, a place to find people like you and others, and a place, a community where we can all talk just like this and find each other again on Nature-Based Health later in the community. Find a nice directory where they can find exactly the people they're looking for, and they're all nature-based health experts. So we've got coaches and practitioners that are a lot of them, in fact, some of the good ones are actually MDs that have flipped, and they're the most passionate about really what the future is. But we've got a lot of longtime, chiropractors and acupuncturists and others. And this isn't a free ad for nature-based. It's really just saying that's the whole point, is we have to give people a direction of where to go and make it and do it in a calm and orderly way to give them hope.
I would like to piggyback on that and just say that, all of the naturopathic and homeopathic and alternative medicine is really going to skyrocket, especially as the medbed protocols are being rolled out internationally. So that's really exciting. And John and Sarah and Brad, that gives a whole new spectrum of hope for healing and wellness. So thank you to you guys for what you're doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you.
Brad, do you have any other questions for Sarah, or anybody have questions for Sarah? Because she's dropped a bombshell. I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard before, that we are sitting on healthy organs worth $65 million to the medical professionals. Does that scream greed? Does that scream Satan? Does that scream, I mean, real evil to me, to sell for pure profit? Make sure they die with your remdesivir and ventilator. By the way, I lost 2 people that way. Very dear friend and another fairly close friend, and Robert David Steele, who was a business associate that I was traveling on tour with. I don't know why he went to the hospital. He's a CIA guy. He had to know the agenda. So there is some speculation why he went to the hospital, and he died on remdesivir and a ventilator. Did he really die? Did he sneak out the back and said he died? I don't know. We don't know. But, you know, I wouldn't put it past Robert, being CIA, to fake his death that way. But why would a CIA guy, knowing the agenda, go to a hospital with COVID? He did have COVID. That we knew. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. It's an evil agenda. Bring them in the door, pay the hospital to kill them, and then sell their organs. How much worse can this get, really, when you think about it? And Sarah, do you have, the big thing today is receipts. Do you have receipts on all this? You took pictures, didn't you?
Yeah, I videotaped everything. I have it on a USB. Couple
Yeah, I
people
know.
have.
We were worried about your security for the long
USB.
time.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Sarah. Go ahead.
A couple people have copies of that USB. One of them is RFK.
Wow. We were worried about your security, knowing what we know, that you have videotaped it. And I had introduced you to Tom Renz. And the first thing he told you is, if you were coming to me as your lawyer, I'd get you 24/7 security. But you exemplify zero fear, by the way. I know you well enough to know. And you're good friends with producer Mark, Sovereign Radio. And you care not about what they think of you or what you have on them. You don't operate in fear. In fact, you went and opened a clinic right in their face to say,
yeah, I did.
Screw you. I'm going to heal people, you bastards.
Yeah, I don't care. I import all my medicine. I make medicine from fruit that is a natural cure. I mean, the government banned this fruit, but I made it into a pill and I had it shipped to me. So, I'm not afraid of the government. You know that already.
Yeah, I do know that. And I thought it would be great to have you on. Our freedom fighter guest, Isabel, had indicated to me she wasn't going to be able to make it today. So I invited you on because you have something really good to say. And before you go, if there's anything else you want to say before we bring Isabel in, what advice do you give people that are COVID vaccine injured? Don't go to Western medicine for help, should they?
No, don't go to Western medicine. I suggest you detox. There's plenty of providers that are detoxing. I'm doing it, I do it every single day. Also, when you get that word, the cancer diagnosis, don't be afraid. Okay? It's just a FUCK word. And they want to, poison you some more, but go get detoxed. Get some vitamin C, glutathione, EDTA. I use a lot of vitamin IVs in my clinic. Ivermectin, fenbendazole, mebendazole. Those all work. But yeah, reach out to providers like myself or, your team to get some help. And by the way, I'm connected with a lot of physicians and oncologists from around the world in a Telegram group. So if people are in Texas and they need somebody, I mean, I can definitely refer them over to somebody who's actually,
You did
good.
say around the world, right?
I did say around the world.
Yeah. Yeah, that's important. Brad, you had said that Sovereign Radio is an American base, and it is. My core audience is men. 65% of my audience is men 40 to 65 years old, and 35% is women about that same age. But I know there are people watching right now. I have an audience in Romania, Colombia, Australia, Canada, and South Africa. Some guy in South Africa started following me, and he's got like a bunch of buddies that follow Sovereign Radio now. We have a Romanian journalist that's been fighting the cabal in Romania for many years. He and I have each other on our shows. He's interviewed, what's the Romanian politician who they've banished from the elections?
Galen Jagescu.
Thank you, Jagescu. Yeah. He's interviewed him. He's had him on, and this is the tyranny that's global. So if anybody listening from another country knows a Jab injured person, reach out to me and I'll put you in touch with Sarah. Maybe she knows somebody in your country. So Sarah, thanks so much. Like, you dropped the biggest bomb of the day. There's no doubt about it. Our organs are worth 65 million. Well, mine aren't. I'm 65 and, have neuropathy. So I probably am not worth 65, but maybe I'm worth 50. It's kind of cool. Come and get me. Come and get me. Sell me for 50 million. See, but seriously, that is a huge reveal today. And we appreciate you having the courage to come in a public space and tell us about it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sarah. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, Isabel, thank you for hanging in there. I'm glad you could make it. I didn't know if you were going to make it after yesterday, but tell us your story. Let's start by telling Brad, who's in the upper corner there in the red Canadian T-shirt. Don't be fooled. He's an American-blooded guy, as far as I'm concerned. Wait a minute, Canadians are Americans. We are all one the same. Trump isn't dropping that bomb for nothing. Canada was never a separate country, people. Canada, that border they put up is fake. Canada is a U.S. territory, and we know that. So you are an American. We are Canadian. We're all brothers and sisters. But I just wanted you to know who's here, Isabel. That's Brad. You know Kimberly and Neil. And that's Mr. John Coonan.
She knows me too.
Yeah, I know John.
The brains of our marketing operation. So, Isabel, tell us your story, please.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh,
Good
you're
evening.
great.
Good evening, everyone. I do apologize that we couldn't make it earlier. It was all our intention to be here together with my husband, and well, he's out in LA working, so it didn't work out. But I still wanted to come in and just kind of say thank you to everyone, to Scott, Kimberly, and Neil. It's so good to see you, John as well, and so good to meet you, Brad. Well, a little bit about my story. What can I say? I met Kimberly and Neil during the fight. It was almost like I wanted to kind of start a movement within the department when everything kind of started, when all of the mandate started, right? We first heard it was the state employees, the governor kind of putting it out that all state employees were mandated to take the vaccine. And I had some people texting me, hey, are you guys affected at all? And I said, oh no, those are state employees. We're city. And then long and behold, we then start the mandate on ourselves as well. Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, we hear you good.
Okay. And we have the mayor, saying you need the vaccine by October or else you're out. You're not employed. And way before the mandate started in our employment, I had already told myself for religious purposes that I was not going to get that vaccine. You know, if it meant that I didn't, you know, fly out anywhere anymore or traveled, I was totally okay with that. I said, I won't take that vaccine. And well, the pressure started, right? I mean, Neil's here, and he can obviously tell you how the pressure started in our department in the city of LA, and we all kind of started the movement. It was very, very odd how some of us were already, you know, wanting to get an attorney and everything, and we kind of started doing what we call that guerrilla warfare, or that communication amongst us employees within the city. And one employee led to another, where, you know, I was trying to recruit people. Hey, if we get an attorney, if we go on a class action lawsuit, are you in? And they're like, yes, but you know what, there's already another group within the department starting something. And then I got in contact with finally Kimberly and Neil. They already had our attorney already lined up, and that's how it all started. I mean, I have my husband that also works for the city of Los Angeles. He's still employed. The pressure was major to the point that we sold our house in California, and we decided that we were going to move our 3 children out of state. I moved out of state with my children back in August 2023. I felt that I had no choice after the mandate. Like I said, we didn't want to end up jobless, without a home. And we decided that, you know what, we're going to sell our home and look elsewhere. And we moved to the great state of Texas. It's been quite an adventure. My husband's still commuting back and forth to LA for work. And I'm starting over, guys. You know, I left 17 years of city service behind. I literally jumped off the plane, and I'm starting over out here, but it opened up our minds to not want to have an employer anymore. We are looking into entrepreneurship, owning our own businesses. And while it's been quite a challenge, but I'm finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. It's been once again very challenging upon the move, during the mandate, during all of the stress. When we were having those meetings, Kimberly and Neil, that we were having meetings with Freedom to Choose every, you know, twice a week, or it was either 2 times or 3 times a week that we were meeting with the city employees, giving them updates on the fight. It was very, very draining. There's people that are still very burnt out, to the point that we've just kind of lost communication, because it took a lot from us, a lot from our families, but you know what? It was well worth it. I'm so grateful to be part of a group that I see just keeps on going, you know? So I just want to thank you, Kimberly and Neil, and obviously John. So good to see you once again. And thank you all for the continuous fight.
For sure.
Thank
Brad,
you,
do you have questions for Isabel as one of the plaintiffs?
Yeah, you know, I'm just curious at this point in time, because we've sent letters to the Judge Advocate Generals. You know, myself, U.S. Army retired Major General Paul Valley, another one of the Patriots in Canada, or in Traversy, because these are war crimes, right? This is beyond something that's in the legal system. And so this is how I frame the question, because, you know, these are international treaties that go back for decades, as well as war crimes, as well as Nuremberg. So I'm curious, you know, why is it you're seeing in the California system this is taking so long, or is it being delayed? And I will let you know that the Supreme Court of Canada decided last year to not hear any vaccination injury cases or any cases involving anti-vax, you got dismissed from your job because you refused it. So we see the weaponization in Canada, and I know there's different places around the States. What is it, Isabel, about California that you feel they're dragging their heels on? Since these are truly war crimes, first and foremost, beyond the civil problems that it creates, such as harm to life, limb, financial situation. You had to move your entire family with your 3 children out of state to support them. Well, basically to save yourselves, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, based on what I see, what we were able to observe is corruption is deep. I mean, I only say it based on our experience on how, we will call the legislators, local assembly members, and we were fighting back. We were being very vocal about many issues going on that we disagreed on. Being there, going through 2 Gavin Newsom recalls where we got enough signatures for the recall to go through, but yet somehow there were not enough votes to completely take him out. When he ran against Larry Elder. So I think that they're all connected, in my opinion. And when I say they, it's just all of legislation, all of the politicians, including the current mayor that's there now in LA. I just think that they're just all connected, and very deep, very strong. And I just didn't see how I could continue to stay in California with 3 little ones, having suffered what we suffered, right? The stress that we suffered. I almost got what we call PTSD. Almost like I feel like I need to protect myself, be one step ahead of the game, like I said, going back to entrepreneurship and kind of being my own boss and not having to have to comply to anyone based on what they want, and not what we want, right? So, and how my beliefs and my morals, my values were not being respected.
Well, definitely, and I applaud, by the way, I applaud this whole panel that you have here, Scotty, and what you've been doing the whole day, and what you've all been facing for years, because you're like in one of the most communist, satanic strongholds in terms of a state. You're standing up and speaking out, and that is a core value of being a sovereign man or woman, regardless of the country, regardless of the territory or the flag that we might fly. Right? You look at the scripture, you look at Christ times, and you do the right thing, because altruistically, we know in our heart what is right versus wrong. We truly don't need 5,000 pieces of laws and legislation to go, oh, this is right or this is wrong, right? Do no harm, as well, the Hippocratic Oath. And I want to ask you guys something, because I've, over the years, I've had the folks from Hollywood for Freedom on, right? I was literally there with my professional side prior to all this, pre-woke, pre-plandemic there, as you heard me earlier. So they have stood up, right? And they have been ostracized and persecuted like all of you. I've had Lee Dundas and I are now personal friends, whom Scotty was with on the tour in 2020 with Scott McKay and Sash Stone, Robert David Steele, and Peggy Hall, who has been an incredible. She helped me wake up as well in 2020, and she's based there in
California, right, Brad?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I mean, she looks like she's nearly a copy of Lee Dundas, right?
Yeah.
With her glasses and everything in a way. And she's just like, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to wear your mask at your store here in Marina Del Rey, right? And walking in there. So my question then to all of you here as well, and John, thanks for putting on that global community, because that's absolutely required around the world, is this: where do you see this a year from now if you were to stop everything you were doing today? Where would this be if you just said, I throw in the towel a year from now?
Kimberly, it's all yours.
I can tell you that Neil and I would not be continuing the fight if we didn't think that they would be back in full force.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've already tried instituting in LA County masks again a couple of months back, and it's just, these people are unbelievable. They won't stop. They're obviously being financially enriched by some evil forces, and they don't care. They don't care about their citizens. They don't care about the people that work for them. They care about enriching themselves any way they can. And there's a lot of money on the evil side behind all of this. So just got to keep speaking out, waking people up.
We are committed, Brad. We're not going away. We are standing. If freedom to choose has to stand for one plaintiff, we will stand. We're not giving up. We're not quitting. We're not laying down. It's not even an option. This is God's fight. Yeah, we can talk about how it's hard, and we can talk about how we're weary, and we can talk about how it's scary, and we can talk about how we have a giant bullseye on our chest, and we can talk about how they are relentless, and we can talk about all of these things. But talking about actually quitting, I might secretly whisper to my husband, wow, this is hard. I'd love to resign today. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's not even an option. Brad, I say that with tears in my eyes. We have to keep the fight alive.
Yeah, Brad, this wouldn't be done today if I didn't know and understand and believe the resolve in Neil and Kimberly. I know them 10 years now. We met 10 years ago, Kimberly and Neil, through a group we're in together. It's a humanitarian group. And I've mentioned it to you before, Brad, but these two are going to be down in history as the Muhammad Ali of the jab fight. They're in it to win it, and nothing will cause them to give up. That's why I can confidently invite G. Edward Griffin and Scott McKay and Brad Wozni and S.G. Anon and Jim Pugh and Dave Hodges and Sarah Westall. I would invite these people on if these were rookies, if these were just some Johnny-come-latelys kind of sparring in a boxing ring. These are real professional fighters here, and so is Sunny Wise, the attorney. She's not been healthy through this fight. She's hung in the fight without money. John, Betty, who is on, Isabel. These are real professional fighters. To draw an analogy, if it was basketball, they'd be the Michael Jordan team. And so, yeah, we're dealing with people who will not give up. And that's why I would spend this day doing this. I'm spending 12 hours. What's that compared to? These people have 4 years into this fight. So, and we've had board meetings and we've spent some time at this, but I feel this is the least we could do. And, to ask people to give up an hour on a Sunday in the spring, early spring, when the weather is nice in a lot of these cities. I know SG and Scott and a lot of these people gave up time with family to be here. I wouldn't do that if this wasn't a real fight with real people. And to that end, we're at $4,600. Can we get somebody, please, to write a check for $400 right now? If you're still watching and you're still listening and you can afford $400, just go round us up to $5,000. We would just love you for that, because it sounds a lot better at the end of the day. We have a few minutes left. Maybe we'll go another 15 or 20, see if we can get to that $5,000 mark. Isabel, what message do you want to leave people with? You're a fighter. You're in the boxing ring. You're throwing 1-2 punches out there. You picked up your family, you moved to Texas, but you're still in the fight. That says a lot.
I think that people just need to be very bold, vocal. They need to speak up. I know a lot of people that just caved in because they thought can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay. I think that many people unfortunately felt alone in the fight. And what we noticed is many city employees, when we finally were able to get the word out to them, and they started logging into our meetings, some of them had already gotten the vaccine because they just felt alone. They felt fearful, and they didn't want to lose their jobs, right? But what I always say, and what I told my husband, we're not going to go through with that. We won't get vaccinated, and we need to speak up. And I have it in my soul, in my blood, in my bloodline to speak up against injustice, and I just tell everyone to gain that strength. God gives us the strength. God gives us the gifts to speak and just continue on boldly and just fight back. That's all I have to say.
Excellent.
Thanks, Isabel.
Yeah, thank you, Isabel. We appreciate it. This isn't going away. I don't mean just our fight in the courts. Everything we've talked about today going on around us, from the judges trying to stop Trump to the criminals that are here from gangs and from just criminal. They emptied prisons in some countries, and Biden flew them here. Yeah, he put criminals on a plane from jails in like Venezuela, and they flew them here. They gave them brand new Nike cell phones, backpacks, housing, debit cards, 3 squares a day, and they might just cut these people loose on our soil and pull another 2020 with riots in a bunch of cities. Now, I understand the National Guard is ready for that, but there's so much going on around us, and this isn't going away. Brad, you asked the question, what would happen in a year? Well, if we give up, that's like saying, well, we don't have hope, and there's no hope, and so let's throw in the towel. And
may I clarify on that, Scotty?
Yeah, sure.
So this wasn't about giving up. The question we posed was, what if you stopped today, and where would we be a year from now? And my point here overall, my friend is Kevin Hoyt. We're roommates, former roommate Kevin Hoyt, right? Now he traces his line back to the Free Hoyts of Vermont, the Minutemen of Vermont, the 16th century. And if people know their history, the Minutemen of Vermont, what did they do? They were the first ones to open fire on the British tyrants, Revolutionary War stuff. And his statistic is, during the Revolutionary War, which then ended, to free the enslavement from the British Crown, 1.6% of the population stood up. But what does that mean? Well, the other 98.4% benefit. So in a roundabout way, with my question was, what if you stopped today? What if Isabel stopped today? John, you, Scotty, Kimberly, and Neil? Where would we be a year from now? And where I was going with that is very likely is everything would come in, because you're seeing men and women who just know within their hearts this is wrong and nobody's doing anything, so we're just going to come together and do something about it. That is the fire of freedom in their belly. That is the spark of light in the heart, which drives the torch to call people, a clarion call, to stand up for something, to speak out, to put that line in the sand, to put a stake in there and say no. And if you remove that front line, that 1.6%, I would imagine, as we've already heard them say, that the doors are going to continue to close in, because it's one of the most demonic strongholds, LA County, California, unfortunately, from the back shadows that are funding these efforts from an enslavement, tyranny, torture, and also murder upon its people. So this is the point I want to make, is not quit, is what would happen if, and where we would be a year from now. And we definitely know that. So I want to applaud all of you for doing something that you signed up for a job, and then all of a sudden the tyranny showed up and you went, who's going to help us? And instead of looking around for another leader, you just went, well, I'll say something, I'll do something, and these people have banded together for 4 years. Likely, I would imagine, because I was there at that time when this all happened, you were ostracized, called out, and a lot of other nasty stuff, which we've all experienced over these last half a decade of global war to erase our species of humanity, literally. And folks, these are the